Transcending to the childhood of Goku, I shall traverse once again the path of his growth. Goku's journey is filled with joy. Yet it is also fraught with immense challenges this time. There shall be no hardships, only delight. Goku will no longer be indecisive, nor will he overlook his family, and he will certainly not lose himself to become that foolish dog Goku. His strength is to be cultivated steadily, without the interference of contrived plot devices or complacency. An unending quest for strength, seeking ever stronger adversaries, that is Goku. Chapter 1. The beginning of dreams. In the year 748 of the age of the Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting light upon the lush green hills and clear waters, as the creatures of the primal world busied themselves in a scene of natural harmony. A waterfall cascaded downwards, forming a crystal-clear lake, its shores adorned with verdant flora, providing a refreshing comfort. A monkey swung leisurely from the vines above, using its tail and claws to navigate the lake's surface. Suddenly, the water erupted beneath, as a massive fish, weighing over 100 pounds, leapt from the depths. The great fish was flung onto the shore, and a figure followed suit, leaping from the water. Uggo! The monkey screeched in fright and scampered away, looking back in terror as it fled to a distance. Upon landing on the shore, young Goku seized the fish by its tail and donned his blue martial arts Jia gift from his grandfather, Son Gohan, when he was still alive. His small face bore a serene expression as he dressed, then began dragging the fish up the mountain. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers around Bowsy Mountain, there existed but a single household. Or rather, it could be said that many years ago, there was only one person. The area was scarcely inhabited. Ding. Captured a 100-pound fish. Energy gained ki increased by 10. Host, Son Goku. Bloodline, Saiyan lower class warrior. Age, 11. Key combat power, 30. Unexpectedly arriving in this world and inexplicably becoming young Goku, Sun Wu initially felt quite elated. For as a half-hearted Dragon Ball enthusiast, he had once been fervently captivated by its tales in his youth. Young Goku departed from Bowsy Mountain, embarking on a journey of adventure and growth, collecting Dragon Balls as the starting point. He encountered various crises: Raditz, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu. There was laughter, there were heartfelt moments, and there was danger, yet all was filled with joy, embodying Goku's growth. From innocence to gradual maturity, he evolved into a master, entrusting the guardianship of Earth to 2 children, only to resolutely return to the battlefield in times of dire need. Yet, through it all, his childlike heart remained unchanged. This is contrary to the foolish dog Goku after the God of Destruction saga. However, now that I have arrived, such a fate shall not befall him. Goku, allow me to alter the course of your life from this day forth. I shall be you, and you shall be me. As he dragged the fish back to Bowsy Mountain, young Goku pondered in his heart, wishing that Son Gohan were still alive. Alas, he arrived a moment too late, for Gohan had already met his end beneath the foot of Goku, transformed by the sight of the moon. Many years ago, Son Gohan discovered that Goku would transform upon gazing at the moon and cautioned him never to venture out on nights of the full moon. However, unforeseen events often transpire with startling abruptness. Son Gohan possessed the capability to prevent young Goku from becoming a great ape, having successfully done so once before. Ultimately, Goku was merely a low-level warrior, and his head injury had dulled his innate Saiyan combative nature. Yet, Son Gohan was reluctant to harm the young Goku, for his own strength surpassed even that of the current Master Roshi, with a combat power conservatively exceeding 100 points. That he wielded the powerful Kamehameha technique, making it unreasonable for him to struggle against a transformed Goku whose battle power was a mere 10 points. Alas, I hope this benevolent elder is faring well in the afterlife, not in the underworld, but rather in the company of the great sage. A faint engine sound echoed along the mountain path. What vehicle could possibly be on the mountain? As young Goku pondered this, the sound grew louder and approached at an impressive speed. Suddenly struck by a thought, he tossed the fish he had been holding aside and leapt lightly to the roadside. Is someone there? Whoa, how could there be anyone in the mountains? Screeched that a miniature car, resembling a toy, sped past him. Upon noticing Goku, it swerved sharply toward the narrow side of the mountain path. A scream lingered in the air for what felt like an eternity, as Bulma found herself suspended in midair, her legs tucked beneath her in a kneeling posture, eyes shut in despair. After a considerable moment, she realized she hadn't fallen. A voice beside her chimed, "Are you all right? You're quite heavy. If you don't come up soon, I might have to let go." Turning her head, she saw a peculiar little boy clutching her collar with one hand while the other grasped a branch extending from a cliff. Bulma glanced down and exclaimed, "Whoa. Quickly, pull me up." With ease, Goku hoisted Bulma up, and he too effortlessly climbed to safety. The location on Bowsy Mountain was perilous. He could afford a fall, but for an ordinary person, a drop from such a height could be fatal or lead to severe injury. Bulma, seated on the ground, would typically cause someone to tremble in fear, yet she quickly regained her composure and stood, addressing young Goku. "Thank you for saving me. Little brother, A.S." She extended her hand to pat Goku's head. The stark difference in their heights led her to instinctively regard him as an ordinary child. Goku dodged slightly, looking up at her, and replied, "Grandpa says that patting on the head stunts growth." That he then moved to the side, retrieving his fish with a swift motion, and continued on his way home. Genuinely hungry, the consequences of an unsatisfied Saiyan appetite could be dire. Having bumped his head, Goku lacked his usual ferocity and had been raised by Son Gohan's nurturing guidance. However, a typical Saiyan, when truly hungry, would not care if you were considered food. Anything edible would suffice. "Hey, little brother, wait a moment." Bulma, noticing this, cheerfully followed after him, diverging from the original narrative. Yet her character remained unchanged. In the depths of his heart, he mused, "What a mere child. The Dragon Balls must be nearby. Perhaps he knows their whereabouts. To think he would claim to be an invincible beauty. How ridiculous. Oh, this little one even adorns his rear with his tail, as if it were a fashion statement. How amusingly juvenile. What an eyesore. Though rather peculiar, his strength is considerable. It may prove beneficial along the journey." Upon returning home, young Goku commenced preparing a meal, which consisted merely of grilled fish. Aside from a sprinkle of salt, there were hardly any seasonings, but Saiyans possess hearty appetites, and the taste is of little consequence as long as they are satiated. Dragon Ball. I found it. Indeed, it is right here. Engrossed in his cooking, Goku failed to notice Bulma entering the house, her expression one of puzzlement as she approached him. Then, Bulma elaborated on the legend of the Dragon Balls, that by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the eternal dragon to grant a wish. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her face alight with excitement. "I have already decided on my wish. A Prince Charming is far superior to an endless strawberry garden." She then glanced at the somewhat dazed Goku beside her. "Hey, could you give me that 4-star ball?" "I refuse." After all, it was a treasured relic of his grandfather, Son Gohan, bearing significant meaning to Goku. He could not part with it so easily. However, he quickly added, "But I can lend it to you for a while. You must return it once you're done." Bulma pondered, realizing it was a twofold benefit. She nodded enthusiastically. "All right then, since you put it that way, I shall allow you to be my bodyguard." This little boy is truly naive after all. The Dragon Balls will scatter once a wish is granted, perfectly allowing this child to serve as my protector. Thus, the adventure of Goku and Bulma embarked from this very moment. Chapter 2. The Sea Turtle on a Winding Mountain Road. The roar of the engine surged ahead, scattering the small creatures of Bowsy Mountain in all directions. A monkey, startled, dove into the bushes. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of a familiar face, the little monkey instinctively screeched twice and climbed to the treetops to observe from a distance. Was that hairless monkey captured? How swift! Although little Wukong possessed considerable fighting prowess, he was unable to fly. Experiencing such low-altitude speed for the first time took him by surprise, and he instinctively clutched tightly behind Bulma. Bulma, her cheeks flushing slightly, glanced sideways and remarked, "You little rascal, behave yourself. Honestly, where do you get all that strength?" With a slight "oh," little Wukong gradually relaxed. He had acclimated to this speed. Many dangers, even those that could be fatal to humans, could be disregarded by Saiyans. The combat-oriented nature of their race was no trivial matter. It could even be said that Saiyans, like the spiny anteater, were perpetually in a state of readiness for battle. After traversing several kilometers along the mountain path, the motorcycle suddenly leapt off an unseen slope, startling Bulma to the point of nearly losing her composure. Fortunately, this motorcycle was a product of Capsule Corporation, renowned for its exceptional shock absorption and quality, and the two landed smoothly. Bulma, momentarily relieved, perhaps due to the series of shocks and the continuous journey, suddenly instructed Wukong to wait in place while she moved toward a nearby thicket. Not long after, a chilling scream from Bulma echoed, prompting little Wukong to rush over, only to find a massive blue pterosaur gripping Bulma. Who was this little rascal? Her companion? The pterosaur astonishingly spoke, revealing the multitude of monsters residing atop Bowsy Mountain. Little Wukong glanced at Bulma, who was too frightened to utter a word, and nodded. "I'm on an adventure with her." Oh, at that moment, little Wukong seemed to perceive a choice menu. Ding. Encounter with a blue pterosaur has led to Bulma's capture. Would you like to engage in battle? Yes or no? In an inexplicable manner, he selected yes, and the pterosaur roared, charging at him. With a single punch, little Wukong knocked it unconscious, disregarding Bulma's plight as he eagerly set about preparing the delectable tail and thigh meat of the pterosaur, glancing at a nearby large tree, ready to roast his dragon feast. Although he had just consumed a fish weighing over 100 pounds, he felt hunger creeping back. With a naturally large appetite, little Wukong was approaching puberty, a time when one must eat adequately to grow. He seriously doubted that his current short stature was due to insufficient nourishment. 3 meals a day simply could not suffice. Ding. Captured the blue pterosaur, gained energy, power increased by 10. Excellent. His battle power had reached 40, though still far from unlocking the full potential of a Saiyan. He understood that progress would be gradual. He had several years ahead of him. Before Vegeta's arrival, the crises Wukong faced were not excessively formidable. With his battle power barely below 1,000, this posed no significant issue, and as for the future, he had his own plans. Accompanying Bulma was motivated not only by the unfolding narrative, but also by the desire to enhance one's prowess. Having resolved the crisis, the duo set forth once more. After several hours of travel, they reached the outskirts of the Baozi Mountain. Bulma utilized a multifunctional capsule to unveil a hemispherical dwelling, thus commencing their camping experience. Even within this abode, one could find a complete array of utilities. It is undeniable that the technological advancements of the Capsule Corporation are truly remarkable, which explains their status as the wealthiest on Earth. Goodness, you have an insatiable appetite, don't you? Did you not just devour a pterodactyl? Bulma remarked, observing Goku's astonishment while she munched on bread and fruit. Inside her multifunctional capsule, she had prepared provisions sufficient for a month, having brought an entire box of the same. She had meticulously planned this adventure to collect Dragon Balls during her holiday. Goku took a bite of the baguette, but after a couple of chews, he found himself choking, patting his chest repeatedly. It was Bulma who graciously offered him a cup of water, allowing him to wash it down before he continued to inhale his meal with fervor. As for the flavor, he could not discern it. All that mattered was that it filled his belly. Bulma, are you not hungry? After finally consuming a substantial amount of carbohydrates, Goku sat on a chair, patting his stomach as he gazed at Bulma. She stood up, casting him a disapproving glance. It's your voracious appetite that's astonishing. And what is that odor emanating from you? How long has it been since you last bathed? Bathed? What is that? Goku replied, his expression one of confusion, though he did possess a vague understanding. The scent clinging to him was not due to neglecting hygiene, but rather a result of his carnivorous diet, which primarily consisted of wild beasts. This, of course, contributed to an unpleasant aroma akin to that which is typically found on predatory animals. With no bathing products like shower gel or soap available on Baozi Mountain, this odor served to deter most beasts from approaching. Bulma was taken aback. Being a lady of refinement, she could hardly tolerate such a situation. She promptly instructed Goku to take a bath, although he was initially unaware of the necessity. The current Goku was no longer the naive child he once was. He did understand the concept of bathing. I can wash myself, he protested. Stop whining. You should be grateful to have such a lovely young lady assisting you, Bulma retorted. Within 10 minutes, Goku dashed outside, prompting Bulma to swiftly pull him back and thoroughly cleanse him with shampoo and body wash produced by the multifunctional capsule company. Goku found this experience quite uncomfortable. But once it was over, he sighed in relief, glad to have it concluded. The night passed without incident. The following day, Goku awoke early, his adaptability allowing him to sleep soundly wherever he found himself. A glance at Bulma revealed her unfortunate sleeping posture, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. Rising, he ventured outside to practice his martial arts, soon discovering several large stones. Suddenly, he grasped one that appeared distinctly different, a large brown stone. Bulma, roused by the commotion, rushed out in her pajamas, only to find a gigantic sea turtle. It was none other than Master Roshi's. This must be considered a main quest, Goku mused, resolving to return the disoriented turtle to the ocean, lest it meet a fate akin to the immortal bird that Master Roshi kept. Having lived for so long, it would indeed be a pity to die. However, Bulma was decidedly displeased by this notion. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't be ridiculous. I only have 3 or 4 days. I lack the leisure to escort a random turtle to the seaside. You seem rather free, young Goku retorted, lifting his gaze before approaching the turtle, preparing to see him off. This was a significant subplot. Not only did the turtle sage possess a Dragon Ball, but he also had numerous valuable items. The essential tools and core abilities that Goku needed for his early endeavors could only be obtained from the turtle sage. Furthermore, regarding training, relying solely on explosive energy to enhance his strength felt insufficient for a Saiyan of his lower tier, especially when considering the challenges that lay ahead. It was imperative to devise a way to bolster his power. The turtle sage was undoubtedly one of the most accessible avenues he could think of. Of course, the KO and bubbles would be preferable, provided he could ascend Korin Tower and earn the KO's approval. Even the turtle sage had not yet reached that stage. If you dare to go, never show your face to me again, Bulma exclaimed, her temper flaring. Ignoring her, Goku hoisted the large turtle onto his back and hastened towards the southern direction that Bulma had indicated. Covering a distance of 120 kilometers would take considerable time, so he needed to hurry. From a distance, Bulma's voice echoed, "You little rascal. Don't you dare come back. Thank you so much. Are you and your friends all right?" The turtle said, being carried by Goku. "Never mind. I'll quickly drop you off at the seaside and return to find her," Goku replied. Just as he spoke, the roar of an engine rumbled behind him. Bulma had caught up, riding her motorcycle. Chapter 3. The Nimbus Cloud Acquired. A minute earlier, after Goku had left, Bulma fell into contemplation. By the way, he possesses a Dragon Ball. Will he return? Doubt began to creep in. Meanwhile, a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex lumbered by, its footsteps thundering against the ground, while predatory dinosaurs soared through the sky above. Wait for me. Hold on a moment. Bulma called out, exasperated but resolute, sprinting after them in her pajamas. She skidded to a halt beside Goku. Weren't you the one who said you didn't want to see me again? You're so annoying. Bulma replied, her embarrassment evident as she glanced at Goku. You're scared to be alone, aren't you? Goku continued. A flicker of irritation crossed Bulma's face, yet she feigned composure and laughed. Haha, don't be silly. I'm just after that Dragon Ball of yours. Is that so? Enough with the chatter. Thus, the two continued their journey, escorting the turtle back to the seaside. Along the way, they encountered a one-eyed brown bear that obstructed their path, clad in armor and brandishing a knife, resembling a bandit. This region, known as the Bunko Mountain, was indeed a place of remarkable sights. Strangely enough, the bear's target was the turtle on Goku's back, intent on savoring turtle soup. Can't you see this moving treasure chest on a high-tech mountain bike? I can pull out a universal capsule that would suffice for 10 years' worth of turtle soup. Bulma exclaimed. Identification complete. Clearly, you lack discernment, Goku grinned. The outcome was inevitably resolved by a single punch from little Wukong. Curiously, little Wukong turned to the old sea turtle behind him and inquired, Are you truly delicious? The old sea turtle, sweating profusely, hurriedly responded, How could that be possible? No one enjoys eating me. Just look at how old and thin I am. Indeed, you do appear quite unappetizing, little Wukong nodded. Hoisting the turtle onto his back and continuing their journey, the old sea turtle sighed in relief as they proceeded. Soon, the pair successfully brought the turtle to the seaside, where the old sea turtle gazed at little Wukong with immense gratitude, exclaiming, I cannot thank you enough. As he swam towards the ocean, he called back, Wait a moment. I must repay you. Could it be a treasure chest? Bulma speculated, her arms crossed. She had embarked on this journey to collect Dragon Balls, a venture that could only be described as adventurous, given that she was merely a 16-year-old girl. If I had known we were coming here, I would have brought my swimsuit, she lamented, having come in a pink nightgown out of fear. They waited on the shore for a considerable time, boredom driving them to play in the sand. Finally, a distant black emerged on the horizon. Something is approaching, Bulma exclaimed, astonished at little Wukong's keen eyesight. You can see that far? After a moment, the turtle arrived, carrying an elderly man dressed in a floral shirt, sunglasses perched on his nose, a cane in hand, and a turtle shell on his back. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. In gratitude to son Wukong, the turtle had brought them an old man, whom they soon learned was Master Roshi. Upon his introduction, both little Wukong and Bulma wore perplexed expressions. The old sea turtle pointed a flipper at little Wukong and said, It was this boy who saved me. Is that so? Thank you, Master Roshi said, turning to little Wukong. In return, I wish to present you with a splendid gift. A gift? Bulma's imagination ran wild with thoughts of treasure chests. While she didn't lack for money, she relished the thrill of the treasure hunt. Master Roshi raised his cane skyward, striking a pose as he shouted, Come forth, immortal phoenix. Silence ensued. Bulma and little Wukong looked in the indicated direction, seeing nothing. But Master Roshi, didn't the immortal phoenix die from food poisoning? Ah, is that so? I had forgotten, he replied. Can the immortal phoenix actually die? Coughing slightly, Master Roshi sought to explain before considering another item to offer little Wukong as thanks for saving the turtle. However, little Wukong pointed to the 4-star Dragon Ball hanging around the old man's neck and said, Grandpa, that looks just like the relic my grandfather left me. Could you give it to me? Huh, you mean this orb? I found it in the sea and thought it looked lovely, so I kept it. If you want it. Then, it's a Dragon Ball, and a 3-star ball at that. Bulma exclaimed, snatching it eagerly and examining it in her hands. Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this object was indeed quite valuable. Oh dear, it seems I may have lost out here. Little Goku does not particularly require the flying Nimbus. Rather, if given the chance, he would prefer to learn the art of air dancing, as it is something that can be procured in bulk from the Korin Tower, albeit with mediocre quality unsuitable for high-level battles. Beneath his sunglasses, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise as he gazed at little Goku, suddenly inquiring, Child, who is your grandfather? My grandfather is Son Gohan, came the reply. Oh, it is he, the turtle hermit responded, momentarily taken aback before continuing, Is he well? His concern for his most exceptional disciple lingered, yet years had passed without a reunion, leaving them unaware of each other's circumstances. Little Goku lowered his head in disappointment. My grandfather has passed away. The turtle hermit paused, recalling the heirlooms little Goku had mentioned, his expression growing somewhat serious. He sighed and said to little Goku, Since you are Gohan's grandson, allow me to present you with a parting gift. With that, he summoned the flying Nimbus. A golden cloud, undulating gently and trailing a long tail, soared toward them from the horizon. Once seated upon the Nimbus, one could soar freely through the skies, However, it could only be ridden by those with pure hearts, meaning only well-behaved children could partake. Stepping forward, the turtle hermit exclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate," and leaped into the air with a shout, "Hey!" Thud! A sound echoed, whether from his shell or bones, as he landed heavily on the sandy beach. Fortunately, it was sand, for otherwise the weight of his shell would have been quite burdensome. "Ouch! My back!" Bulla couldn't help but laugh heartily at his misfortune. "How peculiar," she remarked. At this moment, little Goku decided to give it a try. Initially apprehensive, he soon discovered he could indeed control the flying Nimbus. With a mere thought, the Nimbus surged forward, swiftly carrying him away. And the exhilarating sensation of the sea breeze against his face allowed him to relish the joy of flight for the first time. After a brief moment, he returned to the beach, and the turtle hermit, though somewhat wistful, was not disheartened. Instead, he addressed little Goku. "Child, would you like to join me in training?" But I promised Bulla I would help her find all 7 Dragon Balls," little Goku replied, jumping down from the Nimbus. Nearby, Bulla nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Well, at least you have a conscience, little rascal. No matter, once you have gathered the Dragon Balls, come find me on a southern island," the turtle hermit said before departing on his sea turtle. Little Goku did not refuse. Rather, it suited him perfectly. The turtle hermit and crane hermit, having been disciples of Master Roshi, had since established their own schools, mastering many practical skills. Their understanding of energy had reached extraordinary heights. Energy may seem simple, yet even a Super Saiyan who grasps energy control and its profound intricacies finds transformation significantly easier. After all, how else could Goku, with his inferior warrior lineage, repeatedly surpass Vegeta, the undeniable genius among Saiyans? A single instance might be dismissed as coincidence, but repeated victories indicate something more profound at play, which cannot solely be attributed to sheer effort, considering Vegeta certainly does not lack in diligence compared to Goku. Moreover, are there any pure-blooded Saiyans who are apathetic? Chapter 4, Wishes. Upon returning to their previous campsite, Bulma was in high spirits after acquiring another Dragon Ball. Seizing the opportunity while there was still time, she freshened up and donned a pair of hot pants along with a jacket. In the midst of her endeavors, Bulma decided to attempt riding the flying Nimbus, but predictably, it ended in failure. With unwavering confidence, she leaped onto it without hesitation, only to find herself face down in an instant. How infuriating. Is being too beautiful truly a fault? Look at that expression on little Goku's face, utterly unsurprised. Frustrated, Bulma chose not to dwell on the incident, and the two set off on their journey once more. Eventually, they encountered a series of bizarre and extraordinary events. In a quaint little town, they crossed paths with Oolong, whom they successfully subdued. However, he was pathetically weak, and after little Goku defeated him, he garnered not a single point of energy. It seemed that the system only activated rewards upon defeating foes who met a certain threshold of combat power, at least 5 points, it appeared. After dealing with Oolong, the group switched to a yacht and then to a car, but midway, Bulma's versatile capsule was inexplicably lost. Little Goku was left speechless, and the group had no choice but to continue on foot. As they traversed the desolate desert, they encountered Yamcha. This time, however, little Goku preserved much of his stamina and, with his power now at an entirely different level, effortlessly defeated Yamcha, who was subsequently taken back by Puar to recuperate. Days passed, and the group arrived at Fire Mountain, where they were confronted with raging flames. Here, they encountered the Ox King and Chi-Chi, and after some explanations, misunderstandings were cleared. However, since the Dragon Balls were located within a castle atop the blazing Fire Mountain, little Goku could not use the Nimbus to enter. Consequently, they deliberated on seeking Master Roshi's assistance to borrow the Bansho fan to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, Master Roshi had misplaced the fan, leaving them no choice but to venture to Fire Mountain in person. Upon their arrival, Master Roshi first chastised his second disciple and then proceeded to combat the fire. Before extinguishing the flames, he made a small request. As Master Roshi removed his outer garment and stood atop a crumbling ledge, he exhaled deeply, and his previously emaciated frame suddenly radiated a formidable aura. In an instant, his body inflated dramatically, swelling to over 10 times its size, transforming into a form that rivaled the Ox King in sheer bulk, muscles rippling and veins bulging, presenting a rather intimidating sight. Oh my! Is Master Roshi about to unleash the Kamehameha? The Ox King appeared equally exhilarated at this display. Meanwhile, the others were left aghast, with little Goku being the sole exception. His gaze fixed intently on Master Roshi's transformation, as he began to sense a peculiar fluctuation. Though uncertain, he was aware of its presence in his memories. He recalled that Gohan had once imparted knowledge about energy to him, though perhaps due to his youth, Gohan had not had the opportunity to provide him with formal training. As the sensation intensified, Master Roshi's energy gradually emanated from his body, coalescing in his palms. Kamehameha. With his hands positioned in the classic Kamehameha stance, resembling a flower bud at his waist, he thrust forth with fervor. Kamehameha. Boom. A brilliant blue light surged forth instantaneously, ultimately coalescing into a formidable beam that shot straight towards the flame mountain. The terrifying might of this force resembled that of a missile impacting the summit, generating a violent shockwave that left the onlookers reeling. Yamcha, the resilience of Yamcha was indeed remarkable. Little Goku recalled that he had once been felled by a single punch, causing him to vomit and lose consciousness, undoubtedly suffering broken ribs. At this moment, he appeared, bandaged yet unyielding. As the brilliant light and dust settled, the crowd beheld an astonishing sight. The flames had vanished, and so too had the entirety of Flame Mountain. One singular strike had obliterated the peak. Excitedly, little Goku endeavored to try it out himself, only to produce a resounding crash as he inadvertently destroyed Yamcha's car, prompting a panicked retreat from Yamcha. The spectators stood in stunned silence, especially Master Roshi. "This took me 50 years to," he began, approaching little Goku, who was brimming with enthusiasm. "You mentioned that Gohan is your grandfather. Did he teach you this technique?" No, I didn't know Grandpa had this move. As my most accomplished disciple, Gohan undoubtedly possessed this skill," he mused. Reflecting on the loss of his finest student, Master Roshi fell silent. In contrast to the inept and morally ambiguous Ox King, his thoughts were more attuned to Gohan. Subsequently, Bulma instructed Oolong to transform into her likeness to deceive Master Roshi, believing that Oolong's shape-shifting ability served little purpose beyond this. As for the destruction of Yamcha's vehicle, little Goku felt no remorse. Was Yamcha a good person? Clearly, he was not. Merely a bandit roaming the desert, with the origins of those universal capsules being all too evident. Moreover, even if he had not taken a life, the loss of those capsules could have dire consequences for anyone trying to traverse that desolate expanse. Once again embarking on their journey, Bulma already possessed 2 Dragon Balls, and with Goku's one, Oolong's discovery of another in his town, and 2 more from Master Roshi and Ox King's castle, they were now in possession of 6. With only 1 Dragon Ball remaining for their wish to be realized, Bulma, filled with excitement, piloted the flying car at great speed. As she observed the radar indicating the Dragon Ball's proximity, she felt a sense of anticipation that her desire was on the verge of fulfillment. At that moment, a rocket propelled towards them. Following the explosion, the flying car was overturned, and both Bulma and Oolong were sent tumbling. A robotic figure approached, intent on seizing the Dragon Ball from the ground, only to be thwarted by a red staff that shattered it, revealing a dog clad in ninja attire within. It seems that the current rulers of Earth are, in fact, a cat. In this world, Earthlings can be categorized strictly into 2 types, humanoid and non-humanoid. Indeed, these animal-like beings are classified as Earthlings, rather than monsters, and the inhabitants of this world appear to have grown accustomed to this notion. After dealing with the adversary, little Goku regarded the damaged vehicle and realized it would be impossible to continue with Bulma driving. Thus, he proposed to venture out and retrieve the Dragon Ball himself. Bulma held no suspicions towards Goku. Through their time together, she had come to understand that he possessed no malice, which led her to entrust him with the Dragon Radar. However, a sudden thought struck her. Had he taken my Dragon Balls as well? Bulma realized with a pang of anxiety. Nearby, Oolong clicked his tongue in annoyance, remarking, "Only now do you notice? That guy might have already made his wish." He continued, "You're truly hopeless." With a swift punch, Bulma retorted, "Don't speak so lightly. Goku is such a sweet child. He would never do that." Probably. Yet, as she uttered those words, a twinge of doubt crept into her heart. After all, it was a wish, and while she was somewhat naive, she wasn't foolish. Meanwhile, upon locating Pilaf's castle, Goku cleverly lured Pilaf out with the use of a ruse. The castle was laden with traps, making entry quite precarious. Pilaf, falling for the trick, emerged only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by Goku, allowing him to seize the final Dragon Ball. "Come forth, Shenron," he called out. Boom. Darkness enveloped the sky as an enormous azure dragon materialized before him, radiating an aura of divine grandeur. "The one who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. I shall grant you one," Shenron intoned, his voice resonating with power. Goku took a deep breath and articulated his desire. "I wish for the ability to control gravity at will." Shenron fell silent for a moment, and Goku felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, this would not be beyond the Dragon's capabilities? Chapter 5, Chi-Chi. While Shenron's powers were said to grant a single wish, they were inherently constrained by the divine lineage of the Namekians who created him. The higher the rank, the broader the scope of wishes that could be fulfilled. As it stood, this could be considered the original iteration of Shenron, thus the extent of what he could achieve remained uncertain. Shenron's crimson eyes flickered momentarily before he addressed Goku. "Your wish encompasses too vast a domain. Gravity is a fundamental law of the universe, which I cannot alter. However, I can bestow upon you a superpower that allows you to manipulate the gravity within a certain radius, proportional to your own strength. Is that so?" "That works," Goku nodded. Accepting the terms, he considered the possibility of requesting a gravity control device instead, which would be more straightforward. Yet, the risk of damage was still a concern, rendering it a potentially unwise choice. As for desires such as immortality or eternal youth, he felt no need for such things, deeming them ultimately insignificant. To be more candid, the limitations of Shenron's wishes were tied to the power of his creator. Should he encounter a being stronger than the gods, would such a wish still hold value? Moreover, immortality did not equate to invincibility. In a genuine confrontation, one could devise myriad ways to render you worse than dead. Sometimes, death could be a relief. Additionally, for a Saiyan, unlocking potential swiftly required flirting with the boundaries of life and death. Who could say what would remain of them if they became immortal? Buzz. Whoosh. Golden light enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering them across the globe, restoring the sky to its former glory. Goku clenched his fist, and with a mere thought, he felt his body slightly weigh down as the surrounding space seemed to warp. 1x gravity. Then the gravity began to intensify, increasing 2-fold, 3-fold, and finally reaching 5 times its original weight. Little Goku felt his complexion slightly redden as his body hunched under the immense pressure. While he could effortlessly lift this weight, the simultaneous gravitational force pressing down on him was an entirely different experience. This was the maximum gravitational limit his current strength could withstand. He managed to diminish the gravity to approximately 1 times its original force and maintained it, nodding in acknowledgement. The significance of this gravitational state for physical training and the development of potential was self-evident. Consequently, his strength would gradually increase, with only his comprehension and application of ki remaining to be perfected. Returning to Bulma and the others, little Goku took Pilaf's universal capsule, preparing to explain the situation to Bulma and her companions. However, given Bulma's current temperament, this would not be an easy task. Unlike her future self, Bulma during this period was quite willful. Though still kind-hearted, her stubbornness could lead to unreasonable behavior, which caused Goku some concern. To his surprise, upon his return, he discovered Yamcha, who, alongside Puar, had tied up Oolong and Bulma. Standing before them with a knife, he blocked little Goku's path. Hand over the 7 Dragon Balls. And I might release your friends, he demanded. Little Goku jumped down from his flying nimbus, while Oolong was visibly terrified. Although Bulma had a fondness for handsome men, she was not foolish. Seeing herself and Oolong held captive, she shouted, Goku, whatever you do, don't give him the Dragon Balls. Humph, Puar, silence this woman. Yamcha ordered. Yes, Master Yamcha. Puar obediently flew over and covered Bulma's mouth with his paw to prevent her from speaking. However, Bulma, being quite fierce, bit him. Puar cried out in distress. Yamcha was on the verge of losing control. He was quite tense, having already learned of Goku's identity as the grandson of Son Gohan, whom he had previously been defeated by. Naturally, he feared that Goku might retaliate. Furthermore, with Bulma nearby, he felt increasingly anxious. Having spent too long in the desert, he had grown somewhat reclusive, afraid of direct contact with women. Essentially, he was socially withdrawn. However, after a visit to the metropolis, he transformed into a charming playboy. Noticing the situation spiraling out of control, little Goku wiggled his tail and said, The Dragon Balls have already been wished upon and have flown away. Did any of you see them soar into the sky just now? He pointed skyward, leaving the others dumbfounded. So that was the Dragon Ball that just flew away? Yamcha was taken aback, cursing his luck as he ordered Puar to retreat. Little Goku freed Bulma and Oolong. Although Bulma felt disappointed for a while, she soon rallied her spirits, deciding to return to the metropolis and hoping that next year they could find the Dragon Balls again to make another wish. However, since the Dragon Balls flew away because of you, you must help me collect the 7 Dragon Balls again next year. Bulma stipulated. Little Goku pondered for a moment, agreeing that it was feasible. After all, Bulma's wish was unlikely to be granted. The Dragon Balls could not fulfill wishes that altered a person's will, much like forcibly swapping souls, which even Purunga could not accomplish. Only the Eternal Dragon held such power. Bulma's wish is to have a Prince Charming. In simpler terms, she desires a boyfriend, which is rather typical of a young girl. Initially, she was meant to have a romantic connection with Yamcha, yet he failed to overcome his insecurities and fled. After making a promise, Goku handed Bulma a universal capsule to facilitate her return to Metropolis, then soared towards the direction of Kame House. Gazing at the capsule in her hand, Bulma blinked and, feeling somewhat indignant, remarked, What a surprise. He is not the simpleton I thought he was. Humph, next time we meet, I'll make him pay. With that, she tossed the capsule aside, and a spherical aircraft materialized before her. However, what do you intend to do? That fellow is the grandson of Gohan and is going to train with that Kame Sennin. Oolong, trailing behind, having been influenced by Bulma's enthusiasm, yearned for the vibrant life in Metropolis, filled with countless girls. Surely, he would become more formidable in time. You talk too much, and someone as unattractive and short as you would hardly attract any girls, even in Metropolis. Your words are utterly superfluous. Oolong retorted angrily. At Kame House, Goku was flying towards his destination but encountered Chi-Chi on the road, who was being obstructed by bandits. There are so many bandits in this world, he mused, descending to help her. After dispatching the robbers, he inquired about Chi-Chi's destination. In the distance, the flames of the mountain of fire indicated that the Bull Demon King's treasures had likely been salvaged from the ruins. I wish to go to Grandpa Kame Sinin's island to seek his guidance on my training, Chi-Chi shyly confessed. However, your attire is rather revealing, Goku remarked. Is this something a little girl should wear? No, it seems this world has quite an array of peculiar fashions. Is that so? Then I'll accompany you. It's on my way, he offered. Chi-Chi's face brightened with surprise as she nodded enthusiastically, yes. She then hopped onto the flying Nimbus, one of the few capable of riding it. Yet, within her heart, she felt a blend of shyness and excitement. Her intention to seek Kame Sinin was, in truth, a desire to find Goku. Perhaps it was fate converging, or merely infatuation, but inexplicably, she had developed feelings for him, prompting her to sneak away from the Bull Demon King. Chapter 6. Training. At Kame House, after a series of events, essentially, Kame Sinin had grown lonely on the island and, having not taken on a disciple for quite some time, was too lazy to do so. He stipulated that Goku and Krillin must return with a beautiful girl to gain entry into his tutelage. Initially dismissive of Krillin, Kame Sinin was taken aback when he brought back a magazine featuring a cover model. Why, with such intentions, would you be considered a mere backup by Marin? They jested. Due to the limitations of the flying Nimbus, Chi-Chi could not join. Moreover, as the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Kame Sinin did not formally accept her as a disciple. He merely agreed to offer her some martial arts guidance. After a thorough search, the two individuals found the blue-haired, kind-hearted Lanchi, who was evading the pursuit of the police, and returned to Kame House. Remarkably, she was also capable of riding the flying Nimbus, which alleviated considerable trouble. Subsequently, Master Roshi inquired whether the innocent Lanchi would be willing to stay, and with nowhere else to go, she consented. However, it was stipulated that if she transformed into the blonde Lanchi, she would be prohibited from doing so, as it could likely result in her embarking on a bank heist the very same day. Initially unaware of this potential, Master Roshi coaxed Lanchi into donning an outfit that was somewhat embarrassing. In a surprising turn of events, Lanchi sneezed and instantly executed a dramatic transformation, brandishing a firearm and startling everyone present with a series of shots. Fortunately, those present were not ordinary individuals. Otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. Thus, the training formally commenced. To facilitate their practice, Master Roshi relocated his residence to a larger island. On the first day, he tested the limits of the two, with the addition of Chi-Chi's assessment as well. This involved a 100-meter sprint to evaluate their explosive power and speed, which would provide a clear indicator of their capabilities. Krillin achieved an impressive time of 10 seconds, while Goku managed just over 8 seconds, a result achieved by holding back. In truth, with his current combat prowess, he could have easily shaved off at least 1 to 2 seconds. This margin is no trivial matter in a 100-meter dash, especially under 10 seconds. Each tenth of a second represents a significant challenge to human limits, as well as to physical endurance. Nevertheless, an 8-second time is already beyond the reach of an average human being. As evening fell, Master Roshi conducted his final test, sending them to retrieve a stone inscribed with the character for turtle that he had thrown down the mountain. The prospect of missing dinner if they failed to find it instilled a sense of urgency in both. Ultimately, Goku located the stone, while Krillin, sensing Goku's naivety, attempted to deceive him. However, Goku was no longer the simple-minded boy he once was, and he saw through the ruse, returning with the stone to report back, while Krillin, hungry, watched as the others enjoyed a hot pot. The hot pot bubbled invitingly. Haha, Lanchi, who would have thought your culinary skills were so exceptional? Goku exclaimed. Thank you. This fish is freshly purchased from the market, Lanchi replied with a gentle smile, offering him a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables. Thanks. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a morsel of rice lodged in his throat, prompting him to pound his chest repeatedly. Chi-Chi, noticing, handed him a glass of water without a moment's hesitation. Goku drank deeply, letting out a sigh of relief and resumed devouring his meal. I just want to eat. As a Saiyan, nothing was more important than food, especially considering his rapid growth. After a day of training, he felt as though he could consume an entire dinosaur. Master Roshi sipped his juice, contemplating how much this little rascal was eating. After dinner, Goku found himself hungry once more before bedtime. With no other options, he ventured into the jungle to catch a dinosaur for barbecue, and subsequently pushed his limits in gravity training for 2 hours before returning to Kame House. Due to its modest size, aside from Master Roshi's room, there was only one guest room, which was naturally allocated to Lanchi and Chi-Chi. Little Wukong, Master Roshi, and Krillin resided in a cramped room, yet the three paid little heed to their discomfort. Hey Krillin, exclaimed Wukong, look, a big dinosaur. The following day marked the commencement of their formal training. The true essence of martial arts lies in fostering both physical and mental well-being, thus enabling one to derive joy from life. It is certainly not a means to oppress the weak or win the affection of girls, prompting them to exclaim, wow, you are truly formidable. Are you certain you have not strayed from the fundamental principles of martial arts, Master Wu Tian? However, Master Rashi, perceiving the youth of his two disciples and fearing to misguide them, swiftly altered his tone, adding, "If you ever find yourselves in peril, simply use your martial arts to intimidate the wrongdoers. Do you understand?" "Understood, Master Wutian," Krillin replied, bowing respectfully. Little Wukong nodded in agreement. Chi-Chi, not being an official disciple of Master Rashi, nonetheless joined in the training without any stringent requirements. Subsequently, Master Rashi led the two to deliver milk. They hopped and skipped along, with Master Rashi moving swiftly while little Wukong followed closely behind. Krillin, panting from exhaustion, noticed Chi-Chi trailing at the back. Despite not being required to assist with the milk delivery, she, being the daughter of the Ox King, felt an innate urge to keep pace, carrying 2 boxes of milk. Though the exertion proved somewhat taxing for her, little Wukong turned around and raced to the rear. Master Rashi continued his brisk pace, showing no signs of slowing down or pausing. This rigorous training was designed to forge their willpower, and stopping would serve no purpose. They traversed high mountains, crossed rickety bridges, navigated deserts, rivers, and jungles, and even tilled several acres of land with their bare hands before completing their morning regimen. The group then sought out a restaurant on the island for lunch, where little Wukong indulged heartily while Master Rashi discreetly checked his wallet. In addition to physical training, it was imperative to cultivate the mind, for knowledge is of utmost importance. That's my forte. After approximately an hour of language lessons, little Wukong found himself drowsy, prompting the group to set up hammocks beneath a tree for a midday nap, to work diligently, to study fervently, to play joyously, and to feast heartily. This is the essence of Master Rashi's training. Little Wukong had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the surrounding activities. In the afternoon, they engaged in construction work, with the two working as hard as 20. Next came swimming training, which left Krillin feeling overwhelmed. "Do we really have to keep training like this?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling, and this was merely the first day, with 8 months yet to endure. He felt on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, little Wukong shed his clothes and plunged into the lake, swimming energetically. Suddenly, he turned to see Chi leaping in as well, only to be startled by a massive shark that erupted from the water. Where on earth did that shark come from? Krillin, terrified, immediately began to swim away at an unnatural speed, noticing Chi in danger. A glimmer flashed beneath Master Rashi's sunglasses as he prepared to intervene, for she was, after all, the daughter of his disciple. Despite the Ox King's shortcomings, he would not stand idly by. At that moment, a figure leapt from beneath the water's surface, sending the shark flying. Little Goku turned to Chi and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you, Goku," Chi replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "That's a relief. Let's hurry, or it will be dark soon." "All right." After swimming for quite some time, the exhausted group finally made it to the shore. Thus, the day's training came to a close, although pushing that large boulder was not truly part of their training regimen. Chapter 7, the World Martial Arts Tournament. 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. Master Rashi's training concluded, and both little Goku and Krillin successfully completed all their exercises, experiencing a substantial enhancement in their strength. Host, Son Goku. Bloodline, Saiyan, lower class warrior. Age, 12. Key, combat power 150, 210. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 5 times gravity. During these 8 months, in addition to completing Master Rashi's training, little Goku also engaged in self-imposed exercises, rapidly enhancing his gravity control ability. Had it not been for his youthful physique, he would have ventured into near-death states, which he deemed too perilous. His potential for growth was certainly far greater. Master Rashi's training proved immensely beneficial for both of them. Even Krillin's combat power underwent a remarkable transformation, escalating from Goku's initial estimation of only a few points to approximately 80 now. While he did not match Goku's level, he was by no means an ordinary martial artist. Even Chi, through her relentless perseverance, saw her combat power rise to over 60. Master Rashi informed them of the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, to which they eagerly agreed to participate. Chi, however, reluctant to join, chose not to attend, which was a pity, as she too could have reached the top 8. "I want to go home and visit my father. I've been away for so long. He must be worried." "Yes, you are a dutiful child," Master Rashi nodded. Though the Ox King was not of the best character, he had raised his daughter well. Regrettably, as a girl, she was not suited for the Turtle School's legacy. Chi then approached Goku, shyly fiddling with the hem of her clothing, yet speaking boldly. "Goku, when we grow up, you must come to Fire Mountain to fetch me." Little Goku paused in surprise, then nodded vigorously. "Okay." With newfound courage, Chi leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before shyly covering her face and running away. "Wow, that Goku!" Krillin exclaimed, filled with envy. Master Rashi chuckled. Although he had his lecherous tendencies, he remained quite serious when it mattered. Naturally, he was delighted to see his 2 disciples' offspring growing together. Goku lent his flying Nimbus to Chi, ensuring her safe return to Fire Mountain. Soon after, they set off for the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Chi, We'll leave everything at home in your capable hands. Yes, don't worry. Make sure to return early, everyone, she replied, gently waving goodbye. Boarding the plane, they embarked on their journey to the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The process unfolded smoothly, albeit with a few minor hiccups during registration. After all, it is quite rare for two underage children to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, especially in an era devoid of youth divisions. The venue was teeming with spectators, and as little Goku gazed around, he was overwhelmed by the cacophony of chaotic energies, leaving him somewhat dizzy. You must find your inner calm and disregard the distractions of the outside world, Master Roshi, clad in a suit, reminded him. It was only then that Goku slightly closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he managed to block out all unfamiliar energies, plunging the surrounding space into an instant silence, with only familiar or powerful presences registering in his perception. That boy, Goku, truly is remarkable. Master Roshi marveled as he stole a glance, unable to suppress his admiration. Although he hadn't imparted many complex techniques, the training in the Turtle School follows a gradual progression. As long as one adheres to the principles, their foundation and innate abilities will flourish, making it effortless to learn advanced techniques later on, such as the Kamehameha, the Godly Shockwave, and the Demon Seal Wave. While the repertoire may be limited, each technique is a culmination of Master Roshi's lifelong learning and experience. Their strengths may not be overwhelmingly powerful at first, but they fully harness the essence of energy. Master Roshi was astounded that Goku could so swiftly delve into the realm of energy, a level he himself had taken most of his life to attain. As Goku's perception of energy sharpened, he suddenly opened his eyes and turned to walk away. Hey, where are you going, Goku? The match is about to begin, Krillin shouted, trying to catch his attention. Goku waved his hand dismissively, not turning back. You go ahead, Krillin, I'll be there shortly. The surrounding noise was overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, Goku vanished into the crowd. Let us proceed, Master Roshi said, showing no concern as he made his way to the tournament venue. Krillin, puzzled, wondered aloud, can Master Roshi enter without registering? Meanwhile, Goku swiftly found Bulma and Oolong. Their reunion filled Bulma with joy, but with the competition looming. Goku entered the arena after exchanging a few words. Inside, the venue was divided into several arenas, with over 100 participants vying to eliminate 8 contenders for the finals, which would lead to the true competition. Unsurprisingly, Goku and Krillin advanced successfully, with only minor interruptions along the way. Even Yamcha had arrived. After reflecting on his lack of prospects as a bandit, he had devoted some time to training in the mountains, aspiring to seek Master Roshi's guidance, though he had failed to find him. Nevertheless, his strength had significantly improved, boasting a battle power exceeding 50, marking him as exceptionally gifted. After smoothly advancing to the finals, the top 8 were decided, and the brackets were established. The first match pitted a barbarian against Krillin. To describe this bout succinctly, it primarily featured a blend of magical and psychological attacks. The barbarian exuded a foul stench, and his offensive tactics were utterly repulsive. A single finger of the sage nearly made the entire audience retch, leaving Krillin sprawled on the ground. In the end, it was Goku who reminded him of the undeniable truth that he possessed no nose, which allowed him to regain his composure and turn the tide of the battle. What a miraculous comeback. The skilled fighter Krillin emerged victorious. The dedicated host, covering his nose, announced loudly. Young Goku sat on the edge of the martial arts arena, observing the dapper, golden-haired host below, marveling at how remarkable this individual was, a pivotal character throughout the entire saga. Excuse me, contestant Son Goku. Could you please come down from there? Your actions are not in accordance with the rules, the host said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he noticed Goku's demeanor. Unfazed, Goku leaped down and strolled to the resting area, lamenting that he could not indulge in a meal to replenish his energy, especially since he had already devoured everything in the kitchen earlier. He would have to invite Bulma for a grand feast later. In the subsequent matches, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, faced Yamcha, and the outcome was predictable. Though Yamcha's Wolfang fist had its unique flair, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Next up was Nam against Lan Fong, a rather abstract confrontation that thoroughly entertained Master Roshi. It turned out that when Lan Fong realized she could not best Nam, she decided to shed her clothing, leaving only a pink undergarment. As a practitioner of asceticism, Nam had never encountered such a spectacle and was forced to retreat to the edge of the ring. Oh, how splendid. It appears to be quite elastic, Master Roshi, posing as Jackie Chan, peered from a corner. The audience erupted in cheers, though their excitement was a mystery. Oh no, contestant Nam has been pushed to the corner. What a dire situation. How will he extricate himself? The earnest host exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Ultimately, Nam simply closed his eyes and knocked Lan Fong unconscious, advancing smoothly to the semifinals. Chapter 8, Victory. In the final match of the top 8, Goku faced off against Jiren, who was not some elderly man with a large clock, but rather a hefty blue pterodactyl. Its ultimate technique involved binding its target with a viscous saliva while soaring through the air. However, young Goku offered no opportunity for offense. He swiftly maneuvered behind Jiren and knocked it out cold. Ding. Defeated the monster Jiren, gained energy, and increased ki by 60. It was evident that this hefty dragon possessed some strength, with a combat power comparable to Yamcha's current level. Nevertheless, this creature was, strictly speaking, a human from Earth rather than a beast, as it was capable of speech. The semifinals commenced with the first match featuring Krillin against Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chan. The outcome was an obvious display of dominance. Through Goku's perception, Master Roshi's ki was approximately above 160 in its normal state. This martial arts sage had seamlessly integrated the use of ki into his instinct. If necessary, his ki could potentially increase by at least half from that baseline. When factoring in his various ultimate techniques, his actual combat power would surely exceed 200. Facing Krillin, who possessed a mere combat power of 80 and had yet to grasp the essence of ki, the outcome was inevitable. Master Roshi had hoped that both of his disciples would encounter some setbacks to prevent them from becoming complacent and losing their drive for progress. In the second semifinal, Goku effortlessly overcame Nam. Ding. Defeated Nam, gained energy, and increased ki by 80. In the span of a single day, Goku's combat prowess surged from 150 to 300. Significantly bolstered by the 10 points acquired during the elimination rounds, he ascended into a transient realm of invincibility, rendering him nearly unbeatable among the adversaries currently available. The Turtle Sage now pondered the extent of his hidden cards. The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, featuring a match between Goku, the disciple of Master Mateto, and the formidable Jackie Chan. As they took their positions on the arena, facing each other with strikingly similar stances, the Turtle Sage sighed softly, a sense of resignation washing over him. He had not anticipated Goku's rapid advancement, which had propelled him into the realm of ki. While he could disguise his appearance and scent, altering his unique ki was beyond his capabilities. Each individual's ki is singular and nearly impossible to mimic or modify. With the situation as it was, the Turtle Sage could only utter, "Come, let me witness the extent of your growth." In an instant, young Goku charged towards the Turtle Sage, his astonishing speed leaving the latter astounded. The audience erupted in astonishment, perceiving as if both combatants had vanished simultaneously from the arena. Their figures flickered in and out of sight, each reappearance marked by the collision of fists and feet, only to be obscured once more in the blink of an eye. The commentator, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for words, unable to discern their movements. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, one figure was sent hurtling away, crashing into the backstage wall of the tournament, buried beneath the rubble. A gasp rippled through the crowd as Goku stood triumphantly on the stage, his tail twitching playfully, his innocent demeanor betraying, "Grandpa, shall we continue fighting?" The Turtle Sage, taken aback by Goku's remarkable progress, could hardly contain his astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure, pushing aside the debris and returning to the arena. The commentator, noticing the elder's age, hastily inquired, "Jackie Chan, are you all right?" With a nod, he resumed his position opposite Goku. The Turtle Sage inhaled deeply, remarking, "I did not expect you to reach this level so swiftly. What drives your relentless pursuit of strength beyond your daily training? Please, enlighten me." His tone had shifted to that of a mentor imparting wisdom to a disciple. With an unwavering smile, Goku replied, "Because I love martial arts, and I wish to challenge more formidable opponents. Therefore, I must become stronger." The Turtle Sage paused, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Goku might harbor some obsessive conviction, or perhaps a reckless ambition to enhance his power through perilous means. The thought of his student surpassing him brought about a sense of trepidation. Yet, Goku's earnest response alleviated his concerns, prompting a nod of approval as he gazed intently at the young warrior, declaring, "You are ready to graduate." "Thank you," Goku responded earnestly, bowing respectfully before resuming his stance, striking a familiar pose that left the Turtle Sage momentarily astonished. Turtle School Kamehameha. In a moment of astonishment, Master Roshi comprehended the intent of little Goku. Without hesitation, he assumed the same stance, recognizing that this was an opportunity for his student to seek validation of his learning. As a mentor, he had no reason to decline. Boom. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy ignited around little Goku, subtly coalescing into a tangible form, boiling with intensity. Witnessing this, Master Roshi felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. This boy was serious. Although he was reluctant to engage, circumstances left him no choice. His body suddenly expanded, straining against his clothing as he entered a battle-ready state. His muscles bulged like small mountains, sinews taut, and veins prominent. Wow! The Dragon Team contender had transformed into a veritable giant. This was astonishing. And what of Son Goku? The aura he emitted was equally formidable. What would transpire next? Gulp. What is this, Goku? This is the Kamehameha, the initial stance of the Kamehameha technique. Yamcha exclaimed, brimming with excitement, for he had witnessed this move before. Among the audience, Bulma sensed impending doom and hastily pulled Oolong in front of her, who struggled desperately, shouting, "Let me go. I don't want to be caught in this. Enough chatter. Came. Haim. Huh." At this moment, both combatants had completed their energy gathering. Though this technique might lack overwhelming characteristics, it represented the culmination of Master Roshi's lifelong training, possessing extremes both in lower and upper limits. Two brilliant blue orbs of light formed in their palms, on the verge of explosion, beams of light shooting outward in all directions. The next instant, they unleashed the energy simultaneously. Boom! The ferocious energy collided at the center of the arena, compressing and countering each other, the brilliance eclipsing the sun's rays, causing the audience to wince in pain. The host, donning sunglasses, stood in a daze, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle. As the energy clash reached its zenith, it triggered a violent explosion. A thunderous roar echoed, akin to a 10-level hurricane, instantly sending numerous spectators toppling over, chaos ensuing, while the backstage walls vanished without a trace. After a considerable time, as the dust settled and everyone regained their senses, they turned their gaze back to the arena. The host, sheltered beside a precarious wall, summoned his formidable composure and approached the scene for inspection. What lay before him was a massive pit several meters deep, as if bombarded by missiles. The arena, utterly transformed, revealed significant destruction, with the walls bordering the audience section in tatters. Meanwhile, the two combatants displayed visible signs of distress. Little Goku stood at the edge of the arena, breathing heavily, while Master Roshi had fallen beneath the arena, collapsed against the wall in front of the audience. This was truly remarkable. His vision flickered. Master Roshi had never witnessed such a level of devastation or the collision of techniques, aside from his past confrontations with the Demon King Piccolo. For a moment, he felt utterly bewildered. Of course, exhaustion also played a part, as his energy had surged to near its maximum, nearly reaching 300. In the earlier stages, he had faced no opponent of comparable strength. However, ultimately, youth prevails over age. Despite his profound depth, his recovery is not as swift as that of young Goku, and he has already exhausted his potential. This is his limit. In contrast, young Goku's potential has yet to be fully realized. But why is there no indication of an increase in combat power? Could it be that Master Roshi has not completely lost his fighting capacity? A glance toward Master Roshi confirms this. Aside from being forcefully propelled away, he has not lost his combat ability, merely stunned into silence by the overwhelming force. He eventually rises again. Chapter 9. On the Journey of Adventure. The World Martial Arts Tournament has always seemed to elude Goku by a hair's breadth, with his only victory against the Demon King Piccolo occurring at the climactic moment of saving the world. His first defeat came at the hands of Master Roshi's rigorous training. The second encounter with Tien Shinhan ended in a mutual exhaustion, both warriors falling from the sky, grasping for victory with their last ounce of strength, only to be thwarted by a speeding car that snatched the wind from his grasp. Young Goku does not comprehend the notion of loss. He only knows that he fought with all his might against his adversary, yet this was the outcome. In his final attempt, he again chose to exert every ounce of strength, even wagering his life to achieve victory. It was exceedingly arduous. By that time, the victory held less significance for him, as the fate of the entire Earth rested upon his shoulders. Subsequently, a succession of foes emerged, compelling him to grow stronger in order to confront one crisis after another. Under such immense pressure, Goku faced each challenge head-on, enduring a grueling path of growth. Throughout this journey, he experienced fatigue, sustained injuries, and faced death more than once. Yet this time, he was determined to win, to continue winning. The World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, and Goku, along with Master Roshi and the others, gathered for a celebratory meal before hastily departing the venue. He mounted his flying Nimbus, embarking on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls. Hello, the total bill is 480,000 yen. Oh, the prize money slipped from Master Roshi's hands and fell to the ground. Since Goku seldom spends money, the tournament prize was entrusted to him. Master Roshi promptly declared his intent to treat everyone, claiming they could eat to their heart's content. Indeed, young Goku feasted joyously. However, the entire prize of 500,000 yen had vanished in an instant. From now on, Goku must never be allowed to gorge himself like that again. Resolutely, Master Roshi felt he had toiled in vain. Although both his disciples were exceptional, Goku exceeded his expectations. Yet it seemed that despite his considerable efforts, he had gained nothing, and even endured a beating. Meanwhile, on another front, Woohoo! Bulma piloted her spherical aircraft through the skies, occasionally performing flashy maneuvers, while young Goku soared swiftly upon his Nimbus. After a while, a golden cloud raced alongside the aircraft. Bulma, are you really okay not going home? It's fine. I took a 3-day leave to watch the tournament. I don't want to return so soon. It's perfect timing to accompany you on your quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma piloted the aircraft, muttering, You're quite talkative. You should be grateful that this beautiful girl accompanied you. Didn't we agree on this? All right, but be careful, Goku replied, recalling the series of mishaps from their previous adventures. Although his strength had significantly improved, giving him confidence against any adversary, he still harbored fears about Bulma's penchant for creating chaos. Stop chatting. The plane accelerated forward. and Goku hurriedly kept pace. Their journey soon brought them near the first Dragon Ball, and they descended onto a pristine, desolate landscape, scouring the rocky terrain for their prize. To their surprise, they encountered several individuals marked with distinct insignias, also in search of something. Goku quickly located the Dragon Ball, prompting the group to close in, resulting in a confrontation. The opposition, clearly outmatched, posed no real threat. "Ah, Goku, help me." Bulma's scream pierced the air. Goku turned to see her being held hostage by a soldier clad in a red ribbon. "Hand over the Dragon Ball if you care about your friend," he demanded. Reluctantly, Goku tossed the Dragon Ball into the air, drawing the soldier's attention as he instinctively released Bulma to catch it. In an instant, Goku darted forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the soldier crashing against a distant rock, shattering it to pieces. Catching the Dragon Ball mid-fall, Goku turned to Bulma, asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she replied, rising with a look of surprise, circling around him. Goku felt a bit awkward as he smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" With a hand on her chin, Bulma mused, "You seem to have grown taller and smarter, huh?" "I've always been smart, you know." Goku rolled his eyes, exasperated. It wasn't he that he was foolish. Rather, he had simply been naive and lacked common sense. True ignorance was something far beyond his comprehension, much like how ordinary minds could not grasp the thoughts of a genius. Continuing their expedition, they arrived at a snow-covered mountain. After a thorough search, they discovered the coordinates of the Dragon Ball nearby and prepared to retrieve it. "Be careful." But just then, 2 missiles were launched toward them. Whoosh! The terrifying explosion came without warning, and Goku, caught off guard, felt an immense force hurl him away. The nimbus cloud beneath him was also obliterated. In a panic, Bulma expertly maneuvered the aircraft to evade the missiles. Her skillful piloting allowed her to shake off the pursuing projectiles, emerging virtually unscathed. However, when she attempted to lower the plane to search for Goku, disaster struck as a missile struck the tail, causing the aircraft to plummet. Unlike previous adventures, this time they found themselves confronted by a terrifying attack. Bulma screamed in fright as she was flung from the soon-to-explode aircraft. Gazing at the vast expanse of white below, she shut her eyes tightly, realizing there was still a considerable distance of over 10 meters. After a moment, she opened her eyes to discover she had been caught. "Goku, you're alive?" she exclaimed in surprise. "I'm not that easy to kill," Goku replied, attempting to set Bulma down, but she clung to him, shouting with excitement. It took her a while to calm down, and she stood blushing beside him, dressed in shorts and a tank top, her cool attire contrasting sharply with the icy surroundings. Inside the plane, things were manageable, but once they landed, Bulma began to shiver uncontrollably, and Goku was not faring much better. In a hurry, Bulma rummaged for her universal capsules, only to find herself bewildered. "Wait, where are my capsules?" she cried in panic. "Perhaps they fell off during the explosion," Goku suggested, somewhat exasperated. "Is this the Bulma law? Every time you go out, you lose your capsules?" However, Bulma's attire did not lend itself to carrying items, as she had no bag at all. The silver lining was that her dragon radar had survived. But the unfortunate news was that they were lost and had lost their means of transportation. Eventually, they stumbled upon a nearby village, temporarily overcoming their predicament. After dealing with the nearby Red Ribbon Army, they managed to locate a Dragon Ball. Chapter 10 Hair. After leaving the snowy mountains, Bulma sadly discovered her dragon radar was damaged. Yet, unwilling to return empty-handed, she convinced Goku to take her back to Master Roshi's to borrow tools for repairs. "We can just go back out afterward, right?" she said casually as she worked on the radar. "What nonsense are you talking about? I finally managed to get out. I can't just go back so easily," she retorted. "Bulma, you didn't sneak out, did you?" Krillin suddenly realized. Having gotten to know Bulma since the World Martial Arts Tournament, Bulma playfully punched his bald head. "You're so annoying." Her gaze shifted outside, where Goku was practicing the Kamehameha on the beach. He had made significant progress in mastering his energy control, and now it was a matter of steadily enhancing his strength. Master Roshi lay on a beach chair, napping with a magazine featuring a cover girl, when suddenly a tremor shook the area, causing the magazine to slip from his hands. Boom. The next moment, a violent surge of energy coalesced into a brilliant blue beam, instantly splitting the ocean in two, as if cleaving through the very sea itself. The terrifying energy wave sent tremors throughout the nearby island. "Ah, earthquake!" Launch exclaimed as she rushed down from upstairs, where she had been cleaning. The old turtle was also startled awake, hastily scurrying to Master Roshi's side. Master Roshi, astonished, stood up and approached Goku, watching as the tide receded and then slowly rose again, engulfing his feet. "Incredible, Goku, your energy seems to have grown significantly," he marveled. Little Goku nodded slightly, casting his gaze upon his status panel, where his battle power had already surged to 330. In less than 2 days, he had entered the realm of energy, rendering his objectives considerably simpler. He merely needed to swiftly unlock the potential of his new body. Although he was merely a low-level warrior, the latent potential inherent in all Saiyans was fundamentally the same. The sole distinction lay in the difficulty of tapping into that potential. Guided by the teachings of the turtle school, he needed only to continue increasing his gravity, and soon he would fully excavate his own capabilities. While the notion of becoming a Super Saiyan seemed a distant dream, it was evident that his strength would rapidly reach Earth's limits at this stage. Thus, his current gravitational multiplier was set at 5 times. Under this immense weight, every movement he made would subtly enhance his battle power, as if he were perpetually engaged in training. Has Goku truly become that formidable? Krillin pondered, standing at the doorway, lost in thought. Although they had trained together, he had previously considered himself inferior to Goku, yet he had not sensed such a significant disparity. It's done, Bulma exclaimed, having repaired the dragon radar. She then borrowed a submarine and a flying machine from Master Roshi, and together with Goku, they resumed their quest for the Dragon Balls. Their next destination, an underwater treasure. Little Goku felt a twinge of frustration. Were the Dragon Balls truly appearing at random locations? While it was understandable for them to fall into the sea, how did one end up deep within a secret underwater treasure cave? Could it be that long-dead pirates had managed to locate and hoard the Dragon Balls? Confusion aside, the group set off. Speaking of the group, Krillin wished to accompany them, eager to see what Goku was typically engaged in. He scratched his head. Unable to conceal his intentions, he merely wanted to learn, as the widening gap between them, fellow disciples, left him a tad discontented. Little Goku did not refuse. And thus the party embarked on their journey, descending into the depths of the ocean. Soon, they encountered General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army, who had been tracking them. This individual was somewhat of an anomaly, boasting a battle power exceeding 100 and possessing peculiar psychic abilities, akin to mental suppression. The underwater cave's terrain was intricate, rife with traps and mechanisms. As they explored, the group inadvertently became separated, resulting in Krillin's defeat amidst perilous circumstances. Fortunately, Goku, sensing the energy, managed to locate him. Little brat, it's time to send you on your way. Ah, Goku, Bulma cried out as she saw Krillin on the verge of a grim fate. In that instant, the adjacent wall erupted, and little Goku, wielding his power pole, burst forth, striking General Blue with such force that the general was sent flying, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Cough, cough. That blow nearly knocked the life out of Blue. At that moment, little Goku turned to see Krillin, battered and bruised, on the brink of death, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. After spending 8 months together, their bond was undeniable. He then fixed his gaze upon General Blue, remaining silent as he strode directly towards him. Filthy brat. General Blue suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and his eyes emitted a fierce brilliance. Bulma urgently called out, Goku, don't look into his eyes. Unfortunately, her warning fell on deaf ears. Little Goku halted, his brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, General Blue, clutching his stomach, slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a cold smirk, he advanced toward Goku, saying, You dare to ruin my perfect image? You truly have some nerve. I shall kill you now. Enough of your prattling, came a calm and chilling voice. In the next instant, Goku raised his hand and swiftly unleashed a punch. Before Blue could react, he felt his strength dissipate in an instant, his vision fading to white as he collapsed to the ground. Furrowing his brow slightly, Goku cast a glance at Bulma, not wishing to display excessive brutality in front of his friends. Nonetheless, that punch was sufficient to incapacitate Blue. Goku would not allow him to escape easily. The cave began to collapse due to the commotion of their battle. Goku glanced at the treasure chest, failing to find the Dragon Ball. Following Bulma's prompt, he submerged into the pool and retrieved the Dragon Ball. The trio then fled to their submarine and began their escape. However, as they departed, the cave was blocked by fallen boulders, and at that moment, the submarine ran out of fuel. Without hesitation, Goku took a deep breath and exited the submarine. Prepare to hold your breath, he declared, positioning his hands. A brilliant light coalesced in his grasp before erupting forth. Under the immense energy of the Kamehameha, the submarine surged forth like a fighter jet, piercing through the underwater cavern, which was subsequently obliterated, burying the treasures forever beneath the sea. Phew. After escaping the underwater cave, the group utilized another aircraft's universal capsule to hasten their journey to Master Roshi's island. Hey, we hit the jackpot this time, Bulma exclaimed, pulling out a diamond the size of her palm, leaving Krillin and Goku dumbfounded. Bulma, where on earth did you hide that? Don't concern yourself with such details. This is worth a fortune. The old turtle's submarine broke down, so consider this compensation. She tossed the diamond to Krillin, who, despite lacking a nose, instinctively tried to smell it, prompting Goku to look at him in disdain. Hey, what's with you, Goku? Bulma fumed, reaching back to tug at Goku's hair. And no, I didn't say anything. Little Goku stammered, it's just hair. Hair. How infuriating. I specifically helped you look for the Dragon Ball. I know. Just let go of me. The plane is going down. Bulma, the plane is descending. Krillin shouted in panic. Ultimately, the three returned to Master Roshi's island, shaken but safe. Chapter 11. Eradicating the Red Ribbon Army. Master Roshi, upon receiving the large colorful diamond, pondered in his heart. How many years of strip shows can this buy? I'm rich. Just then, Launch accidentally sneezed and emerged from the room. Hey, old man. Hand over what you've got. With an imposing demeanor befitting a leader, she brandished a submachine gun at several individuals, causing them to fluster and panic. Little Goku, undeterred by bullets, was nonetheless reluctant to harm Lanchi, for while the weapon may not be fatal, it would certainly inflict pain. Ultimately, Master Roshi surrendered the diamond, and the golden-haired Lanchi seized it, departing in a plane with a flourish. Goku, hurry and pursue her. She has stolen the diamond. Bulma urged in haste. It's all right. After Lanchi sneezes, she will transform back into a good girl and return on her own. Master Roshi and Krillin replied with a calm demeanor, accustomed to such occurrences. Even the golden-haired Lanchi, provided she remained unprovoked, would not recklessly open fire on others. Krillin elucidated Lanchi's peculiar condition, and Bulma quickly accepted the notion of her transformation upon sneezing. The group then began to investigate the locations of the remaining Dragon Balls, only to discover that 2 of them had already been gathered together. Bulma's mind, sharp as ever, quickly grasped the implications. Could this possibly be the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? Weren't we confronted by numerous members of the Red Ribbon Army who were also seeking the Dragon Balls? And that golden-haired man. Oh no, isn't that dreadful? Master Roshi pondered thoughtfully, stating, from what you've described, there are many members of the Red Ribbon Army, some of whom are formidable fighters. Even I might struggle to contend with such a multitude. Well then, I shall go alone. You all wait here for my return. Little Goku declared, rising to his feet and grasping his Rui Jingu Bang, ready to embark on his mission. There was no harm in switching things up a bit. He believed that even facing Tao Pai Pai would pose no issue, as he could simply bulldoze his way through. Wait. Bulma and the others rushed after him, attempting to intervene, but little Goku had already leaped onto the Nimbus and set off. Oh no, the plane has been commandeered by Lanchi. What shall we do? Bulma exclaimed in frustration. That troublesome little brat. What is he thinking? Fuming, she turned and entered Master Roshi's abode, gathering an array of tools to tinker with. In no time, she fashioned a communication device from thin air, along with a drone. Meanwhile, little Goku had flown toward the direction of the Red Ribbon Army, following the Dragon Ball radar. Boom, boom, boom. Countless missiles concealed within the forest were triggered, forming an intense barrage of firepower. Little Goku began to suspect that the might of the Red Ribbon Army was potent enough to conquer the world. What need, then, for the Dragon Balls? He doubted whether the words of that cat could truly thwart the Red Ribbon Army's ambitions for world domination. It was not until little Goku breached the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army that he bulldozed through a throng of armed individuals, arriving before their leader, who was rather diminutive and sporting a single eye, a red-haired man. His aspiration was not to conquer the world, but rather to grow taller. After little Goku had laid waste to the entire headquarters, a figure arrived belatedly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I didn't expect you to arrive before me." Dressed in flamboyant pink robes, with a distinctive braid and the character emblazoned upon his chest, Tao Pai Pai emerged. As the younger brother of the founder of the Crane School, his talent and power marked him as one of the strongest on Earth today. Regrettably, the Crane School is predominantly inhabited by those with nefarious intentions, and Tao Pai Pai has notably embraced the path of an assassin. For a price, she accepts any commission. Upon meeting the gaze of the young son Wukong, Tao Pai Pai confidently strode past several corpses and crumbling ruins, proclaiming, "Since you have slain my employer, do pay my service fee. It is a modest sum, 100 million for a job. For you, I shall extend a generous 50% discount. 50 million will suffice. As I am pressed for time. Coincidentally, I too am in a hurry," replied the young warrior, casually placing a bag containing several Dragon Balls aside. The Red Ribbon Army had procured 2, and with his prior discoveries, he was merely too shy of his goal. One lay beneath Korin Tower, while the other would require considerable effort to obtain. Thus, he too expressed urgency. Assuming a combat stance, Tao Pai Pai instantly discerned his posture. The turtle school? So you are a disciple of that old turtle. How intriguing. With a surge of overconfidence, she dove forward at blinding speed, but her hubris proved her undoing. As she approached, Sun Wukong transitioned from stillness to explosive speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Tao Pai Pai soaring into the sky, 100 meters above. Caught off guard, she realized too late that he had locked onto her with the Turtle School's Kamehameha. As she glanced down, her expression changed dramatically. How could this young boy possess such strength? Alarmed, she saw a brilliant light coalescing. Despite being a member of the Crane School, she had not mastered the flight technique, and her complexion paled. Without a moment to hesitate, she raised a finger, channeling her energy to unleash a slender, golden-red energy wave, the Dodon wave. This technique, one of the Crane School's signature moves, was feared for its rapid release and formidable penetrating power, capable of inflicting devastating damage. However, Sun Wukong had calculated that his own energy was sufficient. With a sudden thrust of his hands, he unleashed the Kamehameha. Boom! A blinding blue beam engulfed the Dodon wave, and in an instant, Tao Pai Pai's form was swallowed by the radiance, her distorted visage fading into the brilliance. As the energy dissipated, Sun Wukong retrieved the Dragon Balls from the ground and summoned the flying Nimbus to depart from the Red Ribbon Army's base. A drone hovered in the distance, its camera's red light illuminating, capturing the scene. Meanwhile, on an aircraft en route to the Red Ribbon Army, Bulma and her companions were in a state of shock. Bulma, the plane is going down. Amidst a violent turbulence, they managed to land on the outskirts of the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin, with keen eyes, spotted the Nimbus in the distance and shouted, drawing the attention of the others, who also began to call out, prompting Sun Wukong to fly over. Even Launch had arrived, the blonde version no less. To his delight, even Master Roshi and Yamcha were among them. Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. He had often pondered certain matters, such as why, despite saving the Earth countless times, he had been unable to provide his family with adequate material support, while attention-seeking individuals like Satan thrived. Yet now, a sudden clarity washed over him. What Goku has always safeguarded transcends mere human existence. It encompasses the entirety of Earth, along with his cherished friends and homeland. If he were to engage in battle solely for fame and honor, he would cease to be Goku, and the multitude of friends willing to accompany him on his adventures would dwindle. Truly, it is astonishing. This fellow Goku is undeniably formidable. On the aircraft, a crowd of passengers found themselves somewhat cramped, while young Goku opted to ride on his flying Nimbus, avoiding the congestion. Master Roshi, could it be that Goku has surpassed you? This notion seemed implausible, and Krillin chuckled foolishly in response. Yamcha wore a similar expression. Yet the subsequent words of Master Roshi left them in a state of shock. With a serious demeanor, Master Roshi nodded, affirming, "You are not mistaken. That guy Goku may indeed have surpassed me." The admission from the martial arts god, Master Roshi, struck Krillin and Yamcha like a bolt from the blue, and it was likely that the entire martial arts community would be equally astounded by such a revelation. The reason for this astonishment lay in the fact that, despite his casual appearance, Master Roshi was a living legend in an era where martial arts still held considerable sway, his prestige rivaling that of the great martial arts champion of yore. Chapter 12, The Cat Sage. Ever since the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi had realized that it was only a matter of time before Goku would surpass him, though he never anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. As he reflected, he also felt a sense of pressure from his pupil. I have indeed become somewhat complacent. It appears I must undertake rigorous training, lest I allow Krillin to surpass me yet again. After all, what would that mean for my dignity as a master? Later, due to insufficient fuel, the group decided not to travel with young Goku, while Launch expressed interest in the flying Nimbus and proposed to accompany him instead. Doubting her ability to ride the Nimbus, she was pleasantly surprised to find success. "This is quite delightful," Launch exclaimed as she settled onto the cloud, which seemed to wriggle with a hint of unease. Young Goku felt a twinge of anxiety that she might inadvertently frighten the Nimbus away with a sudden discharge of her firearm, yet this also served to highlight that, regardless of her hair color, Launch possessed a pure heart. Her singular desire to be a bandit. Could that not also be seen as a form of purity? Bulma, however, was less than pleased, glaring at Master Roshi and demanding, "Is your cloud malfunctioning? Why can't such a lovely girl like me sit on it?" Master Roshi, beads of sweat forming on his brow, found himself at a loss for an explanation, as he too could not mount the Nimbus. Krillin and the others stifled their laughter, while Bulma executed an extravagant spoon-balancing act in midair. Upon returning to Roshi's abode, the first order of business for everyone was to expel a cacophony of retching sounds. Meanwhile, on the other side, beneath Karen Tower, young Goku successfully acquired the Dragon Balls from UPA and his father, both of whom were amiable. However, he soon grew curious about Launch's intentions in following him, only to witness her draw a gun and chamber a round. With an eager expression, she declared, "All right, let us go. It's time to get down to business." "Business? What business? Stay away from me." Little Wukong felt a twitch in his eyelids. He glanced around, searching for anything that might provoke a sneeze from Launch. If this continued, she was bound to embark on a significant escapade. He had come to understand that the golden-haired Launch was enamored with the speed of the Nimbus cloud, and she might even wish to enlist him in a bank heist. I'd like to go up to Corinne Tower," Little Wukong said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and gesturing towards the Nimbus cloud. "I'll lend you the Nimbus first. You know the way back to Master Roshi's place, right?" Launch squinted at him, her gun wavering in her grip. Yet she refrained from aiming it at him. After all, they were friends, having spent so long together, and she sensed that her weapon posed no real threat to Little Wukong. With that, she promptly turned and mounted the Nimbus, setting off. It seemed she was genuinely prepared for a grand undertaking. He hoped she could revert back quickly. Shortly thereafter, Little Wukong began his ascent of Corinne Tower. For this pivotal quest must be undertaken. The ultra-divine water held by the Cat Sage was a remarkable substance, capable of significantly unlocking one's potential, albeit with some inherent dangers. After approximately 2 hours, Little Wukong successfully reached the top of Corinne Tower, emerging onto a platform through an opening. Hiss! The Cat Sage licked his paw, standing beside 3 water jars. He showed no surprise at Wukong's arrival, merely greeting him with a paw wave. "Hello, son Wukong." Eh. Little Wukong tilted his head, attempting to sense the other's aura. The cat sage mirrored his gesture with a head tilt. Meow? Strangely, he could not perceive anything at all. Was this the higher realm of aura comprehension? The cat sage mused internally, pondering how this little rascal seemed preoccupied with seeking out battles. Surely he wouldn't direct his attention towards me, would he? A bead of cold sweat began to form on the cat sage's brow. Although he was not weak, he had no desire to engage in combat with Wukong. "You have come seeking the ultra-divine water, haven to you? Follow me," he beckoned. The elliptical structure of Corin Tower consisted of 3 levels. The lower level served as the entrance and granary, the middle housed a grand hall, while the uppermost concealed the true ultra-divine water. In reality, the notion of ultra-divine water was merely a fabrication by the cat sage to entice those below to ascend and seek him out, occasionally alleviating his own boredom. Little Wukong was aware of this, yet he still desired to see if the cat sage could offer him guidance. The deeper his understanding of aura, the better. Mastery over his aura would allow his potential to be fully unleashed and controlled. As for gravity training and near-death experiences, they were merely methods and processes for releasing potential. Once that potential was exhausted, further training would be futile. Subsequently, the cat sage continued to provide dedicated training for Wukong, which he could easily accomplish given his fighting prowess. The cat sage's aura was well concealed, making it difficult for Wukong to capture it and seize the vial of water from him. However, Wukong's speed was ample. To this end, little Wukong applied tenfold gravity upon himself for intensive training. Consequently, his speed plummeted, and the sole method to catch the cat sage involved persistently attempting to sense his aura, akin to the realms of sky and stone, vast, boundless, and serene. Gradually, he began to catch a glimpse of opportunity. At long last, after an exhaustive span of 10 days, the young Wukong managed to subdue the cat sage and seize the coveted bottle of ultra-holy water. In that very moment, his power underwent a remarkable transformation, elevating his combat prowess to an astounding 580, nearly doubling his previous strength. This extraordinary enhancement was the result of the combined influences of gravity, the cat sage's training, and his own insights. He could distinctly feel the Saiyan blood within him surging with vigor. Truly an impressive being. Your abilities must stem from the dragon, yes? But who instructed you to cultivate in such a manner? The cat sage inquired, licking the fur from his claws. Possessing the ability to peer into the hearts of men, the cat sage could not be deceived by Wukong's extraordinary capabilities, nor could he overlook the deliberate application of gravity that Wukong had imposed upon himself. "It simply feels as though the gravity surrounding me is a touch too light," Wukong mused. The cat sage tilted his head, dismissing the matter with a wave, indicating that he had little more to impart, subtly suggesting it was time for Wukong to take his leave. After some contemplation, Wukong descended from the Corin Tower, only to ascend again approximately 10 minutes later, bringing with him a capsule containing a bounty of fresh fish. Meow? The cat sage's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fish, and he pounced upon the largest one, eagerly devouring it. Meow? Hee. How did you know I adore fish? Quite astute. Corin sage, I wish to exchange these fish for some senza beans. Would that be acceptable? Meow, certainly. I've grown weary of those things. The jars over there are filled with them. Take as many as you wish. Oh, regardless of how Wukong had come to know about the senza beans, the cat sage had previously given some away himself. These remarkable beans could stave off hunger for 10 days with a single consumption, and could nearly restore all injuries and stamina. Truly a miraculous existence. Following the direction indicated by the cat sage's paw, Wukong successfully located a jar brimming with senza beans. A delightful treasure indeed. Recalling that his nimbus was still with Lan Chi, he requested another cloud from the cat sage. The sage possessed several of these clouds, which appeared to be ordinary clouds enriched by celestial energy that had coalesced and been collected into a substantial mass. Additionally, he had a type of black nimbus, but that one was meant for mischief, as anyone could ride upon it. Chapter 13, The Fortune Teller. Upon departing from Corin Tower, Wukong pondered the necessity of retrieving Lan Chi. Leaving her to wander aimlessly could lead to chaos. Through his sensory abilities, he quickly discerned her whereabouts not far off. In a small town that now bore the marks of disarray, with signs of destruction evident everywhere, broken walls and remnants of what once stood. As he descended from his cloud, Wukong surveyed the area, which was shrouded in smoke, with every household shuddered, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Could this turmoil be the doing of Lan Chi? He mused. Hissing softly, Wukong began his search, but no sooner had he started than gunfire erupted nearby. Well, that simplifies matters. He hurried toward the source of the commotion and soon discovered Lan Chi, engaged in a fierce confrontation against several armed remnants of the Red Ribbon Army within a narrow space. The Red Ribbon Army's influence extended far and wide. Even with their headquarters obliterated, numerous factions remained scattered across the land, like wild dogs unleashed, launching a frenzied counterattack. Lan Chi, armed with her submachine gun, retaliated intermittently but could not find a breakthrough, as several children were by her side, residents of this small town, no doubt. Ha! Die! Everyone get back! One of the red ribbon soldiers brandished a rocket launcher. Launchie's expression shifted. She could contend with ordinary gunmen, but a rocket launcher was beyond her capabilities. Whoosh! Boom! The sound of rushing air and an explosion echoed, and Launchie braced herself, shielding the children, prepared for the worst. Yet, the expected blast and tearing sensation never came. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a figure clad in deep blue martial attire, sporting a crab-like hairstyle that felt oddly familiar. Are you all right? Ah, yes, Launchie replied, momentarily dazed, nodding slowly. The remaining red ribbon soldiers, too, were momentarily paralyzed with fear, gazing at the silhouette of the young Goku, now collapsed on the ground. A monster! A demon! Run for your lives! Humph! A cold light flickered in Goku's eyes. Launchie was no Bulma. Her psyche was neither so fragile nor naive. And there was no longer a need for Goku to conceal his murderous intent. Lifting a hand, he concentrated energy in his palm, and in an instant, several soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army were blasted away by a surge of terrifying energy. To eliminate any potential threats, Goku sensed the lingering aura and released 2 additional energy blasts. Launchie stared incredulously at Goku. To her recollection, he had always been the somewhat adorable yet naive child who listened to the old turtle hermit. The turtle hermit had advised him to scare away bad people rather than kill them, and Goku had seemingly adhered to that principle. However, the Goku of today discerned nuances. Not all villains were created equal, and some were devoid of sympathy, like the Red Ribbon Army, none of whom were innocent, and Launchie's own actions could hardly be deemed virtuous. Not bad. Launchie approached, her face flushed with excitement, patting Goku on the back. From now on, you shall accompany me. How about we engage in some raiding? A cold sweat broke out on Goku. Raiding? No thanks. I prefer not to be wanted. And can't you find a different hobby? Perhaps. He pondered. Sensing the danger in Launchie's suggestion, like engaging in some business instead? Business? Launchie fell into contemplation, glancing at her gun. Goku felt uneasy under the eager gaze of the golden-haired Launchie, as if foreboding trouble loomed. The Red Ribbon Army has been defeated. Splendid. It was this young man who triumphed. Everyone, come out. Thank you. Before Goku could take flight, the townsfolk emerged, having witnessed Launchie's solitary stand against the Red Ribbon Army, protecting the children, and now they were acutely aware of the situation. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, little Wukong found himself somewhat overwhelmed. As the crowd swelled, Launchie inadvertently sneezed, restoring her blue hair. Instinctively, little Wukong seized Launchie's hand and made a hasty exit. He had come to fully comprehend the mindset of Goku and his companions. If one were to engage in deliberate promotion with the prowess of the Universal Capsule, Goku could effortlessly rival the chieftains of Earth, while Satan merely played the role of an actor. Such a comparison seemed rather demeaning. What is this? Asked Launchie, perched upon the nimbus cloud, her blue hair shimmering in the sunlight. Little Wukong attached a pendant to his waist, alongside a collection of trinkets, artisanal gifts, perhaps bestowed by a villager moments ago. The townsfolk had been exceedingly warm, presenting him with an array of items, and he found himself regretting not requesting some edible treats. As he escorted Launchie towards the Kame house, a thought occurred to him. He first sent Launchie back alone atop a nimbus cloud, then retraced his steps to Baozi Mountain. There, he paid homage to Sun Wufan and buried a jar of senza beans, strategic resources of utmost importance, finding a secluded spot for concealment, while keeping 3 beans on his person. Such items were critical and could not be lost. Carrying them all was impractical, for a single miscalculation with a Kamehameha could spell disaster. Furthermore, he buried all non-edible trinkets, ensuring that once his senza beans were depleted, he could return for more. Of course, if the opportunity arose, he would seek out the cat sage for additional supplies. More is always better than being squandered by Yachirobe. Upon his return to the Kame house, little Wukong noted the presence of many familiar faces. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha were inexplicably gathered there, seemingly beseeching Master Roshi for guidance in their training. Launchie was busy preparing lunch, while Bulma, Oolong, and Poir were engrossed in the television. Bulma, however, had been ignoring him since his return, in stark contrast to the other's cheerful demeanor. Goku, Oolong tugged him aside, whispering an explanation. It turned out that Bulma had been skipping classes for nearly half a month, angered by his abrupt disappearance after promising to return promptly for Dragon Ball hunting. Her frustration had only escalated during his 10-day absence, leaving her seething. Although she could have returned to the metropolis for school, she had chosen to remain, stewing in her indignation. The tension had built to a boiling point, prompting the others to avoid provoking her wrath, hoping instead for little Wukong's swift return. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on little Wukong's forehead. What should he do? He scratched his head, then both hands, feeling increasingly anxious. Bulma wasn't merely waiting for him. She was accumulating frustration, and confronting her now would undoubtedly result in an explosive outburst. Moreover, he understood that even if he braved Bulma's fury, her anger would linger long after, resolving nothing. Feeling somewhat at a loss, little Wukong suddenly had an idea and sought out Master Rashi. The fortune teller? You mean my sister? She does possess divination abilities. But what do you need her for? Master Rashi inquired. I cannot locate the final Dragon Ball, and I would like to ask for her assistance, little Wukong replied. Oh. In that case, you must be prepared. My elder sister is quite the financial enthusiast, Master Rashi cautioned. Little Goku blinked and glanced at himself. Do I look like someone who has money? Master Rashi noticed, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He rose to his feet and said, nevertheless, it doesn't matter. She should still assist you with the divination, though there are certain conditions. Let us go? Huh? Are we all going to? This is an opportunity that will benefit your training. Let us embark together. Hooray. Go, Yamcha. Inside the room, Bulma was eavesdropping with one ear perked up, her expression filled with indignation. What? How could they discuss going out without including me? It infuriates me. Chapter 14, The Grandfather-Grandson Duel. The fortune teller's palace resided in an oasis amidst the desert, a seldom visited locale. However, many seeking her prophetic insights had made the journey. After the group expressed their intentions to the fortune teller, they were, unsurprisingly, thrust into a challenge due to their lack of the requisite 10 million for the divination fee. There were 5 battles in total, and the group was brimming with confidence. However, Krillin's overconfidence led him to defeat in the first bout against the vampire warrior, leaving him bloodied and exhausted. Yamcha took the stage next and swiftly eliminated the vampire. The second battle featured the Invisible Man, which proved to be a grueling contest. Ultimately, Goku directly pointed out the Invisible Man's position, allowing Yamcha to dispatch him with a flurry of Wolf Fang fist strikes. We won. Well done, Yamcha. You were amazing, Yamcha. What an insufferable little brat, the fortune teller remarked, observing the jubilant crowd with discontent. She turned to Master Rashi, saying, Is that little rascal your new disciple? He has some skill. You remain as harsh as ever, sister. Stop rambling. I simply adore money. What of it? Master Rashi replied. The group was then escorted by the fortune teller into the interior of the building, where they would face the remaining 3 challenges atop the Devil's Tongue. Below them lay molten lava, making the narrow rocky tongue a perilous battleground. One misstep could lead to a fiery plunge. Yamcha exerted himself valiantly, but nearly fell to the mummy's blows. Finally, Goku stepped in, facing the robust mummy and adopting a fighting stance. What? My opponent is just a little brat? Seeing Goku silent, the mummy felt his pride wounded and immediately hurled a bandage to ensnare little Goku. My bandages are tougher than steel. Is that so? A figure appeared behind him, and the bandage passed straight through Goku's image. Phantom Fist. What? The mummy gasped in shock, stumbling back a couple of steps, but soon, rage consumed him again as he swung a fist at little Goku. Goku merely tilted his head to evade, and the ensuing exchanges resembled play rather than combat. The disparity in skill was monumental. How swift! Krillin and the others were astounded. I can barely see the movements. What has Goku become? Master Rashi's sunglasses glinted as he mused. Not only that, but the fluctuations in his energy are so minimal they are nearly imperceptible. What has this boy experienced in these 10 days? The mummy, what on earth are you doing? The fortune-telling grandmother, growing anxious, exerted pressure. Incensed by her words, the mummy began to unravel its bandages in agitation. At last, one of the bandages successfully adhered to the small Wukong's body. Just as he felt exhilarated, an overwhelming force suddenly surged towards him. The bandage tautened instantly, and he found himself being pulled closer, inch by inch. His eyes trembled. The mummy exerted all its strength but could not budge an inch, while it was being inexorably drawn in. Strangely, even for the mummy, severing those bandages was no easy feat, as they were still entangled around its own body. This is the end. Bang! Once the distance was closed, small Wukong delivered a powerful punch, toppling the mummy and subsequently tossing it into the demon's mouth. Fortune-telling grandmother. Let us commence the next round. Cursed little imp. Do not underestimate others. The furious fortune-telling grandmother exclaimed to the other side, summoning the demon. The demon's ultimate move could amplify the dark thoughts and malevolence within a person to terrifying levels, ultimately causing the target's body to burst. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi fell silent, while the others wore expressions of concern. Hey, you wicked old hag, how cruel can you be? Bulma, remain calm. Krillin and the others were thoroughly terrified. This fortune-telling grandmother had a peculiar temperament and commanded numerous formidable subordinates, which made her an intimidating foe. Yet, the fortune-telling grandmother was unfazed. Instead, she cackled like a witch. Oh ho ho ho, you are absolutely correct. I am indeed a wicked and vile old woman. What can you do about it? You. Now, it was Bulma's turn to be dumbfounded. How do we select a target? However, Bulma, being bold, seized Oolong's head and hurled it directly at the fortune-telling grandmother's crystal ball, nearly toppling her. Rude little girl. Wah, you pig, get down, get down. I want to. Too. Oolong shrieked but clung tightly to the crystal ball, precariously hovering above a pit of lava. The scene descended into chaos, with cold sweat trickling down the demon's forehead. The battle commenced, but the demon's power was rather limited, around 110, and its combat capabilities fell short of the mummy, which was possibly below 90. Mainly due to the invincible nature of its ultimate technique. Small Wukong felt a twinge of tension, yet found himself helpless against such a locking technique. After realizing it was ineffective, he quickly relaxed and knocked the astonished demon down with a single punch. Combat power 110, adding the mummy's strength. Wukong's combat power had surpassed the 780 threshold. Typically, his combat power could be concealed at approximately 110, which demonstrated his mastery over Qi. The more he could suppress, the greater his control over it. The ideal state would be to conceal his power to the point where he appeared no different from an ordinary person. This level of mastery was akin to that of Master Roshi, or even higher, like Bubbles. Such techniques were not trivial. Not only could they conceal strength, but the development of various ultimate moves also stemmed from this foundation, such as Piccolo's special beam cannon, which could elevate combat power by over 50. The disparity in combat strength may render one ineffective, yet in the absence of such a vast difference, this particular technique assumes utmost significance. In essence, one may choose not to utilize it, but it is imperative to possess the knowledge of it. In this final bout, I wish to engage in combat outdoors. I appreciate your assistance, dear Oracle. Not a problem, the Oracle replied with a hint of enthusiasm. You wish to engage in a spirited duel with this little one, correct? It has been ages since I witnessed such a thrilling battle. With that, she readily agreed to relocate the battleground to the outdoor arena. At this moment, Son Gohan donned a mask, yet little Goku had already discerned his identity, as had Master Roshi. Upon stepping outside, Bulma and the others speculated on the identity of this formidable opponent. As the two fighters took their positions, Son Gohan refrained from adopting a defensive stance. Raising his hand instead, "You may attack me whenever you are ready." "All right." Little Goku grinned, showing no signs of restraint as he surged towards Son Gohan, delivering a swift elbow strike. "What?" Son Gohan gasped, astonished. Wasn't he that child's limit just moments ago? What had transpired over the years? Despite his shock, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting an immediate defensive posture. The two figures began to dance across the arena, their movements a blur, leaving fleeting afterimages that vanished in an instant. The spectators watched with wide eyes, utterly mesmerized. Krillin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "What speed is this?" "Do not rely solely on your vision. Feel their energy with your heart," Master Roshi advised, primarily addressing Krillin and Yamcha. Although he could perceive the action, he remained profoundly astonished. It was astonishingly fast. The clash between the two continued, escalating from the arena to the skies above before crashing back down, each blow resounding with ferocity. Suddenly, as little Goku leaped into the air, he missed a punch that struck only an afterimage, leaving him momentarily immobilized. In the next instant, a figure materialized behind him, fists poised to strike down with great force. However, Son Gohan's decisive blow also fell short. Here, a voice rang from above as Son Gohan abruptly looked up. Little Goku's figure appeared above him, both hands gathering a formidable Kamehameha wave, unleashing it with explosive energy. The devastating blue energy surged forth, propelling Son Gohan into the arena with a tremendous blast, sending dust and debris soaring. Wow, this little rascal. The Oracle barely managed to withstand the shockwave from the explosion, her heart racing as she surveyed the chaotic scene. Was Son Gohan truly bested to this extent? How could this child possess such power? Chapter 15, Farewell. The impact of the Kamehameha wave persisted for a brief moment before it finally subsided. Coughing, the spectators emerged, their faces coated in dust and grime, yet their expressions were predominantly those of shock. Only Master Roshi maintained a semblance of composure, his sunglasses reflecting the light. His demeanor grave. What kind of power is this? Is Goku trying to kill him? No, this is a genuine contest among martial artists, he instructed. Pay close attention. If you aspire to progress further, you must glean wisdom from this encounter. Master Roshi continued to mentor Krillin and Yamcha, offering on-site instruction. There could be no better lesson than this. At this moment, Son Gohan had emerged from a deep pit, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Yet he had not sustained any serious injuries. Astonishingly, he had taken the blow head-on. As he brushed off the dust and dirt from his attire, he gazed at the young Goku before him and remarked with a tone of admiration, "You have truly grown, possessing such power now. I can finally rest assured." Sensing movement behind him, young Goku assumed he was about to relent, casting a sidelong glance in his direction. Son Gohan, wishing to keep his identity concealed for the moment, sought to further assess young Goku's abilities. He waved his hand dismissively, a hint of urgency in his voice. "No need to mind me. Come forth and show me your true strength." "All right." Young Goku nodded with a smile, understanding Son Gohan's intentions and knowing precisely what was expected of him. While their reunion was indeed joyous, he yearned to ensure that Son Gohan would no longer worry about his unfilial grandson. Bang! Bang! The battle raged fiercely, young Goku, having restrained a portion of his speed and power, unleashed every tactic at his disposal, all derived from the turtle school techniques. The exchanges of turtle destruction fists were relentless, a psychological duel unfolding. Their reactions and judgments in this high-speed confrontation reached their zenith, moving at such velocity that they were nearly indistinguishable. Why do I feel that his techniques resemble those of the turtle school? Krillin mused, glancing at Master Roshi, who had also observed the skirmish closely. The others soon caught on, directing their attention to him. Master Roshi did not shy away from revealing the truth, stating, "He is indeed Goku's grandfather, Son Gohan." The crowd gasped, "What? Master Roshi, are you saying he is the Son Gohan?" Yamcha was utterly astonished, although he was relatively new to the martial arts world. He had heard numerous legends, particularly those surrounding this martial arts deity. As his two disciples, the prodigy Son Gohan was almost a mythical figure within the martial arts community. But was he not dead? The realization struck Bulma, Oolong, and the others with a shiver. Indeed, do you see the halo above his head? Master Roshi enlightened them. My sister possesses the privilege to bring souls back from the afterlife, so Son Gohan's spirit must have been summoned back by her. But isn't this too cruel for Goku? No, this is what Gohan wished to see, Master Roshi continued. But his words were cut short as the fierce battle reached a tipping point. Although the struggle appeared evenly matched, with each side exhibiting strengths and weaknesses, Son Gohan's breathing had begun to falter. In stark contrast, Goku had maintained a steady breath throughout, indicating he had yet to unleash his full potential. How time has aged me. It seems I must resort to that technique, Son Gohan declared as he distanced himself after exchanging blows with Goku, then began to gather his energy with both hands. Young Goku, displaying no signs of shock, mirrored him, preparing to channel his energy as well. Kamehameha. Not good. The onlookers, witnessing the escalating energy buildup from both combatants, instinctively recoiled, seeking refuge at the edge of the arena. Even the fortune teller gasped in surprise, hiding behind her crystal ball to observe the unfolding spectacle. As the energy surged to its zenith, the two combatants simultaneously unleashed their formidable powers, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the arena. The clash of their energies unleashed a fearsome tempest, a blinding radiance eclipsing even the sun, as both warriors revealed their true capabilities in this ultimate showdown, embodying the very essence of martial artistry. Amidst the tumultuous aftermath, Gohan's mask shattered first, rendering the significance of their confrontation somewhat trivial in that fleeting moment. Little Goku and Gohan acknowledged one another, with Gohan relinquishing his worries about little Goku's survival, choosing instead to keep silent about the truth of his own demise. His sole desire was to ascertain that Goku was thriving, which brought him a profound sense of contentment. Master Roshi, this child has truly troubled you, he remarked. Not at all. It seems you are faring quite well in the afterlife, so I can rest easy regarding Goku. Roshi replied with a chuckle. Gohan, resembling an earnest student, scratched his head sheepishly before leaning closer to Master Roshi and whispering, "Actually, there are many lovely young ladies in the underworld." "What? Many girls?" Roshi exclaimed, his excitement palpable, lamenting, "If only I had known. I wouldn't have taken that elixir of immortality." Laughter erupted among the group, affirming the enduring legacy of their comedic banter. At this moment, little Goku had calmed down, standing contentedly with his hands clasped behind his head. Bulma squinted at him, her expression tinged with skepticism. "You won't end up like this, will you?" The thought of little Goku growing to resemble Roshi in his more lecherous moments sent a shiver down Bulma's spine. "Huh, what? Nothing. Just make sure to keep your distance from that old pervert in the future, alright?" "Okay." The proceedings unfolded smoothly as the fortune teller subsequently divined the location of the Dragon Balls. The Pilaf gang had cunningly concealed the final Dragon Ball within a box that blocked the radar, showcasing their knack for mischief, rivaling even the technological prowess of the Brief family. After issuing a stern warning to them, little Goku opted not to eliminate them. Ultimately, they were merely adept troublemakers, arguably less malevolent than the golden-haired launch. At the Kame house, everyone gathered around the 7 Dragon Balls. A vibrant hum emanated from the orbs as they coalesced, radiating a golden light, as if a celestial dragon might burst forth at any moment. "Is this for me?" Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had been somewhat irked, but having returned from her encounter with the fortune teller, her focus had shifted, allowing her to overlook certain grievances. Little Goku nodded, gesturing towards the 7 Dragon Balls. "Indeed. Didn't you say you wanted me to accompany you in seeking them again? Here's your wish fulfilled." This harkened back to a year prior when Bulma first ventured out clandestinely, marking the genesis of their adventures together. Their fateful meeting led to countless escapades, culminating in moments of uncertainty. Ultimately, as they were on the brink of success, Bulma's wish for a charming prince was unfulfilled, leading her to return to the metropolis. But not before requesting that Goku assist her once more in gathering the 7 Dragon Balls a year later. She had merely acted on a whim and soon forgot about the matter entirely. Little did she know that Goku still remembered, and had even gone to great lengths to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma, with a hand raised to conceal the glimmer in her eyes. Felt a mix of emotions and said, "Honestly, you are far too naive. I was just speaking casually, and my wish is not truly significant. Are you sure you don't want to use them? The 4-star ball is your grandfather's legacy, isn't it? If you make a wish, you'll have to wait a year to seek it out again. Just keep it for yourself." After a moment of hesitation, Bulma amended her statement. "How about this? Whenever I decide on a wish, I'll come to you. But you mustn't go back on your word." "All right then, I shall safeguard them for now." Little Goku nodded in agreement. "Are you really not going to make a wish?" "Because I do wish to." Bang. The blonde-haired launch swiftly punched Oolong. "You want to eat roasted pig, don't you?" "Humph. What? That's impossible. I just think it's a pity," Oolong muttered, lowering his head, too timid to speak further. In all matters, excess can be detrimental. Over-reliance on external things cannot lead to true strength. A true martial artist is one who continuously challenges their own limits. Goku, you have reached such a realm, and as your master, I am immensely proud. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. The turtle hermit straightened his posture, his expression serious and solemn. Yes, Master Roshi, little Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha all expressed their gratitude for the lesson. Chapter 16, The Demon Realm, Azura. The group then discussed the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, which would not commence for another year. "Goku, you will participate again, won't you?" They all looked at him with curiosity, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, as he had already claimed victory in a previous tournament, making it plausible for him to abstain. After a moment's hesitation, Goku nodded with a smile. "Let's meet again at the tournament. I believe it will be quite enjoyable." Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of the others. It was not merely about competing for the championship, but rather a reunion. Perhaps that was indeed his true intention for participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. After all, having already attained the title of the world's strongest, he likely had little desire for further competition, simply relishing the experience itself. As their time together drew to a close, a sense of reluctance filled the group. With Bulma's eyes glistening with unshed tears, Goku, smiling, perched atop his flying nimbus, remarked, "I recall someone telling me that one should not cry during farewells, for it would make future meetings awkward." Uft. Ha! Laughter erupted among them, and Bulma, suppressing her sadness, feigned anger. "How dare you? You little brat. What a show-off. See you in a year, everyone. Take care on your journey." Waving goodbye, little Goku soared into the sky on his nimbus. After leaving the Turtle Hermit's abode, he first returned the 4-star ball to the West City, then entrusted the remaining 6 Dragon Balls to Master Karen for safekeeping. The juxtaposition of such items is rather perilous. Storing them separately at least provides a semblance of safety. Subsequently, the young Wukong embarked on his solitary journey of cultivation, opting not to utilize the Nimbus Cloud, but rather altering his own gravity to commence an arduous trek. Indeed, the majority of his time was consumed by the pressing need to satiate his hunger. Engaging in acts of valor and participating in contests, he accrued a modest sum, which invariably found its way into his stomach. When provisions ran low, he resorted to foraging, consuming whatever he could capture, be it fish, beasts, or even dinosaurs. On one occasion, while passing through a village, Wukong vanquished the duo known as the Golden and Silver Horns, merely 2 bandits who fortuitously acquired a treasure. Ding! He successfully obtained a magical gourd. Though it appeared to be merely a vessel for storage, its capacity was commendable, and Wukong decided to adorn himself with it. Days later, he chanced upon a castle steeped in legends of the demon realm. It was said that when night descended, fiends would emerge from the gate of the demon world, wreaking havoc and pillaging. While Wukong found it perplexing why anyone would choose to reside in such peril, he resolved to investigate the gate of the demon realm. He also accepted the castle lord's commission to rescue a princess abducted by the Azura of the demon world. His intrusion did not go unnoticed by the denizens of the demon realm. 2 gatekeepers approached to obstruct his passage. However, Wukong demonstrated his prowess, earning the opportunity to confront the Azura. At that moment, a grand assembly was underway, seemingly a celebration of the Azura's impending nuptials with the princess. Wukong surveyed the multitude of demons present, his spirit ignited by the potential for combat. Outside, finding a creature or martial artist with a fighting capacity exceeding 10 was no trivial task, and ensuring their incapacitation without fatality proved even more daunting. Yet, he harbored no intentions of holding back against these fiends. "Who are you?" the Azura exclaimed upon noticing the human who had suddenly leaped onto the stage, instantly recognizing Wukong's non-demonic nature. How could a human breach this domain? Kill him! Kill him! Before Wukong could utter a word, a throng of demons surged towards him with fervor. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. He immediately engaged in combat, his movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible, leaving only fleeting afterimages as he dispatched one demon with a single punch. Combat power, 60. Combat power, 50. Combat power, 110. The Azura's eyes glimmered with fury as he witnessed his minions fall one after another. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, he charged at Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! Wukong, reveling in the bounty of his victories, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden offensive from the Asura. The strength of these demon creatures was formidable, with none possessing combat power below 50, truly a paradise for battle. However, the Asura's unexpected assault shocked him. The Asura's power was at least 300, and he sensed that the demon was concealing even greater strength. How could this be possible? In a state of shock, both parties engaged in a swift exchange of blows. The tactics of the demon clan were characterized by their dominance and swiftness. As Asura unleashed a powerful punch, there was no visible energy wave. Yet a terrifying force akin to a hurricane erupted, rendering little Wukong immobile. Under this oppressive force, little Wukong erupted in response, his inner energy surging forth, coalescing into a brilliant white flame that enveloped his body, breaking free from the suppression and fixing his gaze upon Asura. What? Asura was taken aback. Realizing too late that he could not defend himself, the distance was too close, and he had not anticipated little Wukong's ability to escape his control. Alarmed, he could only raise his hand to block, but in the next moment, he was sent flying by little Wukong's powerful punch. However, little Wukong did not pursue his advantage. As he sensed an ominous presence, he spread his arms at his waist, quickly gathering energy, his arm muscles bulging slightly, and his aura swelling dramatically. Kamehameha. Without hesitation, he launched a full-force attack. This was the only occasion apart from his encounter with Master Roshi that he unleashed the Kamehameha with such intensity. A massive energy coalesced into a fearsome blue beam, half a meter in diameter, tearing through the ground in its path. Countless demons were left speechless in the wake of this strike, and Mira watched in astonishment as Asura was engulfed by the energy. This little brat is unexpectedly powerful. Boom. After the explosion, little Wukong's expression grew increasingly grave as he surveyed the dust. He had not heard any notifications and sensed the enemy's energy escalating at an astonishing rate. He realized the gravity of the situation. These demons were formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and hoisted the princess onto his back, sprinting toward the exit, dispatching several demons in his path. About 10 seconds after little Wukong's departure, a colossal figure emerged from the rubble, effortlessly crushing a boulder into powder. Surrounding rocks began to levitate, only to be shattered by bolts of lightning. Asura's form transformed into a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall, complete with menacing horns, exuding terror. What audacity! How dare this monkey force me to this extent? Do you? I can't help but feel you seem rather pleased, Mira remarked as she approached him. Humph. Asura cast a glance at her, his expression darkening as he prepared to pursue little Wukong, but Mira raised her hand to stop him, smiling. If you enter the human realm now, your power will diminish. Moreover, Dabura has been away from the demon realm for too long. Are you truly willing to forfeit this opportunity? Intrusive. After a moment's hesitation, Asura ultimately refrained from pursuing. Meanwhile, little Wukong had escaped through the demon gate, decisively withdrawing the sword that Asura had embedded beside it, effectively sealing the gate. Though he had not faced the transformed Asura, he could feel an unshakable, terrifying aura. It was far too powerful, existing on an entirely different plane. No, it transcended dimensions. Such a monster should not exist on Earth. However, the realm of demons is ultimately not within the confines of the normal universe. It is shrouded in mystery and the unknown. Should the creatures within escape, the entire cosmos might be plunged into calamity. I have been rather reckless this time, thought the young Goku, a sense of trepidation lingering in his mind, which only solidified his resolve to enhance his strength. Chapter 17. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament reunites. A year has passed in the blink of an eye, and aboard a plane heading to the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament on Papaya Island, an announcement resonated. Dear passengers, we are about to land at Papaya Island. Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for disembarkation. Excuse me, sir, said a flight attendant. Noticing Master Roshi's grave expression, yet he remained unbuckled. Could you please fasten your seatbelt? Our plane is about to land. Flight attendant. Roshi exclaimed. Yes. How may I assist you? The attendant responded, her expression one of surprise. Roshi's face turned crimson as he declared, I need to use the restroom. The surrounding passengers immediately shifted awkwardly. The restroom? The attendant was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to handle such a situation, as it was not covered in the service manual. Nevertheless, adhering to her professional standards and considering the comfort of other passengers, she replied, Our plane is about to land. Could you possibly hold on for a moment? All right. Flight attendant. The blonde attendant swiftly turned and hurried away, a look of discomfort etched on her face. Krillin, seated next to Master Roshi, along with Bulma and others nearby, quickly averted their gazes, fearing the embarrassment of being associated with him. Once the attendant departed, Roshi cautiously buckled his seatbelt, nearly causing a scene. Oh no. Krillin buried his head lower, mortified. At the tournament venue, a throng of spectators filled the space, buzzing with excitement. Various monks and priests were present, contributing to the festive atmosphere. Krillin and the others completed their registration and awaited Roshi's return. This is ridiculous. What kind of plane ride is this? It made us look so foolish, Krillin lamented. Has anyone seen Goku? He hasn't forgotten the time, has he? He shouldn't have. He has Nimbus, doesn't he? Bulma replied. He was boasting before he left. If he forgets, I will have a field day teasing him. Her frustration was evident, still irked by the earlier incident, feeling as if a mere child was lecturing her. At that moment, a figure seemingly appeared out of thin air before them. Bulma, I heard you. Goku, is that you? The group was taken aback, though Krillin and Oolong looked on with uncertainty, gazing at the figure who was now nearly as tall as Yamcha, level with Bulma. If it weren't for that distinctive hairstyle, they might have hesitated to recognize him. Since departing from the demon realm, young Goku had continued his travels. Perhaps due to his rapid increase in strength and considerable appetite, he had grown significantly, and it seemed that within a year or two, he would reach his full adult height. After a bout of reminiscing, Bulma, having been teased for speaking ill, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Just then, Master Roshi returned. Master Potato. Yes. Master Roshi approached with a serious demeanor, nodding at Goku. Indeed, it seems you have been eating well this past year. You've grown taller, and your strength should have improved as well. Goku smiled and nodded in agreement. Master Roshi paused, surprised that Goku actually acknowledged his comment. Had he foreseen Goku surpassing him a year ago, and now he had made further advancements? Since when did increasing one's strength become such an effortless endeavor? Ha ha ha. Who do we have here? Is that the old turtle of the turtle school? You old crane? The crane master, accompanied by Tien and Kaiotsu, approached just in time to overhear Master Roshi's words, and he retorted angrily, What did you say? You old, ugly, lecherous fool. Stinking old crane. Your son has no rear end. You. The two glared at each other, their eyes seemingly sparking with tension, unwilling to back down. Originally, they were once kindred spirits under the same master, but due to differing philosophies, they parted ways and established their own schools, the Turtle School and the Crane School. While the two were locked in their verbal clash, Tien, with an air of arrogance, stepped forward to confront the disciples of the Turtle School. Goku had already registered, so his gaze naturally fell upon the seemingly more robust Yamcha. Are you the disciples of the Turtle School? You don't look impressive at all. What did you say? Yamcha, having successfully enrolled under Master Roshi through sheer persistence, felt compelled to defend his honor, especially with Krillin by his side. Humph. An invisible pressure radiated from Tien, causing both Yamcha and Krillin to feel a weight in their hearts. How formidable. Martial arts is fundamentally about mastering one's energy over time. Once one grasps this energy, understanding how to enhance oneself becomes clearer. Thus, under Master Roshi's tutelage, they had begun to develop a sense of their own power, albeit imprecise. They could still perceive the disparity in strength. Humph. Let us go? The Crane Master, sensing he wouldn't gain any advantage, turned to leave with his companions. Yes, Master. As they departed, Tien cast one last glance at Yamcha and Krillin, his arrogance unabashed. What is going on? Goku returned, munching on 2 buns, his hunger evident. Master Roshi explained his relationship with the Crane Master and cautioned them about the formidable opponents they might face in the upcoming tournament. Goku, contemplating, glanced towards Tien and his friends. Master Roshi also regarded him thoughtfully, wondering how much stronger Goku had truly become over the past year. He had secretly trained himself, believing he wouldn't fall behind too significantly. After all, he was known as the god of martial arts, possessing his own training methods. He felt he had made substantial progress, yet upon observing Goku, he still found it impossible to gauge his strength, sensing that it had grown even more unfathomable. All right, let us not linger here any longer. Let us go? Indeed, as the tournament begins tomorrow, let us celebrate with a meal. Hooray, I want to eat my fill. Master Roshi exclaimed enthusiastically. In a moment of impulsiveness, he hastily retrieved his wallet to glance inside, then turned to the departing figures, attempting to lighten the mood with a laugh. Well, it's best to keep one's appetite to a modest 7/10 before a competition, as overindulgence can hinder performance. Yukong, I want to eat until I burst, exclaimed the turtle hermit. Oh no, the wallet slipped from his grasp. It was a blunder indeed. The participants of this grand martial arts tournament numbered 75 in total. Welcome, esteemed martial artists from all corners of the world, to this prestigious event, the announcer proclaimed. The tournament would once again feature a preliminary round in groups, with the final 8 competitors vying for the championship title. After a monotonous and formulaic introduction, the lottery for group assignments commenced, with each contestant assigned to a distinct arena to avoid early confrontations. By sheer fortune, Wukong and his companions were not placed in the same group. Fantastic. I was worried we might face each other in the preliminaries, Yamcha exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Wukong remarked, casting a glance at the distant figure of Jiaozi, who possessed a unique ability akin to telekinesis. Chapter 18, Master Crane. The preliminary rounds proceeded with remarkable smoothness, as all participants triumphantly advanced through their matches. Although this year's tournament saw a reduction in participants, the overall skill level was surprisingly high. Well, I'm starting to feel a bit anxious, Krillin admitted. However, Wukong appeared entirely unfazed, prompting Yamcha and the turtle hermit donning his vest, to exchange glances. At this moment, during the midday break of the preliminaries, everyone congregated in the cafeteria. Though martial arts had waned in popularity, the prestige of the World Martial Arts Tournament still held some weight. At the very least, the meals were ensured to be satisfactory. Clang. Little Wukong devoured his food with such fervor that onlookers felt full merely by watching him. He welcomed all types of meats and staple foods with open arms, consuming them without hesitation. Humph, do you dare serve us such pig fodder? Are you courting death? A sudden crash of shattered plates drew the crowd's attention. They turned to see the towering Tianjin fan gripping a kitchen staff member by the collar, his demeanor utterly domineering. Wukong swallowed the morsel of roasted meat he had been chewing and rose to approach the scene. Hey, Wukong, don't interfere, the turtle hermit cautioned, concerned about his impulsiveness. With a fleeting smile over his shoulder, Wukong continued onward. Yamcha and Krillin also stood up to follow him. Tianjin fan felt a sudden pat on his shoulder, startling him. He had not sensed anyone approaching. The hairs on his neck stood on end as he spun around to confront the source of the disturbance. In a swift motion, Wukong caught the kitchen staff member as he was released by Tianjin fan. Gently placing him down, Wukong smiled and said, "Could I trouble you for another lunch? I'm still not full. Thank you. I'll prepare it right away," the staff member stammered, bowing gratefully before hurrying off. Meanwhile, Tianjin fan regarded Wukong with a grave expression. As the dumpling continuously stirred the food with chopsticks, it suddenly sensed something amiss. It stood up and floated effortlessly to the side of Tian Shinhan. The food before them remained largely untouched, now a mushy mess. "Are you from the turtle school?" Tian Shinhan asked, his gaze fixed intently on Goku. "Indeed," replied the little Goku, a smile gracing his face, devoid of any intent to engage in a confrontation. Yet, his words were far from polite as he gestured towards the entrance. "If you're not going to eat, you can leave. If you cause any more trouble, I will have to ask you to leave." Tian Shinhan paused in silence, attempting to gauge Goku's strength through his own energy, only to find it utterly inscrutable. Furthermore, he perceived that the figure of the young Goku seemed magnified to an enormous scale, towering over him like a giant, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. "Let us go, dumpling," he said, swallowing hard. The dumpling, initially oblivious to the tension, was taken aback by Tian's unexpected display of submission, yet dutifully followed him outside. "What a pity," one of the onlookers remarked. After resolving the situation, they returned to their seats to watch little Goku eat. Having already satisfied their appetites, Master Roshi lamented, "That individual possesses the potential to become an exceptional martial artist. Yet he has been misguided by that old ghost of a crane hermit. What sort of martial artist is that?" Krillin expressed his indignation, while Yamcha nodded in agreement, believing that a true martial artist should not harbor such malevolence. Oblivious to the ongoing discussion, little Goku continued to munch on his food. "Sir, your meal," a waiter presented. "Thank you. I shall eat, and eat. Everyone, long time no see," he continued. "Last tournament, Nam, unfortunately, faced Tian Shinhan in the preliminaries and ended up severely injured. Landing in the hospital, Krillin and the others glared angrily at Tian and the dumpling, who wore an air of arrogance. That despicable fellow. Goku said nothing but shot a cold glance at Tian Shinhan, contemplating whether his opponent would turn around first or if he would encounter him first. Although it was somewhat regrettable, he found little admiration for Tian Shinhan at that moment. Before long, the preliminaries concluded, and they all advanced smoothly into the finals. "Baldy," the dumpling unexpectedly taunted Krillin. Krillin was infuriated by this sudden insult and retorted loudly, "You're bald just like me." "I have hair," the dumpling replied, removing his hat to reveal a perfectly smooth scalp with a single hair sprouting from it. The crowd erupted in laughter. Krillin's face turned crimson. What began as a mere jest now felt like humiliation. "Dumpling, that is not how you use sarcasm," Tian Shinhan quickly intervened, placing the dumpling's hat back on to prevent further embarrassment. The finals officially commenced. The first match was unremarkable, but the second featured Yamcha facing Tian Shinhan. Their long-standing rivalry ignited, and they fought fiercely without holding back. Initially, their exchanges were balanced, but as Tian Shinhan unleashed his true power, Yamcha's Wolfang fist began to falter. Having embarked on the path of martial arts rather late, Yamcha's skills could only be described as distinctive, albeit with a hint of innate talent. Yet, they hardly amounted to anything exceptional. Ultimately, he was knocked unconscious by Tian and suffered a brutal kick that shattered his shin. With a cry of anguish, Yamcha succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving the audience in a state of shock, prompting the host to remind everyone that such conduct was unacceptable. Nonetheless, Tian remained unperturbed, continuing on his way without a hint of remorse. That despicable fellow. As Tian returned to the contestants' resting area, Krillin seethed with rage. Goku remained silent. His expression turned cold as ice. The next match featured Krillin against Kairatsu, both combatants possessing similar levels of strength. However, Kairatsu's psychic abilities and iron head technique posed significant challenges for Krillin. In a moment of desperation, Krillin resorted to his wits and sheer physical prowess, narrowly securing victory. Kaiatsu couldn't perform basic arithmetic. If only I had taught him to count. Master Roshi, witnessing his disciple's elimination, was filled with indignation. Hooray! Krillin emerged victorious. Bulma, launch, Oolong, and Puar cheered fervently from the sidelines, their excitement only fueling Master Roshi's fury, prompting him to turn away in frustration. Later, it was revealed that Goku was the one who had dismantled the Red Ribbon Army and had slain Tao Pai Pai, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Master Roshi sought him out in the dead of night. In a sudden ambush, he found himself unexpectedly caught by Goku, who had awakened. "You little brat, how could you?" Master Roshi exclaimed in disbelief as he attempted to retreat, only to discover that his hand was ensnared as if in a vice, immobilizing him completely. "Release me." In a moment of desperation, he raised his other hand, unleashing a golden wave of energy, the signature technique of the turtle school, the Dodon wave. Goku swiftly stood up, seizing that hand, and released an even more formidable Kamehameha wave from his palm, sending Master Roshi hurtling away, disappearing into the horizon. In the distance, a mushroom cloud slowly rose from the sea. If the turtle school still held any semblance of martial integrity, it would not have produced a merciless assassin like Tao Pai Pai, nor would it have molded Tien and Kaiatsu into their current states. Master Roshi could not escape his culpability. He was no longer worthy of the title of a martial artist. Chapter 19. The finals commence. The following day, the semi-finals continued. Master Roshi attempted to engage, but soon discovered that Tien's strength was on par with, if not superior to, his own. He earnestly implored Tien, demonstrating through action that a true martial artist should not be solely fixated on victory and defeat. This revelation starkly contrasted with the principles of the turtle school that Tien had long adhered to, leading him to question the validity of his chosen path. In the second match, Goku faced Krillin. "Goku, you mustn't hold back." "Of course not." Krillin felt the tremendous pressure weighing upon him, prompting him to train diligently throughout the past year, hoping to at least close the gap when facing Goku. Yet, reality proved this a daunting challenge. The disparity in their abilities was stark. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements a blur, creating a symphony of clashes resonating throughout the arena. Bang! Bang! The audience sat in a state of bewilderment, devoid of any real viewing experience. Only Master Roshi's gaze continually shifted, fixated on the unfolding spectacle of the two combatants. Suddenly, two figures materialized in midair. Goku's punch missed its mark as Krillin emerged from behind, launching a double-fisted strike. Yet, Goku once again transformed into a mere afterimage. Dissipating into thin air, a fist appeared beside him, and Krillin replicated his previous maneuver, only to confront another illusion. But here, this time, Krillin was genuinely behind Goku, delivering a swift kick, only to strike nothing but air. A chill ran down his spine. He had not anticipated Goku's incredible speed and his uncanny ability to predict Krillin's tactics. An ominous shadow loomed behind him, and Krillin felt a sudden slap on his neck, which rendered him powerless, sending him plummeting from dozens of meters above onto the arena floor. Unable to rise, the referee momentarily froze before beginning the countdown. 10-9. Krillin quickly scrambled to his feet, clutching his neck in agony, turning to face the ever-composed Goku. A wave of pressure enveloping him. Cursed be Goku, who had become so formidable. What could he do? With this thought, Krillin utilized his rapid movement and afterimage technique to position himself behind Goku, reaching for his tail. Victory was within his grasp. A look of surprise illuminated Krillin's face. But then, a perplexing voice echoed, "How did you know my weakness was my tail?" Unintentionally spoken, the words were keenly captured by Tien in the background, who felt a surge of delight at this crucial revelation. Nevertheless, Goku showed no hesitation. His tail flicked slightly, ensnaring Krillin's hand and forcefully slamming him onto the arena floor. Seizing the moment while Krillin was still reeling, Goku's tail became an afterimage, executing a technique akin to a whip, unleashing a devastating attack that rendered Krillin unable to resist, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. The combat arena beneath them bore the brunt of this clash, displaying a network of spiderweb-like cracks. 10, 9, 8. The countdown concluded, and silence enveloped the venue. Krillin failed to rise promptly this time. Goku's move served as a lesson, addressing Krillin's somewhat underhanded tendencies that needed rectification. When he initially sought out Master Roshi, he had brought along a stack of magazines, always looking for shortcuts in his training, even attempting to deceive himself. Little did he know, there are no shortcuts on the martial arts path, merely self-deception. Yet, Goku remained curious about how Krillin discerned his tail to be a weakness, as he was certain he had never divulged this vulnerability to anyone. In the audience, Launch struck the head of the nearby Oolong with a fist, exclaiming, "This bum." He revealed his weakness and still lost so miserably. "Humph, utterly useless." "Launch, how did you know that Goku's tail is a weakness?" Bulma inquired, her face a mask of confusion, as she too was unaware of this fact, since Goku had never informed her. while training at Kame House. He once slept beside another version of myself, and one time I accidentally landed on his tail, which left him completely powerless. Humph, Launch replied, a proud smile gracing her face. In those early days when Goku appeared quite youthful, the azure-haired Launch observed the trio huddled together, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she rested alone in the sole room of the Kame House. Consequently, she invited young Goku to share her quarters. However, from that day forth, Goku dared not sleep in the same room again. Instead, he commenced a rigorous training regimen, diligently honing his tail. Now, his tail was no longer a liability. Rather, it had transformed into a formidable weapon. Unlike his limbs, which possessed a limited number of joints, his tail boasted a multitude, enabling significant agility. Thus, when wielded correctly, his tail could function as a nimble whip, delivering tremendous power. For instance, the recent technique he employed, the Oolong Spiral, surpassed even Goku's full-powered punches and kicks in potency, coupled with greater speed. A moment's carelessness could yield dire consequences if struck. Goku recognized that only by unleashing his true strength could he hope to fell Krillin with a single blow. Yet, a mere slap had rendered Krillin unconscious, and he had only just begun to regain consciousness, still swaying unsteadily as he stood. This vividly illustrated the sheer might involved. Soon, the climactic final round of the World Martial Arts Tournament approached, pitting Goku against Tien Shinhan. Esteemed audience, the final match of this illustrious tournament is about to commence. Let us welcome our competitors to the stage. First, from the Crane School, the esteemed disciple, Tien Shinhan. And now, turning our attention to the other side, the legendary student of the Turtle School and the fabled martial arts deity, Master Roshi's proud apprentice, Son Goku. One must acknowledge that the golden-haired host had indeed become an integral figure in the tournament, exemplifying exceptional hosting skills and an unwavering dedication to his role. Under his influence, even the audience, previously devoid of experience in such events, found their spirits lifted, creating an electrifying atmosphere. As the host sensed the fervor in the air, he leapt down from the stage and proclaimed, "Let the match begin. Show that three-eyed fellow what you're made of. Go, Goku. And you, Tien, give it your all." While the crowd erupted in a cacophony of encouragement, it did not impede the performance of the two combatants. Young Goku appeared unperturbed, devoid of any aggressive posture. Meanwhile, Tien, sensing the gravity of the situation, prepared for battle, acutely aware of Goku's unfathomable energy. No, this cannot be. Having already felt his martial arts shaken by Master Roshi's guidance, Tien now grappled with self-doubt. Yet, he resolved not to concede, charging towards Goku with determination. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, unleashing a ferocious force that reverberated throughout the arena, leaving the audience momentarily deafened. What followed was a tempest of relentless assaults, seemingly placing Goku at a disadvantage as he stood his ground against Tien's onslaught. Strike back, Goku. Hit him. Take down that three-eyed fiend. What are you waiting for? Bulma and Launch, in a moment of instinct, raised their hands and inadvertently struck Oolong, who had been in a rather jovial mood, transforming him into a veritable mess. No, it was Goku who was now in an absolute position of dominance. Behind Master Roshi's sunglasses, his gaze was grave, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he intently observed the two combatants. "What are you talking about, old man?" Launch retorted, somewhat displeased. For Goku appeared to be the one unable to move, having been thoroughly beaten. Master Roshi sighed and pointed towards the arena, explaining to the onlookers that in a contest of equal strength, Goku should have been at a disadvantage, forced to retreat under Tien's onslaught. Yet, Goku had not moved an inch from his initial stance. "I understand now," Oolong exclaimed, as if a stroke of brilliance had struck him. "That guy Goku possesses a strength far superior to that three-eyed fellow, which is why he can handle the situation with such ease, right? That would be a fair assessment." Master Roshi conceded, though he wished to elaborate that it was not merely ease. The disparity was so vast it bordered on the absurd, allowing Goku to engage in the battle with an almost mocking demeanor, much like Yamcha before him, who had proven no match for Tien, yet still managed to exchange a few blows. However, this was not the conduct expected of a true martial artist, and Goku should certainly know better. Chapter 20, Kamehameha. On the arena, Goku was acutely aware of these dynamics, yet he sought to utterly shatter Tien's spirit and confidence. For every transgression must bear its consequences. The adage of turning back is indeed wise, yet it has often become a convenient pretext for many to evade accountability, often taken out of context. Tien, realizing Goku's intent, was immediately consumed by rage. His muscles swelled, veins bulging, and all three of his eyes ignited with fury. In an instant, his power surged, forcing Goku back a fraction. The two figures vanished from sight, engaging in an intense exchange. Bang! Bang! A blur flickered as Tien was abruptly sent flying by a kick, yet before he could hit the ground, he miraculously landed on his feet and charged back. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced echoed as they exchanged a flurry of blows, their forms appearing high above, fists colliding in a dizzying display of speed and skill. Tien was soon mercilessly struck down once more, crashing heavily onto the stage before executing a somersault and springing back into action. Goku, landing on the arena, was taken aback. He had not unleashed his full strength, yet his blows had been anything but gentle. The fact that Tien could withstand 2 of his attacks and still appear so vigorous was indeed impressive. This time, however, Tien did not let his emotions dictate his actions. Instead, he stared intently at Goku, his expression grave. In just a fleeting moment of clashing, he had already borne an unimaginable weight upon his body and spirit. No, it's impossible. How could this guy be so strong? Tien's worldview began to crumble. In his understanding, the Crane School was the epitome of strength, and he believed he could never be bested by anyone. Yet, as his resolve wavered, it felt as if 2 voices began to collide within his mind. One is the guidance demonstrated by Master Roshi, while the other is the relentless, ruthless teachings imparted by his mentor, Master Shun. The ongoing clash between these 2 ideologies tormented Tien, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. Observing this, Kaiatsu wore a look of deep concern. Just as Tien was on the brink of self-doubt, a calm voice resonated like thunder in his ears. Alarmed. Tien abruptly regained his focus and looked up to see a brilliant blue light illuminating the space before him. An intense energy field caused fragments of the battlefield, shattered by their fierce combat, to levitate into the air. In a state of shock, Tien had no time to contemplate. Though he could withstand Yamcha's attack with a Kamehameha, he was uncertain about enduring Goku's forthcoming strike. Kaiatsu suddenly raised his hand from the sidelines, attempting to use his psychic abilities to distract Goku and provide Tien with a moment's respite. This was not the first time he had intervened, and Tien quickly recognized it. However, an overwhelming sense of shame surged within him, prompting Tien to instinctively abandon thoughts of countering the blow and instead shout in anger, "Stop, Kaiatsu. This is my battle. You must not interfere." His furious tone robbed Kaiatsu of the courage to act, leaving him to anxiously watch. Meanwhile, Goku's energy had reached its zenith. Yet he refrained from unleashing it immediately. Instead, he gradually reined it in, sporting a smile as he raised one hand to assume the Kamehameha stance, inviting Tien to engage once more. Tien hesitated, his expression shifting with complexity, before exhaling deeply and replying with a serious tone, "Do not underestimate me." With that, he charged forward. This time, as their fists met, Goku began to take the fight seriously. Although he still withheld his full strength, the power he wielded was astonishing, resulting in a dynamic exchange with Tien. Master Roshi observed from the sidelines, nodding in approval. This was the essence of a true martial artist, to respect one's opponent, regardless of their identity. "I never looked down on anyone. It was merely your previous actions that incited my ire," Goku remarked before suddenly executing a downward chop. Although it appeared no different from his earlier attacks, Tien sensed an immense threat and instinctively chose to evade. This decision proved to be astute. As the moment Goku's hand struck down, a violent whirlwind surged toward the audience, leaving a gaping trench on the granite arena mere meters in front of him. "This doesn't appear to be a technique of the Kame School, does it, Master Roshi?" Yamcha, having withdrawn from the competition due to injury, had come to stand beside Master Roshi and the others in the audience, astonished by the ferocity of Goku's strike. Indeed, this was not a Kame technique. It was a manifestation of Goku's own creation. He had forged a path unique to himself. And even the earlier attack utilizing his tail was a testament to his formidable and unyielding style. A glimmer of recognition flashed in Master Roshi's eyes, evoking unsettling memories. The 2 combatants once again found themselves ensnared in a fierce exchange, their stamina rapidly depleting. Yet it was evident that Tien was experiencing a far greater drain on his energy. As twilight enveloped the scene, the 2 warriors had been locked in combat for 2 hours. Goku had witnessed every technique of the Crane School, his eyes sparkling with admiration. In contrast, Tien Shinhan was nearing his limits, taking a deep breath and gazing intently at Goku. "I have one final move. If you manage to withstand it, I shall concede. However, I hope you choose not to meet it head-on." With a smirk, Goku replied, "Then I must witness this technique." Tien chuckled as well, realizing the vast chasm between their strengths. He harbored doubts about whether this last move could genuinely defeat Goku, but he felt compelled to warn him due to its inherent peril. Ascending to a height of 100 meters, Tien formed a triangular stance with his hands, concentrating his energy. "This is bad. It's the Kikaho," Yamcha exclaimed, confusion etched on his face. However, upon seeing Master Roshi's expression, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Master Roshi explained to the others that technique possesses power several times greater than the Kamehameha. "I can't believe the Crane Master taught him such a dangerous move." He called out to Goku on the arena, "Goku, you absolutely cannot face this head-on." Yet, Goku had already made his move, shifting his right leg slightly and adopting the stance for the Kamehameha. Kamehameha. A surge of ferocious energy erupted. As faint arcs of electricity flickered around him, the ground trembling ominously beneath his feet, emitting a mournful groan. Dust and debris began to swirl around, gradually disintegrating into ashes. Delicate arcs of electricity danced in the air around Goku. What terrifying energy is this? Master Roshi was rendered speechless, while the others were left in a daze, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the force. Kikaho, Kamehameha, boom. The two energy blasts collided, one above the other, unleashing a catastrophic wave that spread across the sky, causing the entire island to shudder and the sea to roar with tumultuous waves. As the dust settled, the outcome left Goku astonished. The Kikaho had managed to withstand his Kamehameha for a full 2 seconds, despite the vast disparity in their powers. This ultimate technique had endured Goku's attack before Tien's energy was completely depleted. What an extraordinary technique. No wonder it was deemed life-threatening. Its explosive power was astonishing, surpassing even that of the Demon Clan's moves. In the aftermath, Tien fell from the sky, utterly drained, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Goku, putting aside any previous grievances, used a Senzu Bean to restore Tien. Why save me? Tien asked, bewildered. Because you possess 3 eyes, Goku replied. Although Tien was puzzled, he sincerely apologized to Yamcha, his eyes filled with remorse, and received Yamcha's forgiveness. Is this a Senzu Bean? He inquired. Yes, Goku nodded. What is a Senzu Bean? The others asked, puzzled. However, under Master Roshi's explanation, Krillin and the others silently committed to memory the location of Korin Tower. Since this tower was once ascended by the Turtle Hermit and challenged by Goku, their curiosity was naturally piqued. Well then, to celebrate Goku's triumph in securing the championship at the Second World Martial Arts Tournament, let us indulge in a feast. Hooray, Goku, it's your treat. No problem. Goku, with a sense of delight, promptly handed his prize money to Bulma, saying, I've given the prize money to Bulma. Please settle the bill later. As I'm not very good with numbers. Really, you're not going to make me cover your meal, are you? Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group as they strolled towards the restaurant under the setting sun. As they walked, an ominous shadow suddenly descended from afar, swiftly approaching from behind. In an instant, it launched a surprise attack, incapacitating Krillin and Yamcha, while Tien and Kaiatsu were sent flying but managed to be captured just as they neared Goku. What? A half-dragon creature, entirely green, appeared with a menacing visage, sporting wings and a tail. Damblin, astonished to see Goku effortlessly withstand his punch, grinned with a mouth resembling 2 sausages, exclaiming, remarkable. I didn't expect to find a martial artist of your caliber here. It seems the Demon King was indeed correct. You lot must be eliminated swiftly. What did you say? The Demon King Piccolo? The Turtle Hermit gasped in terror. What on earth is this creature? Bulma and the others, nearly caught up in the chaos, retreated in fright. As a being of the demon race, Damblin reveled in the fear displayed by the humans, continuing to chuckle as he prepared to deliver a menacing proclamation. However, Goku, feeling rather irritable due to hunger, interrupted. You're talking too much. Crack. Just as Damblin began to speak, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his arm, followed by an overwhelming force yanking him forward, lifting him by the neck. Goku, with a cold expression, gazed at Damblin and stated, my time is limited. You can inform that so-called Demon King Piccolo that the Dragon Balls are in my possession. I will seek him out. Tell him to wait. You. Ugh. Purple blood trickled from his lips, and as moments passed, in the 3rd second, a surge of energy erupted from Goku's hand, soaring skyward and evaporating Damblin instantly, dead beyond revival. Meanwhile, far away, the Demon King Piccolo sensed this disturbance, his expression darkening. Goku furrowed his brow, realizing too much time had elapsed, causing him to overlook the unfolding events. Krillin, little bald head. Hey, Yamcha. The group hurried to assess the injuries of their comrades, only to discover that Damblin had resorted to foul play, leaving them in a near-death state. A dire situation indeed. Except for Tien, who fared slightly better, the others were on the brink of death, each moment critical. Goku rummaged through his belongings to retrieve 2 Senzu Beans, remembering that he had previously given one to Tien. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to split one of the beans in half, recalling that it might work in such a manner, albeit with reduced efficacy. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. Returning to Korin Tower for more Senzu Beans would take too long. Desperate measures were necessary. Fortunately, as he had anticipated, although the effect of the sacred beans was somewhat diminished when split in 2, it was still sufficient to preserve his life. His strength had not fully recovered. Yet it was of little consequence. A few minutes later, in the dining hall, the atmosphere was somber. The majority of those who had participated in the martial arts tournament had nearly departed, leaving only their table behind, a testament to the event's dwindling attendance. The others watched as Goku devoured his meal, while Bulma and the blue-haired Launch assisted him, serving him dishes and offering water. Krillin and the others were still struggling to regain their composure. At that moment, they learned from Master Roshi of the existence of King Piccolo, a legendary figure from centuries past, which stirred a sense of foreboding within them. The memory of nearly being slain by King Piccolo weighed heavily on their hearts. casting a shadow of despair and pessimism over the group. Only Goku remained unfazed, diligently enjoying his meal with no hint of anxiety. He swallowed a bun that Bulma had handed him, only to choke slightly, before hastily drinking down the juice Launch had offered. With a sigh of relief, he patted his round belly, contently burping. Truly, your appetite is as astonishing as ever. My allowance has been devoured, he chuckled. Apologies. I must eat more to quickly regain my strength to face that King Piccolo, he said, scratching his head with a smile, completely devoid of tension. It was indeed the truth. Having previously used the sacred beans to save his friends, he had none on him and did not wish to waste time returning. So he resorted to this method of replenishing his energy. It wasn't that he had exhausted himself in battle, but rather that he had not eaten for half a day. Coupled with the constant tenfold gravity surrounding him, his stamina was depleting swiftly. Goku, do you truly believe you can confront King Piccolo? Krillin and the others raised their heads, their eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. Oolong, overly excited, immediately declared, yes. Of course. Just leave it to Goku. However, Master Roshi and the others could not muster any optimism. All gazes turned to Goku, who pondered for a moment before frowning and stating, it's about a 30-70 chance. Really, is that so? Master Roshi replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. 30%? While cautious, it seems to align with reason. Seeing the martial arts master so despondent, the others found it difficult to maintain their spirits. Launch sneezed and transformed into her blonde counterpart, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, what is everyone moping about? Even if that so-called Demon King were to attack tomorrow, we are still alive today. Everyone cheer up. Indeed, there must be a solution, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. We have the Dragon Balls, don't we? Her words sparked a glimmer of hope among the group, lifting their spirits. They turned to Goku, only to see him shake his head regretfully. Unfortunately, the Dragon Balls cannot grant wishes to kill others. If that were possible, why would King Piccolo still exist? A fair point, they conceded. From the heights of paradise, they plummeted into the depths of despair. The crowd was engulfed in disappointment, and Lan Chi was on the verge of an outburst. However, Goku, with an expression of peculiar amusement, remarked, when I mentioned a 3-7 split, I did not mean a 30% chance of victory. Rather, I can eliminate him 7 times in just 3 minutes. The crowd was taken aback. Chapter 22, King Piccolo. Goku's lack of urgency stemmed from his own formidable power. At this stage, King Piccolo's strength was undoubtedly inferior to the newly revived Piccolo. From the moment he sensed the energy emanating from Dambalin, Goku had a clear understanding of King Piccolo's aura. Strong, certainly, but still significantly weaker than Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha. If one were to gauge his combat power, it would likely hover around 400. Yet, based on Goku's knowledge of the demon race, their strength would be quite limited unless they transformed. Like many races in the universe, demons were not adept at controlling their energy. Their robust physique and innate talents rendered them less reliant on concealing their energy to minimize consumption. And what of Goku's current strength? His combat power stood at an impressive 1200. Upon departing from the demon realm, he had already attained a power level of 1000. Driven by a sense of urgency, Goku had opted to increase his gravitational training from 5 times to 10 times normal, resulting in a significant boost in his capabilities, with a 3-fold increase in strength. To suggest that 3 minutes would be a challenge for King Piccolo was a gross understatement. Annihilation would be the expected outcome. However, due to the dissatisfaction his jest had incited among the crowd, Goku felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess to reassure them. On the shores of Coconut Island, a palpable and terrifying energy surged skyward, transforming into waves of force that radiated across the sea. The entire island began to tremble, the waves roared, and ominous clouds enveloped the sky. With a flick of his tail, Goku ignited a blazing aura around him, the energy rolling in waves. As his muscles swelled with power, his form appeared to amplify, and the ferocious energy he emitted began to disturb the very elements around him. Upon fully unleashing his energy, Goku raised his arms, and the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, bolts crashing down as if summoned by his command. With a resounding crash, he slowly drew his arms back, crossing them before him, unleashing a torrent of energy interlaced with lightning that detonated spectacularly. A terrifying roar echoed as if 1,000 thunderclaps had converged, instantaneously generating a barrier that forcefully pushed the waves back 1,000 meters, lowering the coastline dramatically. The ground shook violently, as if the seabed itself were being upheaved. At that moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. Goku, please, cease this madness. Amidst the tumultuous skies, a whirlwind formed, and the howling winds rendered the crowd unable to stand, forcing them to cling desperately to the coconut trees lining the shore. Oolong, noticing Lan Chi behind him, felt a surge of mischief flash through his eyes. Just as he intended to look up, a coconut fell abruptly, striking him squarely on the head. Thud, 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 thud. A series of coconuts followed, rendering Oolong unconscious. After a long while, as if the apocalyptic scene had dissipated, The crowd gazed over with expressions of bewilderment, horror, and even stupor. How wonderful it was. Bulma quickly adapted, bouncing with joy as she rushed forward to embrace Goku. The formidable mountain looming ahead was a stark reminder of the past, and Goku's cheeks flushed. He was no longer the Navi, the fool he once was. Referee. She just charged into him. Yay. With this, we can surely defeat that so-called King Piccolo. Haha. Has Goku truly grown this strong? Master Roshi fell into contemplation, sensing a power that surpassed even the fearsome King Piccolo of yore. Yet he shared the same perplexity. How had Goku cultivated such might? Meanwhile, far away, King Piccolo was in a state of disarray. Lord Piccolo, what has happened to you? This is impossible. The aged Piccolo gasped for breath, his hunched form trembling as bloodshot eyes stared blankly ahead. A viscous pool of vomit trickled from his lips, and a wave of terror surged within him. How can this be? How can such a powerful being exist in this world? No, this cannot be. The moment Goku unleashed his aura, Piccolo sensed it, feeling the dread of a being that even he, once the ruler of this world, could not comprehend. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Piccolo devised a new plan. Though Goku was undoubtedly powerful, he would not allow Piccolo any room for resistance. Thus, after displaying his might, Goku immediately set off toward King Piccolo's lair. However, along the way, he encountered a horde of monsters wreaking havoc, even attacking the King's stronghold. In an instant, chaos engulfed the world, and Goku felt a chill. He understood this was Piccolo's ploy to buy time. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely decided to disregard the rampaging fiends. After all, he could always resurrect the fallen with the Dragon Balls. Everything could be salvaged. However, allowing King Piccolo even a moment longer could lead to far graver consequences. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, and Goku looked down, his brow furrowing. It was Ox King and Chi-Chi, cornered near Fire Mountain, trapped with no escape. Hee. Lord Piccolo has commanded us to wreak havoc. Who would have thought we'd encounter a martial artist here? What a bonus. Hiss, leave that girl to me. It has been ages since I've tasted such delectable flesh. The two monsters, hatched from Piccolo's eggs, were immensely powerful, boasting combat strength exceeding 250. Although Ox King had a strength of 130, it was utterly insufficient. Just as the two were on the brink of peril, a fleeting shadow whizzed past, momentarily dulling the monsters' gazes before they collapsed to the ground. Are you alright? Son Goku. It's you. The Bull Demon King indeed possesses remarkable discernment, as he immediately recognized the significantly taller Goku. Casting a glance at Chi-Chi, Goku nodded and said, You all should find a place to hide for now. I will deal with King Piccolo, and everything will be resolved. Alright. The Bull Demon King hastily picked up his daughter and ran off into the distance. Glancing back to say, Goku, I entrust everything to you. Chi-Chi seemed hesitant, her face covered in shyness, unable to voice her thoughts. Goku nodded once more and soared towards Korin Tower on his Nimbus cloud. He noticed that King Piccolo's energy was heading towards Korin Tower, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. It wasn't the Dragon Balls that worried him. He could always wait a year or seek the Dragon God to resurrect Shenron. However, he was concerned about the sins of beans from the Cat Sage. If they were wasted, he would feel compelled to tear Piccolo apart in frustration. Moments later, at Korin Tower, Goku flew directly to the top and leaped into the central sanctum of the Cat Sage, only to find no sign of him. The Cat Sage had mastered the control of energy to such an extent that he could completely conceal it, leaving Goku uncertain whether he was in trouble or simply hiding. However, considering he possessed 3 jars that could foresee the future, it was unlikely that King Piccolo could eliminate him so easily. Clang. Just then, a sound emanated from the upper levels of Korin Tower. Goku's gaze sharpened as he witnessed a figure descending slowly from the central platform. The green body of King Piccolo was gradually losing its wrinkles, and his eyes gleamed with intensity. It was indeed King Piccolo. He carelessly discarded a beautifully crafted bottle on the ground and looked down at Goku, saying, The super divine water is truly a remarkable substance. Before he could finish, King Piccolo's expression suddenly changed, as if engulfed in immense pain. He clutched his abdomen and knelt on the ground, but merely moments later, he regained his composure. Wiping the drool from his mouth, he stood up, his aura surging dramatically. Chapter 23. The Fall of the Demon King. Potential. Goku furrowed his brow. Sensing that King Piccolo's energy had surged significantly, his combat power had skyrocketed to over 600. Had he consumed the super divine water? Goku understood that it could awaken latent potential, but he was perplexed. Did King Piccolo truly possess such potential? Potential is influenced by both race and the strength of one's bloodline. The race determines the upper limit of potential, while the bloodline dictates its quantity. Was King Piccolo's potential weak? Certainly not. His true identity was that of a Namekian of divine lineage, a unique being capable of creating Dragon Balls. Even when split from the Supreme Kai, King Piccolo's potential remained astonishingly high. Yet, he had been sealed away for 300 years and had aged thus. The fact that he still possessed such potential was beyond his expectations. With a serious demeanor, Goku fixed his gaze upon King Piccolo, and 2 energies emanated between them. golden and blue, rippling outward as Corinne Tower trembled. With a sinister chuckle, King Piccolo unleashed his full strength and launched an assault on Goku. Bang, bang, bang. The figures of the two combatants burst forth from the center of the Corinta, emerging into the open air. Suspended in midair, they engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their fists and feet colliding in a tumultuous dance. Despite a notable increase in his strength, King Piccolo found himself relentlessly suppressed. Receiving a brutal punch from Goku that caused blood to spill from the corner of his mouth, his expression bordering on madness. "This is impossible," he roared, charging at Goku with renewed fury. His assault became increasingly formidable, unleashing a terrifying energy wave that Goku narrowly evaded. Upon striking the ground, the blast obliterated a vast expanse, leveling an area with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Thick smoke billowed from the scorched earth, transforming it into desolate wasteland. Such destructive power was beyond the capacity of ordinary energy waves. Only the might of the demon race could wield such overwhelming devastation. However, in the next moment, Goku vanished and reappeared behind Piccolo, delivering a devastating punch that sent him crashing down like a meteor. The impact caused the ground to collapse and fracture, clouds of dust rising ominously. Piccolo emerged from the rubble, but he was in a dire state. Having withstood Goku's immense force, he was gravely injured. Blood streaming from a gash on his forehead where a vein had burst. Haha. His gaze fixed intently on Goku, who was gradually descending to the ground. Piccolo's eyes blazed with fury. He crossed his arms before him, a faint golden glow enveloping him as his energy surged once more. Goku furrowed his brow, surprised that Piccolo could still augment his power. He had already been astonished that Piccolo could endure the effects of the super god water. Yet he now realized that this was still not Piccolo's complete potential. Crackling arcs of electricity appeared around him as King Piccolo's energy rocketed to its peak, escalating dramatically. 650, 700, 730, 840. The sky darkened ominously, and a terrible tempest of lightning intertwined, debris rising from the ground only to be shattered. This was not merely a display of power. It was a lethal technique. Goku immediately expanded his senses, and his expression darkened as he detected a familiar energy several kilometers away. It was Bulma and the others, aware of the danger yet determined to assist, having followed in an aircraft. "This is bad." Master Roshi, aboard the plane, sensed impending doom and urged Bulma to turn back. But it was already too late. Suddenly, the terrifying scene in the distance erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. King Piccolo detonated his energy in a devastating, indiscriminate attack capable of leveling everything within a several-kilometer radius. Goku, confident in his ability to withstand it, was forced to reconsider his strategy upon the unexpected arrival of Bulma and her companions. Visible to the naked eye, an enormous surge of energy swelled, altering the very fabric of the environment and unleashing a fierce tempest. Yet, just as the energy was about to reach its zenith, it abruptly halted, transforming into a mushroom cloud that slowly ascended into the sky, the storm of lightning dissipating in its wake. At the center of a massive crater, King Piccolo remained frozen, arms raised skyward. As Wukong's martial arts attire lay tattered, he manifested before his opponent, his right fist piercing through flesh. His hair stood on end, a fierce aura enveloping him, overshadowing even that of the demon King Piccolo. The golden energy in his grasp began to dissipate. This punch was a culmination of his strength, shattering Piccolo's ambitions. How could you?" Piccolo gasped. As Wukong withdrew his arm, Piccolo's form crumbled, half kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Trembling, he reached for the pouch at his waist, but Wukong, quick as lightning, seized it, discovering it was indeed filled with senzu beans. They were likely left behind by the cat sage in his flight, nearly allowing Piccolo to triumph. With the beans taken, Piccolo's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Yet, after a brief moment of rigidity, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha! Remarkably, my tenacious life force did not succumb immediately. Instead, I gaze upon you, Wukong, and roar. Do not think you have triumphed. I have hidden an egg in a place you would never find. It will inherit my will and power, growing stronger than I, and in 3 years, it shall come to avenge me." Ha! Placing his hand upon Piccolo's forehead, Wukong nodded and calmly replied, "I was unaware before, but now I am enlightened. Thank you. Why you?" Piccolo's expression froze, only to be obliterated by a ki blast, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wukong, of course, understood that he would leave behind a new generation of Piccolo, the one who would later emerge. His words were merely a ploy to rattle the prideful fool, who reveals their trump card to another. Ding. Defeated the demon King Piccolo, gained energy, ki increased by 840. In that moment, Wukong's battle power successfully surpassed the 2,000 threshold, reaching 2040. Though still far from dominating the cosmos, this gradual increase in power would not deplete his potential, signifying that Wukong forever held an unknown advantage. Even today, Wukong himself was uncertain of what he might achieve if he entered the hyperbolic time chamber or raised the gravity to its limits. His potential had yet to be unleashed even once. He had not even consumed the super divine water. According to his calculations, Wukong should have released his potential several times while simultaneously training. The super divine water, the first entry into the time chamber, and the King Kai's Kaioken training all involved tapping into that potential. Ultimately, his journey to Namek seemed to have drained his potential entirely. It appeared that he had made consecutive breakthroughs over a span of 10 years, even unlocking the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. However, the strength of Super Saiyan 2 remained on par with Vegeta, indicating that his foundational battle power was not necessarily superior. Remarkably, even his own son surpassed him, achieving Super Saiyan 2 first, suggesting that Wukong's potential had likely been exhausted to its limits at that time. The inherent flaw of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation is inevitable, as this mode fundamentally relies on an unsustainable consumption of physical energy, yielding only a temporary enhancement in power without increasing potential. This represents Goku's true limit. In Chapter 24, the eve of departure, Goku remains unhurried. If unnecessary, he will allow his potential to accumulate until the moment of release, which is bound to be earth-shattering. The base combat power of a Super Saiyan is 3 million, yet this is not the zenith of a Saiyan's capabilities. Is this resolved? It should be. What a relief. I was quite anxious for a while. It turns out that the Demon King Piccolo is not so formidable after all. Ha ha ha. Oolong chuckled to ease the tension, though the others did not share his amusement. The terrifying aftershocks still lingered in their minds. Had Goku not forcibly vanquished Piccolo, the devastation would have been catastrophic, and they would surely have perished as well. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Bulma activated her brilliant mind. Right. We could seek out the fortune teller or ask the Eternal Dragon to reveal the whereabouts of the Demon King's son. That way, we could eliminate him before he becomes a threat. Yes, indeed. The Turtle Hermit nodded in agreement, albeit still haunted by fear of the Demon King, having survived through that era of despair. Subsequently, the group split into two. One party sought the fortune teller, while Goku departed to retrieve the Dragon Balls from the Paozu Mountains. Upon reaching the Turtle Hermit's abode, Goku found the atmosphere heavy with concern. The fortune teller was present as well. My divination abilities have limits. The Demon King's son is under the protection of a formidable force, and I am already detected by him, she chastised, glaring at the Turtle Hermit. It's all your fault. You lecherous old man. I shan't return to the human realm for several years. Feeling the weight of Piccolo's gaze, the fortune teller was understandably anxious and dared not venture into the human world, opting instead to hide in the underworld. The group then summoned the Eternal Dragon. Arise, Eternal Dragon. Piccolo's location is. Just as the dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, it suddenly faltered. I apologize, but I cannot ascertain this location. My powers are derived from the Supreme Kai, and even he cannot locate the Demon King. Please present another wish. What? The group's expressions shifted dramatically. If even the dragon was powerless, what were they to do? In an instant, chaos ensued, with everyone in disarray. Could you assist me in elevating my bloodline? Goku. You? The others looked at him, perplexed by the meaning behind his wish. Yet, the Eternal Dragon's eyes glowed red, enveloping him in a radiant aura, only to fall silent once more moments later. A bead of sweat trickled down the enormous dragon's head. I regret to inform you that this wish exceeds my capabilities. I can seal away that brutal force, making it easier for you to control your power. How does that sound? Are you suggesting severing my tail? Goku frowned slightly as his tail twitched behind him. The dragon remained silent, but the answer was evidently clear. Is this not the work of the divine? Wukong is acutely aware that the formidable strength of the Saiyans is significantly derived from their tails, symbolizing the primal force of their bloodline, which grants the ability to transform into a giant ape. However, this power is exceedingly savage and difficult to control, yet Wukong is reluctant to relinquish it. Indeed, it appears that the path is not so straightforward. Wukong harbors aspirations to elevate his bloodline to that of a high warrior like Vegeta, or even to attain the legendary status of a Super Saiyan. Yet, it seems both aspirations are fraught with complexity, particularly the latter. It is likely that even Barunga may find this ambition elusive. With a heavy heart, Wukong sighed, feeling his hopes dashed. Suddenly, Krillin clapped his hands and exclaimed, Wukong, are you planning to enhance your potential to defeat Piccolo's offspring? No, Wukong replied, shaking his head. I merely wish to grow stronger, yet it seems I have failed. Do any of you have wishes? He turned to the others, considering that it would be a waste not to summon the dragon at this moment. Exchanging glances, Oolong raised his pig hoof. I want bang. With a resounding impact, blonde-haired Launch and Bulma simultaneously struck him, knocking him unconscious. Bulma dusted off her hands, saying, how can we allow you to make such frivolous wishes? Indeed, others murmured in agreement. The recent attack had resulted in approximately 43,000 casualties, with destruction unparalleled in its severity. At that moment, the television in the Kame house reported the devastation caused by Piccolo, who had unleashed countless demons in a bid to delay Wukong. These demons wreaked havoc before Piccolo's demise, leading to substantial losses. The group fell silent, then, almost instinctively, turned their gazes toward Wukong. He smiled faintly before looking up at the now sweat-drenched dragon and said, "Dragon, please resurrect those who were killed directly or indirectly by Piccolo and the demons he released." Since a wish was made, it was only prudent to minimize any loopholes. Otherwise, would it not be a waste? Buzz. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and after a moment, it proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted. Additionally, the divine has instructed me to inform you to visit the heavenly temple. He wishes to see you." With that, the dragon vanished, transforming into a golden light that enveloped the 7 dragon balls and ascended into the sky, swiftly scattering in all directions. Clap, clap. Wukong's figure blurred as he intercepted 3 of the dragon balls just in time, landing gracefully on the ground. The others were astonished by his actions. Could it truly be done this way? The dragon, the divine? What is the heavenly temple? As the group pondered the dragon's words, they all looked toward Master Roshi, the oldest among them, yet he shook his head, indicating ignorance. "I believe I have heard that the divine resides in the heavenly temple, the highest point of this planet, a being even more enigmatic than the cat sage," Wukong half-jokingly explained. "Is there truly such a place? Does this mean the divine intends to assist us in dealing with Piccolo's offspring? Perhaps he wishes to reward Wukong. After all, having saved the world and accomplished so much, it is only fitting to receive the blessings of the divine." How impressive it sounds. How infuriating. I am filled with envy. Goku, you are becoming increasingly formidable. Krillin, overwhelmed by a sudden ailment, cast an envious glance at Goku, clearly feeling the weight of his admiration. The group then agreed to reconvene at the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years, each setting off to various corners of the world for arduous training. As Master Roshi had expressed that he could no longer guide them, beneath the fading glow of the setting sun, Goku and his companions gathered for one last meal at Master Roshi's abode, aware that their next meeting might be years away, leaving them with a bittersweet sense of longing. "Mr. Yamcha, give it your all. Krillin, you too. Little bald head, if you lose, you're in serious trouble. What on earth are you doing, Yamcha?" With a drink in hand, the golden-haired launch insisted on witnessing a showdown between Krillin and Yamcha, who were already drenched in sweat. Faced with the ominous barrel of Launch's gun, the pressure was palpable. Winning or losing seemed irrelevant. Their sparring turned comical, resembling a playful exchange rather than a serious bout, which elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers, filling the atmosphere with joy. Chapter 25. Journey to the Sacred Temple. As everyone bid their final farewells, Goku gazed quizzically at Bulma in a corner of Master Roshi's house. Under the warm hues of the sunset, Bulma lowered her head, her demeanor unusually shy. "Goku, how long will you be training at the Sacred Temple?" "The longer, the better, I suppose. But if Piccolo shows up, I will definitely return." Goku believed she was concerned about having no one to combat Piccolo's return. Suddenly, Bulma lifted her head, her face flushed in the sunset's glow. Yet, just as quickly, her expression deflated like a punctured balloon as she lamented, "Honestly, we had agreed you would accompany me to collect the Dragon Balls again, but so much has happened since." Scratching his head, Goku, now slightly taller than Bulma, replied, "The Dragon Balls won't be restored for another year. Do you have a wish?" "No." Bulma's flustered reaction only deepened Goku's confusion. After all, why mention a wish if there was none? This fool, he doesn't listen at all. It's infuriating. Yet, the thought of their potential 3-year separation made Bulma anxious. So much could change in that time. Oh, how exasperating. "Lanchi, and everyone, why are you all?" Startled by the sudden appearance of Lanchi and the others who had emerged from the shadows, Bulma grew even more flustered. Before she could react, Lanchi stepped forward, clasping Bulma's hand and placing it in Goku's, then turned to shoo away the others. "All right, there's nothing to see here. All of you, go away." Cheers and whistles erupted, though they were swiftly quelled by Lanchi's gun-wielding threat. Goku blinked, noticing Bulma's now crimson face, and chuckled. "Bulma, your face is as red as an orange. You fool, idiot, just let me be mad," she retorted, pouting. Although Bulma was scolding, she suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Indeed, being with Goku always alleviated any psychological burdens, allowing her to maintain a sense of ease and joy, truly delightful. "You must remember to come back and see me. Otherwise, I might find someone else during these 3 years. Establishing their relationship, Bulma playfully pouted. This super invincible genius beauty is quite popular, you know." "Yes, I understand," Goku replied. "By the way, how old are you?" Bulma inquired, voicing a long-held curiosity. Goku paused for a moment, reflecting on how long it had been since he left the Capsule Corporation. From collecting Dragon Balls with Bulma, to training under Master Roshi, to the first World Martial Arts Tournament, and so many events thereafter, including the second tournament, so much had transpired without her realizing it. 15. Huh. Bulma abruptly released his hand, her expression exaggerated as she pointed at him, reminiscent of their first encounter. "You truly are a little brat. Knowing how to deceive girls at such a young age, how naughty." The realization that he was significantly younger than her caught her off guard. Oh well, my parents surely won't mind. But wait, Goku hasn't met them yet. Should I take him home? The bustling metropolis, also known as West City, was home to Bulma's family. Mr. and Mrs. Brief warmly welcomed Goku, and as the world's richest couple, the Briefs were extravagantly generous. Oh my, Goku-san has quite the appetite. Mrs. Brief chuckled. Being able to eat well indicates good health. That's a positive sign. Professor Brief nodded, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Mrs. Brief enthusiastically served Goku more dishes, both parents delighted that Bulma had brought a friend home. Hey, Mom, don't lean in so close, Bulma exclaimed, noticing her mother almost hovering over Goku's face, prompting her to bang the table and stand up in indignation. Oh dear, Bulma seems upset. Mrs. Brief feigned innocence, dramatically portraying a sense of grievance. Bulma has grown up, no longer as adorable as in her childhood. Oh dear. Mom, that's enough, Bulma retorted. Oh my, Bulma's temper is becoming less charming. Isn't it, dear? Professor Brief laughed heartily. Bulma, exasperated by her playful parents, found herself fuming, redirecting her frustration toward Goku. Don't I have a say in this? Wasn't I just here to enjoy a meal and get acquainted? Although puzzled, Goku felt the need to contribute. Halting his ravenous intake and looking at Bulma. Bulma, am I still staying with you tonight? Silence enveloped the room. Mrs. Brief gasped in surprise, while Professor Brief blinked, dropping his cigarette onto the floor. Bulma was taken aback. What are you saying? Oh my, so Goku-san is Bulma's boyfriend. Why didn't you tell us, Bulma? Mrs. Brief exclaimed. Indeed, how rude of you. Let me see, next week seems like a splendid time for a wedding, though Bulma still has university courses to complete. Should we consider applying for early graduation, or perhaps take a leave of absence? Honey, I think the day after tomorrow would be splendid, but time seems too tight. Indeed. You raise a valid point. However, it is plausible that the latest flying vehicles could suffice. The uncertainty lies in whether that child, Ties, remains on Earth and if there will be enough time. Witnessing her parents deliberating on the wedding arrangements, Bulma felt an impending sense of urgency. Fearing that if they continued their discussion, she might hastily find herself at the speed of light. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and frustration, her face flushed crimson. She realized she could not quell the enthusiasm of her parents and thus seized Goku, dragging him away. This fool is clearly pretending. How infuriating. How dare he put me in such an embarrassing position? Why are you pulling me? I'm still hungry. Despite the minor interruptions, the purpose of their journey was ultimately fulfilled. A few days later, as compensation, she accompanied Bulma on a delightful outing, which left Goku utterly distressed. It took considerable effort for him to finally extricate himself from the situation. Upon arriving at Korin Tower, he discovered that Master Roshi had returned, alongside a familiar figure, Yajirobe. How did you end up here? Goku pondered, astonished that this fellow had indeed defeated King Piccolo. Master Roshi, is the Heaven's Temple above us? Indeed, follow me, came the reply. Master Roshi guided Goku to the summit of his temple, where with the aid of the magical staff, they could ascend to the Heaven's Temple. The staff had originally served as a passage between the Heaven's Temple and Korin's sacred land, a treasure obtained through Master Roshi's relentless persistence, which he eventually passed on to Gohan, and subsequently to Goku. By the way, Master Roshi, how did he arrive here? Him? Master Roshi pointed at Yajirobe, licking his paw as he explained, when I fled to the lower realm to escape King Piccolo, I got lost. This fellow assisted me greatly, so I brought him back to offer guidance. He possesses some talent, yet he seems somewhat dissatisfied. Yajirobe felt the weight of Goku's gaze and responded, What? This cat told me there were delectable foods here, so I followed him. I have no interest in training with him. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. With that, he produced a bag of senzu beans, stuffing them into his mouth. Goku's eyelids twitched at the sight. Here comes the relentless eating machine. Senzu beans for sustenance. Impressive. Goku glanced at Master Roshi, sensing that the senzu beans in his possession were far from secure, and inquired, Master, do you have any more senzu beans? He had obtained a bag from King Piccolo, possibly containing a few dozen, along with a jar. However, observing Yajirobe's voracious appetite, he feared that his own supply would soon become obsolete. He needed to procure whatever stock Master Roshi had left, hoping to preserve as much as possible. Are you in need of senzu beans? Master Roshi inquired, glancing at him before leaping down from the tower's peak. Wait a moment. After a brief interval, Master Roshi returned, holding a bag of senzu beans. With a swift motion, he struck Yajirobe's hand, which was still occupied with beans, and nimbly snatched away the remaining half of his stash. What are you doing? That was mine. Yajirobe protested. You have consumed too many. Goku is heading to the Heaven's Temple to train. And the senzu beans are far more valuable, meow? In the face of Akairobe's relentless pursuit, the cat sage rose to counterattack, engaging in a fierce battle that surprisingly seemed evenly matched. The cat sage tossed a handful of senzu beans to Goku, who glanced at them and estimated there to be a couple of hundred, sufficient for an extended period, indeed the remnants of the cat sage's stockpile. In a few years, it would be nearly impossible to accumulate much more. A Kairobe's mischief would be futile, after all, as these beings had taken the cat sage centuries to amass. Disregarding the amicable exchange between the man and the cat, Goku planted his power pole atop the Korin Tower. As it radiated a crimson glow, the pole began to extend upward, carrying him towards the heavenly temple. Chapter 26. The fruits of 2 years of training. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. And at the heavenly temple, situated higher than the clouds, at the pinnacle of earth, stood the god of the heavens and bubbles beside the temple's architecture, gazing in awe at Goku, who sat serenely in the center of the temple's courtyard. Truly an astonishing youth, the god of the heavens remarked. Bubbles nodded in agreement, fully aware of Goku's remarkable progress over the past 2 years, having personally guided him. From merely entering the realm of Ki, Goku had achieved in 2 short years what had taken him countless centuries to master. At that moment, even the god of the heavens and bubbles would find it challenging to discern Goku's presence with their eyes closed. This exemplified the profound mastery of Ki, harmonized with nature. Vast as the sky, tranquil as stone, achieved by Goku in merely 2 years. I initially believed that the tempestuous energy within him would hinder his training. Yet he remarkably overcame this shortcoming through sheer determination. Such perseverance is truly awe-inspiring. Mr. Bubbles, can you still gauge his strength? In response to the god of the heavens' inquiry, Bubbles shook his head, unable to discern it. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Bubbles' face. God, could it be that even you? The god of the heavens smiled and nodded. To this day, he could no longer perceive Goku's strength, which was precisely what he had hoped for. The stronger Goku became, the greater the likelihood of triumphing over the newly awakened Piccolo. Despite Goku having proven himself once, the god of the heavens carried an unfathomable shadow regarding his counterpart. A butterfly landed on Goku's shoulder, with several more resting on his head and arms, seemingly unperturbed. Then, Goku opened his eyes, a brilliant light gleaming within them. With a casual gesture, an extraordinarily tranquil aura flowed from his fingertips. Rising to his feet, he released the butterflies into the air and approached the god of the heavens. God, I wish to return to Korin Tower to complete my trial. It is no longer necessary, replied the god of the heavens, resembling the demon King Piccolo in appearance. The trial at Korin Tower merely required you to seize that fleeting moment. For you now, such a trial holds no significance. But I still wish to attempt it. The god of the heavens, though somewhat puzzled, instructed Bubbles to activate the teleportation device within the temple, sending Goku to Korin Tower. Klo Mountain is a remarkable location on Earth, home to the Temple of the Celestial Gods, which possesses numerous wonders, including the ability to traverse time and space to a certain extent. Klo Mountain serves as one of the trial grounds, a remote area where a sacred crown resides. When dawned, this crown summons a storm of lightning strikes, making it impossible to avoid being struck. After all, no matter how swift one may be, even if one could match the speed of light, the human reaction time could never reach such velocity, as it inherently requires time. Thus, this trial, as stated by the celestial gods, has always aimed to evoke the latent potential of the trial taker amidst peril, allowing them to seize fleeting opportunities. However, Goku holds a differing perspective. Be careful. He nodded at a charming girl with red hair tied in a ponytail, who had guided him during his first visit to Klo Mountain. She is a native of this land, named Lily. Approaching the place where the sacred crown lay, Goku lifted the crown and placed it upon his head. Concern etched across Lily's face. She had witnessed countless times how Goku's reckless actions led to severe injuries from lightning strikes, and it was she who rescued him for treatment afterward. Boom. As the pedestal of the crown sank, a beam of golden light shot skyward, and in the next moment, ominous clouds shrouded the sky. Goku gradually closed his eyes, dulling his remaining senses. His repeated encounters with lightning had taught him that relying on ordinary senses to outrun lightning was utterly futile. He needed to harness a higher level of perception. Boom. A lightning bolt struck down, enveloping Goku in a cloud of smoke. With his eyes shut, his brow furrowed in concentration as the acrid scent of scorched flesh permeated the air. Boom, boom, boom. As if incensed, the sky unleashed a torrent of lightning, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Even a Saiyan's body would suffer under such destructive force. Soon, his martial arts uniform was charred and tattered, revealing bulging muscles adorned with scars. Blood trickled from his head. Indeed, the outcome was as he had anticipated. Disappointment washed over him, though it was not unexpected. He had attempted this numerous times, each time being teleported back just before sustaining grave injuries. The one occasion he did succumb to serious harm merely served to unleash a fraction of his potential, resulting in a notable surge in his combat prowess. Boom. No. Goku suddenly opened his eyes. A previously unseen bolt of thunder descended. Strangely, this lightning appeared to slow down in his perception. He saw it. His heart raced as he swiftly raised his arms, channeling the lightning into his body. Countless arcs of electricity spread from him to the ground, then radiated outward. Lily, who had been warning him from a short distance away, now found the lightning extending towards her. Fear surged within her, her face drained of color as she closed her eyes. Clang. In the next moment, Goku's figure appeared before her, the sacred crown fell to the ground, and the multitude of lightning dissipated. Are you all right? Goku asked, his tone sincere. As Lily opened her eyes and gazed at his towering silhouette, their eyes met, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, to which Goku earnestly replied, "Thank you." Although Lily was perplexed, the fact that she could assist Wukong filled her heart with immense joy. Wukong's gratitude was sincere. It marked his first and only experience of capturing the speed of lightning, not through his own perception and reaction, but through a higher realm of understanding. Although he was still far from truly grasping that level, he had indeed succeeded. Perhaps one day in the future, he would fully master this power. With unwavering determination, Lily helped Wukong bandage his injuries, and after sharing a meal, he finally returned to the heavenly temple, requesting leave from the deity. Wukong intended to venture down to the mortal realm. You were meant to cultivate here for 3 years, but you have exceeded expectations. I have no further guidance for you. Go ahead. The deity did not impede him, but instead instructed, while you are down there, please visit the demon realm gate. You should have been there before. The demon race, known as Azura, once made an agreement with King Piccolo, lending him their powers. It was during this time that King Piccolo rapidly grew stronger and used this power to dominate the world. If you feel capable, you might attempt to eliminate him. Wukong pondered. So, is Piccolo's power different from yours because of this? Indeed, the deity affirmed with a nod. Wukong understood at once. It was no wonder that the half-dragon, half-human creatures created by King Piccolo were clearly not Namekians, and their mass production defied reason. King Piccolo's self-identification as a demon likely pertained to this. Otherwise, how could the Namekians transform into demons? Having agreed to the deity's request, Wukong summoned the flying Nimbus and leapt toward the heavenly temple below. Chapter 27. Return to the Demon Realm. Host, Sun Wukong Bloodline. Saiyan, lower-class warrior. Age, 16 Chi. Combat power 2450, 410. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 15 times gravity, over the course of 2 years. While striving to further master the realm of Chi, it appeared that his strength had not significantly increased. His 15 times gravity only added 400 points to his combat power. However, it is essential to note that aside from gravity training, he had engaged in little additional combat practice. Moreover, he had deciphered the meaning behind the numbers following his combat power. These reflected his growing age and understanding of Chi, indicating potential for further enhancement. Though he possessed a mere 4 points of potential, based on his experiments and speculations, releasing each point of potential could double his combat power from its original base. This meant that while his combat power seemed to stand at 2450, he could theoretically reach a staggering 9,800 in a short span. This level was akin to that of the elite among upper-class Saiyans at their peak. It was indeed a peak, not merely adulthood, for Saiyans experience a prolonged youth, remaining in a phase of strength growth even until their 40s or 50s. This also explained the gradual nature of Wukong's power enhancement over the past 2 years. To exchange potential for strength prematurely is a grievous waste. He awaits the opportune moment, for when the time is ripe. A single release of his potential could propel his power tenfold in a fleeting instant. At merely 17 years of age, he is, by Saiyan standards, already a warrior. Yet this body harbors an abundance of potential yet to be unearthed. Meow? The cat sage, previously ensconced in slumber, suddenly sprang to the side of Korin Tower, gazing upward. In the next moment, a figure descended rapidly, startling him into a backward tumble. Cat sage, it has been quite a while. Goku, it is indeed you. To scare me like that warrants divine retribution, meow. The cat sage licked his paws and inquired of Goku. Do you have business with me? The sacred beans. None. Before he could finish, the cat sage, seemingly provoked, thrust his staff into the ground and proclaimed loudly, Your friends have all scaled up to complete my trials. I have already bestowed the sacred beans I cultivated over the past 2 years upon them, and with that rascal Yajirobe around, they are all gone. Very well then, farewell. Sage. Realizing he could not procure any sacred beans, Goku decisively took his leave. Phew. The cat sage exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. After Goku and Yajirobe had depleted his supply of sacred beans, he recognized that such strategic resources would likely become increasingly scarce, prompting him to hide them away. Consequently, he had even sent Yajirobe away from Korin Tower to fend for himself. Yet, this lazy Yajirobe would occasionally return to keep him company, alleviating some of the solitude. Tat tat tat, boom. In an unknown town, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, 3 factions clashed in a fierce skirmish. It was considered 2 factions, as one individual was firing indiscriminately. Damn it. Surrender quickly. There is no escape for you. Enough chatter. A bandit, taking refuge against a building, stormed into a house, seizing a family of 3 as hostages to leverage against the police. Boss. Well done. A burly, rotund brigand, upon witnessing this, immediately took one of the elders hostage, advancing toward the police, ordering, ceasefire. If not, I shall open fire. Damn it. Ceasefire. The police, recognizing the peril to innocent lives, had no choice but to halt their return fire, just as a golden-haired figure suddenly zipped behind the gang of robbers. What the hell? Bang! Tat tat tat. With a swift punch and a few more shots, the robbers were dispatched, and the golden-haired Lanchi casually picked up a bag of cash that had been pilfered. I'll graciously accept this. But, you vile scoundrel, die. Suddenly, the gang leader, due to his massive physique, remained unaffected, raising a modified, oversized revolver to pull the trigger. Flames erupting. Lanchi, startled, instinctively sought to evade, but it was too late. In a critical moment, a hand caught the bullet. That was close. I made it just in time. You monster. The gang leader, paralyzed with fear, fled from behind cover, only to be apprehended by the police. At that moment, the police noticed something amiss and swiftly surrounded the scene, with numerous firearms aimed at the individuals present. Do not move. A sense of trouble loomed. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Wukong seized Lanky by the shoulder and vanished from the spot, leaving a bewildered group of officers in shock. Minutes later, they arrived at a dilapidated town several kilometers away. This place resembled a forsaken settlement, with crumbling walls and no signs of life. Lanky distributed the stolen wealth to a group of wandering children. Big sister, are you hurt? One of them inquired. Enough with the chatter, kiddos. I must take my leave. You'll have to fend for yourselves from now on. A sense of melancholy enveloped the children, for Lanky had cared for them like family during her time with them, providing food and driving away their tormentors. They had grown quite dependent on her. Yet, Lanky understood that she could not remain to look after them, especially since she was a bandit. It would be absurd to involve these children in bank heists. After bidding her farewells, Lanky displayed a nonchalant demeanor, masking her reluctance. Subsequently, the two soared away on the Nimbus cloud, under the watchful eyes of the children. Lanky sneezed and transformed into her blue-haired self, curiously asking, Wukong, didn't you go to train with the gods? I have returned. I am headed to a specific location and will meet Bulma afterward, Wukong replied candidly. He briefly explained the matter of the Demon Realm Gate, and Lanky's situation was elucidated as well. It turned out she had wandered too far in a prior escapade, and her golden-haired form had frequently emerged, causing her to become lost. Wukong recalled the previous instances when he had failed to summon the Nimbus cloud, likely due to Lanky calling for it. Fortunately, he had obtained another cloud from the cat sage. The Nimbus cloud recognizes its master, yet it seems indifferent to ownership, as evidenced by Master Rashi's ability to summon it despite lacking the qualifications to ride it. The key factor is whether the cloud can hear your call. If it does, it is likely to respond. Upon arriving at the village where the Demon Realm Gate was located, Wukong was astonished to find no trace of inhabitants. Moreover, even the distant castle's master had vanished, presumably having relocated. After resting for several hours, night fell, and Wukong approached the Demon Realm Gate, preparing to enter. Turning to Lanky, who had reverted to her golden-haired form, he said, Lanky, you should return to Master Rashi's place. Once I resolve matters here, I will visit him. Enough with the excuses. Let us go? Lanky insisted, pulling back the gun's bolt, her eagerness palpable. With no other option, Wukong stepped forward and placed both hands on the Demon Realm Gate. As a surge of power erupted, he gradually pushed the gate open. Chapter 28, 2700. The heavy gate of the Demon Realm, made of an unknown material, proved to be a formidable challenge. As Wukong pushed, his muscles bulged and veins throbbed, showcasing the exertion of his full strength. Even so, moving the gate was a daunting task. It was still night, and the gate of the Demon Realm could now be opened from the other side. Had it been daytime, he likely would have been unable to budge the door. Behind the gate, a throng of demon creatures was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Two massive iron chains were fastened to the gate, which should have required a concerted effort from numerous demons to pull it open from within. Yet at this moment, it was forcefully pushed open by Wukong from the outside. Ah, it's that human from before. Everyone flee. Quickly seek Lord Azura. Save yourselves. In an instant, the horde of demons scattered like frightened birds. Wukong observed them, noting that they were mostly low-tier demons, many of whom likely possessed combat power below 10. He had no intention of engaging them. Instead, he strode straight into the depths. Lan Shi followed closely behind, occasionally firing her weapon to dispatch a few demons, which seemed to pique her interest. In the grand hall of Azura's throne, the once meditative Azura opened his eyes to behold the gathering of demons before him. A flash of red light glimmered in his gaze, and in the next moment, a crimson beam expanded at a visible speed, instantly reducing the demons in its path to ashes, which then coalesced into a red light, merging with Azura's essence. His combat power surged exponentially, multiplying several times from its original state. Beside him, Mira smiled. Are you so anxious? That human. I am not anxious about him. Humph, Azura retorted. Before he could finish, Wukong had already approached, surveying the empty scene with a furrowed brow. He had intended to harvest more. The demons here still possessed notable combat abilities, and if he could eliminate them all, his power would increase significantly. His strength, enhanced through the system, did not affect his potential value. Thus, as long as it was feasible, he would elevate his power in this manner without prematurely depleting his potential. Ajura looked down at Wukong from his elevated position, and astonishingly, his seated form began to levitate, swiftly charging toward Wukong with incredible speed. Boom. A punch was thrown, which Wukong intercepted with a raised hand, resulting in a shockwave between them. Human, I once spared you, yet you dare return here. Ajura's eyes glinted with malice. Wukong, however, merely smiled. Is your strength truly so limited? In the next moment, Ajura's eyes emitted two beams of crimson light. This attack mirrored that of King Piccolo, combining astonishing destructive power with remarkable speed, making it difficult to evade. Yet Wukong deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike, though his martial arts attire was torn. He then pivoted and delivered a powerful punch to Ajura's abdomen. Boom. The forceful blow caused Ajura's eyes to glaze over as he plummeted from the air, stumbling backward. Wukong, however, had no intention of halting his assault. He might adhere to some rules when facing a martial artist, as that constituted sparring rather than a life-or-death struggle. The former Wukong's greatest flaw was his inability to distinguish between the two, treating sparring as mere play and never unleashing his full power unless pushed to the brink. And when the moment truly arrived, even unleashing his full strength would often prove futile in altering the tide of battle. This is not to blame Goku. He is a competent martial artist, and moreover, a Saiyan. The inherent combative nature of Saiyans is intertwined with arrogance, a trait that has been exacerbated by his encounters with Vegeta, continually influencing his judgment. The Goku of today would not succumb to such flaws. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of powerful strikes, Goku unleashed a torrent of blows that left Ajura bloodied and staggering backward. At that moment, a tail ensnared Ajura's foot and whipped him away like a lash. Boom. With a sound akin to a sonic boom, Ajura's figure transformed into a blur, crashing violently against the massive solid granite arena, shattering a corner of the battleground. Stop. A chilling voice pierced through the chaos. If you wish to keep your friend alive. Goku turned to see Lan Chi held captive by Mira, a small dagger pressed menacingly against her throat. Yet, Goku showed no intention of sparing Ajura. As his tail loosened, Mira assumed he had relented. However, in an instant, Goku flashed into action, his aura surging to its zenith as he unleashed a punch imbued with overwhelming power. Roar! A phantom reminiscent of a colossal ape flickered behind him. The force of this punch surpassed Goku's battle power limit. With one devastating blow, Ajura's body was pierced, blood gushing forth, leaving him gravely injured. Goku then hoisted the barely conscious Ajura from the pit, gazing at Mira with an unwavering calmness. You now have one chance to escape with your life. Yielding under threat is the most perilous choice. Mira frowned, perplexed by this young warrior's brutality, which seemed to eclipse that of their demon kin, coupled with an unsettling decisiveness and composure. Who, indeed, is the true demon here? Exhaling slowly, Mira released Lan Chi, opting not to gamble on Goku's murderous intent. Observing this, Goku maintained his grip on Ajura until Lan Chi approached his side. At that moment, a red cord shot forth from behind Lan Chi. Goku was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the target of this strike was not him, but Ajura. Thud. The end of the red cord bore a small dagger, which swiftly pierced Ajura's body. In the next instant, a transformation began to unfold. Ajura's muscles swelled, and his energy surged exponentially in a mere heartbeat. Without hesitation, Goku retreated with Lan Chi. Fixated on Ajura's metamorphosis, this was a transformation he had witnessed before. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Mira was channeling her energy through that peculiar weapon to empower Ajura, enabling him to transform despite his injuries. 1000, 1100, 1200, 1800, 2700. Ajura had morphed into a towering behemoth, standing 3 meters tall, his skin a deep crimson, with 2 horns protruding from his head, resembling a fearsome monster. This could not possibly be Ajura's own strength. It was likely a fusion of Mira's power that facilitated this transformation. You have reduced me to this state, human. You shall pay dearly. After Ajura completed his transformation, he unleashed a powerful strike, generating several gusts of wind that caused the surrounding rock walls and arena to crumble and disintegrate. In the next moment, he charged towards Goku, and the two became embroiled in a fierce battle, their figures flickering like phantoms as they darted from the ground to the sky and back again, their speed so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye. Boom. Bang bang bang. Ajura had entered a frenzied state, his fists and feet transforming into a tempest of fury, sweeping towards Goku. Alarmed, Goku adjusted his own gravity to 10 times its normal weight, barely managing to keep pace with Ajura's velocity, yet he found his strength still suppressed. Was this the essence of a battle power of 2700? Chapter 29, The Demon Realm Training Chamber. Bang. Boom. Ultimately, Goku could not withstand Ajura's furious blow, crashing into the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Haha. Although Ajura had previously sustained injuries and lost considerable stamina, he now breathed heavily, his gaze icy as he stared downwards. Be careful. Mira's warning had scarcely left her lips when Goku's figure flickered behind Azura, unleashing a concentrated wave of energy between his hands. Huh! A roar mingled with the thundering sound of destruction as the terrifying energy engulfed Azura. The blinding light illuminated the entire city of Shura, causing countless demons on the periphery to look up in fear at the ominous radiance reaching towards the heavens. Many demons cowered in corners, trembling, while others curiously observed the happenings within the city. As the light dissipated, Azura crossed his arms in front of him. A thick plume of smoke mixed with the acrid scent of burnt protein emanating from his body. Before he could lower his arms, a tremendous force surged from his abdomen. Bang! Pua! A powerful punch ascended from below, forcing Azura's body to arch painfully, crimson blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes glazing over. Bang! Bang bang bang! Seizing the opportunity, Goku would not let it slip away. He aimed to take Azura down while he was vulnerable. As anticipated, the demon race, though formidable, lacked proficiency in the manipulation of energy, particularly in terms of sensory awareness, allowing Goku's preemptive energy gathering to go unnoticed. That previous energy wave had utilized 90% of his strength. Had it been another martial artist, such as Krillin, they would have sensed the impending threat immediately, if not to counter it, at least to evade a portion of its might. Yet Azura endured it with his robust demonic physique, compounded by his earlier injuries, leaving him in a precarious position, and the tide of battle shifted in an instant. After another round of intense combat, Azura's demonic body was undeniably resilient. Yet Goku's strength was not limitless. He too required respite after an explosive outburst. Seizing this opportunity, Azura regained his consciousness, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes now a vivid crimson. Mira, lend me all your power, and I shall honor your conditions. Whoosh! Mira's figure swiftly appeared beside him. Placing her hand on Azura's shoulder, a red light emanating from her towards him. Remember your promise. With Mira's energy coursing through him, Azura's physique seemed to swell once more, his muscles reaching a terrifying degree, his stature surpassing 3 meters. The surging muscles seemed to fill every gap in the skeletal structure. And in the next moment, Azura charged directly toward Goku below. Boom. Thud. With that punch, Goku's gaze momentarily faltered. It was overwhelmingly powerful. At this moment, Azura's combat power had soared to a staggering 3,000. It was utterly unreasonable. He could genuinely transfer energy to enhance his fighting prowess. Without hesitation, Goku, severely injured, felt an intense pain in his chest and couldn't afford to hesitate. His body was not as resilient as Azura's. Gravity released. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Goku's speed surged, vanishing before Azura. Azura was momentarily taken aback but swiftly pursued, matching Goku's speed, and the two raced out of the Shura city. Meanwhile, Mira appeared to be weakening from exhaustion, descending from the sky. Not only that, but upon landing, she sank to one knee, her breathing ragged. Crack. You must be out of strength, you wretched creature. Huh. Mira regarded the gunpoint aimed at her by Lan Chi, unperturbed. She was merely an ordinary human, incapable of inflicting harm on her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lan Chi suddenly lunged forward, delivering a punch to Mira's face, blood splattering. You. Grabbing Mira by her hair, the golden-haired Lan Chi unleashed a furious barrage. How dare you use me to threaten Goku? Bastard. Stop it. I will kill you. Bang. 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 At this moment, even Goku would be taken aback, for Lan Chi's combat power was not as feeble as he had remembered. Previously, the golden-haired Lan Chi, even with a weapon, had a combat power of only 7 or 8. Now, however, it had skyrocketed to over 90. Perhaps even with merely 10 of her strength remaining. Mira could have easily bested her. Alas, all of her strength had been entirely lent to Azura, leaving her utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the golden-haired Lan Chi. Outside Shura City, waves of energy blasts rained down upon this demonic realm. Boom. Combat power 30, 40, 10, 70, 60. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Goku, having released gravity, saw his speed surge, yet he still lacked the means to contend with Azura's newfound strength, thereby resorting to this method. As for whether he felt any guilt over ruthlessly slaughtering the demon race, he felt none at all. In fact, it was quite exhilarating. His combat power was also ascending rapidly during this process. 2450, 2480, 2520, 2800. Unfortunately, the demons within Shura City were likely the elite warriors Azura had gathered from this demonic planet, leaving the remaining ordinary demons rather weak. Not much stronger than an average earthling. Nonetheless, with a combat power of 2800, Goku was sufficiently matched to engage Azura once more. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of a fierce clash, Goku still found himself at a disadvantage. Yet both their stamina was rapidly depleting, and their combat powers began to wane. Seizing the moment, Goku consumed a Senzu Bean, instantly restoring his strength to its peak. What? Azura sensed something amiss, but it was too late. At that moment, his power suddenly plummeted, dropping below a combat power of 2000. Wukong, naturally, would not repeat the same mistake. With all his might, he unleashed a powerful punch, this time targeting the head. Boom. With a surge of energy, the massive form of Azura, transformed, fell lifeless to the ground, now a headless corpse. Ding. The demon Azura has been slain, gaining energy, and combat power increased by 1800. An aura erupted around him, shifting the very winds and clouds. Combat power, 4600. Including the minor gains from this endeavor, Wukong's combat prowess underwent a qualitative transformation. This level of power approached the pinnacle typically reached by most adult Saiyans. While it may not rival those so-called elite warriors, it certainly did not account for Wukong's latent potential. After dispatching Azura, Wukong, concerned for Lan Chi's safety, returned to Shura City, only to find Mela had already been knocked unconscious by the golden-haired Lan Chi. Connecting the dots with Azura's sudden drop in energy, it was likely related to this incident. Buzz. Moments later, Mela awoke to see a blue energy coalescing before her. Do you wish to live or die? Wukong gazed calmly at Mela. When he first arrived here, she had guided him. However, that did not absolve her from his judgment. Mela, uncertain, slowly rose to her feet, then knelt, bowing her head in silence. Yet, this silence spoke volumes. Her answer was one of submission. She wished to survive. Wukong withdrew the energy in his hand. You will remain here. Continue as Azura did before, gathering those demon warriors to this place, alive. Understood. With the issue of wild monsters resolved, this location could become a natural training ground, a steady stream of growth. He believed that it would not be long before his strength would undergo a fundamental transformation, and this realization filled him with joy. Indeed, this was the greatest reward of his journey. Chapter 30. The unexpected appearance of Dr. Gero. Upon exiting the demon realm, Wukong parted ways with Lan Chi. He headed to the metropolis in search of Bulma, while Lan Chi, having restored her blue hair, was likely returning to Kame House, assuming no unforeseen events occurred along the way. In the metropolis, at Brief Technology University. Yes, indeed, the University of the Brief family, the finest institution on Earth in terms of technological advancement and benefits. When Wukong arrived at Bulma's home, he learned that she was not there. Instead, she was at school completing her final courses, on the verge of graduation. Bulma was a prodigy, having repaired alien spacecraft at the tender age of 5. Had it not been for the Brief's concerns about her restlessness post-graduation, she would have graduated much earlier. According to the original timeline, Bulma did indeed become restless after graduation, frequently venturing out, whether to seek out others at Kame House or to travel the world, though she no longer embarked on solitary adventures in her car as she did in her youth. Hello, may I inquire if Bulma is present? Bulma, who are you? A vibrant young woman, clutching a book with both hands, adjusted her glasses and scrutinized Wukong, clad in martial arts attire that seemed out of place among the surroundings. I am a friend. The young girl displayed a curious expression, subsequently pointing in a certain direction. The library is over there. Bulma should be borrowing books there. At this hour, she might also be headed to the cafeteria, which is on the other side. After expressing his gratitude, Goku made his way toward the library she indicated. With his sensitivity to energy, he could easily discern Bulma's location from such a distance. However, the bustling metropolis was teeming with people, especially within the confines of the school, where the crowd was overwhelmingly dense. He released his energy perception, which felt like a multitude of black dots scattered across a sheet of paper, enough to provoke a sense of claustrophobia. Now that he had a direction, he merely needed to focus his perception, successfully locking onto Bulma's position. Meanwhile, the girl's curiosity intensified as she observed Goku's retreating figure. Hey, what are you looking at, Wheezy? One of her friends asked. That guy is here to find Bulma. Have you heard that she has a boyfriend? I hadn't heard that, replied another girl, dressed in a more revealing manner, with a playful smile. He is quite tall and muscular. I wonder what his personality is like. The other two girls regarded the boldly dressed girl with disdain. The bespectacled girl shot her a warning glance. Be careful not to provoke Bulma. If she decides to confront you, we won't come to your aid. That woman, the girl in revealing pink attire, clad in a tank top and denim shorts, looked more like a streetwise girl than a student, especially with her makeup being rather minimal. Inside the library, Goku effortlessly passed through using the identity card provided by Dr. Brief. One could only commend the Brief family's university. Rows of books were meticulously managed by intelligent robots, accompanied by various computers and operational devices. After wandering through the aisles, he finally spotted Bulma at a long table piled with books. Her azure hair was cut into a bob with bangs, and she absent-mindedly tucked a side of her longer hair behind her ear, revealing half of her fair face. Sighing as she gazed at the books before her, she seemed to feel fatigued, raising her hand to massage her temples. At that moment, Bulma was clad in a dark sweater and jeans, exhibiting a maturity that contrasted sharply with her impulsive nature from 2 years prior. Suddenly, a pair of hands rested on her shoulders, jolting her awake. Get away from me now, or else I won't hold back, Bulma exclaimed, her face darkening. Bulma? Huh. She paused momentarily. then turned in surprise as sunlight streamed through the nearby floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating them both. Her eyes sparkled, and she immediately leapt to her feet. Goku, when did you come back? Wait, this jerk really left without a word for 2 years. This cannot be overlooked. Goku sensed the precariousness of the situation. His intention for coming here was to avoid creating a scene upon their reunion, hence his plan to surprise Bulma first. He gently embraced her, leaving little room for resistance, and spoke earnestly, I'm sorry. Bulma gradually ceased her struggles, leaning into his embrace and resting her head against his chest, muttering, Umph. Don't think this is over. I'll settle the score when we get back. Plan successful, mission accomplished. As Goku returned, Bulma lost her interest in reading and led him toward the cafeteria. Auntie has prepared the meal. Shall we not head back to eat? You wouldn't vanish again after dining, would you? At this moment, Bulma gracefully linked her arm with Goku's and, gazing up at him with a hint of menace, warned, if you dare to do that again, I will make sure you regret it. Goku promptly fell silent, having just managed to soothe Bulma's emotions. Saying the wrong thing now could be perilous. He obediently accompanied Bulma to the cafeteria for a meal and then strolled with her, as if they were a genuine couple on a date. However, a small incident occurred when Goku nearly consumed half of the cafeteria's stock, leaving onlookers astounded. Honestly, I end up in such ridiculous situations when I'm with you, Goku remarked, slightly frowning. Bulma, noticing his expression, laughed and continued, but this is quintessentially you. By the way, what would you like for dinner? I can call my mother to prepare it. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. I'm just grateful to have something to eat. He shifted his arm, which Bulma was embracing. Although the two squishy masses were quite comfortable, he couldn't remain in that position indefinitely, as he feared that any sudden movement might unintentionally cause Bulma discomfort. This made him feel somewhat uneasy. As Bulma pondered what to have for dinner, two figures approached in the distance. Dr. Gero, your paper on infinite energy is simply astounding. Is it possible that such energy truly exists? One was relatively young, while the other, dressed in a sweater with an extravagant hairstyle, was a scientist. Dr. Gero? What a coincidence. Bulma mused. This esteemed chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army was also the creator of the terrifying androids, a figure who had caused considerable trouble in the future. Following his gaze, Bulma noted Dr. Gero walking away and explained, Dr. Gero is a super scientist in the fields of physics and biology. Many of his theories astonished even my father. He is here recently to attend a global scientific conference. A conference? Goku inquired. Yes, it was initiated by Dr. Gero himself. He seems to have made significant breakthroughs in biology, which piqued my father's interest enough for him to sponsor this conference. Could it be related to Cell? Goku pondered. No, wait. Did Cell's research come before or after the Android series? Bulma sighed. I heard Dr. Gero's wife passed away years ago, and my father worried that he might succumb to despair because of it. Yet, he seems to have recovered remarkably quickly, and I've heard she was also a brilliant scientist. Is that so? Goku responded absently, his thoughts drifting toward whether he should confront Dr. Gero directly. After all, the threat posed by this individual was immense. The concept of androids defied logic and should not exist. Even formidable foes like Frieza and Majin Buu adhered to certain principles, whereas androids did not. Their limitations and capabilities were entirely dependent on their creator's research. Goku harbored doubts that if Dr. Gero were to remain alive, he might inadvertently acquire fragments of divine destruction, potentially leading him to create another god of destruction. That was simply too formidable. Chapter 31, 10 Foes? The sky's the limit. Ultimately, Goku refrained from taking action against Dr. Gero. The potential to alter the course of history held no advantage for him. Rather, the prospect of inducing an unforeseen deviation in history could lead to even graver consequences. Thus, his focus remained solely on enhancing his own strength, adopting the philosophy of meeting challenges as they arose, without excessive contemplation. Have you heard? Bulma's boyfriend has come to school. Really? No way. Is he handsome? He must be wealthy, right? Tall. I believe Bulma mentioned he is a martial artist. What kind of martial artist? Ridiculous, haha. Originally, Bulma and Goku intended to return home. But as they passed a boxing gym, they overheard discussions within. Briefs University, while not all-encompassing, offered an array of facilities beyond imagination. In addition to essential educational resources, the institution boasted the tallest technological edifice on the entire planet. The boxing gym naturally fell within the school's domain, frequented by numerous students seeking to hone their skills. Goku sensed Bulma tugging him forward. Blinking, he heard her whisper, ignore those people, they're just bored. Bulma, that's him. I was right. A girl, previously captivated by Goku's appearance, pointed at them, instantly drawing the attention of onlookers. Bulma, wishing to avoid trouble for Goku, though not out of fear, as the school belonged to her family, merely sought to steer clear of a swarm of pesky individuals. However, the opposing party had other intentions. A bronzed figure leaped down from the second floor of the dojo, blocking their path, hands wrapped in bandages. With an intense gaze fixed on Goku, he proclaimed, I heard you're a martial artist? Such a traditional title. Care for a spar? I'm called. I have no interest in knowing, Goku interjected, shaking his head. Bulma tugged at him again, urging, Goku, let us go. The two prepared to depart, yet. What's the matter? Afraid? Goku turned, a smile gracing his face. Bulma felt a surge of irritation. Had it been 2 years prior, she would have personally dealt with the situation. Despite the opponent's training, Bulma assessed his combat prowess at merely a 7, while her own was a solid 5, just slightly above that of an average individual S2 or 3. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, Bulma surmised that the challenger had attempted training but ultimately faltered. As they entered the boxing gym, Bulma stood at the edge of the arena, cautioning Goku, don't hold back. Understood. With that, Goku approached the boisterous figure, who was prancing about as if performing acrobatics. The din of the crowd swelled. The gym bustling with spectators, some having arrived merely by the whisper of excitement, creating a cacophony of cheers and jeers. Come on. Fight, fight. Oh yeah, farmer. Make him cry. As Goku observed the audacious contender, arms raised and parading around the ring, the turmoil within him dissipated. He had initially been pondering the lack of spectacle if he acted too swiftly, yet he was not proficient in flamboyant techniques. As for the present situation, what a nuisance. Bulma, could it be that your boyfriend is merely a dullard, a mere fade? Observing his solid stature, humph. The girl in a tank top approached Bulma. While the bespectacled girl and another companion felt the situation was somewhat excessive, yet chose to remain silent. Bulma, however, dismissed their remarks. Engaging with them at such a moment would be unwise. Facts were far more significant than words. As anticipated, the girl huffed and, sensing the atmosphere, sauntered away. Casting a flirtatious glance at the arena, the villager's face flushed with excitement. The challenger had made grand promises, urging him to confront Bulma's boyfriend, with rewards contingent upon victory. Suddenly, in a surge of enthusiasm, the villager lunged at Goku, delivering a punch, his expression ecstatic. He had struck gold. Typically, boxing matches adhere to regulations and are overseen by referees. Given the proximity, he was confident that even if his opponent possessed some skill, he would surely send him reeling. Ah, how despicable. Bulma fumed, but felt no concern. In the next moment, Goku seized the villager's arm, a glimmer of confusion crossing the latter's face, before he was sent flying with a kick, crashing into the crowd. Ah, you scoundrel. A cacophony erupted among the crowd, filled with boxing gym students and coaches, their glares directed at Goku, brimming with menace. The onlookers felt a surge of tension. After all, these boisterous individuals were known for their short tempers. The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses and voiced her apprehension. Bulma, are you not worried at all? Not at all, if they seek trouble with Goku. They are merely digging their own graves. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, appearing quite at ease. Although Goku had no interest in bullying ordinary folks, he was already present. Thus, he raised one hand, making a beckoning gesture, laden with provocation. If they were dissatisfied, they could come at him again, or all at once. He was ready. 10 at once. Apologies, but there's no limit. Minutes later, a small mountain of challengers lay piled in the boxing gym, without exception. All who dared to step forward were dispatched by Goku with a single blow, though to say it was a single punch might be a slight exaggeration. Well, it was just a mere tap. How impressive. Is this what one calls a sense of security? A few girls at the scene felt their legs give way, collapsing to the ground. Bulma continued to link arms with Goku as they departed, her spirits soaring. The unpleasantness of their 2-year separation had evaporated. Her joy stemmed not from Goku's accolades, but from his willingness to step in to alleviate her troubles. Half an hour later, at the brief residence. Ding ding ding. Goku's appetite remained as hearty as ever. He chuckled heartily. Mrs. Brief sat nearby, diligently serving him dishes, while Bulma sipped her juice. Suddenly, Mrs. Brief looked up at her, saying, Oh, Bulma, it's perfectly fine if you don't wish to marry. Having a child with Mr. Brief is quite wonderful too. Bulma, sputtering. At this moment, even Dr. Brief was nodding in agreement, suggesting that while they were still young, assisting in raising children was indeed a commendable choice. However, he inquired if they had decided on a name for the child. If not, he could offer some suggestions. Dad, Bulma interrupted loudly, halting the conversation. Mrs. Brief, astonished, covered her mouth, exclaiming that Bulma was becoming increasingly unlovable. She reminisced about how much Bulma adored her when she was younger, recalling the time Bulma had cried and hidden away after wetting the bed for the first time. Mom, don't say that, Bulma retorted angrily, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up, dragging Goku along with her. Goku, what's going on? I haven't finished eating yet. Chapter 32, Remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. In search of solitude, Bulma decided to take another leave of absence. She was primarily focused on self-study now. By publishing a few papers, she could firmly establish her position in the academic realm and graduate smoothly with her doctorate. After taking leave, her first destination was, of course, the Kame House. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere was lively, with Master Roshi seated in front of the television. Click. Master Roshi froze. What on earth are you watching? Where's lunch? Bulma casually switched off the television. Master Roshi, momentarily stiffened, looked up to see Bulma and Goku, and then rose, exclaiming, Oh, Goku, you're back. Goku bowed respectfully. Master Roshi scrutinized Goku for a moment, nodding in satisfaction, as he could no longer discern the extent of Goku's power. Bulma, meanwhile, went upstairs to search for a while, returning shortly after. Launch. Didn't she say she would be back? Previously, Launch had come to tidy up, but halfway through, she transformed into her blonde self and flew away. Master Roshi silently retrieved another disc from the corner, lamenting, I thought someone was finally doing chores and cooking for me. Ever since Krillin and Yamcha departed like Tien, Master Roshi's life had reverted to its former state, living alone on the small island, accompanied only by a turtle. At that moment, the turtle appeared at the door, exclaiming, Oh, Goku, Bulma, you've come. It's been quite a while. Are you sure it's been a long time? To be honest, this old turtle had lived so long that his sense of time was likely quite vague. If he didn't venture outside, it might feel to him like Goku had suddenly grown taller and then vanished, only to return after a few hundred years with another boy who resembled Goku exactly. Since the others were absent, Bulma did not wish to linger there. After exchanging a few idle words, she pulled Goku away. Where to now? Goku asked, somewhat puzzled. Bulma piloted the aircraft, clad in an orange jacket and black trousers. Her head adorned with a cap emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo. Capsule Corporation was not merely a high-tech enterprise. In truth, its technological branches had permeated various fields, producing clothing of exceptional quality. Otherwise, Bulma would not have been able to replicate the standard gear of the Frisia Force within just a few days. Uniforms so resilient that even a Saiyan transforming into a great ape could not tear them apart. Bulma casually tossed him a circular object, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips. I recall you promised to accompany me on another quest for the Dragon Balls. Did you not? Goku was about to retort that they had already completed that journey, and he had gathered the Dragon Balls once, yet under Bulma's unwavering gaze, he wisely chose to remain silent. Let us search for them. After all, I have little else to occupy my time. It won't hurt to revisit this endeavor before I report back to the Supreme Kai. Whoosh. The aircraft from the Capsule Corporation soared through the sky, leaving a white trail before vanishing into the horizon. A day later, Bulma and Goku arrived at a remote town and successfully unearthed the first Dragon Ball from a farmer's barn. Counting the two that Goku had left at Bulma's home and the one from the Bowsy Mountain, they had already amassed four. The process had been surprisingly smooth. As Bulma munched on her freshly purchased snacks, she glanced at the Dragon Ball radar. Oh, there's another one quite nearby. Then let us go retrieve it, Bulma exclaimed. Devouring the last bite of her roasted meat, her perfect figure accentuated as she stood. Turning to Goku, she declared, All right, this place isn't far from Bowsy Mountain. You go fetch the 4-star ball, and we shall meet here. Okay. Goku was about to inquire if she could manage alone, but Bulma had already dashed away, waving her hand in farewell, only to collide with a telephone pole. Ouch, just witnessing it was painful. It felt as if he had been transported back to a few years prior when Bulma, in her impulsiveness, had embarked on adventures to seek the Dragon Balls. Shaking his head, Goku reflected on her reckless enthusiasm with a hint of exasperation. While Goku was en route to Bowsy Mountain to retrieve the 4-star ball, he sensed a familiar energy mid-journey. He descended from the clouds, landing softly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, two factions were engaged in a fierce battle along a rugged mountain path, with a golden-haired Launch leading one side. The opposing team was unfamiliar to Goku. But as both parties took cover and exchanged fire, one of the enemy combatants suddenly unleashed a laser energy blast that obliterated Launch's cover. Ah! Cries of anguish echoed as numerous figures were hurled into the air. Launch, observing from a distance, remained unscathed. Noticing that the adversaries were dispatched, she clicked her tongue and grasped a nearby box, preparing to make her escape. Stop her. She has the goods. Beep, beep, beep. The opposing leader, a woman with short purple hair, along with the one who had just fired the laser, emitted a mechanical voice that locked onto Launch. Target acquired. Charging complete. Energy discharge. Boom. Another terrifying energy blast erupted, narrowly missing Launch as it veered off course, leaving a trail of catastrophic explosions in its wake. The shockwaves engulfing a radius of 100 meters. What is this? Who are you? Violet's expression shifted dramatically as she beheld the figure beside her. The one who had brutally decapitated number 9. Wasn't this the very creature that had decimated their headquarters? This is bad. Violet instinctively placed a hand behind her. While Goku scrutinized the robot head in his grasp, perplexed by its intricate circuitry, he intended to take it back to Bulma for her examination. The destructive power of this contraption was decidedly formidable. Capable of unleashing such immense energy, its combat power must exceed 500 at the very least when converted to ki. Without a care for Violet, he casually stowed the robot's head into the gourd at his waist. He had acquired this gourd 3 years prior during his training, having won it from 2 foolish bandits. It possessed a vast interior, suitable for storing numerous items, provided they were not living beings, as the latter would undergo fermentation and dissolution. Goku, what are you doing here? Lan Chi exclaimed, rising from the ground, her face somewhat soiled. Goku shook his head in bemusement, handing her the box he had discovered. Shouldn't I be asking you that? What on earth are you up to? Didn't you return to the turtle hermit's place? TCH, Lan Shi offered a smile. That old geezer is always trying to take advantage of me. I couldn't be bothered to serve him, so I ventured out for a change. After taking your advice, I found it quite intriguing and gathered some people to engage in a bit of business. When did I ever give you such advice? And you, as a bandit, aren't satisfied? What on earth are you transitioning into? Boss, are you alright? A few figures approached, concerned. I'm fine. Lan Shi waved her hand dismissively and pointed at Goku, declaring loudly, this is my little brother. You treat him as you would me. Understood? Yes. The group of subordinates turned to Goku and bowed in unison, boss. Goku nearly choked in disbelief. No, I'm not. I didn't. It was indeed a stark contrast. Previously, Lan Shi had operated solo. But now she had rallied a group to strengthen her endeavors. After a brief exchange, Goku felt somewhat exasperated but furrowed his brow, gazing in the direction the purple-haired woman had fled. Who was that just now? She is an arms dealer who emerged 2 years ago. I aspired to enter that business as well, which led to our conflict. TCH, I wonder where she procured those monstrous robots. She aims to undermine my business, humph. As Lan Shi spoke, she suddenly patted Goku on the shoulder, smiling. But since you're here, I could use your assistance. Goku was reluctant to become a bandit or engage in any perilous profession, much less assume the role of a leader. However, considering their friendship, he replied, I'm currently collecting Dragon Balls with Bulma. I'll return to find you afterward. By the way, Goku handed Lan Shi one of the Dragon Balls he had secured for Bulma's safekeeping. Take this. It will make it easier for us to locate you later. With that, Goku continued his journey towards the Baozi Mountain. He felt uneasy about leaving Bulma to her own devices in search of Dragon Balls, so he hastened his return. Chapter 33. Lan Shi's redemption. Deep within the mountains near the nameless town, Bulma had ridden her motorcycle into the wilderness. After some searching, she stumbled upon a clearly modified experimental base. Unfortunately, she inadvertently triggered the base's defense system, and a swarm of robots emerged, pursuing her relentlessly. Help! Boom, 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 thud, thud, thud. Intruder, eliminate. Goku. In a frantic escape, the enemy commenced launching heavy artillery, including rocket-propelled grenades. Bulma, overwhelmed, could only shield her head and flee, unsure whether it was sheer luck or her exceptional driving skills that enabled her to navigate her way out of the mountains. However, the relentless robots pursued her, closing in on the small town, causing Bulma to panic. If only she had not allowed Goku to leave. Now, disaster loomed. In her moment of distraction, a rocket propelled from behind, the explosion hurling Bulma into the air. Fortunately, the durable motorcycle from Capsule Corporation remained intact, though Bulma was thrown off. As she plummeted towards the ground, she shut her eyes in terror. It was the end. Suddenly, a whoosh followed by a resounding boom erupted. What was happening? At the last moment, Goku returned, catching Bulma in his arms. With a swift motion, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating a multitude of robots, creating a clear passage through the forest. Goku! Bulma exclaimed, a mix of relief and joy flooding over her as she clung tightly to him, only reluctantly releasing her grip after a while. After a brief explanation, Goku grasped the situation. By the way, Bulma said, retrieving a miniature camera and displaying an image for Goku to see. Look at this. The picture featured 2 emblems prominently in red, which Goku recognized immediately as the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Goku furrowed his brow. Is this a research base of the Red Ribbon Army? Indeed, Bulma confirmed, stowing away the picture with a hint of concern. Could it be that the Red Ribbon Army has not been eradicated? Impossible to be eradicated. They become akin to mythical creatures out of urban legends, conceptual beings, to be precise. This insignificant planet in the far reaches of the universe, populated by a cabal of ambitious madmen and scientists, has managed to survive numerous apocalyptic events, even creating monsters capable of threatening the safety of the entire cosmos. Thus, Earth's later reputation as a true hellish difficulty level is no mere jest. What you perceive as hellish difficulty is merely a few super science. The actual peril lies in the emergence of creatures that can obliterate deities. The vast influence of the Red Ribbon Army was indeed understandable, as their complete annihilation remained elusive. Bulma found this reasoning sound and refrained from further comment, reassured that the headquarters had already been destroyed. Then, a thought struck her. The Dragon Balls must be located within that base. Let us seek them out. Wait, Goku interjected. I encountered Launch earlier. We should find her first. Launch should be nearby, not far from the nameless town. Goku and Bulma quickly followed the signal of the Dragon Balls, leading them to a desolate town. Describing it as desolate may be a misnomer, for remnants of roofs and walls lay scattered, while a bustling city was merely a few kilometers away, creating a stark contrast. Aside from Launch's previous accomplices, several children, both boys and girls, appeared to be orphans. How could this be? As I passed by here previously, I discovered them. Long ago, remnants of the Red Ribbon Army launched a terror attack in this area, leading to a fierce battle with the government forces. Many of these children lost their parents or became separated, and they have gathered here, struggling to survive. Lan Shi, wiping her weapon, explained, well, I was just thinking of doing something, so I gathered them to fend for themselves. Are you certain this qualifies as self-sufficiency? Wukong replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Do you have a misunderstanding of what self-sufficiency means? Look at these children around us. The oldest among them is perhaps only 16 or 17, yet each holds a weapon in hand. I would believe you if you said they were bandits. Bulma, sensing the gravity of the situation, pulled Lan Shi aside to speak, likely persuading her not to lead these children astray. If it comes to it, she would rather fund their transfer to an orphanage. Anything is better than them genuinely becoming bandits. Lan Shi appeared somewhat reluctant, and the two fell into an argument. Meanwhile, Wukong noticed a few children by the fire, cooking something or roasting food to eat, and he approached them. The children regarded him with a certain wariness. But due to Lan Shi's prior mention, they quickly accepted his presence. A rather scruffy little girl with a ponytail handed him a roasted sweet potato, smiling broadly. Though polite, her expression bore a vacant quality, perhaps indicative of some psychological trauma. Wukong accepted the offering, a knot forming in his heart. Observing the other children, he noted that the slightly older ones seemed better off, yet many of the younger ones exhibited similar signs of distress. It was likely that only after enduring hellish experiences could they have become this way. The reason Lan Shi had not sent them to an orphanage was perhaps due to her inability to harden her heart. Given the state of these children, what would their fate be in an orphanage? Would they truly be treated as normal children? Before long, Lan Shi and Bulma returned, though they appeared rather discontented. Wukong, let us go, Bulma said, her expression somber. Wukong, wishing to inquire about the events that transpired, refrained from voicing his curiosity. Lan Shi approached a short-haired boy leading the group and instructed, I leave them in your care, kid. Look after them well. I will return shortly. Big sister, are you leaving? Cried out one child. No, don't go. The scene erupted into chaos as several younger children, sensing the distress, began to cry as well, prompting Bulma to look away in discomfort. Silence. Lan Shi, with her blonde hair gleaming, commanded with irritation, successfully quieting the children. She then explained, I have some important matters to attend to. You will remain here for a few days, and I promise I will return. Ultimately, Lan Shi and Wukong departed together, and as they left, Lan Shi cast a silent glance back, lost in thought. When I first found them, they had escaped from an orphanage. Those despicable beings. A group of war orphans, undoubtedly suffering from deep psychological scars. Having wandered for some time, they have inevitably picked up some unfortunate habits in their struggle for survival. Ultimately, they are merely striving for survival, which is understandable and can be rectified. However, the prejudices of humanity loom like a mountain, rendering these children unable to seamlessly integrate into civilized society. Lan Shi's method of caring for them is, in truth, a desperate measure. Otherwise, she could simply resort to robbing a bank, sparing herself the trouble. Her sole desire is to prevent these children from ending up on a wanted list. Just as she has. I have already spoken with my father, who will finance the restoration of the small town and arrange for educators to guide those children. There will be no issues. Bulma cast a glance at Lan Shi, realizing that before Lan Shi departs, it is essential, for otherwise, the children would surely struggle to accept any changes. During this period, those children have likely come to view Lan Shi as their pillar of support. As long as she remains, any transformation seems impossible, and such change may be painful for those who have already endured suffering. Yet, for their future well-being, such change is imperative. Chapter 34, The Violet Phantom. Upon returning to the nameless town, Lan Shi felt a surge of agitation and resolved to accompany the two in their quest for the Dragon Balls. Once they are gathered, I wish to return for a visit. Bulma smiled at this, assuring her that it would pose no problem. Her father would personally oversee it. Furthermore, regarding the weapons she left for the children, humph, Lan Shi scoffed, waving her hand. I've already taken all their ammunition. Those kids are far too inexperienced. Indeed, the head of the bandits, Bulma mused, when suddenly, an idea struck Lan Shi. She produced a box and placed it before them. What is this? Bulma inquired. This was the reason I clashed with that woman. It is supposedly a significant super weapon, though I cannot ascertain its nature. Bulma piloted the aircraft to the town, seeking a secluded corner to land. After opening the box brought by Lan Shi, both were met with confusion upon inspection. Inside, instead of the guns or bombs she had anticipated, lay a massive chip-like object adorned with a familiar pattern on its side. Once again, the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. What could this possibly be? It is perplexing, far too intricate, and seemingly beyond my expertise in weaponry. If only my father were here. While Bulma is undeniably a genius, she still has much to learn. Experience often surpasses youthful brilliance. Dr. Brief, on the other hand, has reached the pinnacle in nearly every known field. If one were to quantify attributes into numerical values, with a perfect score being 100, Dr. Brief's intellectual prowess likely surpasses all limits, reaching extraordinary heights. Bulma, at present, might rate above 95, factoring in her innate talents. Those like Dr. Gero, in their prime, could only approach a perfect score. Let us take it for now. Perhaps future discoveries will shed light on it. At that moment, Goku recalled the robot they had previously destroyed, retrieving its head. This must also be a weapon developed by the Red Ribbon Army. Take a look. Following this, Bulma disassembled the head, extracting a chip similar to the one they had found earlier, revealing several notable similarities between the two. At this point, Bulma had gained some insight. Yet she understood that venturing into the mountain research base was essential for clarity. Thus, the trio commenced their exploration of the mountain. Boom, boom. With Goku's presence, the defensive systems and numerous robots were effortlessly obliterated. Eventually, they arrived before a grand metallic door embedded in a cavern. Goku raised his hand to attempt to breach it, only to discover its astonishing weight. What is the situation? Bulma inquired. Goku turned to his companions, explaining, I could attempt to force it open, but doing so may very well bring down the entire mountain. This door seems integral to the research base, which complicates matters. Essentially, he could excavate the entire base, but he couldn't open it without causing destruction within. How troublesome, Lan Chi muttered in frustration, kicking a nearby stone, which rebounded and struck a recess in the wall. Hearing the sound of the collision, Goku turned, sensing an unusual texture to the noise. He then pressed on that spot, applying a slight force. The rock face caved in, accompanied by a cacophony of machinery, and the metal door slowly creaked open. It's open. Goku, you're amazing. Bulma exclaimed excitedly as she rushed forward. And the three entered. However, just as Bulma and Lan Chi advanced unguarded, Goku suddenly seized them, yanking them back with a grave expression directed ahead. Intruders, destroy. A beam of destructive light erupted from within the base. Goku, enveloped in a powerful aura, countered the onslaught. The pressure surged, shaking the earth, and the cavern began to collapse. With Bulma and Lan Chi in peril behind him, Goku had no time to ponder. A torrent of energy surged from him, his battle power of 4,600 erupting in full force, shattering the mountain structure. He swiftly turned, grasping each of them and soaring into the air. The technique of flight, which he had mastered long ago, had merely been reserved to conserve energy. With a thunderous roar, as Goku's energy collided with the destructive force, the mountain seemed to implode from within, gradually disintegrating. Suspended in midair, Goku gently descended with his companions. What a pity, I never anticipated it was a self-destruct mechanism. Bulma remarked, disappointment lacing her voice. She had hoped to uncover some research materials inside. Although she relished adventure, her talents were not squandered. She held a keen interest in challenging research as well. Goku approached the rubble, searching until he unearthed a Dragon Ball beneath a massive boulder. Returning to his friends, he noticed Lan Chi's complexion appeared somewhat off, while Bulma seemed pleased, engrossed in a computer. Goku, the developer of this research base, was a researcher named Dr. Gero. How remarkable that he was developing artificial humanoid weapons. Isn't that Dr. Gero? Goku responded in surprise, but soon dismissed it. There were countless scientific madmen in this world, particularly within the Red Ribbon Army. Alas, this individual tragically passed away a month ago, dead. Goku stepped aside and noticed the information that Bulma had uncovered. With her chestnut hair, adorned with black-framed glasses, and a unique red and blue checkered pencil skirt paired with a lab coat, there was an inexplicable familiarity about her. Judging by her age, she appeared to be around 40, with the subtle traces of time etched upon her face, yet she retained an undeniable charm. Goku felt certain he had never encountered her before, and thus dismissed the thought. Her extensive arsum was impressive. However, Goku's attention was drawn to two particular points. Oh. Bulma's fingers danced across the keyboard, quickly retrieving more information. This person was once Dr. Gero's assistant years ago, having published numerous formidable theoretical studies, one of which proposed the concept of infinite renewable energy. It seems implausible, yet my father was astounded by this research for quite some time, claiming that the individual behind this theory was a super genius, connected to Dr. Gero and now deceased, infinite renewable energy. Could this not be the prototype for Android 21? Like a revelation, Goku suddenly realized this extraordinary artificial human, which would not be expected for at least another 20 years. It might never come to fruition, given the vast time span. After all, this model was not even within Dr. Gero's research scope, as he had only developed up to Android 20, which was based on himself. Thus, the existence and potential emergence of Android 21 remained ambiguous. Regardless, with the Dragon Balls now secured, the group chose not to linger on this matter further and departed with their findings. What a monster, to have devastated this base so thoroughly, a voice echoed. Shortly after their exit, a figure with short violet hair arrived at the scene, chewing something and wielding a device. After a brief search, she paused at a corner of the wreckage, with a sly smile curving her lips. She spat out her gum and affixed a small bomb to a massive stone within the ruins before retreating to a corner. Boom. Following the explosion, a deep crater revealed the damaged remains of a robot, and the violet-haired figure approached, extracting its core. Having succeeded in her endeavor, she promptly left the scene. Chapter 35, The Pilaf Gang. 5 Dragon Balls had been collected, the 5-star ball, 7-star ball, and 4-star ball already in Goku's possession, while the 3-star ball had been obtained in the town and the 6-star ball acquired within the research facility. Only the 1-star and 2-star balls remained to complete the set of 7. Bulma appeared quite enthusiastic, while Launch had grown increasingly silent and reverted to her blue-haired state. 2 Dragon Balls are converging, and they are moving, Bulma exclaimed, astonished as she monitored their movement on the Dragon radar while piloting the aircraft. Goku sensed something peculiar, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. How fortuitous. Yet, it was perhaps more accurate to say it was entirely expected. The aircraft landed in front of a black sedan, within which sat 3 familiar figures. No, it was more accurate to say 2 individuals and a dog. People off. Someone is coming. What's the fuss? We have not committed any wrongdoing. No, that is incorrect. We are indeed the villains, so why should we be afraid? Yes, the Pilaf gang. The trio descended from the vehicle, with Pilaf clutching a box that presumably contained the Dragon Balls. Each of them appeared rather timid, as Asu and Mai hid behind the diminutive Pilaf, creating a somewhat comical scene. Asu, sharp-eyed, noticed Goku's silhouette and suddenly whispered, Master Pilaf, doesn't that person seem familiar? Just as Pilaf intended to reprimand his subordinate, he was struck by unwelcome memories upon recognizing Goku, whose form began to overlap with that of 3 years ago. It's you. That pesky brat who always thwarts my plans. Goku, surveying the scene, surprisingly did not react with aggression at first, instead expressing indignation. How infuriating. You've grown so tall. When Bulma first sought the Dragon Balls, she should have encountered the trio, but was intercepted by Goku, so she did not recognize them. Goku explained the situation, and upon understanding, she glanced at the trio, exclaiming, What? So it's just 3 fools. Silence. You know nothing of the greatness of me. King Pilaf. Asu, my attack. Yes. The 3 immediately threw out 3 universal capsules, summoning 3 enormous spherical robots, which then transformed, sprouting arms and legs. What is this? Bulma gasped in astonishment. Pilaf, upon witnessing the transformation, wore a triumphant expression and proudly introduced the red robot behind him. Behold, this is my meticulously upgraded Pilaf No. 2, specifically designed to deal with you, you pesky brat. Prepare yourself. Master Pilaf, hurry up and get on. What? While Pilaf was busy boasting, Asu and Mai had already climbed onto the robot. Pilaf turned, jumping in frustration. You 2 rascals. How dare you get on first? He hurried over. But due to the robot's cockpit being rather high, Pilaf, being shorter than even little Goku, struggled for quite some time and failed to ascend. Bulma laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach. Finally, after immense effort, Pilaf managed to clamber aboard. The cockpit, encased in glass, closed automatically, and he furiously exclaimed, I forgot to design the cockpit to be a bit lower, but that is of no consequence. With that, he maneuvered the robot to raise its hand. Prepare to experience the might of Pilaf No. 2. As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from his palm. Goku's expression shifted, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Bulma and Launch, his gaze scanning the area. Asu and Mai, piloting the robots, swiftly charged towards the flanks, moving with remarkable speed. This was likely the newfound power of Pilaf's upgraded robots, indeed more formidable than before. However, with a resounding crash, the robots were obliterated by Goku's fists and feet, leaving the Pilaf gang in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, utterly stunned. Pilaf even had a stream of snot flowing from his nose. At last, the 3 individuals obediently presented the Dragon Balls, adopting the demeanor of remorseful children. Goku, showing a remarkable sense of magnanimity, chose not to hold their misdeeds against them and set them free. These 3 mischief makers, while often causing confusion, had their moments of amusement to offer. You fools, it is because of you that I relinquished the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Pilaf. The ever-sentimental Shu was moved to tears. Really, truly. Pilaf glanced at his 2 subordinates, feeling a touch of embarrassment as they fled. Yet, as they retreated, he couldn't resist turning back to declare with bravado, It's not that I'm afraid of you, you little brat. Just you wait. Suddenly, a stone flew through the air, causing Pilaf to stumble and fall flat on his face. Lord Pilaf. The 2 hurriedly helped him up before hastily making their escape. Buzzing with energy, the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, radiating a golden glow. Aren't you going to make a wish? Goku inquired, glancing at Bulma. She smiled but then shot him a playful glare. I never said I wanted to make a wish. I merely asked you to accompany me in collecting the Dragon Balls. True enough, but what is the point of gathering them if you're not going to make a wish? Achoo! A golden-haired Launch appeared, eyeing the Dragon Balls with a mixture of desire and hesitation. Bulma, sensing her apprehension, asked with concern, Launch, do you have a wish? You're not planning on making any dangerous wishes, are you? While the blue-haired Launch appeared calm, Bulma worried about the intentions of her golden-haired counterpart. I want to control my transformations, the golden-haired Launch expressed, her eagerness tempered by hesitation. Control your transformations? Bulma and Goku exchanged glances, frowning. But if you do that, launch. Wouldn't one of you just cease to exist? The situation was clearly more complex than mere personality disorder. It felt as though two souls resided within a single body, both essential to its identity. To gain control would inevitably mean erasing one, and regardless of whether the eternal dragon could fulfill such a wish, as friends, they were loath to witness such an outcome. Yet, the golden-haired launch remained resolute. TCH, that indecisive side of me is just a nuisance. It would be better if it were gone. No way, Bulma exclaimed urgently, gripping her shoulders and fervently dissuading her. Launch is launch. It's unacceptable for either side to disappear. Indeed, Goku concurred. Caught in turmoil, Launch ultimately found clarity through their encouragement and refrained from making any perilous wishes. Accompanied by her friends, Launch revisited the desolate town, and the transformation brought about by the Capsule Corporation was indeed astounding. Within mere days, the abandoned settlement had been revitalized, complete with all essential amenities. Schools, hospitals, a police station, and even an amusement park had been established. The briefs had come to assist in finding adoptive families and schools for the children, arranging guardianship where necessary, achieving equally positive outcomes. Moreover, they had constructed a sizable dome house reminiscent of Bulma's family residence, perfect for escapades and travels. Bulma, you're back. Dad, Mom, what brings you both here? Oh dear. Mrs. Brief approached with a tray of tea and refreshments, a hint of distress in her voice. Your father and I received your call, and you mentioned having a romantic getaway with Goku. We were quite envious, so I suggested a little trip for some relaxation. That's right. Speaking of which, Bulma, have you considered having children? Dad. Bulma interjected loudly, fully aware of her father's impending remarks. A significant part of her decision to leave home stemmed from the pressure exerted by her parents. She simply could not endure another day in that household. Honestly, Mrs. Brief remarked, noticing Bulma's discomfort. She refrained from further provoking her daughter and turned her attention to Goku. Goku, come have some juice. You prefer orange, don't you? Thank you. Such politeness. She chuckled before glancing at Launch. And this lovely girl beside you must be one of Bulma and Goku's friends, right? Such beautiful hair. Thank you. Launch, with her blue hair, exuded undeniable gentleness. Chapter 36, The Android Core. After a delightful gathering, Goku realized that today was, in fact, Bulma's birthday. Despite their occasional eccentricities, the Briefs had surprisingly prepared a celebration for their daughter, complete with all the essentials, a birthday cake and a sumptuous feast. Bulma had always celebrated in this manner since childhood. Perhaps it was a bit extravagant, but her parents had never been negligent in her upbringing. Thus, while Bulma initially appeared somewhat spoiled, her inherent kindness shone through, and she had become considerably more composed over time. Reflecting on Bulma's life, it could be summarized in several key phases. The innocent vivacity she exhibited upon first meeting Goku, tinged with a hint of arrogance, her gradual maturation and poise, while still retaining her cheerful disposition and her adventurous spirit in her 20s, daring enough to explore Namek. Beyond that, the narrative becomes less certain. Given the Brief family's circumstances, when Gohan sought out the 30-year-old Bulma, he discovered a woman who had taken up smoking, her face bearing the unmistakable traces of time and fatigue. As he once pondered while watching anime, Gohan questioned how Bulma ever fell for Vegeta, especially after her first boyfriend Yamcha, who had proven himself to be rather fickle. The stark contrast in her life choices suggested that her marriage was not one of happiness. Initially, Vegeta had never even uttered Bulma's name, referring to her merely as the woman, indicating that in the primal and brutal mindset of a Saiyan, the concept of marriage held no significance, only the distinction between warriors and the weak, much like Raditz and Nappa, who could be discarded like garbage once they became burdens. As for Vegeta's transformation, it likely began when he reluctantly acknowledged Trunks, a process that spanned many years, implying that prior to that, Bulma held no importance in his eyes. Rather than being enamored with Vegeta, it could be argued that Bulma, in her disappointment with Yamcha, merely recognized in Vegeta a shadow reminiscent of her former self with Goku. Having become akin to Goku, she vowed that such misfortunes would not befall her again. Vegeta is unworthy, and Bulma shall not suffer such misfortunes. Goku, really? You're eating so much. Though Bulma appeared to be complaining, she nonetheless handed plate after plate of food to Goku. This prompted a round of teasing from the Briefs, causing Bulma to blush. However, she was gradually growing accustomed to it. Let them say what they will. After all, our relationship is established. What is there to be concerned about? She stole a glance at Goku, who was voraciously devouring his meal, her heart racing before she turned away. Bulma felt shy. I did not. Mom, you are so chatty. Oh dear, Mrs. Brief feigned surprise, then adopted a sorrowful expression. Bulma actually scolded her mother. Oh my. Doctor. Brief nodded gravely, acknowledging that Bulma's temper could indeed be a concern, potentially affecting their future children. Therefore, let us take care of the grandchildren. Dad, Bulma exclaimed, hopping in frustration, yet the couple laughed joyfully. They knew their daughter well, having raised her themselves, and thus, while they might seem frivolous at times, they genuinely cared for Bulma. They would wholeheartedly support her decisions and protect her with all their might. They sought no specific social status or academic excellence in her partner. Their only wish was for her to be treated well. Thus, Mrs. Brief's initial jesting about Goku was not merely for Bulma's amusement. She found him suitable from the very first glance. She would never indiscriminately declare any acquaintance of Bulma's to be her boyfriend. Now, seeing Bulma and Goku together brought the greatest joy to the couple, and they eagerly anticipated the day they would meet their grandchildren. Following Bulma's birthday, the group returned to her home in Metro City. As Mrs. Brief had remarked, though we have prepared, we have an even larger three-tiered cake at home. Plus, your sister Tights has returned. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Bulma found herself celebrating 2 birthday parties. Goku patted his belly, feeling 6/10 full. However, upon arriving at the Brief residence, they discovered it had been attacked. Although the structure remained intact, the interior was in disarray, and Tights was missing. In the face of such unexpected turmoil, the Brief family was understandably alarmed. Bulma found a communicator in a corner, activating it to reveal a video transmission. On the screen was Violet, with a blonde woman resembling Bulma restrained beside her. "Are you not Dr. Brief?" she inquired. "Perfect timing. What do you want? Release Tights at once." Bulma's eyes blazed with anger. Violet, unfazed by Bulma's fury, calmly presented her conditions. "Miss Bulma, I would like you to persuade your boyfriend to hand over the cores of subjects 9 and 10, and then we can discuss matters further." "What are those?" Bulma asked, perplexed, glancing at Goku, who appeared equally flustered and not entirely clear-headed. After a moment of contemplation, Goku produced the 2 cores, one from a robot he had destroyed, and the other brought forth by launch. To their astonishment, they realized these items were the core chips of androids. Bulma promptly initiated negotiations, declaring that she was willing to provide the items if they would release Ties. "Do I appear to be a fool, Miss Bulma?" Violet replied with a seductive smile, refraining from acquiescing, and continued, "I shall arrange the exchange location. It will be a handover of both the person and the goods. And you must come personally for the exchange." "You." Bulma seethed momentarily, yet her concern for Ties compelled her to contemplate acquiescence. At that moment, Goku interjected, calmly taking the communication device and gazing at Violet. "You seem to dictate all the terms. That hardly seems equitable, does it?" Violet visibly tensed, beads of sweat appearing on her brow. There was little choice. After all, he was the one who had thwarted the ambitions of their Red Ribbon Army. Allowing him to approach could prove detrimental to her. Goku recognized that while the cost was considerable, the Dragon Balls had already been gathered, and he could resolve this threat with a single wish. However, expending a wish on such a matter felt rather extravagant. Ultimately, Bulma acquiesced to Violet's demands and proceeded to the exchange site. An hour later, they found themselves on a desolate island several hundred kilometers from West City. Bulma arrived with 2 core items, awaiting the exchange amidst the howling sea breeze that stirred the fine sand of the uninhabited isle. Before long, Violet appeared alone. Bulma's brow furrowed with concern. "Where's Ties? Do not play games with me. I will not relinquish the items unless Ties is returned. Rest assured." Violet raised her hands slightly, smiling. The heiress of the Capsule Corporation has always been true to her word. "Once you hand over the items, I will ensure that Miss Ties returns safely. I would stake my life on it." Bulma scrutinized her for a moment before gritting her teeth and responding, "You had better not pull any tricks, otherwise you shall regret it." After issuing her warning, Bulma hurled the box in her hand with all her strength. Violet effortlessly caught it, opened it, and nodded in acknowledgement. Confirming its contents, she turned to leave. "Wait, where's Ties?" Bulma exclaimed, her urgency rising as she attempted to pursue Violet, but the latter swiftly leaped away, seemingly on the verge of vanishing from sight. Pausing atop a large rock, Violet glanced back and winked. "Miss Bulma, your sister has already returned to the metropolis. It has been a pleasure doing business with you." "You." Bulma was about to unleash her frustration when her phone rang. Upon answering, she learned Violet had not lied. Ties had indeed returned. It turned out that Violet had meticulously calculated the timing, having released Ties during Bulma's journey for the exchange, yet without providing her with a means of transportation. Ties had managed to reach the Brief residence just as the transaction concluded. This outcome was the result of careful psychological and environmental calculations, requiring immense confidence and foresight. Essentially, it was strategy. Chapter 37, Android 11. Back at home, Bulma remained irate, feeling utterly outmaneuvered. That woman was insufferable. "Well, it's over now, isn't it?" Ties consoled her. "By the way, what was that important item that they were willing to threaten me over?" "Humph, that person was merely afraid of Goku," Bulma replied, her displeasure evident. At this moment, her concern was not about the success of the other's scheme, but rather the fact that she had been deceived. Tai Si glanced at Wukong, who was sitting nearby, and nodded. Just then, Dr. Brief entered the room, exclaiming, "Ah, that chip is quite extraordinary. I examined it with a backup and discovered that it is a super energy source, complex in nature, seemingly embedded with a dangerous killing program. It's terrifying to think of who might have developed such a perilous device." Wukong, Sensing that the retrieval of those 2 chips could spell trouble, inquired, Doctor, is it possible for those chips to become more powerful? Individually, he could defeat them with ease, but he feared any ulterior motives they might have. Doctor. Brief pondered for a moment before suddenly slamming one fist into his other hand, awakening to a realization. It seems indeed possible. The chip exhibits a high degree of similarity. And if multiple energy sources could merge into one body, they might just create an incredibly powerful weapon. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Taisi remarked, her brow furrowing with unease. Daddy, how formidable could that super weapon be? It can't possibly be stronger than Wukong, can it? He defeated that demon King Piccolo. Bulma chimed in, expressing her disbelief that anything could surpass Wukong's current strength. Dr. Brief, intrigued, began to assess Wukong with keen interest, resting his chin on one hand. It's difficult to ascertain, but I could design a testing device. Wukong, if you don't mind, I'd like to gather some data for comparison. Wukong had complete faith in Dr. Brief's technological prowess and readily agreed to the test. True to his reputation as a genius, Dr. Brief conceived the idea, designed, and manufactured the so-called testing device in less than half a day. It resembled a hemispherical container, reminiscent of the later gravity chamber, suggesting that the Brief family had a particular affinity for such spherical structures. All set, Dr. Brief announced as he and the others stood outside the testing chamber, signaling to Wukong inside. With a slight frown, Wukong spread his arms wide and unleashed his full energy. Boom. The entire testing chamber shook violently, and the tremors could be felt hundreds of meters around the Brief residence, causing the family to stagger unsteadily. Dr. Brief gazed at a screen outside the chamber, where a 4-digit number fluctuated wildly, exclaiming in astonishment, incredible. Humanity can truly possess such immense energy. It's already surpassed 1,000. Bulma anxiously watched as the testing chamber began to glow red, exclaiming, Daddy, this testing chamber is going to explode, is it? Of course not, Doctor. Brief replied confidently, but glancing at Wukong's surging energy, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he amended, as long as Wukong doesn't intentionally destroy it. The chamber should be fine. Beep beep beep. Before he could finish his sentence, the testing chamber's instruments began to blare, emitting a dangerous red light. Crack. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the testing chamber began to crack. This is bad. With a startling wave of heat and billowing smoke, the instrument's readings froze at 3,000, slowly opening. Dr. Brief gazed at the now-defunct testing chamber, lost in contemplation. It seems necessary to develop new materials and testing techniques. Dr. Brief's inventions were flawless. They were merely constrained by the current technological limitations of Earth. However, these limitations were only temporary. For a genius like him, as long as he was provided with a demonstrable direction, he could independently innovate and develop without the need for entirely new technologies. Naturally, should he have the opportunity to draw upon existing knowledge, his technological prowess could achieve remarkable advancements in a short span of time. Goku pondered for a moment, sensing that Dr. Brief's talents should not be squandered, and thus mentioned the spaceship at Capsule Corporation. It was the spherical spacecraft he had used when transported from planet Vegeta, and it still resided at Capsule Corp, easily retrievable. A spaceship? So, Goku, you are an extraterrestrial? Tais frowned in astonishment. Perhaps. Goku scratched his head, unsure how to explain. He glanced at Bulma, who surprisingly did not seem overly shocked. Instead, she nodded as if it were the most natural thing. No wonder. I always thought you consumed an absurd amount of food. You must not be from Earth, and that peculiar tail of yours is quite the giveaway. You're missing the point. Dr. Brief was far more intrigued by the mention of the spaceship. Acquiring such extraterrestrial technology would save him an immense amount of time. After a discussion among them, the situation had not become more troublesome, but it had certainly multiplied in complexity. First, there was the Red Ribbon Army. Unknown was their intent. How about this? Goku and I shall seek out the fortune teller to inquire about their whereabouts. And Dad, we can look for the spaceship after Goku returns, Bulma suggested. Very well, I'm not in a rush. You two be careful on your journey, Dr. Brief advised. Sure, Tai suddenly proposed. Actually, I'm quite interested. Why don't I join you? Bulma glanced at Goku, who nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio transformed into a quartet as they set off to the fortune teller's palace in the desert. Goku had preferred to go alone for speed, but Bulma had brought along a sum of money, a mere 10 million. For the Brief family, that could be considered pocket change, as the Capsule Corporation earned far more than that in mere seconds. The fortune teller readily agreed to assist them with her divination, and the process proceeded smoothly. After a series of cryptic incantations, her crystal ball revealed 2 figures, Violet and Dr. Gero. In the vision, Violet handed 2 chips to Dr. Gero, only to be abruptly struck down by a towering figure at Dr. Gero's command, rendering her unconscious. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Gero inserted the 2 chips into the towering figure's body. Oh dear, it appears these individuals are engaged in something rather significant. The divination of the old woman suddenly became murky, causing her to cast a worried glance at Goku. Goku, you must hurry and stop that madman, otherwise, the Earth could be in peril. I understand, Granny, Goku responded, but where are they located? The old woman promptly divulged their whereabouts. With Bulma's assistance, they swiftly pinpointed the location on a map. Just as they prepared to take flight, Goku raised his hand to halt them. You should all return. Since even Granny feels there is danger, it is likely our adversary is formidable. I can handle this alone. Your presence may invite peril. His expression was grave, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. At this moment, Bulma's face flushed with indignation. What are you saying? If there is danger, shouldn't we go together? How can you, Bulma? Tai interrupted sternly, urging her to calm down. Only then did Bulma notice Goku's serious expression, and her agitation subsided somewhat. With a hint of disappointment crossing her features, she lowered her gaze. I understand. However, she lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. If anything happens to you, I won't forgive you. I still have the Dragon Balls, and, all right, Goku nodded, hesitating briefly before reaching out to embrace Bulma, soothing her emotions. Chapter 38, The Ultimate Weapon. Whoosh. A visible aura erupted around Goku, and he soared into the sky, the surrounding air dispersing in all directions. This little brat has truly become extraordinary. The old woman mused, clutching her hat. Tai, equally astonished, remarked, he can actually fly. How impressive. While she had seen flying before, witnessing it on Earth for the first time, especially at such speed, was astounding. Well, if you all have no further business, please take your leave. I do not entertain guests here. The old woman issued her dismissal. Bulma, regaining her composure, scoffed. What? You just made a fortune off us. The customer is king. Your attitude is quite appalling. I am most displeased with you, the old woman retorted, her tone neither harsh nor lenient. You, Bulma bristled, exchanging hostile glares with the old woman. Previously, when Goku had visited, Bulma had nearly smashed the old woman with oolong due to her words. A fact the old woman had not forgotten. Thus, their compatibility could only be described as exceedingly poor. Seeing the tension, Tai nudged Bulma aside and leaned curiously over the old woman's crystal ball. You are the divination lady, correct? May I request another reading? I no longer have 10 million, but I believe I still have 500,000. If you don't mind, I could offer you a few novels in exchange. That will not suffice. I do not offer discounts. The old woman was unimpressed, and upon learning that Tai was Bulma's sister, she became even less inclined. Unless you can defeat my 5 warriors, I shall not agree to your request. Hee hee. Oh dear, Tai feigned distress, pondering for a moment before stating, what a pity. It seems I must rely on Goku to defeat your 5 warriors. The little girl, you are just as annoying as she is. The fortune teller, with no other option, reluctantly agreed to assist Tai's in her divination. As she descended from the crystal ball, the fortune teller inquired, all right, what is it that you wish to divine? Pointing at Bulma, Tai smiled and said, I want to help Bulma see whether she will find happiness with Mr. Goku in the future. Tai's, this divination is utterly unnecessary. Bulma complained. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What does it matter? Consider it my birthday gift to you. Tai's replied cheerfully. The fortune teller, unconcerned with their banter, proceeded with the divination. Amidst a chant, the fortune teller completed the ritual, yet nothing appeared in the crystal ball. Is this thing broken? Lan Chi asked, tapping it lightly. Do not touch my crystal ball so carelessly, the fortune teller exclaimed, before returning her attention to the orb, clearing her throat. She then glanced at Bulma and cast a peculiar look at Lan Chi, her expression gradually becoming strange. What's wrong? Is your crystal ball truly broken? Bulma felt uneasy under her gaze, sensing that something ominous was afoot. My crystal ball cannot possibly be broken, and the divination went quite smoothly. However, I cannot divulge the specifics. I can tell you this. In the future, you and that son Gohan's grandson will find great happiness together, and you will have several children. That's all I can say. Children. Once again on that subject, Bulma's face turned crimson, and she wished to leave promptly, urging Tais to hurry back. Oh, I still wanted to ask a few more questions. Tais persisted, unwilling to give up. Lan Chi, trailing behind them, was also preparing to depart. At that moment, the fortune teller called out to her, wait a moment. I can offer you a free divination. Is there anything you wish to know? Lan Chi replied, intrigued. As she approached the fortune teller, placing a hand on her hip. I want to know where the most valuable treasure in the world is located. The fortune teller responded. I wish I knew that too. In the research facility, ever since the Red Ribbon Army's demise, Dr. Gero had been conducting his studies in solitude. However, without financial support, his research progressed slowly. It was not until Violet appeared. She had slipped away just before Goku stormed the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, taking with her the army's long-accumulated wealth and gaining a substantial fortune. Subsequently, she sought collaboration with Dr. Gero. A surge of unstable electricity emanated from the makeshift laboratory as Violet struggled to rise from the ground. Glancing at her palm, she directed a cold glare at Dr. Gero, who was operating the control panel not far away. Dr. Gero seemed to sense something amiss, turning to her and stating, Colonel, this is the modification you requested, and I have completed it. We are now in the testing phase. How does it feel? Violet stood tall, bracing herself against the strike of Dr. Gero's super weapon. Even a normal person would perish instantly from such an attack, let alone a super warrior. Naturally, she was no exception. Raising her hand to brush away the blood on her forehead, Violet momentarily hesitated. Then a peculiar smile graced her lips as she glanced at the seemingly puppet-like super weapon. A flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. Yet suddenly, she appeared to sense something, halting her movements. She lifted her gaze toward the distance, her brow furrowing. And without a moment's hesitation, she turned and vanished swiftly into the desolate expanse beyond the base. Dr. Gallo was taken aback, perplexed by her abrupt escape. He had intended to gather some data, particularly since the modification direction was not one he had researched. But in the next instant, an alarm blared from the super weapon beside him. Warning, a super high-energy unit is approaching. Evasion requested. What? Dr. Gallo exclaimed in shock, turning to the robot. But before he could react, a blinding light descended from above, leaving him no opportunity to respond. Intense heat, brilliant light, and a thunderous roar. In an instant, the heart of the desert seemed to have suffered a nuclear explosion, a violent whirlwind of electromagnetic energy mingling with the debris of the blast, wreaking havoc. Goku hovered in midair, his hands positioned before him, forming an equilateral triangle. Kamehameha. Having witnessed this technique, he spent a moment mastering it, and with his comprehension of ki, he easily learned it. In terms of destructive power and explosive force, this technique far surpassed the ordinary Kamehameha. Aside from its considerable energy consumption, it possessed almost no flaws. Its expansive range and formidable might were undeniable. Furthermore, in terms of release speed, it was nearly instantaneous, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Had he vanquished them? Gradually lowering his hands, Goku sensed no trace of Dr. Gallo's ki. Even that super weapon, if it could withstand such an assault, would compel him to reconsider his own safety. However, reality is often shrouded in uncertainty. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure shot up from the ground, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom that shattered the sound barrier. Bang! Gritting his teeth, Goku raised his arms to block the strike, yet was propelled backward by the force. How heavy? What kind of power is this? It must be equivalent to at least 2,000 battle power. With this thought, Goku raised his hand to unleash a ki blast. However, the subsequent action of the super weapon left him aghast. The android revealed an aperture-like device in its palm that directly absorbed his ki blast. This is bad. He had completely forgotten about this. No, had Dr. Gallo developed androids capable of absorbing ki so soon? Chapter 39. Dr. Gallo is still alive. Unbeknownst to Goku, Dr. Gallo's research had shifted dramatically after the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. He transformed his initial focus from conventional robotic warfare to the creation of super weapons specifically designed to hunt him down, or rather, to counter martial artists. Having witnessed the clash of ki blasts at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Dr. Gallo made it his primary objective to devise a means to combat ki attacks. Originally, Androids 9 and 10 possessed no such abilities, yet Android 11 marked the inaugural instance of an entity capable of harnessing energy from ki blasts for its own advantage, representing the true essence of the first artificial being, rather than merely a robot. With a thunderous crash, it absorbed Goku's ki on 2 occasions, resulting in a significant augmentation of its speed and strength as the two figures clashed midair, their fists and feet creating ephemeral shadows that collided with one another. Despite having faced a disadvantage due to intelligence, this android had only consumed Goku's energy twice, thus it was not yet formidable enough to surpass him. Goku's gaze darted rapidly, soon uncovering a mechanical beetle concealed in the corner, which he swiftly dispatched with a flick of his hand. Though it was merely a reconnaissance tool, the sensation of being constantly monitored was exceedingly unpleasant, akin to being stark naked before the scrutiny of others. With a sudden movement, he seized Android 11's arm, drawing it closer and locking his arms around its neck. A powerful knee strike propelled the android's body upward, yet it appeared predominantly mechanical, a true instrument of destruction, as it unleashed a wave of energy from its mouth, a technique reminiscent of the demonic clans. Indeed, it had assimilated a wealth of perilous skills. At such close range, evasion was futile. However, Goku chose not to retreat. Instead, he extended a hand from the dust, grasping Android 11's head as energy coalesced in his palm, compressing and then erupting. The explosion of energy obliterated Android 11's head into ashes. Releasing his grip, his expression remained unchanged. This android was formidable, yet it had not surpassed his limits. Its combat prowess could, at best, be likened to that of a mere vegetable if it did not absorb external ki. As the shattered android plummeted from the sky, Goku contemplated departing but was suddenly struck by the realization of its significant research potential. He resolved to return with it for Dr. Brief to analyze, as it could prove beneficial. However, as he turned once more, a fleeting silhouette accompanied by a piercing sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! Bang! Ugh! A terrifying force cleaved a wound across Goku's arm and abdomen, akin to a sharp blade. His pupils constricted as he caught a glimpse of the previously vanquished android, which had not perished. Strikingly, it had undergone a transformation. now appearing more elongated, adorned with a symbol of a red satin ribbon on its waist and a 10 emblazoned on its forehead. Android 10? Goku was perplexed by this metamorphosis but dared not underestimate it. The creations of Dr. Gero were notoriously troublesome, employing an array of diverse strategies. Before long, Goku discerned a marked difference in the altered android before him. Its speed was extraordinary, surpassing anything he had encountered. Even he found it challenging to keep pace. After enduring several attacks, wounds began to mar his body, blood cascading forth as Android 10's hands morphed into razor-sharp blades, far too keen for comfort. Accompanied by an unparalleled velocity, he was nothing short of a terrifying killing machine. Whoosh! Goku, despite his injuries, gradually calmed his mind, gently closing his eyes as the figure of Android 10 suddenly transformed into numerous afterimages, all appearing like mere projections. Was it an afterimage punch? No, it was merely a fleeting shadow conjured by pure speed. An afterimage punch lacked such swiftness and required a certain level of skill to create illusions that could deceive an opponent. Exhaling softly, Goku slowly shut his eyes. The android emitted no energy, making it exceedingly difficult for him to perceive its speed with his own eyes. The only option left was to take a gamble. Clang! A piercing sound sliced through the air before a sharp pain struck his abdomen, making it challenging for Goku to maintain his focus. Thud! 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 Soon, his body was adorned with numerous wounds, displaying a visage of agony, until at last, he regained his composure. His tail swayed slightly behind him, and in an instant, a blade pierced through his form. Yet, astonishingly, no blood was shed. It passed straight through. In less than 1/100 of a second, Goku appeared behind the android, delivering a devastating punch that shattered half of its body. Sparks and arcs of electricity erupted from the intricate web of mechanical circuits. Suddenly, the electrical arcs surged violently, erupting from within the android, unleashing a tempest of thunderous energy that struck Goku. His pupils constricted as a wave of paralysis coursed through his body, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. At this moment, the android underwent a second transformation. What? A third stage? What kind of monstrosity had Dr. Gero created? Crack! Without allowing Goku a moment of contemplation, his muscles bulged, and an immense energy erupted from within, enveloping the space in faint arcs of electricity beneath a looming black cloud. Battle power at 4,600, fully unleashed. In this state, Goku's energy surged forth, manifesting as a white flame of ki. The formidable thunderous energy was forcefully repelled, and he unleashed a powerful punch towards the newly transformed android, a decisive strike. Boom! The clash of tremendous forces created a visible shockwave, seemingly intertwined with lightning. Bang! 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 Amidst the chaotic battle, Goku quickly sensed a disconcerting difference. This android was entirely unlike the previous two forms. Firstly, in terms of strength, while the earlier forms were not weak, Goku could easily shatter them without exerting his full power. Even Android 10 relied solely on speed. He could destroy it given the opportunity. However, this ultimate form could contend with him, not only in speed but also in strength and intensity. It matched him blow for blow. How could this be possible? Boom. After yet another fierce exchange, both combatants were forced to retreat, hovering in the air as Goku's breathing grew heavier. Though he had not sustained any fatal injuries, the prolonged battle had naturally drained his stamina. Gazing intently, he noticed that the numbers hovering above the android's head had indeed changed. But that was not the focus of his concern. A sudden, unanticipated voice emanated from within the artificial human. Sun Wukong, you truly are a monster. Ha ha ha. Dr. Gero, this old wretch is still alive? How is that possible? No, the previous one was a decoy. Wukong's gaze darkened. His earlier choice to unleash a ki blast, rather than the Kamehameha, was intended to eradicate any future threats, but it appeared to have backfired. Not only had he failed to eliminate Dr. Gero, but he had also incurred a significant loss. Noticing Wukong's cold demeanor and silence, Dr. Gero seemed to manipulate the android known as 11, raising an arm from which arcs of electricity crackled. Impressive indeed. Even my meticulously crafted super weapon has been damaged so severely. However, I must thank you for the energy you've released. In your terms, it should be referred to as ki. With this energy, I shall finally devise a weapon capable of destroying you. Mark my words, I shall return in a year to finish you off, Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha. As Wukong listened, an unsettling realization struck him regarding Dr. Gero's intentions. Composed, he charged forward, intent on apprehending this so-called super weapon. Yet, at that moment, the android unleashed a surge of electricity, ensnaring him once more. By the time Wukong broke free, the android had vanished without a trace. Chapter 40, Reunion. How foolish of me to be outmaneuvered. Wukong had not anticipated that Dr. Gero would prove to be such a formidable adversary. He had assumed that apart from the androids he created, Gero was merely an ordinary human. Yet, it became evident that intellect, when wielded with purpose, could be far more perilous than sheer brute force. Crack! His knuckles cracked ominously as a glint of cold determination shone in Wukong's eyes. Upon returning to the metropolis, he relayed the situation to Dr. Brief, and made a brief detour to Capsule Corporation to retrieve the spaceship that had brought him to Earth. Having accomplished these tasks, Wukong hastily bid farewell to Bulma and departed for the lookout. With a year ahead of him, Wukong pondered the monstrosity Dr. Gero might create. Pursuing him relentlessly would only play into Gero's hands, leaving him at a disadvantage. Instead, Wukong resolved to adopt a more straightforward approach, enhancing his strength. At the lookout, Wukong commenced a rigorous training regimen, raising the gravity to 20 times Earth's normal level and extending his training session in the Korin Tower. He aimed to attain a higher state of enlightenment. Half a year later, Wukong ventured to the demon realm, where Mira, adhering to his request, gathered a number of formidable demons from the surest star. Although most had combat powers below 100, they were still a considerable challenge. After vanquishing these demons, Wukong's power surged by 800. With his training at the lookout, his combat strength had already reached 5,100, propelling him to an impressive 5,900. The threshold of 6,000 was now within reach. More importantly, this enhancement did not impede his potential. As the years swiftly passed, Wukong's strength surpassed 6,000. And at the age of 17, his potential blossomed to a remarkable 5, with a quintuple growth limit, should it all erupt. It signifies that Goku's combat prowess could escalate to an astonishing level of 3 in a mere moment. His foundation is unparalleled in strength. Yet, this is merely insufficient. Far from enough, Goku continues to accumulate power, awaiting the precise moment to unleash it. Host, Son Goku. Bloodline, Saiyan, lower-class warrior. Age, 17. Key, combat power 6150, 510. Superpower, gravity manipulation, 20 times Earth's gravity. The heavenly temple resides high above the clouds, where the air is thin. Goku sits in meditation upon the plaza of the heavenly temple, radiating waves of luminous energy. Not only that, the surrounding rows of flowers and trees emanate an enchanting blue glow. Under normal circumstances, such an environment would be inhospitable to plant life, and indeed, it is so. It is the divine water, bestowed by Bobo, that nourishes these flora daily, granting them the vitality to thrive. This place is truly dreadful, Bulma remarked. Standing at the entrance of the heavenly temple, hands on her hips, exhaling heavily. Half a year prior, when Goku descended, she insisted on ascending to witness the heights of the heavenly temple, which is so elevated and surrounded by a barrier of divine power that no mortal can approach without permission. However, Goku's presence naturally permitted her ascent. Bobo and the deity exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and cautioned, "Miss Bulma, please maintain silence. Goku is in a crucial phase of his training and must not be disturbed." Bulma quickly stifled her voice, holding her breath, but moments later, she nearly fainted, her head spinning. Just as she teetered on the brink of collapse, Goku opened his eyes, retracting all his energy inward, and swiftly appeared beside her to catch her. "Goku." "Yes," he replied with a gentle smile, helping her to a stable position before turning to the deity. "Lord Deity, have you considered my suggestion? I believe that more formidable martial artists may be the fundamental safeguard for our world." The deity pondered momentarily, then sighed, shaking his head slightly. "I will contemplate bringing more distinguished martial artists here and will discuss this matter with Master Korin, rest assured." "Excellent. The existence of the heavenly temple is profoundly unique and ancient, a sacred presence on Earth. Yet, this sanctity does not fill one's stomach. The old deity is but a fragment of the benevolence of Piccolo, often overly cautious. For centuries, Goku has been the sole mortal permitted to ascend to the heavenly temple, a privilege granted only due to the resurgence of Piccolo's threat. It is a poignant truth that one often realizes the urgency of preparation only when faced with imminent peril, a classic case of seeking refuge at the last moment. If only conditions had been more favorable for development earlier, could the Demon King Piccolo have been so brazen? Without digressing, Master Roshi could have devised the Mafuba technique to vanquish Piccolo, if he had ascended the Korin Tower and perhaps trained at the Heavenly Temple. It is conceivable that he could have eliminated the Demon King. The current state of martial arts has declined so drastically that even the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is on the verge of collapse. If we consider Wu Tai Do as an exception, it should not be too difficult for several geniuses to emerge among the multitude of Earthlings. The level of combat prowess exhibited by Piccolo, prior to his fusion with the god, was not beyond the realm of possibility for humans. Thus, Goku proposed to the god that Master Karlin should send more individuals upward, not to lower the standards, but rather to eliminate the need to conceal the existence of Karlin Tower and the God Temple. As long as there are aspirations, there will always be martial artists striving toward higher realms of martial arts, continuously charging toward Karlin Tower and the God Temple. In this manner, while martial arts may not return to its pinnacle, it certainly would not decline. At the very least, it is assured that there will not be a scenario where, apart from Goku and his companions, billions of people on Earth remain completely oblivious. After departing from the God Temple, Goku and Bulma made their way directly to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma had not initially been present. She had come specifically to seek him out. I called the Turtle Hermit's place, but it seems that Krillin and the others have yet to return, she remarked, piloting the aircraft. I wonder where those guys have been for the past 3 years. It's as though they vanished from the face of the earth. Goku chuckled at her words, noting that they had not truly disappeared. Occasionally, he could sense their energy from the God Temple. The group had been traveling across the planet, occasionally retreating to secluded locations for intense training. Their abilities had indeed improved somewhat, though the conditions were limited, resulting in only modest advancements. Tian Shinhan, Yamchu, Krillin, and Dend had ascended Carlin Tower, but the guidance provided by Master Carlin was merely sufficient for some minor enhancements, and none were able to utilize the flying Nimbus. Ultimately, they had only acquired a few magical beans. This was also the reason Goku suggested opening the God Temple to more individuals. 2 hours later, at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, everyone, it has been a long time. Tian Shinhan and the others had arrived, familiar faces reuniting at this moment, all having undergone considerable changes. Goku, you have become increasingly enigmatic, remarked the Turtle Hermit, his eyes glimmering as he observed the others, noting their significant improvements in strength. In Goku's estimation, if their powers were converted into combat strength, Tian Shinhan would stand at 280, Krillin at 240, Yamcha at 220, and Dend at 180. This was a rough assessment. In a state of heightened energy, their values would likely be even greater. Conservatively speaking, aside from Dend, it would be reasonable to expect the other 3 to surpass the 300 mark. According to the original timeline, after Piccolo was defeated by Goku, they had become lax in their training due to a lack of urgency, leading to minimal growth in their strength, with only Tian Shinhan making steady progress. What the heck? You've grown so much taller, Krillin exclaimed, visibly displeased and gesturing in frustration. He harbored a strong resentment over his own stunted growth, which made him acutely aware of the height difference every time he saw Goku. Now, Goku stood as the tallest among them, just over 175 centimeters, while Tian Shinhan towered at an impressive 187 centimeters, not even accounting for his hair. Goku, upon hearing this, chuckled. Haha, Krillin, you're still as short as ever. Enough with the chatter. Goku's forthrightness provoked Krillin's ire. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, the group swiftly completed their registration, eager to engage in a splendid competition, all tacitly avoiding any mention of the newcomer, the Demon King Piccolo. They shared an unspoken understanding, recognizing their inability to rival Piccolo. Thus, this tournament, often hailed as the world's greatest martial arts contest, was less a contest of strength and more a warm-up match for Goku. Chapter 41, Android Violet. Following the conclusion of the registration, the customary elimination rounds commenced, and the group passed through effortlessly. Due to the interference of Dumpling's extraordinary abilities, they were assigned to different brackets, avoiding any premature confrontations. Goku's gaze shifted, and he soon spotted Piccolo, leaning against a wall in a corner. It was impossible for his green skin to go unnoticed. The ability to extend his arm for attacks astonished Krillin and the others, although they had not experienced it firsthand. The sheer destructive power that the Demon King Piccolo could unleash filled them with trepidation. Goku, however, merely smiled at Piccolo's figure, choosing instead to glance in other directions. Contestant number 35 wins. Upon looking up, Goku recognized a familiar figure, his attention sharpening. Though they had only met twice, the individual had made a significant impression on him, particularly due to their intricate ties to the Red Ribbon Army. At that moment, this person stood in stark contrast to the martial artist clad in traditional GI, dressed instead in a form-fitting black outfit, complemented by an orange jacket and hiking pants. Their mischievous, almond-shaped eyes conveyed a certain allure. With ease, they hurled their opponent out of the ring, casually chewing gum. The monk serving as the referee hurried over, stating, eating during the match is prohibited. Please. With a click of the tongue, the competitor promptly spat out the gum, which struck the wall with such force that it left a crack. Impressive. Krillin and the others felt a surge of apprehension, their expressions grave, while Tin nodded solemnly, sensing a formidable presence emanating from this individual. Suddenly, Yamcha's face flushed as he stammered. Actually, I think she is quite adorable, haha. Krillin shot him a disdainful glance. It turned out that Violet had also noticed them. As she approached the stage, she cast a flirtatious glance their way, instantly captivating Yamcha, who seemed rather pathetic. Nonetheless, she was indeed quite charming. Yet, Goku perceived a deeper significance in her gaze, devoid of any lightheartedness. A year prior, before he located Dr. Gero's base, she should have been severely injured. There was no reason she could have survived a ki blast. Yet, here she was, seemingly thriving and possessing formidable strength. Just how powerful she was remained uncertain, for even he could not sense her energy. An android, Goku was now certain of her identity. Recalling Dr. Gero's words, he speculated that she must know something crucial. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to inquire, ideally extracting details about Dr. Gero's plans from her. The absence of Android 11 instills a lingering sense of unease, leaving one to ponder the monstrous transformation that Dr. Gero might have wrought upon him. Soon, the preliminary rounds reach midday, marking the time for lunch. Although Goku feels a tinge of irritation, the necessity of sustenance prevails. Thus, a remarkable spectacle unfolds, two astonishing scenes, to be precise. On one side, Goku's plates tower high beside him, surpassing those of his peers, overflowing to the point of absurdity, as the tournament staff tirelessly remove them only to replenish his supply. Wow! Krillin exclaims in astonishment. Goku, how is it that your appetite has grown so prodigious? Surely, eating this much won't impede your performance? Though it seems a redundant inquiry, Krillin gazes at Goku's mountainous pile of food with trepidation. Is it possible he has consumed an entire meal equivalent to his own weight? This cannot possibly be the appetite of a mere human. Pointing towards the opposite side, Jiaozi draws attention to an even more astonishing sight. A table not far off displays a staggering stack of plates, even higher than Goku's, and to their astonishment, the one indulging in this feast is none other than the previously witnessed Violet. She nonchalantly shoves food into her mouth. Palm-sized buns disappear in mere bites, and bowls of noodles vanish in an instant, seemingly without the need for mastication. As the onlookers stand in stunned silence, Krillin's astonishment deepens. Is there truly someone capable of matching Goku's insatiable appetite? Tianjin Fan, observing the remnants of rice on his plate, contemplates whether such voracity could indeed enhance one's combat prowess. The sight profoundly impacts him. After recovering from his surprise, Krillin jovially approaches the equally dumbfounded Yamcha, recalling how someone had earlier deemed Violet adorable. What do you think, Yamcha? He teases, arching an eyebrow playfully. Yamcha coughs awkwardly, turning back to his meal. While she may be charming, his wallet does not permit such indulgences. Just imagining the cost of raising a Goku is enough to dissuade him entirely. Goku, meanwhile, has taken note of Violet as well. While she consumes her meal, he perceives her energy. Though subtle, it is undeniably potent. It is clear that she surpasses the likes of Tianjin Fan and others at this stage, perhaps even eclipsing Piccolo's strength. What on earth has Dr. Gero been experimenting with? Outside the martial arts tournament cafeteria, Piccolo leans against a wall, arms crossed, a sardonic smile gracing his face. A bunch of fools. Just then, a robust figure emerges before him, prompting Piccolo to instinctively furrow his brow. He fails to detect any energy emanating from this individual. The figure, with a voice as cold and mechanical as ice, states, Piccolo, the Demon King 2, energy threat, low, before turning on his heel to depart. Confounded. Piccolo's expression darkens as two crimson beams of energy flash from his eyes, aimed at the retreating figure. Yet, to his astonishment, the silhouette does not even flinch, raising a hand to effortlessly absorb his energy, dissipating it into nothingness. This is impossible, Piccolo exclaims, horror-stricken. What manner of creature is this? However, the other party had no intention of lingering or providing an explanation, instead opting to leave without delay. Inside the restaurant, Goku lifted his gaze, a cold light flashing in his eyes, before he crushed the lobster in his hand with a single bite. His eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, at last. The moment had arrived. In the afternoon, the competition continued apace, the preliminary rounds progressing swiftly. A minor interlude occurred when Chi-Chi arrived. Even Goku was taken aback by her unexpected presence. He believed he had not provoked her, although he harbored a certain fondness for her. Nevertheless, the current situation was rather intricate. Bulma would undoubtedly not accept the sudden emergence of another wife. Yet, observing Chi-Chi's flirtatious demeanor, Goku felt utterly at a loss. What was he to do? Ultimately, the top 8 contenders were revealed. Goku, Tien, Chaozu, and Krillin secured 4 of the coveted spots. But the remaining places saw some unexpected changes. Tao Pai Pai encountered Violet and was eliminated during the preliminary stages. Although Goku was not surprised, the outcome left the onlookers astounded. Die, you fool! Tao Pai Pai, with his tenacity, had survived the full brunt of Goku's Kamehameha without any mercy. And not only did he endure, but he also underwent a transformation into a cyborg. One of his hands was converted into a dagger, which he aimed at Violet. The referee, taken aback, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Violet, however, exhibited no sign of anxiety. Instead, a mysterious smile graced her lips as she effortlessly broke the dagger with a mere gesture. With a startled expression, Tao Pai Pai leaped back, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the Super Dodon Wave. The result was no different. Moreover, Violet raised her hand and absorbed his Super Dodon Wave. A spectacle that once again left the crowd in shock, and Goku's gaze shifted subtly. Indeed, she was an android. Chapter 42, Full Power Unleashed. The outcome was indisputable. Violet easily defeated Tao Pai Pai, rendering him unconscious and advancing smoothly to the finals. Among the spectators, it was uncertain whether it was merely bad luck or a tragic turn of events, but Yamcha faced an unknown formidable opponent and was regrettably eliminated, thus shattering his personal best in the martial arts tournament. That guy fought like a machine, and his blows were exceptionally harsh. Outrageous. Krillin and the others watched as Yamcha lay unconscious, feeling a sense of indignation. Meanwhile, the tall figure clad in black leather was slowly departing. The deity did not participate in this world-renowned martial arts tournament by possessing a mortal body, for he knew that Goku would undoubtedly be able to handle Piccolo. Thus, the top 8 were finalized. Aside from Goku and his companions, the lineup included the enigmatic powerhouse, Violet, Piccolo, and Chi-Chi. It seemed that luck played a significant role. Goku found himself at a loss for words. With so many vying for 8 spots, and amidst the underhanded tactics, Chi-Chi had unexpectedly advanced. Conversely, poor Yamcha had collided headfirst with the most formidable of obstacles. Very well, everyone. Please come forward to draw lots and determine your opponents for the first round of the top 8. The familiar golden-haired host made his appearance before the crowd. Goku's heart stirred, and he turned to the side to speak to Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, please arrange for that fellow to team up with that woman. The later they encounter the two of them, the better. Kaiatsu nodded in agreement, raising his finger to subtly shuffle the order of the draw before forming the groups. Krillin and Tien noticed his expression and exchanged surprised glances. Goku, is this really necessary? What makes those two so special? Krillin inquired, perplexed. Goku glanced at him, shaking his head, revealing his thoughts candidly. If you face those two, your chances of victory are slim. After a moment of contemplation, Goku pointed toward Piccolo, who leaned against the wall. Choosing him might increase your odds of winning. Piccolo's ears twitched, and he opened his eyes, glaring at Goku with a fierce intensity. Tien and the others felt an immediate sense of alarm, incredulous. No, that can't be. Goku, you must be joking, right? Goku remained silent, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Krillin. Do I seem to be joking? With great difficulty, Krillin swallowed, suddenly grateful that Yamcha had not advanced, at least sparing him from battling such formidable opponents. Soon enough, the group arrangements were complete. Videl and the enigmatic entity, namely Android 11, formed the first team. Videl's response was straightforward. She opted to forfeit. This decision elicited widespread discontent among the audience, who booed in disappointment, particularly Tien and the others, who had eagerly anticipated witnessing Goku's encounter with the two mysterious powerhouses. In the second match, Goku faced off against Chi-Chi. Perhaps due to Goku forgetting his promise to visit her at Fire Mountain after so many years, Chi-Chi was filled with resentment. Goku could only acquiesce to the bout. Yet he was taken aback by Chi-Chi's battle power, which had surpassed 100, marking her as a formidable contender among Earthlings. Ultimately, he gently pushed her off the stage, apologizing. I have something very important to attend to. May I explain later? Are you serious? Chi-Chi, noticing Goku's expression, refrained from pressing the issue and agreed to wait for his explanation as she exited the martial arts arena. Hey, Bulma, where are you going? The action is just getting exciting. The next match features Tien. Enough with the chatter. Launch glanced at Goku before pursuing Bulma, who had turned to weave through the crowd, disappearing into the distance. Goku observed this scene but chose not to comment. What was meant to happen would happen. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Android 11 was the true threat that needed to be neutralized. After Bulma left, she naturally found Chi-Chi, but the contents of their conversation remained a mystery to all. In the third match of the tournament, Tien faced Piccolo. The disparity in their strengths was considerable. Despite Tien showcasing numerous remarkable techniques, he still held his own impressively. Piccolo refrained from exerting his full power, and for a time, the battle was intensely contested, with both sides trading blows, until Piccolo began to take the match seriously. He afforded Tien Shinhan no opportunity to unleash his devastating Kikaho technique. In a mere 3 exchanges, Tien was left injured and on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, ultimately compelled to concede defeat. For the first time, Tien and Krillin recognized the vast disparity in their strengths, leaving their hearts heavy with realization. The final bout saw Krillin face off against Dend, a classic confrontation indeed. However, this time Dend had mastered arithmetic, and Krillin had acquired the technique of flight, resulting in an exhilarating contest. Ultimately, Dend found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength, and was narrowly defeated by Krillin. The first round of the intense quarterfinals had drawn to a close, a truly exhilarating display of combat. Now, let us take a 30-minute intermission, after which we shall return for the thrilling semifinals. The host announced the break with great enthusiasm, yet the audience remained, eager to secure their seats, while the contestants retreated to the resting area. The enigmatic warriors, Piccolo, Goku, and Krillin, each occupied their corners. Suddenly, Goku turned and exited, and Piccolo, almost instinctively, followed suit. Krillin reached out, intending to inquire about the unfolding events, but Goku merely raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance, indicating that there was no cause for concern. Half an hour passed swiftly. Upon returning to the arena, Goku found himself pitted against Android 11. A glance towards the audience revealed Bulma had returned, though she appeared somewhat irked. With a slight sigh, Goku chose not to elaborate. The situation had reached a point where he could not afford to be distracted. He casually removed the wristbands from his arms, letting them fall to the ground with a resonant thud, their considerable weight echoing ominously. These bands were crafted from a special material, far denser than ordinary metals, and coupled with the weight of his shirt, totaled a staggering 100 pounds. Yet, this was merely the weight of the burdens themselves. He had been wearing these while enduring a gravitational force 20 times that of Earth. Adding his own weight of over 60 pounds, he was effectively carrying 2 tons. Under this immense pressure, Goku did not need to practice deliberately. His battle prowess would steadily elevate, further unlocking his latent potential. Piccolo wore a serious expression, his demeanor dark in the resting area. Though it had only been a test, he had just engaged in combat with Goku. Rather than a fair exchange, it had been a one-sided domination. And Goku's intention was clear. There was no longer a need for further confrontation, coupled with a warning to Piccolo to refrain from making reckless moves. Boom. Goku's arms bent slightly, and a surge of energy erupted from within him, causing the very ground to tremble. Chunks of debris and fine dust ascended, crackling with electrical arcs. As Goku's muscles swelled and veins stood out prominently. What is happening? How terrifying. This wow. Goku's body was enveloped in an astonishing translucent aura. What could this possibly be? Such an incredible display of power. Although Tien was injured, he remained steadfastly watching the match, beads of cold sweat already dotting his brow. Yamcha had also returned. Just what level of training had Goku achieved? Gulp. Tianjin Fan shook his head, a grave expression settling upon his face as he regarded Goku's opponent. It was uncertain. Yet have you ever witnessed an adversary capable of compelling Goku to unleash his full strength before the battle even commenced? Yamcha, belatedly enlightened, turned his gaze towards Goku's foe, who remained impassive, a square face gradually gleaming with a metallic sheen. Moreover, peculiar crimson patterns began to emerge upon his visage, unaffected by Goku's overwhelming aura. Gulp. Chapter 43, Piccolo takes action. As a martial artist, one must know the art of restraint to be deemed competent. The path of martial arts is not merely about combat and the struggle for survival. That is the domain of assassins. The true aspiration of a martial artist lies in mutual learning and enhancing one's prowess through sparring. Therefore, it is customary not to reveal one's full capabilities from the outset, let alone adopt a stance that can only be described as fully unleashing one's power. This was not a sparring match, but a genuine confrontation. Goku, in a posture reflecting the seriousness of Master Roshi's teachings, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Approaching the host under pressure, he whispered something. What? The Red Ribbon Army? The microphone nearly slipped from the host's grasp. Regaining his composure, he scrutinized the towering figure, noting the conspicuous red insignia emblazoned upon the belt at his waist. Indeed, it was the notorious Red Ribbon Army, a terrifying organization that had shocked the world. In an instant, the host panicked, his mind racing. Resolutely, he turned to the audience and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the techniques displayed by the competitors might be extraordinarily perilous. To prevent any unintended casualties, please retreat 100 meters immediately. Thank you for your cooperation." Having said this, the host promptly directed the martial arts tournament staff to methodically evacuate the crowds. To add to the urgency, vehicles and aircraft bearing the insignia of the Universal Capsule Corporation began to arrive. Withdraw. We must evacuate swiftly. Recognizing the potential for a terror attack by the Red Ribbon Army, the organizers of the tournament also grew frantic and complied wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Goku, having unleashed his aura, did not immediately engage. Instead, he fixated intently on number 11, seeking to restrain him. Humph. A cold chuckle from Dr. Gero echoed through the air. Suddenly, number 11 raised his hand, aiming at the distant crowd, where Bulma and others were conspicuously located. Swish. Boom. Goku, with lightning speed, bolted forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent number 11 staggering backward. Yet, a surge of energy still erupted from his palm, fortuitously veering off course and soaring above the crowd. A scarlet beam shot forth, and in an instant, a distant skyscraper was cleaved in two, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Amidst the chaos, the crowd erupted into pandemonium. Bang! 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 No longer hesitating, Goku launched into a frenzied assault on the android, dragging number 11 into the air, where they engaged in a fierce battle. Crack! His formidable attacks relentlessly drove number 11 back, and after a series of heavy blows, arcs of electricity began to crackle along the surface of number 11's body. Once again, this technique, however, it would prove ineffective against me now. Zap! Boom! Indeed, a terrifying bolt of lightning surged forth, enveloping Goku in an instant. Attempting to subdue him, a technique that had previously caused him considerable distress. Despite being a Saiyan, he remained a corporeal being, and the unique energy of electricity proved to be quite unbearable. This had nothing to do with strength, unless he mobilized his internal ki to create a barrier. Even a Super Saiyan could suffer injury or even succumb to poisoning from the lightning. Yet, at this moment, Goku appeared to disregard the assault of electricity, exhibiting no signs of diminishing power. How is this possible? Dr. Gero's incredulous voice resonated from within Android 11. Astonished at the impossibility of the situation, this was a voltage of millions of volts. What have you done? Humph. Goku responded through action, bathed in stark white lightning. Suddenly, one of his hands seemed to grasp the electricity itself, drawing all the lightning into his palm before consolidating it into a golden bolt of thunder, which he then unleashed in a fierce punch aimed at Android 11's head. He could not believe that the opponent could resurrect once more. This technique of wielding lightning was the true essence of the Turtle School's ultimate art, the world-shattering palm. If one were to classify it, it could be likened to the Crane School's Ki Blast, a technique that, apart from Master Roshi, was uniquely mastered by Goku. Amidst the intense interference of electrical currents, Android 11's movements were compromised, and Goku's punch struck him squarely on the head, smashing through half of his cranium. However, with the destruction of half his head, a multitude of electronic components erupted from within, including a minuscule chip. As the damage was inflicted, Dr. Gero's voice abruptly ceased. Just as Goku believed he could successfully dispatch the android and capitalize on his momentum, the android unexpectedly retaliated. Suddenly, Android 11 radiated a terrifying red glow, raising his hand to seize Goku's arm, then opened his mouth, unleashing a cataclysmic red beam that pierced the heavens. Boom! The sky was stained crimson, and this strike pierced through the firmament. It was astonishing, and yet it was not the end. The dreadful energy began to show signs of descending. A deep, furious voice echoed, and in the next moment, a charred hand reached out from the laser, gripping Android 11's neck, the electric light flickering and restraining his energy. A wave of helplessness surged through Goku's arm as his ki was being ravenously siphoned away. Could he actively absorb ki now? Die. A swift resolution was imperative, or disaster would ensue. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures collided in the sky, producing a cacophony akin to thunder, layer upon layer of terrifying sound waves crashing down. Below, the martial arts tournament site had mostly emptied, with only Master Roshi, Tien, and a few others remaining. Of course, there was also the blonde host, who was straining to lift his gaze toward the heavens. We could witness the battle between the two contestants soaring into the sky. It was utterly astonishing. I am at a loss for words to describe my current feelings. Please, viewers, enjoy the spectacle for yourselves. I must say, your dedication is truly commendable. Krillin, at a loss for words, remarked that the audience had already dispersed, leaving only the two of them behind. Adjusting his sunglasses, the host regained a semblance of composure and approached the unwavering Master Roshi, leaning in to inquire, Master Mateto, do you believe we can survive this terrifying assault by the Red Ribbon Army? That contestant, Son Goku, is also your disciple. Do you think he can prevail? I don't know, Master Roshi replied, his gaze heavy with concern. If even Goku were to lose, we would likely be doomed as well. No. It can't be, the host attempted to reassure himself, aware of the prowess exhibited by those present. However, upon glancing around, he noted that, apart from one individual, all others wore expressions of solemnity. Even the seemingly ailing green-faced contestant mirrored this tension. Only those versed in martial arts could perceive the dire nature of the situation. Tears glimmered in Kiki's eyes as she called out, Goku. At that moment, a plane approached from the distance, and Dr. Brief extended his hand from the aircraft, waving. Bulma, the disruptor you requested is ready. Daddy, hurry down, Bulma exclaimed in alarm. Yet, at that instant, the battling Android 11 seemed to sense something amiss, delivering a sudden punch that sent Goku crashing down, followed by unleashing a formidable energy wave. Oh no! The crowd gasped in horror, powerless to avert the impending attack. In a critical moment, a surge of energy erupted from the ground, partially detonating Android 11's energy. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed a rapid Kamehameha, igniting the remaining energy, propelling himself skyward while continuing to hinder Android 11's advance. Humph! In response to Tianjin's astonished expression, Piccolo's demeanor darkened as he removed his cloak and soared towards the battlefield. Goku! Krillin attempted to warn him, but Master Roshi halted him with a raised hand. Piccolo's target is not Goku. He aims to bang. Chapter 44, a last-ditch counterattack. Once Android 11 broke free from Drive Zero's control, it seemed to unleash its full might, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Goku found himself momentarily subdued, especially as his injuries drained his stamina rapidly, while Android 11 absorbed his energy in close quarters, tipping the scales against him. As Android 11 reached out to grasp him, Piccolo suddenly charged in, deflecting the android's arm with a swift strike. Goku, seizing the moment, ensnared Android 11's leg with his tail and concentrated his energy into a punch, shattering its left arm. With a powerful blow, Piccolo struck, sending Android 11 plummeting toward the ground. Yet, the bloodied hands and ragged breaths indicated that both the energy wave and this strike were the culmination of his utmost effort. Goku, breathing heavily, sought to steady himself. Glancing up at Piccolo, a flicker of a smile crossing his face. Humph! As Piccolo revealed a cold smile, he uttered, Son Goku. I merely wish to eliminate any obstacles to my dominion over the world. Once I deal with this monster, I shall personally attend to you." Nodding slightly, Goku, drained of his strength, conveyed his sentiments, albeit in a somewhat perfunctory manner. From the moment Piccolo chose to strike, he could no longer return to his former self as the Demon King. "Watch out, Goku!" A sharp sound pierced the air, and Goku's nerves instantly tightened. Yet, before he could react, Piccolo's arm, along with half of his body, was severed, followed by a ki blast that sent him crashing down. Android 11 reappeared, swiftly dispatching Piccolo, which caused Goku to grow anxious. He charged forward, engaging in a frenzied battle, unleashing his full power. If Piccolo were to perish, the Supreme Kai would also meet his end, and thus the Dragon Balls would vanish. Damn it! Bang! Crack! Goku never anticipated that even with damage to Android 11's head and part of its body, it could still unleash such formidable strength, showing no signs of weakening. The epic battle raged on, the sky darkening ominously, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Those below, witnessing Piccolo being swiftly defeated, felt an icy chill run down their spines. At that moment, Dr. Brief landed safely near the martial arts tournament venue, jogging leisurely alongside Mrs. Brief, the couple remarkably unfazed by the earlier chaos. Upon reaching Bulma, Dr. Brief was yet to speak when Mrs. Brief stepped forward, presenting a package. "Bulma, this is your favorite strawberry cake." "Of all times, who wants strawberry cake?" Bulma exclaimed in frustration, quickly turning to Dr. Brief and extending her hand. "Dad, where's the item I requested?" Just a moment." Dr. Brief rummaged through his scant pockets, scratching his head, before slapping his hands together and darting back toward the plane. "Just eat the cake for now. I'll be back shortly." "Dad." Bulma stomped her foot in anger. Master Roshi and the others exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the purpose of this family's presence. "Come now, don't be upset, Bulma. Have a slice of cake. Your mother has even prepared afternoon tea." After a brief moment, Goku's form began to falter, and it was then that Dr. Brief located the item Bulma desired, a diminutive remote control with a single button. At that precise moment, Goku was suddenly struck from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. "Goku!" The crowd gasped in horror. In a panic, Bulma seized the button, her gaze fixated on the airborne android. The exposed mechanical eye of Android 11 glowed red, scanning the object in Bulma's hand. To her surprise, it did not pursue but hovered in midair, slowly raising a hand. "Oh no, we've been discovered." This is the research material brought back by Goku, studied by Bulma and Dr. Brief, intended to restrain the android's control mechanisms. However, she never anticipated that this android had evolved to the point of being perceptible. Those ensnared by Android 11's energy were filled with dread, acutely aware that death was imminent. At that moment, the target of Android 11 shifted. With a crackle, Goku's figure erupted from the pit, his body marred by burns and blood. The remnants of his tattered shirt cast aside. A chilling, ferocious aura surged around him. Despite his severe injuries, he showed no signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, he felt a torrent of power surging within him, the blood of a Saiyan boiling with fervor. Goku fixed his gaze on Android 11, hands on his hips as he gathered energy, inquiring loudly about the necessary distance. Bulma, witnessing the plight of her beloved, gritted her teeth and understood immediately. 10 meters. Good. Goku vanished from his position, reappearing high in the sky. A cataclysmic collision ensued between his full-powered Kamehameha and a red energy wave, resulting in a terrifying explosion that triggered earthquakes and tsunamis, altering the very fabric of the sky. It was as if a supernuclear bomb had detonated overhead. The overwhelming energy enveloped the entire arena, flattening the island in an instant. Goku, come here quickly. Tien, launching a small energy blast, created a pit for everyone to escape into, shielding them from the onslaught of the hurricane. All eyes were fixed on the sky, as martial artists. They understood the peril of such a clash, let alone the recklessness of drawing closer to absorb more damage. This was a desperate gamble for survival. But faced with the seemingly immortal android, Goku had no alternative. With a resounding crash, moments later, Goku, dragging his more grievously injured body, struggled to subdue Android 11. Yet he lacked the strength to drag it to the ground, much less to close the distance to 10 meters. In this dire moment, a figure with violet hair surged towards the tempest of battle. Danger! For the first time, Android 11 emitted a voice, still mechanical, imbued with an eerie silence and chill. Goku gripped tightly, preventing its escape. Finally, as the violet figure closed the distance to 10 meters, the control device was activated, unleashing arcs of electricity from Android 11, which then lost its power, its damaged head drooping. Goku, too, seemed to be drained of strength, plummeting from the sky. Goku! Tien and Krillin rushed to catch him as he fell. Just then, Android 11, now paralyzed, suddenly revived, raising its hand to unleash an energy blast that pierced through Goku's chest. In an instant, he plummeted from heaven to hell, his gaze fading, yet at that moment, his potential was unleashed, his battle power soaring. A fearsome roar reverberated through the air as Goku, with a single punch, obliterated Android 11 into ashes. The defeat of Android 11 brought forth an energy surge, elevating his power by 7,000. Just as his consciousness plunged into darkness, Goku bit down on the Senzu Bean with all his might. Almost there. Chapter 45. A heavy loss of 7,000. Goku. Goku. The martial arts arena lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland, where Goku lay quietly in a pool of blood, feeling as though death was imminent. Even the act of chewing the Senzu Bean was arduous. Moments later, Tien and the others arrived at the scene, witnessing Goku's lifeless form. Krillin and the others hastily attempted to pry open Goku's mouth, but to no avail. You want me dead? Just say it, Goku thought, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to chew the bean, fearing that if they pried his mouth open to feed him slowly, he might truly perish. His consciousness was already beginning to fade. Were it not for his exhaustion, he would have relished the thought of striking Krillin. Goku. Wah. Kiki rushed over, shoving Krillin aside and weeping bitterly. Tien and Master Roshi looked on sorrowfully, feeling Goku's energy had vanished. Yet, Krillin remained determined to save Goku, exclaiming, "The Dragon Balls. We can wish Goku back." Krillin, have you forgotten what Korin said on Korin Tower? In an instant, Krillin was jolted awake, standing frozen before he slammed his fist into the wall beside him. Due to Goku's situation, Mr. Popo had not concealed the truth about the Supreme Kai from them, including the fact that the Dragon Balls were created by the Supreme Kai, and that Goku and the Supreme Kai were intertwined in life and death. With Goku now deceased, the Dragon Balls must have turned to mere stones. Goku. Bulma arrived, slightly late, her hurried steps causing her to stumble as she nearly fell. Upon reaching the scene and seeing Goku lying in a pool of blood, battered and broken, she slumped to the ground, her eyes vacant. Quickly regaining her composure, she murmured, "The Dragon Balls, right? We still have the Dragon Balls. Bulma, the Supreme Kai is dead. The Dragon Balls have turned to stone." Krillin's despairing voice snapped Bulma back to reality. Her eyes seemed to lose all color as she approached Goku, casting a complex glance at Kiki, while the others around displayed their sorrow, turning away to spare themselves the sight. How could this happen? How could it? Finally, Goku managed to swallow the Senzu Bean, narrowly avoiding choking, and miraculously, his vitality surged once more. The devastating injuries healed almost instantaneously. The efficacy of the Senzu Beans was indeed remarkable. However, despite his revival, Goku could find no joy, lamenting the tremendous loss he had suffered. Goku, wonderful, you're alive. Wah. The group transformed their despair into joy, tears of elation streaming down their faces. Goku, beneath Kiki and Bulma, though not suffocated, found it arduous to rise. He gently patted their backs and, with great effort, managed to stand. In the distant sky, a cloaked figure of Piccolo flickered momentarily before letting out a cold snort and vanishing from sight. As a Namekian, losing limbs is not considered a significant injury. With some effort, they can regenerate. In later stages, even Piccolo could fully recover from being shattered into pieces, embodying an almost immortal essence. Although he had recuperated, Goku, at the insistence of Bulma and Chi-Chi, still checked into a hospital. His spirits were low, and after an arduous battle, he indeed required some time to recuperate. Following a discussion with Master Roshi and others, Goku departed aboard the Brief family's aircraft, parting ways with his companions once again. That kid Goku is truly enviable, Yamcha remarked as he gazed in the direction of the departing plane. You are quite remarkable yourself, Yamcha, Puar encouraged from the side. Thank you, Puar. Meanwhile, Oolong wore a mischievous grin. Ha. From my experience, Goku is in for quite the surprise. Just wait and see. A moment of realization struck the group, leading them to nod in unison. Indeed, Oolong's prediction proved to be accurate. Goku felt that it might be better to perish than endure this situation. He was admitted to a hospital under the Universal Capsule Corporation, where the luxurious ward and various examinations revealed the same conclusion from the doctors. He was in excellent health, indeed exceptionally robust. I have never encountered a human on Earth as strong as you, they remarked. Nonetheless, Bulma insisted he remain hospitalized for further observation. Thus, Goku found himself confined as a patient, the sole silver lining being that he would not go hungry. Goku, I've brought your favorite food. I also brought the specialty grilled salamander from Fire Mountain. Who would eat that? What are you talking about? This is a rare delicacy that's quite difficult to catch. Goku, however, welcomed all offerings, devouring them eagerly. I shall eat. In truth, this was a means for him to recover some of the potential he had expended during his near-death experience when he confronted Android 11. After exhausting his potential, the only way to recuperate was through rest, preferably under conditions of ample nourishment. Until now, Goku had never proactively triggered a near-death potential awakening, so his potential had steadily increased. Only this time had he come perilously close to death, prompting the activation of the Saiyans' instinctual response. The sole piece of good news was that he had not fully unleashed his potential, he had merely doubled it. However, there was a more troubling revelation. The timing of the potential release was improper. The potential was unleashed before Goku's defeat of Android 11, resulting in his power level escalating from the original 6,100 to 12,200, excluding the additional 7,000 from vanquishing 11. As for Android 9, it had not contributed to any increase in his power level. He speculated this was due to it being merely a robot and not a true android. Nonetheless, this realization pained Goku. Not only had he triggered his potential, but he had also incurred a loss of 7,000 in battle power. Host, Son Goku. Bloodline, Saiyan, lower class warrior. Age, 17. Energy, battle power 19, 200, 410. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 1x gravity. In pursuit of recuperation, Goku decided to forego the restoration of gravity and instead devote himself to a period of earnest rest, awaiting the resurgence of his latent potential to a normal level. Originally, according to his plans, he intended to resolve matters with Piccolo before enjoying a few years of stability, allowing his body to mature fully, thereby maximizing his potential. At that juncture, he would merely need to amass sufficient strength to unleash a tenfold increase in his combat prowess. This implied that by accumulating a combat power of 300,000 and subsequently activating his potential, he could attain the status of a Super Saiyan. As Bulma and Chi-Chi engaged in their ceaseless quarrel, two figures appeared at the door of the hospital room. It seemed he was on the mend. Violet, adorned in a refreshing outfit, casually entered while blowing a bubble with her chewing gum. "Good afternoon, I brought some gifts." The gentle, azure-haired Ranchi maintained her usual demeanor, provided she refrained from transforming haphazardly. After setting down an exquisite food box, Goku, having nearly finished his meal, unhesitatingly opened it and began to indulge. After he finished, he glanced up at the still confrontational Bulma and Chi-Chi, rubbing his stomach, feeling unsatisfied. At that moment, he sensed that speaking up would likely divert the tension, which could lead to unfavorable consequences. He might find himself in a position where he had to fend for himself. Chapter 46, The Super Android. As Goku deliberated whether to seek out additional sustenance himself, Violet casually tossed him a piece of something. Goku instinctively caught it. It resembled chocolate. Bringing it closer, he inhaled its aroma, confirming it bore the scent of food. However, he was hesitant to consume something of uncertain origin. "What is this?" he inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Violet, chewing her gum, explained, "It's an energy block. It effectively replenishes stamina. One piece can sustain me for 3 days. And it should suffice for you as well." Without hesitation, he consumed it, not feeling that Violet harbored any malice. He speculated that had she not decisively deployed that remote control in battle, he would have been compelled to forcibly awaken his potential to deal with Android 11. While the outcome would have remained the same, Goku truly wished to avoid depleting his potential unnecessarily, uncertain of when he might be able to recover it. After ingesting the energy block, Goku indeed felt his hunger abate. Bulma and Chi-Chi ceased their dispute upon noticing he had finished eating. They then turned their vigilant gazes towards Violet. As for Ranchi, they paid her no mind, as she possessed two personas and had not exhibited any peculiar behavior towards Goku. However, Violet's evident flirtation raised their suspicions. She did not appear to be a person of good intentions. "You are with the Red Ribbon Army, aren't you? What brings you here?" Bulma confronted her directly. Violet blinked, a smirk playing on her lips as she approached Goku's bedside, leaning in close. Goku instinctively recoiled. Yet she remained undeterred, provocatively addressing Bulma. "What do you think I want? Isn't it obvious?" "You." Bulma was taken aback, bewildered by her audacity. "What do you intend to do to Goku? Step away, or I won't be so courteous." Chi-Chi was equally incensed, appalled by such impertinence. As the two approached, they forcefully pulled Violet away. Goku felt a twinge of concern for the duo, aware that despite her seemingly innocuous demeanor, she was indeed a formidable android. Her strength was undoubtedly significant. Although he was unaware of her construction or principles, he sensed that her power likely surpassed that of Piccolo. How much she exceeded him by remained uncertain, but he was confident she was no match for number 11, or else she wouldn't be present here. "Let us cut to the chase. What is your objective?" Goku asked, observing Bulma and Chi-Chi standing protectively in front of him like mother hens guarding their chicks. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he turned his gaze to Violet, who ceased her playful antics and pointed to her temple, stating plainly, "There is a chip implanted in my brain. I'm unsure if it's a bomb, but I suspect Dr. Gero must have left behind a contingency plan. I escaped while he was distracted, and I certainly do not wish to be recaptured and used as a guinea pig." She then looked at Bulma and continued, "In exchange for my assistance, I believe it is not unreasonable to request the aid of your universal capsule to eliminate this predicament." "That's quite simple," Bulma responded readily. "However, you must cooperate, and I will enlist my father as help to neutralize the bomb." Violet displayed her characteristic smile once more and extended her hand, saying, "Let us have a fruitful collaboration." Bulma reciprocated the gesture, smiling back, but internally thought, "Humph, I'll just implant a few more super bombs to keep you away from Goku." Subsequently, due to her modifications, Violet took up temporary residence at Bulma's home. After a few days of observation and finding no issues, Goku also returned to the brief residence. But soon faced a more troubling dilemma. Chi-Chi had followed him as well. It led to the amusing scenario where Bulma and Chi-Chi flanked Goku on either side, as if preventing him from escaping. The brief couple exchanged glances, and Goku felt an overwhelming sense of impending judgment, his scalp prickling with anxiety. After a brief moment of silence, Dr. Brief crossed his arms and sighed. There's no avoiding it now. After all, they are childhood friends. However, should we hold 2 separate wedding ceremonies or combine them into one? It's quite perplexing. Darling, I believe a joint ceremony would be much more festive. Mrs. Brief chimed in enthusiastically. She then approached Chi-Chi with a beaming smile, saying, hee, if Bulma doesn't mind, we're quite indifferent to the arrangement. Moreover, Goku, we will gladly cherish your and Chi-Chi's child as our grandchild. Mom, what are you talking about? I care very much. Bulma exclaimed in protest, her temper flaring. She had intended to enlist her parents' help, not leap straight to this conclusion. Am I not your biological daughter? Oh dear, Bulma, don't be so stubborn, Mrs. Brief chuckled, waving her hand dismissively, and turned her attention to Chi-Chi. So, Chi-Chi, when will you and Goku have children? I can hardly wait to hold my grandchild. Mom. Bulma yelled again, clearly irritated. It seemed she was unwilling to let her mother hold her grandchild. Goku suddenly realized that perhaps his worries had been somewhat excessive. Chi-Chi felt her cheeks flush at the couple's words, completely forgetting her initial intention of marrying Wukong, as the conversation had suddenly shifted to the topic of having children. Wukong began to suspect whether the briefs were intentionally stirring the pot. If it weren't for this muddled situation, he would certainly be experiencing a headache. Wasn't he supposed to have a progressive mindset and an open attitude? Had he inadvertently become a traditionalist? Or was this phenomenon commonplace in this world? It seemed improbable. During lunch, the atmosphere was as lively as ever, or rather, a tad excessively so. The clattering of utensils echoed as Mrs. Brief, taking a bite of her dish, exclaimed in surprise to Chi-Chi, "Oh my, this is delicious. Are you a chef, Chi-Chi?" I learned to cook at home, since Wukong enjoys food. Chi-Chi replied modestly. Such a meticulous child, far more obedient than Bulma. Mrs. Brief praised. Yes, I'm just a little bit of a naughty child, is that all right? Bulma retorted, engrossed in cutting her food, clearly having given up on the argument. Let things be as they may. I won't concern myself with anything. Dr. Brief, meanwhile, had speared a piece of food but paused, observing Wukong and Violet devouring their meals with astonishing speed. What remarkable technology. This level of nanotechnology is unlike anything on Earth. He marveled. As Violet tore off a hefty chunk of roasted meat and chewed it down, she remarked, Dr. Brief, this technology must originate from researchers you are familiar with. You should have seen Dr. Jarrow's theoretical studies on energy fields. Much of this stems from that woman. With a slight huff, it was clear she was displeased, suggesting her modifications were likely tied to the infamous individual. So, it is she, the rumored assistant of Dr. Jarrow. I once invited her to my research facility, but she declined. Dr. Brief chuckled cautiously, glancing at Mrs. Brief, who seemed oblivious to the conversation. After a brief cough, Dr. Brief continued, I have scanned the chip in your brain. It indeed poses some danger. Extracting it will be a bit complicated. I will need some time to study it. That's perfectly fine, Violet agreed readily. Glancing at the rapidly vanishing food before her eyes shifted to Wukong as she resumed her meal. Unlike Android 11, who could directly absorb energy, her modifications derived energy from food. The advantage was that she could continuously grow stronger in this manner, while Android 11 could only achieve temporary power boosts through further modifications or energy absorption. Chapter 47, Violet's Defection. In many respects, Violet possessed tremendous potential. While the exact limits of her abilities were unclear, it was certain that she surpassed Android 11, truly embodying the essence of a super android. The brief residence featured the couple's room on the second floor, complete with a private outdoor balcony. At this moment, Bulma and Chi-Chi were enjoying afternoon tea on the balcony, and among the residential areas of the metropolis, Bulma's home resembled a larger-than-average hemispherical structure. However, in reality, the space behind this building was entirely under Bulma's domain, encompassing all necessary facilities, including a hospital, restaurant, and research institute. Notably, the expansive backyard housed a vast botanical garden, which later became a sanctuary for numerous kittens and puppies, transforming into a pet haven. Thus, even a mere corner of this land spanned over 10,000 square meters. Following their gaze, they spotted Goku exercising in the open space, engaging in basic warm-ups. Yet, due to the gravitational enhancement, he was already drenched in sweat. It was amusing, considering he had just emerged from the hospital. Goku had always been like this. Chi-Chi smiled, reminiscing, I remember during my training under Master Roshi, Goku was relentlessly diligent, often practicing in secret, which is why he became so formidable. She sighed, I just can't comprehend his mindset, but it truly embodies his character. Bulma sipped her coffee, only to splutter it in surprise halfway through. Violet approached, but that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was Violet, clad in a bath towel. emerging in a rather suggestive manner. Bulma exploded in anger, leaping to her feet and pointing at her, exclaiming, "Hey, this is someone else's home. Aren't you the least bit embarrassed?" Violet, with her alluring eyes glancing at Bulma, casually picked up an apple and sat beside her, stating, "There should be no outsiders here, and besides, I am quite sensitive to heat." "Then go to the cold storage." Bulma retorted, "I would freeze there. I cannot go." Violet replied with a crunch as she bit into the apple, seemingly oblivious to the situation. "You." Bulma fumed, her teeth grinding in frustration, yet she felt powerless. Sharing a glance with Chi-Chi, they exchanged a knowing look before descending from the balcony, swiftly dragging Goku away. "Goku, what is happening?" "Goku, go train at home. I've had my father convert a room for your practice." "Uh-huh. I've prepared a feast. Let us eat well before training," Violet said, resting her hands on the balcony railing, her eyes sparkling with an enigmatic delight. A few days later, Goku took Bulma and Chi-Chi to Fire Mountain, intending to confront the Bull Demon King. To Goku's surprise, the brief couple was quite open-minded. However, the Bull Demon King's situation remained uncertain, prompting their journey to Fire Mountain. Upon arrival, they were met with a raging inferno engulfing the area. "Ah, Goku, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, the Bull Demon King would have been in peril," exclaimed Fortune Teller Baba, startling the trio. Goku sensed the Bull Demon King's energy still residing on Fire Mountain, where the castle was now enveloped in flames. After Baba's explanation, it became evident that this fire was caused by a leak from the 8 trigrams furnace of the 5 Elements Mountain, which ordinary means could not extinguish. With no other option, Goku resolved to head to 5 Elements Mountain to resolve this dilemma. During the journey, some materials for repairing the Bagua furnace were collected, which consumed a considerable amount of time. It wasn't until half a day later that the blazing inferno of Flame Mountain was finally extinguished. Simultaneously, I encountered Sun Wukong again at 5 Elements Mountain, who was now under the guidance of Anning, the overseer of the Bagua furnace, serving as a protector. After resolving the crisis at Flame Mountain and saving the Bull Demon King, upon learning the intentions of the three, the Bull Demon King remained silent for a long while before finally consenting. "Wukong, although you are the grandson of Wufan, should you dare to bully Chi-Chi, I shall not spare you, understood?" Despite lacking confidence, it was commendable that he could utter such words in the presence of Wukong. Similarly, hailing from the Turtle Hermit School with a combat power of 130, he could vaguely sense that Wukong's energy belonged to a completely different dimension. "Daddy." Chi-Chi wiped away her tears, and the Bull Demon King held her in a tender embrace. Wukong also made a promise, and then he took the two back to Baozi Mountain, primarily to assess how best to construct a suitable dwelling. Bulma boldly suggested, "In my opinion, we should just live at my house. This place is too remote, and even if we rebuild, it would be quite inconvenient for shopping." "No way," Chi-Chi firmly opposed, insisting, "This is where Wukong grew up. It holds great significance. How can we abandon it?" "I'm not suggesting we completely forsake this place," Bulma clarified, pointing to Wukong's original small house. "The serene style of the Turtle Hermit's abode isn't so bad, so I think we could renovate this into a vacation villa. It would be nice to come here occasionally to unwind. What do you think, Wukong?" Both turned their gazes towards Wukong, awaiting his decision. That sounds good," Wukong nodded, then noticed Chi-Chi's slight disappointment and added with a smile, "However, I do prefer this place. It holds many precious memories." Chi-Chi's expression softened with emotion. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the distant little wooden house, reminiscing about the first time she met Wukong. Suddenly, she chuckled. "Indeed, this is a significant place. All right, let us discuss what we should build. I want a research facility, perhaps at the foot of the mountain, along with a grand castle." Wukong's heart stirred, and he jested. "A Prince Charming? How rude. I see you, little rascal, have changed a lot," Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushing as she recalled her initial desire for a dashing prince to be her boyfriend when gathering the Dragon Balls. This, she realized, was likely the romantic dream of every girl, Bulma included. However, being unexpectedly reminded of it by Wukong left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. "You better watch out for bringing up my past." A day passed, and the three returned to the metropolis. On the plane, Bulma piloted, glancing at the 4-star Dragon Ball before her, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This was the Dragon Ball that Wukong had kept at Baozi Mountain. After collecting the Dragon Balls last time, Bulma had taken all but the 4-star ball, which now resided in her home. To this day, she understood that the wishes granted by the dragon were not all-powerful, thus her fantasies regarding the Dragon Balls had significantly diminished. However, this 4-star ball holds significant meaning for both Goku and her. Why is that not moving?" Chi-Chi remarked curiously, glancing at the dragon radar beside her. Goku furrowed his brow and approached, while Bulma also turned her gaze. Indeed, Bulma's expression shifted slightly. She had concealed the 6 Dragon Balls in a very discreet location within her home, making it almost impossible for them to be discovered. Yet now, the position of the Dragon Balls was shifting, and it was inconceivable that the briefs would be carelessly wandering about with them. This could only mean one thing. The Dragon Balls had been taken. Instantly, Both Bulma and Goku arrived at a suspect, the woman Violet. If she dares to harm my mother and Chi-Chi, she won't get away with it. Bulma seethed. Goku, his brow tightly knitted, promptly picked up the dragon radar and stated, Bulma, you and the others return to the city. I will retrieve the Dragon Balls. Be careful, she replied. Before departing, Goku handed 3 Senzu beans to Bulma, which he had obtained after returning to Korin Tower. Most of his Senzu beans were stored there. It was impractical to carry them all, as losing even one would be a grave loss. Moreover, as his power increased, the potential for collateral damage became too great, so he preferred to carry only 1 or 2 for emergencies, minimizing the risk of depleting his supply. Goku. Chi-Chi wanted to follow, but was stopped by him as he flew straight out from behind the aircraft, pursuing the direction in which the other 6 Dragon Balls were moving. Chapter 48. The true form of Garo appears. In the sky, a figure soared swiftly, heading into the distance. It was Violet, with a bag slung over her shoulder containing the 6 Dragon Balls, drawing nearer to a certain location. Just then, Violet abruptly halted, confronting Goku without uttering a word. Her brow furrowed. Noticing Goku's silence, she lifted her finger to her temple, then gestured towards her mouth and ears. If it were the previous Goku, he might have found it challenging to comprehend her meaning. Her actions indicated that she could indeed speak, but felt threatened and was being monitored, rendering her unable to voice her concerns. Subsequently, she retrieved a communicator and swiftly typed a message, presenting it to Goku. Frowning slightly, he understood her intent with just a glance. Almost immediately, the voice of Dr. Garo seemed to echo in Violet's ear. What is happening, Colonel? I have been intercepted by Son Goku, Doctor, requesting assistance. Violet raised her hand to her ear, then quickly typed another message on her device, handing it to Goku. Simultaneously, she retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from her bag and exchanged a look with him. Perhaps worried that Goku might not understand, Violet attempted to type again, but suddenly halted, raising her hand to strike Goku without warning. This action was riddled with flaws. Goku felt little threat and nonetheless raised his hand, unleashing a Kamehameha that sent Violet flying. As the Violet figure was hurled away and began its descent, a silhouette streaked across the horizon, materializing before Goku. His expression darkened. The inevitable had arrived. It was the repaired Android 11, albeit not entirely restored, still in a state of partial disrepair. Son Goku, target acquired, annihilate. With that, Android 11 transformed into a ruthless killing machine, adopting a terrifying appearance with its metallic frame exposed. Upon sighting Goku, its eyes glowed crimson, and it unleashed a terrifying burst of energy that bathed the entire sky in a scarlet hue. Goku, now fully capable of obliterating this remnant of a once formidable foe, chose restraint, opting to match his strength against this adversary instead. Bang, bang, bang. During this skirmish, Violet managed to rise and dart away in a specific direction. Moments later, Goku feigned defeat and was struck down, watching as Android 11 vanished from view. Consulting his Dragon Ball radar, he noticed the android's trajectory veering elsewhere. Realizing it was an attempt to mislead him, how cunning. After flying several kilometers, Goku landed in a grassy area, where he discovered a 3-star Dragon Ball, evidently a marker intentionally left by Violet. Violet, a former colonel in the Red Ribbon Army, held a position far beneath that of General Silver and other commanders. Yet, she had decisively extricated herself at the last moment, emerging as the sole survivor from the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, even absconding with a portion of its wealth. Such acumen could not be underestimated. Utilizing this newfound wealth, she feigned collaboration with Dr. Gero's assistant, the scientist who was the prototype for Android 21, undertaking perilous modifications on herself. Her willingness to inflict such drastic changes upon her own being illustrated her resolute nature. Thus, from the moment of her demise, she had been plotting her escape from the laboratory. After encountering Goku and learning that Dr. Gero had indeed left contingencies, she began to draw closer to him, preparing to utilize his strength to sever her ties to Dr. Gero when the moment was ripe. This was precisely her endeavor at that moment. A few minutes later, Goku arrived at an inconspicuous research facility nestled within the mountains. Surrounded by an array of defensive mechanisms, he refrained from immediate action, instead employing his ability to sense energy to pinpoint the target's location. Suspended in midair, he slowly closed his eyes. In his perception, all colors and shapes around him faded, transforming into a realm of pure light, akin to the Dragon Ball radar. Within the research base, humph. Colonel, are you jesting with me? I require all 7 Dragon Balls. Thud, thud. Several Dragon Balls clattered to the ground. Violet, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, addressed Dr. Gero. Doctor, I was intercepted en route. These Dragon Balls were brought back with all my effort. Useless debris. Dr. Gero, clad in a white lab coat, appeared deranged, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot with madness. From the moment Android 11 met with failure, he realized the futility of opposing Goku. This revelation laid bare his existence, plunging him into a restless night, acutely aware that he would eventually be discovered and held accountable. To this end, he devised numerous plans. among which the most perilous yet potentially rewarding was the scheme before him, to steal the Dragon Balls and harness the power of Shenron to fulfill his ambitions. Indeed, his first instinct was not to seek survival, but rather to launch a wild counterattack. However, he did not foresee the ultimate failure of such a seemingly flawless plan. After a brief interlude, the repaired Android 11 returned, while Dr. Gero stood before a laboratory table, his hands deftly manipulating various instruments. He then retrieved a brand new chip from the depths of the research facility and integrated it into the restored Android 11's body. Sparks crackled as energy surged, and 11's strength began to ascend rapidly, soon reaching its original zenith. "Doctor, it won't explode, will it?" Violet inquired with a hint of concern, her gaze occasionally darting towards the exterior of the research facility. This was the perfect opportunity. What was happening? Why had Goku not yet made his move? Had he not located them, or was there another reason? Though she lacked the understanding to control energy, she knew how to enhance her own strength. Silently, she began to elevate her power. Dr. Gero, now completely consumed by madness, offered no response, continuing instead to manipulate the instruments that transformed Android 11's form. Just as the modifications were intensifying, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the facility. Alert! Intrusion detected. Initiate defense measures. A thunderous crash resounded as an energy blast obliterated the upper section of the research base, incapacitating the defense systems and sending arcs of electricity flickering through the interior. Goku descended from above, refraining from employing his Kamehameha against the androids. He would not repeat the same mistake. Son Goku, Dr. Gero turned, his face a mask of terror, desperately bracing himself against the control panel behind him. Yet, he remained undeterred, pressing the final control button on the experimental platform. With a jolt, Android 11 awoke. In a flash, Goku reacted, only to discover that 11's speed had increased dramatically, forcing him to retreat. The two figures engaged in a fierce aerial battle, although a portion of Goku's focus remained on Dr. Gero, all the while assessing Android 11's combat capabilities, surpassing 7,000, then 8,000, 9,000, and finally breaching 10,000. What had Gero done? Fortunately, the enhancement to Android 11's power was merely incremental, still within Goku's capacity to handle. He felt a sense of relief. Had Gero chosen to bide his time rather than recklessly retaliate, he might have developed those dreadful creatures that would emerge later. That would have truly been a predicament. Chapter 49, Goten. In the skies, a fierce battle ensued, with Android 11 seemingly gaining the upper hand due to its newfound strength. Inside the research facility, Gero's expression was one of unhinged delight as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, Son Goku, your doom is at hand." With hands deftly flying over the control panel before him, collecting data on Wukong, Violet suddenly appeared at his side. A glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she bid farewell to the doctor. In an instant, blood splattered. Unexpectedly, it was Violet who came under attack. Struck by a retaliatory blow from Dr. Gallo, an energy beam pierced her abdomen, causing her to collapse to the ground, her pupils constricting. Dr. Gallo turned to her, madness intensifying in his gaze. "Colonel, do you think I would remain unmodified? Were it not for the frailty of this flesh, I would indeed be the one utilizing Gallo number 1. Gallo number 1? Is this what you mean?" Dr. Gallo's expression froze. As he turned, shock and disbelief etched across his face. He beheld Wukong holding a chip before him. With a casual squeeze, the chip disintegrated into ashes and smoke. Though he had grown considerably stronger, that was merely the beginning. Upon unleashing his potential, Wukong's strength surged dramatically. In mere moments of fierce battle, he extracted the chip from Android 11, ensuring her revival was now impossible, for Gallo was destined to perish as well. Stumbling back, Gallo struggled to mask his astonishment. How? How could you have suddenly become so powerful? This is impossible." Wukong grinned maliciously. "I owe it all to you, Dr. Gallo." A thunderous roar erupted as a terrible bolt of lightning surged from Wukong's palm, instantly claiming Gallo's life, his body severed in twain. Gallo's form was already half mechanical. The entire research facility, engulfed in blinding lightning, lost all operational capacity, succumbing to paralysis. Gallo's words had unwittingly triggered a depletion of 1 point of potential, and the audacity of his reappearance was akin to courting death. Wukong turned to see Violet lying in a corner, her wounds bleeding profusely, yet she remained alive. "You're not dead?" To his surprise, Violet stood upright, her injuries gradually healing. She popped a piece of gum into her mouth and remarked, "As long as my body has an energy supply, I can repair myself infinitely. However, if my energy is depleted, I too shall fall into slumber." Gazing at her still healing wound, Wukong approached, smiling. "If you don't mind, could I lend you a bit of energy?" "Thank you." With a thunderous crash, Wukong raised his hand and unleashed a devastating energy blast, a radiance that eclipsed the sun's brilliance. His intention was to test Violet's method of energy absorption. Should it resemble that of Android 11, he would need to be wary of her capabilities in the future. However, he did not anticipate that Violet's absorption method was not so swift. yet it allowed her to draw energy through every cell of her being. In that brief moment, her aura surged dramatically, her combat power exceeding 700, rivaling that of Piccolo. Moreover, this enhancement seemed to be anything but a transient boost. This individual. Wukong came to a halt, taking note of the charred scent emanating from Violet's attire. However, it was merely her clothing. At this moment, her skin and hair seemed to radiate a luminous sheen, and her abdominal injuries had not only healed completely, but had also elevated her strength to a new echelon. As she opened her eyes, a resplendent violet glow shone forth. Violet licked her lips, and her gaze towards Wukong shifted. My enhancement is compatible with upward evolution, so if you don't mind, please continue. I do mind, Wukong replied curtly, turning to depart with Gallo's lifeless body and the Dragon Balls in tow. Compatible with upward evolution? This implies the ability to absorb the ki of the strong to enhance oneself directly? What an absurd concept. It seems I must remain vigilant. In the bustling metropolis, at the Brief residence, fortunately, Violet had only discreetly taken the Dragon Balls without any harm coming to Mr. and Mrs. Brief. In the ensuing days, Dr. Brief intensified his research, and with Bulma's assistance, he successfully extracted the chip from Violet's brain. Subsequently, Bulma promptly expelled Violet from her home, standing idly by the roadside. Violet chewed gum with a sense of ennui, casting a dazed glance around before blowing a bubble. Originally, her foremost desire was to remove the self-destruct chip from her mind. Now that the crisis had been averted and she possessed an unimaginable level of power, she found herself at a loss as to what to do next. Turning to glance at Bulma's house, she licked her lips, a hint of regret flickering across her features. What a pity. She then produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground, summoning a motorcycle that appeared before her. After mounting it, she sped away into the distance. Where should she go? Perhaps to see if the Demon King Piccolo was as formidable as rumored. That seemed worth investigating. And then, she might pursue some financial endeavors. Oh, and that girl named Launch seemed promising. Perhaps collaboration would be in order. Time swiftly passed, and a year had elapsed since the initial crisis involving the androids. At Bowsy Mountain, Wukong's home, the picturesque woodland was home to various rare wildlife. Today, all the little creatures, as if sensing something extraordinary, gathered together with curiosity, gazing toward a peculiar structure in the distance. Inside the two semi-spherical buildings, accompanied by a wailing cry, Gohan was born. The Briefs hurried over to visit the little one. Though he was not their biological grandson, their affection extended to him, and they were filled with joy. On the day of Gohan's first month, the Ox King arrived bearing a plethora of toys, while the Briefs pondered extensively before presenting him with the school. Dad, what on earth are you doing? I didn't want to gift some toys, but the child is still too young. Dr. Brief scratched his head, contemplating what he could offer that would undoubtedly be useful in the future and deemed valuable. In truth, he had considered giving money, but felt that would be too dismissive. Mrs. Brief approached the cradle prepared by the Ox King, beaming with delight. Oh my, this child resembles Wukong so much. Dear, come quickly and take a look. He is simply adorable. Dr. Brief disregarded Bulma's presence and moved closer to examine the child, his eyes widening in awe. Indeed, he is very healthy. The couple playfully teased their child, while the Bull Demon King, overwhelmed by his size, found himself in a dilemma between wanting to engage with Gohan and fearing he might frighten him, leaving him somewhat at a loss nearby. Chi-Chi, being a martial artist, quickly regained her strength after Gohan's birth. However, under the insistence of Goku and Bulma, she was ultimately advised to rest. This decision, perhaps the most foolish Goku had ever made, involved letting Bulma take charge of the cooking. Boom. Cough, cough, cough. Goku returned from the mountain, carrying an enormous fish, only to see Bulma rushing out of the kitchen, engulfed in smoke. Ha! Bulma you. Goku. In the end, Goku took it upon himself to prepare the meal. At the dining table, Bulma gazed in astonishment at the lavish spread before her, taking a tentative bite. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was attending to Gohan, still reluctant to reside in the metropolis, while Goku preferred the tranquility of Mount Paos. Gradually, Bulma began to appreciate their surroundings as well. Wow. After merely a single bite, Bulma's eyes lit up, turning to Goku. This is delicious. When did you learn to cook? It's quite simple, Goku replied, stuffing his mouth with rice, though in truth, it was anything but simple. To ensure he had sufficient nutrition during his solitary travels and training, he had put in considerable effort. While it might not be entirely accurate to say he tasted every herb, he had sampled anything that seemed edible. Ultimately, after suffering a few bouts of food poisoning, he learned his lesson and took the time to seek guidance in culinary skills. Surely, it was reasonable for a Saiyan to know how to cook. At this moment, Bulma appeared more mature, looking at Goku with a tinge of nostalgia. You've changed so much. You were just a rough little brat before. Goku continued munching away. Haha. After dinner, Bulma went to check on little Gohan. Bulma, you're here. Is he asleep? Yes. Approaching the cradle, Bulma softened her gaze at the sleeping Gohan, then whispered to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I want to ask you something, but please don't tell Goku. In the courtyard, Goku was diligently training alone. Chapter 50, By the Sea. Gohan must become a scholar. Chi-Chi, is it really necessary to decide our child's future this early? I think we can wait until he is older to let him choose for himself, can't we? I don't care, in any case. Gohan must not end up like Goku. How will he live, marry, and have children otherwise? Chi-Chi, though their family was happy, they occasionally faced challenges. Bulma's views stood in stark contrast to Chi-Chi's, leading to a fierce argument between them. Goku found himself at a loss, resorting to taking the family on trips to alleviate Chi-Chi's anxiety. Chi-Chi was merely cautious, not unreasonable, and her later portrayal as somewhat harsh in the eyes of the audience stemmed from Goku's perennial irresponsibility. To say he was slow-witted would be an understatement. What was the original Goku like? For an entire year, devoid of work and any source of income, he had previously relied on the abundant resources of Bao Mountain for sustenance during his presence there. However, since the arrival of Raditz, their family has not known a moment of peace. First, her husband met a tragic fate, followed by the abduction of her beloved son by the malevolent King Piccolo. In the span of a single day, the two most significant figures in her life vanished, leaving Chi-Chi to mourn their absence. Their eventual reunion was marred by Goku's grave injuries and Gohan's own wounds, as Chi-Chi felt as though she had endured all the suffering life could bestow upon her within that single year. It was from that moment that she resolutely decided to guide Gohan towards academia, not out of a desire to alter his future, but rather from a profound inability to bear further loss. Even amidst such turmoil, Chi-Chi permitted Gohan to train alongside Goku and Piccolo for 3 years, only to face the heart-wrenching loss of her husband once more for a full 7 years. Despite these overwhelming circumstances, she steadfastly upheld the family, ensuring Gohan's education and nurturing Goten. She fulfilled the roles of both a devoted wife and a dedicated father. Goku was aware of her struggles, hence never questioned her actions. But Bulma remained oblivious, leading to inevitable tensions between them. Ultimately, Goku was always the one to mediate the discord. In this lifetime, he vowed never to succumb to death recklessly, not even once. As time flowed swiftly by, several months later, Chi-Chi finally regained her strength. On a sun-drenched beach, the Goku family arrived at the seaside, marking the first encounter between Bulma and little Goku, as well as their meeting with Master Roshi at the beach. Chi-Chi was truly remarkable. Bulma lounged on the sand, clad in a swimsuit beneath a sunshade, sipping coconut water. This trip had been proposed by her long ago, but due to Chi-Chi's circumstances, it had been postponed repeatedly, with Goku's indulgence only fueling Bulma's dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, with the passage of time, Goku's recollection of the plan brought Bulma joy, and she readily agreed, albeit lamenting the absence of their yacht and private beach. Suddenly, upon hearing a faint noise, Bulma sprang to her feet and glanced towards the cradle where little Gohan was playfully reaching out. Upon seeing Bulma, Gohan extended his tiny arms and cried out, "Goodness, you little rascal, just like your father in his youth," she exclaimed, lifting Gohan from the cradle and making her way to a camper van, intent on finding him something to eat. It was evident that the little one must be hungry upon waking. "Goku, no." As she neared the van, Bulma abruptly heard a voice from within, her cheeks flushing. She stealthily approached, pressing her ear against the door while shielding Gohan's eyes and ears. This is inappropriate for children. Goku should really refrain from such antics. Just then, Chi-Chi emerged from the camper, donned in a modest swimsuit that was more shirt and cover-up than swimwear, looking rather reluctant. Gohan, upon seeing the baby that Bulma had brought, she hurriedly took him into her arms. Bulma, feeling a twinge of disappointment, remarked, "Oh, come on. There are no outsiders here. You should be able to enjoy yourself, Chi-Chi." She had prepared numerous swimsuits, yet Kiki never donned them. It was likely that Goku had exerted considerable effort to finally persuade her to wear one. Kiki's face flushed with embarrassment, and she refrained from discussing such topics, as they were beyond her comfort zone. Perhaps in a few years, she would be more at ease. Although she was already a mother, she was actually a year younger than Goku. "Is Gohan hungry? Then let's eat," Goku announced as he descended from the camper, carrying an enormous food container. A meticulously prepared lunch for the family, enough to satisfy the appetites of dozens. At that moment, Bulma, like Kiki, felt her cheeks heat up and turned her head away. "What is the matter?" Goku asked, perplexed by their bashful expressions. He glanced down at himself. His shorts seemed perfectly acceptable. In truth, it was his impressive physique that caused the embarrassment. Under the radiant sunlight, his sculpted form was on full display, each contour reminiscent of a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by an artist, exuding an aesthetic of raw power. Having never slackened in his training and due to his hearty appetite, Goku appeared to have grown a bit taller. After their lunch, Goku took the two women fishing. Holding Gohan, he patiently taught him the art of angling. "Come on, Gohan. Hold the fishing rod." Kiki expressed her discontent, exclaiming, "Really, Gohan is still so young. How could he possibly fish?" At that moment, Bulma pulled on the fishing rod and suddenly handed it to Kiki, saying, "Kiki, could you watch this for me? I need to step away for a moment." Wow. Gohan, filled with enthusiasm, despite his tender age, possessed a strong Saiyan lineage, granting him considerable strength. Though still small, his combat power was already an impressive 5. Of course, this did not account for his potential. In truth, Gohan's Saiyan bloodline had yet to awaken. Goku reasoned that Gohan, with his half-Earthling heritage, was relatively weaker in his childhood. Despite having potential, the fragility of Earthlings resulted in this situation, but as Gohan grew, his lineage and innate abilities would gradually manifest. Gohan's Saiyan heritage was remarkably exceptional. By any standard, it could even be said to surpass that of so-called elite warriors, a talent to be envied. What's wrong, Gohan? Goku noticed Gohan's small hands gripping the fishing rod with newfound determination. Curious to test his strength, Goku was taken aback when Gohan's energy suddenly surged several-fold. Before Goku could reach for the rod, Gohan shouted, pulling the fishing line up with vigor. Splash! A massive fish, weighing over 100 pounds, leapt from the water, startling Goku. Quickly, he scooped up Gohan and soared to retrieve the colossal fish. Dragging it back to shore, Goku raised Gohan high, beaming with pride. Well done, Gohan. Wow. Gohan laughed joyfully, extending his little hand to grasp the enormous fish. At this moment, Chi-Chi rushed over, hastily taking Gohan from his hands, anxiously checking for any injuries. Gohan, are you alright? Honestly, Goku, you are so careless to let Gohan engage in such dangerous activities. Haha, but Gohan seems quite happy. Goku replied, scratching his head in assurance. I would never allow Gohan to come to harm. Noticing Chi-Chi's lingering anger, he felt a bit flustered. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted, and he turned to gaze towards the jungle not far from the beach. Ah, help! Goku. Chapter 51, Demon Clan? Demon Cultivator. Boom. Goku shielded Chi-Chi and Gohan behind him and then looked into the jungle. Suddenly, a massive red figure emerged, towering at least 10 meters high, resembling a giant. Its grotesque visage was reminiscent of a hellish demon, exuding an aura of brutality. A pair of devilish horns curled like a ram's, and it wielded a spiked club. Is this the Demon Clan? How could they be here? Help me, Goku! Bulma cried out, ensnared by the demon and in a precarious state. Goku's gaze hardened as he swiftly moved, without hesitation, severing the demon's arm to rescue Bulma. The demon, enraged by Goku's decisive action, swung its club in fury, only to have it effortlessly caught by Goku with a single hand. Bang! The force of the blow failed to make Goku budge even slightly. What? Impossible. The demon's expression changed dramatically as it beheld Goku, who was barely knee-high to it, unable to conceal its shock. Setting Bulma down, Goku signaled for her to retreat a bit further away. He then seized the demon's spiked club, and a flash of lightning crackled. Universal thunderclap. The intense electric current caused the demon's muscles to spasm, preventing it from releasing its grip. Goku hoisted both the demon and the spiked club high into the air before slamming them down to the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble and suffer severe damage. Ugh! Attempting to rise, the demon found itself pinned beneath Goku's foot, its massive chest constricted, unable to rise again. It stared at Goku with wide eyes, fear evident. Please don't kill me. I won't. Goku applied pressure, and the demon coughed up another mouthful of blood. Ding! Defeated a high-ranking demon, gained energy, power increased by 1,000. Where did you come from? The demon, now subdued, replied directly, from the demon realm, Yemastar. I had no idea you were so strong. I'll leave right away. Think you can just leave? Goku's expression turned icy as he pressed further. You came through the demon gate, right? What about Mira? He had invested considerable effort in having Mira assist him in transforming the Shura Star behind the demon gate into a training ground. Although somewhat cruel, the Demon Clan and the Seventh Universe were fundamentally not of the same dimension. Even the God of Destruction could not fully suppress the demon realm. Thus, the distinction between them was significant. He bore no psychological burden in slaying demons, just as demons harbored no pity for humans. She isn't dead. I merely defeated her and compelled her to open the demon gate. I beg you. Wishing to avoid a bloody scene in front of his wife, Goku promptly sealed the demon before him. He then retrieved a precious gourd to contain it, planning to investigate the situation at the demon gate when time permitted. For an entire year, he had not ventured to the gate of the demon realm, yet unexpectedly, a formidable being from within had sought him out. The imposing demon before him was not exceedingly powerful, yet its strength surpassed that of Mira, boasting an approximate battle power of 1,000, rendering it an invincible entity on a planet of Earth's caliber. Goku, what on earth is this creature? Bulma and Chi-Chi approached, their expressions a blend of astonishment and uncertainty. Goku provided a brief explanation, observing that the two women had lost their desire for an outing and subsequently escorted them back to the Baozi Mountain before setting off alone to investigate the gate of the demon realm. Return soon. Stay safe. He affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair and embraced his two wives once more before soaring into the sky. At the gate of the demon realm, on the planet Shura, when Goku found Mira, she was indeed injured and recuperating. Moreover, a significant portion of the demon warriors Mira had gathered from the entire Shura planet had been annihilated. Goku was not surprised. The survival rules of the demon realm bore little distinction from those of the seventh universe. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, different planets represented disparate civilizations. The emergence of a powerful entity capable of traversing to other worlds inevitably led to invasion and slaughter. My apologies, my lord. Upon seeing Goku arrive, Mira hurriedly knelt before him, her demeanor laced with trepidation. Rise, he gestured dismissively, releasing the captured demon. Pointing at the creature under Mira's astonished gaze, he inquired, "What is the situation with Star? Is it stronger than Shura?" Star is in close proximity to Shura and was originally a realm of mutual non-interference. However, recently a formidable demon king has taken dominion over Star. Mira's expression grew complex as she glanced at the immense demon lying before them. He is a former adversary of Azura. Enma possesses a remarkably powerful ability that can exponentially amplify one's strength. Even Azura regards him with caution. Though, in your presence, he is of little consequence. Enough. Goku frowned at Mira's flattery, pointing at the fallen Enma. So, he is of no further use, correct? Wait. Enma exclaimed, noticing the energy coalescing in Goku's hand. I can offer everything, including all that Star possesses, as well as vital intelligence regarding that demon king. I pledge my allegiance to you. Oh. Goku retracted the energy in his hand, approached the throne of Azura, and seated himself, resting his chin on one hand. His gaze cold and piercing. Speak. This was undoubtedly his intention, a demon king. What level of power did that entail? Surely, it could not be on par with Frisia? Although the demon realm was vast, it merely paralleled the entirety of the seventh universe. It was implausible for an entity of Frisia's caliber to emerge from any obscure corner. Within the seventh universe, many might attain such strength, yet as long as they did not court destruction, they could easily claim dominion over a segment of the cosmos. While Frisia's audacity to declare himself the emperor of the universe and his prolonged reign were, in large part, due to the protection of others, it remained undeniable that such power was uncommon throughout the universe. If one were to consider the planets as units, it was likely that billions of life-bearing planets would not yield even a single being of such magnitude. Indeed, the formidable demon lord hails from the service of the illustrious Dapula. Due to the upheaval within the demon temple, he has ventured here, possessing strength equivalent to the initial tier of demon kings. What does the initial tier of demon kings signify? Goku inquired, tapping his fingers thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. Standing nearby, Mira respectfully elucidated, "My lord, the initial tier of demon king refers to those of the demon race whose combat power exceeds 10,000. The mid-tier demon king possesses tenfold that strength, and so forth. Thus, a combat power of 1,000,000 would designate a great demon king. However, the prowess of Dapula, the king of the demon realm, is beyond reckoning. So, does that imply this individual's combat power ranges between 10,000 and 100,000? Indeed, that is correct. To be precise, the last recorded instance of the Demon Lord's engagement revealed a combat strength of approximately 80,000. Yanma replied, closing his mouth apprehensively, fearing that further elaboration might provoke Goku's ire. Meanwhile, Goku was ensnared in contemplation, his mind racing through the details of his own status panel. Host, Sun Wukong. Bloodline, Saiyan, lower-tier warrior. Age, 18. Chi, combat power 21, 200, 610. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 20 times gravity. A year of recuperation had not only allowed him to recover his latent potential, but also facilitated a steady advancement in his strength, surpassing the threshold of 20,000. Surely, the expressions of Raditz, Vegeta, and others upon arriving on Earth would be most entertaining. Chapter 52, The Gathering Storm. The demon lord known as Mo Shio possesses a combat power of 80,000, a figure that, barring any transformations, should be accurate. Yet, this was merely the last recorded instance of his prowess. Goku's expression darkened. When was this last occurrence? Approximately 13 years ago, when that lord annihilated a rival's planet. Came the hesitant response. Who is it? Lady Naoyuo, Yanma replied. She too is a demon lord, reportedly on par with Mo Shio. However, Mo Shio's power has suddenly surged, enabling him to conquer that planet. After a moment's reflection, Goku suddenly turned to Yanma, who had yet to disclose the reason for his journey to Earth. Something was amiss. What purpose do you have in going to Earth? Yanma's countenance shifted, yet he trembled as he prostrated himself. It is the command of Lord Mo Shio that I seek a passage to the cosmos beyond the demon realm. Thus I came to find Ashura, only to learn of his fate. To venture beyond the demon realm? Mo Shio intends to escape? This complicates matters. Goku continued to probe, recalling that the demon race tends to weaken upon entering the human realm. While the weakening may not be significant, it certainly precludes them from wielding their full might as they do in the demon realm. Hence, it would be unusual for demons to willingly enter the normal cosmos without compelling reasons. At this juncture, Mira interjected, my lord. I have heard a rumor that the former king of the demon realm, Depola, seemingly discovered an artifact capable of enhancing strength. But it can only be utilized within the human realm. What might that be? I am uncertain. I have merely heard whispers of it. An artifact that could augment strength? Goku's brow furrowed tightly. What could it be? Without lingering too long on contemplation, he felt a pressing urgency. The power of Emoshio was formidable. While it might not be impossible to contend with him in a short time frame, the cost would be exorbitant. Thus, he entered the spirit time room, fully unleashing his potential in a short span. In doing so, his strength could multiply several-fold in a brief period, sufficient to engage in battle with demonic cultivators. However, the cost of such an endeavor was uncertain. He could not ascertain how long it would take to replenish his potential. And considering that his potential had not yet reached its zenith, such consumption might lead to a narrowing of his path. It would be a case of diminishing returns. Boom. A surge of energy erupted from his hand, instantly vanquishing the demon, Yinma. Ding. The demise of the demon Yinma yielded energy, raising his power by 1,000. Mela remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious, yet her downcast demeanor betrayed her inner turmoil. Wukong rose and made his way toward the demon realm's gate, aware that there was none here. As Yinma had never ventured this far. As he departed, waves of energy shot forth, eliminating all surrounding demons, leaving only Mela behind. Wukong cast a brief glance at her, implying that should the demonic cultivators locate the gate, she ought to know how to act. Mela hesitated momentarily, slightly bowing, her subordinates comprehending the unspoken message. While she could not thwart a demon king, she could at least forewarn Wukong. If she chose not to, she must be prepared to face the consequences. Wukong had no desire to destroy the demon realm's gate, as this training ground was crucial for him. Outside the demon realm, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to find formidable warriors to bolster his fighting prowess. He would likely have to wait for the Frisia force to present themselves. Although the emergence of demonic cultivators posed a threat to him at present, given the right timing, they could become the foundation upon which he would enhance his strength. It was both a crisis and an opportunity. Departing the demon realm, Wukong soared toward Baozi Mountain, contemplating his next course of action. He had hoped for a period of tranquility, only to be met with an unforeseen crisis. Indeed, this world was rife with dangers. To lead a peaceful life, one must possess sufficient strength. The greater the power, the longer the duration of peace. The Saiyans were heralded as a warrior race. Yet prior to the advent of Super Saiyans, they were merely of above-average strength within the cosmos, unworthy of enjoying serenity. The Frisia race was indeed powerful, yet still insufficient. They had, however, enjoyed a considerable span of tranquility, provided they did not provoke certain formidable entities. At the pinnacle of the universe stood the gods of destruction. Beerus could slumber for centuries without interruption. As long as the universe persisted, he could indulge in all privileges without restraint. This is the hierarchy of the cosmos. And Wukong's understanding of his own position became increasingly clear. There remained a long, arduous journey ahead. Yet one day, he would ascend step by step to the apex of the pyramid and transcend it. Time flew, and 4 years passed. At Baozi Mountain, a small figure curiously explored the forest, adorned with a cap embedded with a 4-star Dragon Ball. The tail swayed behind, and a pair of obsidian eyes were captivated by a butterfly, chasing after it. Wait. In the midst of this pursuit, lost in the moment, they inadvertently strayed off course. Holding a butterfly by the riverside, Gohan sniffled, his small face crumpling as tears threatened to spill. At that moment, a hand rested gently on his head. Boy, shouldn't he cry? Gohan, came the comforting voice. Daddy. He looked up, his surprise illuminating his features as he beheld the tall figure beside him. Goku smiled, lifting Gohan and placing him upon his shoulder, playfully pinching his nose. All right, let us head home for dinner, and then we'll pay Master Roshi a visit. Okay. Gohan wiped his face, revealing a pure, beaming smile. Goku then ascended into the sky, contemplating before summoning the flying Nimbus. The two clouds raced towards him as if in a competition. Goku chuckled, placing Gohan atop one. Yet the child clung tightly to his father-esque clothing, fear evident in his grip as he worried about falling. Goku observed with a hint of exasperation. After all, he had been raised by Gohan in his youth. Initially wild, he had become much more composed after a head injury. But one trait remained unchanged. The Saiyan's inherent warrior spirit was ever vibrant. Thus, while he would react to external stimuli, his first instinct was vigilance rather than fear. Even when alone, Goku had thrived on the Buns Mountain. Yet Gohan was still young, and it was certain he would eventually adapt. However, having reached an age of awareness, Goku, after conferring with Bulma and Chi-Chi, decided to send Gohan to Master Roshi for a period of training. It was not that he lacked the ability to guide him, but rather that Gohan had become too reliant on his parents, hindering his growth. Goku respected Chi-Chi, yet he was determined that Gohan's talents would not be squandered. He must not forget the essence of being a martial artist. Becoming a mere shadow of himself would be a failure in Goku's eyes. After finally helping Gohan master the Nimbus, they returned home to find a feast prepared by Chi-Chi, with Bulma absent from the household. The differences between her and Chi-Chi were stark, one a daring, independent spirit, the other a devoted homemaker. Their contrasting philosophies had sparked numerous disputes regarding Gohan's upbringing, leaving Goku feeling overwhelmed. He knew that siding with one over the other would lead to trouble, and ultimately, the only solution was to spend some time apart. After dinner, Goku took Gohan to Master Roshi's island. "Be back in time for dinner," he called, waving as they departed on the Nimbus. With Chi-Chi's combat prowess, the beasts of Bun's Mountain posed no threat. They were merely food, and thus did not present any danger. Chapter 53, The Arrival of Raditz. As Goku and Gohan journeyed to Master Roshi's, a meteor streaked across the cosmos, piercing the atmosphere and crashing onto a nearby farm. The farmer, seeing the spectacle, cautiously approached with a shotgun, only to witness a massive shadow emerging from the crater, causing him to drop his cigarette in shock as he stumbled backward, landing on the ground in fright. After a brief moment, Raditz emerged from the spaceship, landing on the ground and feeling the weightlessness of the surrounding gravity. His face contorted with disdain. Indeed, this was a primitive planet. Was Kakarot raised in such a place? The fact that this planet remained intact confirmed that he was merely a lowly warrior. Yu, the farmer, standing before Raditz, was rendered speechless with fear. Tightly gripping his shotgun, Raditz glanced down, observing that the battle power detector flickered with a series of numbers, ultimately settling at 5. He let out a contemptuous snort. "Umph. A mere 5, pathetic. What did you say? You bastard." The farmer, seeing this, raised his shotgun and fired. Bang. However, Raditz effortlessly caught the shot with a raised hand, flicking his fingers to instantly kill the farmer, as easy as squashing an ant. With a cold snort, just then, the detector emitted an alarm, indicating a battle power soaring into the hundreds within its range. Intrigued, Raditz soared towards that direction. Was it Kakarot? With a hint of curiosity, he made his way, for he had come here knowing that the Saiyans in the universe were dwindling. As the weakest of the trio, he recalled that his parents had once mentioned he had a brother. Being a Saiyan, he should not remain in such a place. Soon, Raditz arrived at a plateau where he spotted Piccolo. The white cape billowed in the wind, and during his training, Piccolo had sensed something amiss. Suddenly turning, he found Raditz standing before him. The battle power detector fluctuated, ultimately stabilizing at 322. Raditz wore a look of derision. 322? Interesting, but still quite weak. What did you say? Piccolo assumed a battle stance and swiftly unleashed a wave of energy. Boom. After the dust settled, Raditz remained unscathed, still looking down at Piccolo with disdain. Piccolo, now utterly shocked, had sensed the unmasked, terrifying aura of his opponent, feeling an immense pressure. This attempt to test Raditz only confirmed that he was not merely posturing. An unprecedented sense of crisis and fear engulfed him. Suddenly, the numbers on Raditz's detector changed once more, capturing his attention. He did not engage Piccolo, but instead flew away, exclaiming, "Kakarot, have you truly lost even the dignity of a Saiyan?" At that moment, Raditz was certain that the earth before him showed no signs of destruction. As a Saiyan, under Frisia's brainwashing and years of conditioning, he had come to perceive his race as one that thrived on destruction, with destruction as their purpose and the very meaning of their existence. Little did he know that this was merely a task imposed upon the Saiyans by Frisia, and he had become a tool devoid of even the most basic judgment. Meanwhile, at Kame House. "Hello. Bulma, it's been such a long time." "Master Roshi." Goku gently set Goten down, greeting Master Roshi as Krillin and Oolong emerged from the room. The turtle hermit's abode was indeed a sanctuary for training, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world. This tranquil environment was one of the reasons Goku cherished the peaceful Bowsy Mountain, as it allowed him to disregard external distractions and focus solely on his cultivation. However, Goten was not yet capable of such concentration, and Goku feared that introducing him too early to the frivolities of life would stifle his potential. "Is this Goten?" Bulma approached, affectionately ruffling Goten's hair. The young boy, a tad bashful, felt comfortable around Bulma, who treated him with kindness. His tail flicked slightly behind him, prompting a shared glance between Krillin and Oolong. The presence of a tail unmistakably identified him as Goku's offspring. "Haha, I initially intended to ask King Kai to seal his tail, but upon further reflection, I realized it might be best to let it remain." Goku chuckled. "Honestly, that's rather perilous," Bulma sighed, having considered trimming Goten's tail as well. Her decision was well-intentioned, aimed at Goten's well-being. However, this matter had caused a quarrel between her and Chi-Chi, leading Bulma to temporarily vacate Bowsy Mountain. Goku found himself at a loss for how to mend their rift. Fortunately, Bulma chose not to direct her frustrations at Goku, allowing time to heal the discord instead. Meanwhile, Goten innocently played with the old turtle, glancing back at his tail and grasping it with his tiny hands. Goku had never severed his own tail, for although it bestowed a certain wildness upon the Saiyans, it also contained a fragment of their latent potential, the power to transform into a great ape. Tenfold strength. This formidable might was not merely for transformation, as the unwieldy size of such a form rendered its weaknesses glaringly apparent. The true value of the tail lay in its ability to perpetually nurture a Saiyon's potential. Host, Son Goku. Bloodline, Saiyan, lower-class warrior. Age, 22. Key, battle power, 27. 000, 810. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 20 times gravity. Over 4 years, Goku's battle power had increased by merely 6,000, yet his potential had expanded by 2 points. This indicated that his actual battle power should exceed 50,000. He had previously sought King Kai's assistance in sealing his tail, only to discover that his potential had scarcely grown. Since then, he had never contemplated severing it, especially with the moon now destroyed. A bit of caution would suffice. Of course, this did not imply that losing the tail would weaken one's abilities. On the contrary, removing the tail would render a Saiyon's powers easier to control, often leading to a temporary increase in strength. Outside the turtle hermit's dwelling, the gathering of friends delighted in playful antics with Goten, creating a heartwarming scene. Say, Goku, is there some tension between you and Bulma? Krillin approached Goku, speaking in hushed tones. Huh. Goku hesitated momentarily. Not at all. Then why is it that you both? Klin intended to inquire why the couple had been childless for 5 years, yet before he could voice his question, Wukong's expression subtly shifted as he turned to behold the sudden appearance of Raditz. The others were similarly startled, their attention drawn to the imposing figure that resembled a primitive giant. Wukong and Raditz were nearly of the same height. Although Wukong had not consciously altered his stature over the years, the constant gravity he endured was even greater than that of planet Vegeta, coupled with ample nourishment, naturally resulting in a slight increase in height. Bulma instinctively clutched little Gohan to her chest, her keen senses detecting Raditz's tail and Wukong's reaction. Raditz's gaze swept across the scene, still bearing a look of disdain, ultimately honing in on Wukong, declaring, "At last, I have found you, Kakarot. Who are you? Lost, perhaps? Depart quickly," Klin remarked nonchalantly, feeling Wukong's presence nearby, and thus unperturbed by the stranger, waving his hand dismissively, unaware of the formidable aura emanating from Raditz. Raditz's expression darkened as he suddenly struck, his tail transforming into a blur that sent Klin flying backward. Klin, Master Roshi, and the others gasped in shock. Wukong remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon Raditz, his countenance slightly clouded. Initially, he had hoped that their shared Saiyan heritage and blood ties would foster some semblance of kinship, but it was evident that he had overestimated the situation. These Saiyans, bereft of planet Vegeta, were mere lost souls adrift in the cosmos. Even if Raditz harbored the slightest recognition of him as a brother, he would not seek to drag him into the fray. The Saiyan race had ceased to exist the moment planet Vegeta was obliterated. Chapter 54. You scared my family. Kakarot. How dare you betray the pride of the Saiyans and consort with these inferior beings? Raditz thundered, evidently having heard too much of Vegeta and Nappa's reprimands, adopting a scolding tone that was utterly embarrassing. I am not Kakarot, and you prattle too much. Wukong began to unleash his energy, locking his gaze on Raditz. His voice low and firm, "You have frightened my family." Family? Raditz was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smile crept across his face as he prepared to mock and reprimand his long-lost brother. However, in an instant, his vision blurred, and excruciating pain surged through him. With a resounding impact, Raditz's face appeared to contort as he was propelled across the surface of the ocean, creating towering waves. No, this cannot be. Raditz struggled to regain his footing on the water, disbelief etched on his face. But just then, he felt a chill behind him. Spinning around, he found Wukong standing behind him, hand raised, gazing at him with indifference, uttering a single word, "Leave. You wretch." Raditz could hardly believe his eyes, yet at that moment, his scouter erupted with alarms, accompanied by blinding red lights and rapidly fluctuating numbers. As he observed the digits soar past 4 figures, panic gripped him, and when he saw Wukong's battle power stabilize at 8,000, cold sweat streamed down Raditz's face. This individual, is he not a subordinate warrior? How is this even possible? I have no desire to learn of your encounters with those two, but as a kin by blood, I shall grant you one final warning. Leave now, and I will spare your life. Goku's energy began to coalesce in his hands, devoid of any emotional nuance. It seemed that Raditz, perhaps influenced by a long history of oppression from Vegeta and Nappa, sought to reclaim a sense of superiority from his long unmet brother. He never perceived any connection between himself and this incapacitated figure before him. Were it not for the shared bloodline descending from Bardock, Goku would have acted without hesitation, uninterested in further dialogue. Wait. Raditz altered his demeanor, abandoning his earlier arrogance for a tone of obsequiousness. I have 2 companions. You must be aware of them, right? Kakarot, we are brothers. We are both Saiyans indeed. We should unite. Goku remained silent, instead amplifying the energy in his grasp, manifesting as a colossal azure energy sphere hovering above his palm. Raditz's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, He turned to flee, not towards his spacecraft, but towards the nearby Kame house. The child with the tail must be Kakarot's offspring with one of this planet's natives. How infuriating. I must. A torrent of chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, only to be abruptly shattered the next moment. Goku appeared before him with an icy demeanor and unleashed a punch. Boom. Raditz gazed at the proximity of Goku with incredulity, blood spilling from his lips as vitality swiftly ebbed away. He attempted to grasp Goku's shoulder, only to be effortlessly brushed aside while Goku removed the scouter from him. As his lifeless body floated upon the sea, the water was soon stained crimson. Kakarot, you wretched being. Nappa and Vegeta are already aware of your existence. They will reach this planet in but a year. Just wait. Cursed fate. Boom. A ki blast obliterated the corpse, the ocean surging with waves before returning to serene tranquility. Goku glanced towards the distant Piccolo, offering a fleeting smile. Yet, to Piccolo, that smile appeared somewhat terrifying, prompting a hasty retreat. This being is indeed a monster. At this moment, Goku contemplated the necessity of hiring a private tutor for Gohan. The martial philosophy of Master Roshi is commendable, arguably the most orthodox. However, it is not suited for all. With martial arts on Earth declining and Gohan's potential vast, finding adequate opponents for him to train against would be challenging. While Piccolo's methods may be somewhat brutal, they are fitting for a Saiyan's initiation. The critical factor is his willingness to be ruthless, something Goku himself would struggle to do. He could only assist Gohan in solidifying his foundation through a method akin to Master Roshi's. After all, it is truly difficult to be harsh with one's own flesh and blood. Unintentionally bumping into each other, neither Chi-Chi nor Bulma could spare him, even knowing that Saiyans are not so fragile. Upon returning to Kame House, Goku casually handed the device to Bulma. It was quite an intriguing little gadget. Seemingly capable of sharing information across the cosmos, she should examine it further. It appeared to be able to detect combat power, so let me take a look. Bulma, with enthusiasm, began to dismantle the device using the tools from her universal capsule. She swiftly removed the portion used for information sharing, retaining only the part for monitoring combat power, and eagerly began to experiment with it. Goku did not interrupt her. He had brought Gohan along primarily for him to meet people and familiarize himself with the outside world, as remaining on Bunsen Mountain could lead to potential issues with his personality. Let us see. Master Roshi's combat power is 130. Bulma remarked as she scanned with the device, revealing the Turtle Hermit's combat strength. Huh, me? Master Roshi exclaimed, pointing to himself. This was indeed the result of his concealed combat power, as Goku believed that this martial arts master had put in considerable effort over the years. With a power level surely exceeding 400. The exact number was uncertain, but his mastery of ki was undoubtedly at a top-tier level, making it entirely reasonable for him to control it at this level. What about me? Bulma inquired, and Krillin stepped forward, saying, let me check mine. Bulma scanned Krillin as well. Oh, Krillin, your combat power is 230. Upon hearing this, Krillin was elated. Haha, does that mean I've surpassed Master Roshi? This device is truly remarkable, Master Roshi remarked, somewhat amazed. Such an intuitive method of measuring combat power was novel for him as a martial artist. Though he could sense the strength of others' ki, it was not as direct as this. After a brief moment of play, Bulma, having thoroughly examined the structure of the device, learned that Raditz had another spaceship. She planned to accompany Goku to retrieve the ship for further study. Goku also took the opportunity to relay the information provided by Raditz to Master Roshi and Krillin, instructing them to pass it on to Tien and Yamcha. Although he did not expect them to contribute significantly, having a goal would provide motivation, as the group had become somewhat complacent in recent years. Since Goku had dealt with Piccolo and the androids, they had not made much progress. Krillin was still training under Master Roshi. But Tien and Kairatsu had secluded themselves in the mountains, seemingly attempting to challenge the trials of the Heavenly Temple. As for Yamcha, his decent appearance led him to indulge in frivolities, becoming quite the playboy, nearly squandering his potential. Chapter 55, The Rules of the Underworld. Goku, is that Raditz really your brother? On the airplane, Bulma glanced sideways at Goku, who was cradling a sleeping Gohan, her tone laced with concern. Yes, Goku responded, showing little reaction, merely nodding and smiling. Don't worry, I am a Saiyan from Earth, and those guys are merely cosmic bandits who cannot even locate their own planet. I won't allow them to harm you. I believe in you, she replied. Bulma smiled blissfully, realizing that the discord between her and Chi-Chi stemmed primarily from their differing ideologies. At their core, both harbored a deep affection for Goku. Her departure from the Capsule Corporation was merely an attempt to allow time to soften the edges of their complexities, without the fear that Goku would eventually forget her. Upon arriving at the site where the spaceship had crashed, Bulma utilized a capsule from her extensive collection to contain the spacecraft, enabling Goku to transport it back to the metropolis, now known as West City. Over the years, Earth's technology had advanced remarkably, giving rise to numerous technological hubs, transforming the metropolis into West City. Nevertheless, West City remained the pinnacle of super cities, home to the illustrious Capsule Corporation. Little Gohan is here. I truly miss Grandma. Come here for a hug. Gohan, full of excitement, expressed his desires to his grandfather, who eagerly promised to craft any toy Gohan desired. The Briefs couple beamed with joy upon seeing Goku arrive with Gohan, showering the little one with affection and indulgence. Bulma sighed, feeling a tinge of loneliness. Goku wrapped his arm around her waist, his warmth enveloping her. Leaning against his chest, she ventured softly, "You don't hold it against me, do you? For not giving you a cute baby?" "Never," Goku replied. Bulma looked up, her eyes glistening, and leaned in closer, whispering her gratitude. Meanwhile, the Briefs had taken Gohan to visit the botanical gardens, where the little boy felt at ease with his grandparents, shedding any shyness. Though Bulma and Goku had been married for 5 years, they remained childless, primarily because Bulma felt unprepared for the responsibilities of motherhood and the arrival of a new life. This, perhaps, illustrated the difference between her and Chi-Chi. Despite being the elder, Bulma exhibited a more rational and intellectual demeanor as a brilliant scientist. She believed that motherhood was not merely about procreation. To sacrifice one's entire existence, time, and energy for the sake of a child, she reasoned, would surely be a disservice, not only to herself, but also to the child. As dusk fell, Goku flew back to Capsule Corporation with Gohan nestled in his arms. "Gohan, do you remember what to say when we get home?" he inquired. "Yes." Gohan nodded earnestly. "I didn't go to Bulma Mommy's house or meet Grandpa and Grandma." "Good boy. Next time, I'll take you fishing," Goku promised. Yay. After a day filled with adventures, Gohan remained spirited and joyous. A couple of minutes later, father and son arrived home at Capsule Corporation. "Chi-Chi, we're back," Goku announced. "Gohan," Chi-Chi exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "How long were you two planning to play outside? It's so late, the food will be cold." She embraced Gohan, casting a disapproving glance at Goku as she led them inside. Scratching his head, Goku chuckled and followed her. At the dining table, Goku devoured his meal with gusto, while Gohan seemed to lack appetite. The Briefs, however, would not allow their precious grandson to go hungry, presenting an array of delectable dishes, including cakes and snacks that he seldom enjoyed. Noticing Gohan's disinterest, Chi-Chi inquired curiously, "Gohan, what's wrong? Are you not hungry?" Cough, cough. Goku nearly choked. Hastily gulping down a mouthful of water, somewhat flustered as he explained, "Haha, perhaps I overindulged at Kame House. You know how children are, their appetites are modest. I could have consumed it all myself." "Is that so? But I just called, and Krillin mentioned that Master Roshi was preparing dinner," Kiki remarked while serving rice. Marula. Goku received a generously filled bowl of rice, yet his chopsticks froze, his face glistening with cold sweat as he silently prayed, "Goten, I'm counting on you." Goten, being a well-behaved child, had been quite cheerful earlier, but now, faced with his typically stern mother, he dared not lift his gaze. He sat with his head bowed, his hands intertwined, and after a moment of hesitation, finally spoke up. I didn't go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. I didn't see Bulma's mom." Well, that alleviated the tension completely. Cautiously glancing at Kiki, he noticed her lack of reaction as she gently ruffled Goten's hair. "All right then, but if you wish to eat, make sure to have a bit more. Otherwise, you'll find yourself hungry and unable to sleep tonight." Goten began to eat. After the tense dinner concluded, Kiki escorted Goten to his room to lull him to sleep. She returned to the living room, silently tidying up the dishes, waiting for something. Goku understood she was undoubtedly awaiting his explanation, but at that moment, what could he possibly say? It felt as if anything he uttered would be futile. Thus, Goku steeled himself, approached her without granting her the opportunity to speak, and simply lifted her up, striding towards the bedroom. "Goku, wait." A few days later, Goku took Goten fishing. "Goku, don't wander too far with Goten. Come back early for dinner, all right?" Kiki stood at the door, handing Goku a large lunchbox with gentle admonition. Understood. With a wave of farewell to Kiki, Goku stepped outside with Goten. Normally, it would be quite troublesome for him to go out, but with Goten in tow, it posed no issue. Kiki suspected he was off to train, indulging in frivolities, while his justification was, "I'm doing it all for my son." This was indeed a case of using magic to defeat magic. "Daddy, where are we going fishing?" "To the sacred temple." "Huh." Goten, perched on Goku's lap, looked up in confusion at the mention of the sacred temple. After about 10 minutes, Goku soared to the sacred temple, where he encountered several familiar figures, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Yajirobe, along with Din, who was also training there. "Goku, you've arrived." Bubbles was instructing the others when he spotted Goku and greeted him. Goku nodded, setting down little Goten, who immediately bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. His stamina was lacking. The air at the sacred temple was thin, demanding a high level of physical fitness from newcomers. However, as a Saiyan, he would quickly adapt to such challenges. The environment here, too, was conducive to profound training. After exchanging pleasantries with Krillin and the others, Goku approached the Supreme Kai. "Supreme Kai, how is that matter progressing?" At this moment, the heavenly god comprehended his intentions, yet he shook his head with a hint of reluctance and stated, I have relayed your request to Lord Yama, but as you still dwell in the mortal realm, it has not been approved. My apologies. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Wukong furrowed his brow. The energy sphere and the king's fist held great power, and he was not willing to forfeit them. However, how could he enter the underworld for training when he was still alive? Such a notion contravened the laws of the universe, which was why Lord Yama had not granted permission. Even if Wukong were to vanquish King Piccolo, earning immeasurable merit, he could ascend to paradise and train with the king only posthumously. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he must await his demise, which posed a significant dilemma. Did he truly have to unleash his potential prematurely? Wukong fell into deep contemplation. If it were not absolutely necessary, he certainly did not wish to experience death once more. Chapter 56, The Golden Apple. Just as Wukong found himself in a quandary, even contemplating using the Dragon Balls to directly reach the underworld, the fortune-telling old woman appeared unexpectedly. Oh dear, Wukong, I am aware of your predicament with that Saiyan. It is indeed a grave crisis. Madam Fortune-teller, what brings you here? Krillin and the others gathered around, having also heard the news of the impending Saiyan attack, which had led them to pass the heavenly goddess trials and arrive here for training. Moreover, Master Roshi had also brought many of the few remaining martial artists from Earth to train. Regrettably, the martial arts had declined too profoundly, leaving a dwindling number of true practitioners. The heavenly god now recognized the deterioration of martial prowess on Earth, yet felt powerless to reverse the tide, merely biding his time for a favorable moment. The fortune-teller hastily conveyed the urgency of the situation, having glimpsed through her crystal ball the potential cataclysm awaiting Earth, rendering her restless. However, she bore good news. I have resolved the matter regarding your training with the king. If you are prepared, simply allow the heavenly god to escort you to the underworld to meet Lord Yama. Is that true? Thank you, Madam Fortune-teller. Wukong's face brightened with joy, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected fortune, thus sparing him the need to waste a Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Tien and the others, upon learning of Wukong's imminent journey to train with the king, felt a surge of envy, having only just ascended to the heavenly god's palace. Is this little one your son? He certainly resembles you. Huh. Little Gohan hid behind Wukong, feeling somewhat intimidated by the fortune-teller's demeanor, as he did not recognize her. Appearing shy, indeed, Wukong gently patted Gohan's head, saying, "This is Madam Fortune-teller, the sister of Master Roshi whom you have met. She is a wonderful person." Humph. The little rascal has become quite articulate. The fortune-teller stepped forward, presenting her crystal ball before Gohan. Allow me to perform a reading for this little one, at no charge. Consider it a welcoming gift. She then began to chant an obscure incantation, and as she did so, the crystal ball illuminated. After a considerable pause, the fortune-teller's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This little one possesses extraordinary potential. Wukong, you must nurture him diligently. I certainly intend to, Madam Fortune-teller. With a gentle smile, Goku watched the fortune-teller depart before affectionately patting Gohan's head. He pondered how to persuade Piccolo to mentor young Gohan. The words of the Supreme Kai were ill-suited. After all, the Supreme Kai represented Piccolo's benevolent side, his approach being overly gentle and indecisive. This tendency is a common flaw among many orthodox martial artists, who often hold back, sometimes retaining as much as 70% of their strength. While this may suffice in friendly sparring among martial artists, it becomes a liability when confronting genuine cosmic-level adversaries. Goku's philosophy is that while restraint is permissible, it must be contingent upon the circumstances and the opponent. Indiscriminate mercy and leniency could transform into fatal weaknesses. A foe devoid of threat is indeed a good adversary. Enlisting Piccolo's assistance would not pose a difficulty. However, the real challenge lay in how to explain this to Chi-Chi. Moreover, Bulma would likely disapprove as well. It seemed there was no other course of action. Apologies, Chi-Chi. I shall make amends later. He took Gohan fishing and picnicking, even indulging in a day of fun with his pocket money before returning Gohan home. After dinner, Goku approached Chi-Chi to discuss his intention to train in the other world. Though she felt a pang of reluctance, she ultimately supported him. You must return safely, she implored. Of course, he replied, bidding Chi-Chi farewell. Goku set off towards the Supreme Kai's temple, but veered en route to the plateau where Piccolo resided. Through a mix of persuasion and emotional appeals, he managed to convince Piccolo to assume the role of the antagonist and abduct Gohan. Indeed, this was his strategy. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he could not conceive any method to persuade Chi-Chi to allow their son to train for a year under Piccolo, the former Demon King. Initially, Piccolo scoffed at the idea, displaying some reluctance. However, Goku reassured him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Rest assured, no one will question your motives. As long as we remain silent, no doubts will arise. Fuming, Piccolo watched as Goku soared away, his face turning an irate shade of green. Train your son? Very well. Not only will I train him, but I shall cultivate him into the strongest, he declared with a haughty laugh. Fully aware that he was no longer Goku's equal, his ambitions of world conquest compelled him to seize this golden opportunity. Son Goku, Await your downfall, he vowed, promptly making his way to the Baozi Mountain, where he seized Gohan right outside the door. Gohan! Chi-Chi gasped in horror, desperate to pursue. Yet how could she possibly catch up? Ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as Piccolo abducted Gohan, succumbing to unconsciousness in her panic. At the last moment, a pair of hands caught her. It was Goku, sighing softly. It had indeed come to this. He had initially headed towards the Supreme Kai's temple, but reconsidered at the thought of Chi-Chi enduring the anguish of losing both her husband and child once more. After a year of enduring sorrow, he could not bear to leave her in such despair and hurried back. After a considerable time, Chi-Chi awakened. Gohan. Where is my Gohan? Goku. I saw Gohan being taken by the Demon King Piccolo. You must rescue him. Tears welled in her eyes, her panic palpable. Goku could only embrace her, offering constant reassurance until Chi-Chi finally found some semblance of calm. Ultimately, after spending 2 months by Chi-Chi's side, he managed to persuade her that he would return to fetch Gohan once she regained her emotional stability, a concession that Chi-Chi reluctantly accepted. He then informed Bulma to keep an eye on Chi-Chi before setting off for the underworld. In the underworld, at the Yama King's palace, an endless road of yellow springs stretched before him, winding through the mist like a colossal dragon, where countless souls queued in silence. Lord Yama, this is Sun Wukong. The celestial being appeared somewhat apprehensive standing before the imposing figure of Yama. Upon seeing Yama, Goku's first thought was whether this fellow belonged to the same lineage as the Ox King. Ah, the celestial beings of Earth, Yama muttered reluctantly, gesturing towards a side door. Let someone take him there. The King Kai's planet lies at the end of the Serpent Road. Understood. A green-skinned specter approached to guide Goku, while the celestial being offered a few parting words before departing the underworld. Upon reaching the entrance of the Serpent Road, Goku glanced ahead. It indeed seemed interminable. However, with his formidable strength, he estimated he could traverse it in about an hour, possibly even faster. This was also why he had chosen to first soothe Chi-Chi's distress. With a whoosh, Goku sped down the Serpent Road. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he veered downward towards the golden clouds below the path. Upon landing, he found himself in the first layer of hell, a realm of eerie tranquility, where only a few formless souls drifted aimlessly. Goku quickly spotted his objective, a tree bearing golden, peach-like fruits. This was a remarkable find, one he had nearly overlooked. It was said that consuming one could stave off hunger for 100 days and enhance one's strength. Yet, he wondered how much stronger it could make him. Licking his lips, Goku approached, only to be intercepted by 2 spirits, one red and one blue. Who are you? How strange, a living body here. They exclaimed. Indeed. How could there be a corporeal form in hell, where souls are sent by Lord Yama to face their punishment? I accidentally fell from the Serpent Road. Goku casually replied. The blue spirit scrutinized him. Is that truly the case? When Goku expressed his desire to return, the 2 spirits became intrigued. For it had been ages since a corporeal being had descended. They were curious about the circumstances that allowed someone to retain their body in the underworld. Such a phenomenon could only occur through great virtue or immense power that granted privileges. Ultimately, the 2 spirits found themselves outwitted by Goku, who, in the process, plucked 3 golden apples. Indeed, they were referred to as apples in the underworld. Farewell, and thank you, he called out. You're welcome, but don't come back. The spirits retorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed by their trickery. Yet, the blue spirit remarked, this fellow is rather polite. As Goku departed through the passage out of hell, unseen by the 2 spirits, he promptly devoured one of the golden apples. Quite delectable. Chapter 57. The Serpent Queen blocks the way. Host, Sun Wukong. Bloodline, Saiyan, lower class warrior. Age, 22. Power level, 29,000,910. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 20 times gravity. After consuming the golden apple, Goku's combat power only saw a modest increase of 2,000. Yet his potential experienced a noteworthy enhancement. This is indeed somewhat alarming. According to Goku's expectations, an improvement in potential, even by a mere fraction within a year, is considered quite rapid, as it does not correlate with the intensity of his training. Should he inadvertently overexert himself to enhance his combat power, he might risk depleting some of it. Thus, he has been exceedingly cautious, maintaining a semi-training state over the past few years, allowing for a gradual increase to a potential value of 8 points. Little did he anticipate that King Enma's golden apple would directly elevate him by 1 point. This is rather unsettling. However, Goku refrained from consuming more, as the sensation it imparted was rather peculiar. It seemed that only the first apple yielded such remarkable effects. Further consumption would likely only serve to satiate his hunger, and one might speculate that King Enma would not be merely stamping papers in that case. No, one could argue that this position would not be his to fill. Nonetheless, the golden apple indeed lives up to its reputation of being a delicacy exclusively reserved for King Enma, undeniably a remarkable item. The exit from hell turned out to be the drawer of King Enma's desk. At a loss for words, Goku promptly resumed his journey along the Snake Way. This time, He did not linger but sped along, quickly traversing half of the path, only to suddenly sense a presence. With a raised brow, he pondered if there were others here. He had spotted a hellish attendant tidying up the path, but there shouldn't be anyone else, and this energy seemed demonic. A castle suddenly emerged in the center of the Snake Way. As Goku soared through the sky, a violent gust of wind erupted, startling the attendants who were hanging out laundry, causing garments to tumble down the path. What just happened? Lady Snake, it seems someone just flew past. What? A sinister woman, clad as a noble, appeared outside the castle, her eyes glowing red, fixated on the end of the Snake Way. To pass by without so much as a greeting. Does he not regard me at all? Soon, a relatively small planet resembling King Kai's appeared before Goku. He descended directly onto its surface, feeling a slight sinking underfoot as he left a shallow footprint, subtly adjusting his gravity. With his own gravity magnified to 20 times. Combined with the planet's, it reached a staggering 30 times. He could endure it, but his stamina would deplete rapidly. Turning to survey his surroundings, Goku quickly spotted a small house on the opposite side of the planet and a North Kai crawling nearby, accompanied by a monkey. Roar? Oh dear, Bruce. You've made me lose count again. 17,000. No wait. Oh no. Lord Kai, I'm here to train, please. The Kai lifted his gaze, regarded him briefly, then stood, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled toward his dwelling. I do not teach just anyone. First and foremost, you must be able to tell a joke. Goku. With a casual flick, a universal capsule was tossed to the ground, revealing an expansive bookshelf filled with what appeared to be thousands of books, encompassing every collection of tales and jokes from Earth. The North Kai paused momentarily, glanced at him, and then burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, You, my friend, are quite remarkable. After the destruction of his North Kai star for various reasons, little remained, and due to additional circumstances, it had been ages since any skilled practitioners visited for training. Consequently, he had grown weary from solitude, to the point of counting the blades of grass on his planet. His sense of humor, therefore, was rather unrefined. Goku suspected that even a gentle tap on his shoulder might elicit an uproarious laughter from him. Soon after, the North Kai began to instruct Goku in his training, primarily focusing on his two signature techniques, the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken. Goku dedicated a month to mastering these formidable skills, although the North Kai challenged him with several difficult tasks that consumed an additional week to test his foundational abilities. Buzz. A month later, Goku stood on North Kai's planet, cradling a luminous energy sphere, its surface a deep blue while its core radiated a brilliant white light, accompanied by a humming sound. An overwhelming vitality and vast energy coalesced within, embodying something far beyond mere ki. Goku felt as if the sphere in his hand was an extension of the very planet he stood upon. The Spirit Bomb was not to be confused with the Kamehameha. The distinction was monumental. Roar. Gulp. The North Kai and his two pets held their breath, captivated by the energy sphere in Goku's grasp, utterly astonished. This fellow is truly extraordinary, having so swiftly mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, super techniques that took me years to develop. Moreover, his strength was no trifling matter. Perhaps the legends would indeed find their embodiment in him. If so, he might just be the one to vanquish that scoundrel Frisia. The more he pondered, the more cold sweat trickled down the North Kai's brow. It was a perilous thought. Frisia's audacity to wreak havoc in the North Kai's domain without fear of retribution had its reasons. Otherwise, the Kai could have easily summoned someone from the afterlife to deal with him, disregarding any so-called rules against it. After all, the afterlife governs the dead, not the living. The North Kai's miserable existence was intricately linked to Frisia's current reign of terror. Buzz. Just as the Kai was lost in thought, Goku raised his hand and launched the Spirit Bomb with a swift motion, vanishing from his original spot in the blink of an eye, only to reappear before the Spirit Bomb, sending it soaring like a volleyball. Boom. The Spirit Bomb detonated above North Kai's planet, unleashing a powerful whirlwind with considerable force. Goku estimated that the energy from the flora on the North Kai planet alone contributed to the Spirit Bomb's power, equating it to a full-force strike of at least 2,000 battle power. Such might was already formidable, far surpassing anything Earth had to offer, let alone the countless inhabitants of Earth. There is no need for excess. Even a fraction of borrowed vitality, coalescing into a pill of energy, would be exceptionally formidable. Success! Oh ho ho ho! The North Kai exclaimed with exuberance, leaping into the air in perfect synchrony with Baburus beside him. Goku approached the North Kai, slightly bowing, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Kai. I believe it is time for my departure. Can you not stay a little longer? It is rare to have someone to alleviate my boredom. As he spoke, he dashed to Goku's side, nuzzling against him as if he were teleporting. Goku found it amusing. The North Kai was indeed quite lonely. However, considering that Chi-Chi was likely still grieving, Goku had no intention of lingering, politely declining the North Kai's invitation and setting forth on the serpent path. Such an impatient youth. Yet these books are rather delightful, the North Kai sighed. returning to the bookshelf that Goku had brought, finding enough material to occupy himself for quite some time. Once on the serpent path, Goku decisively employed the instant transmission technique to hasten his journey. Along the way, he noticed that the clouds beneath the serpent path bore a striking resemblance to the Nimbus cloud, though regrettably, these clouds were merely similar in appearance and could not be harnessed. Before long, he reached the midpoint of the serpent path and spotted the serpent princess's palace below, planning to soar past without pause. However, at that moment, a colossal serpent unexpectedly surged forth from the palace, lunging directly at him. Hiss! What an impolite creature. Not even offering a greeting as I pass. Goku ascended, deftly altering his trajectory to evade the attack, yet the serpent princess showed no signs of relenting, rather tightening her pursuit. With a furrowed brow, Goku unleashed a ki blast, intending to teach the serpent princess a lesson. He was uncertain of her status in the underworld. If she held a position of significance, it would be unwise to employ excessive force. However, to his astonishment, the ki blast was swallowed whole by the serpent princess. Caught off guard, Goku failed to evade in time and was consumed by the serpent's enormous form. Chapter 58, Demon Mountain Star. In a realm of utter darkness and desolation, Goku plummeted from the sky. Upon touching solid ground, he gazed up at the pitch-black heavens, his brow furrowed. Was he within the belly of the serpent princess? Something felt amiss. Did the serpent princess possess such vast internal space? Never mind, let us test this. With arms resting at his sides and feet shoulder-width apart, an immense surge of energy erupted from within him. Nearly 30,000 units of battle power surged forth. In an instant, Goku's aura soared skyward, grand and tempestuous, like a thunderstorm unleashing a howling gale. Debris swirled beneath his feet, yet the surroundings exhibited no signs of change. After a moment, as the terrifying energy dissipated, Goku's brow furrowed. Nothing seemed to have occurred. Therefore, he bellowed, "Hiya!" The air seemed to be expelled from his chest, and the aura enveloping him transformed into a crimson blaze, his entire being shrouded in red light, his energy growing increasingly ferocious and seemingly uncontrollable. Double Kaioken. This force was becoming rather difficult to manage. The Kaioken technique, after all, does not genuinely augment one's strength. Forcing one's energy to erupt suddenly to such an extent makes it exceedingly challenging to control immediately. Therefore, the higher the multiplier of the Kaioken, the more it does not necessarily translate to greater power. Once one surpasses the maximum threshold they can manage, even if their body can barely withstand it, control eludes them, merely accelerating physical exhaustion. Goku now roughly estimates that he can endure a Kaioken multiplier of between 5 to 10 times. But the ideal state in which he can fully master it is merely 3 times. This ideal state signifies his capacity to maintain energy without excessive loss, allowing him to sustain full power combat for a period. Beyond that, control becomes increasingly elusive. If he exceeds 10 times, he might as well resort to self-destruction against his foe, as the energy dissipates too swiftly, resulting in a detrimental decline in strength. If he cannot vanquish his adversary at 10 times, conserving his energy for self-detonation might yield a higher chance of success. After a minute, Goku ceased his futile exertions. The ground around him had been eroded by his energy. Exhaling a sigh of frustration, he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. The presence of energy indicates the existence of life, does it not? Perhaps it is worth investigating. What of this serpent princess? Could it be that she has truly devoured an entire planet? Not far away, on a mining site, numerous demon slaves were laboriously transporting or hauling enormous chunks from the depths of the mine. Hurry up. Move faster, you fools. You're in the way. Suddenly, one of the slaves stumbled and fell to the ground, lifting his head in terror as he gazed ahead. There, seated, was a figure whose indifferent gaze looked down upon him. The figure then raised a hand, and beside him, a blue-skinned demon grinned menacingly as he activated a device on his arm. No. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, the screams abruptly ceased. The surrounding slaves fell silent, their heads down, too fearful to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Move quickly. At that moment, a group of demons arrived, dragging a new batch of slaves with chains. Approaching the seated figure, one of them ingratiatingly declared, "Lord Og, the new slaves have been delivered. Let them descend. The ore from this planet is invaluable and crucial for the demon lords. We must expedite the extraction," Og commanded with a wave of his hand. The leading demon, not daring to speak further, gestured for his subordinates to continue driving the slaves toward the bottomless mine. Boom. Just then, the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Og sprang to his feet, his barrel-like frame covered in small protrusions, a deep blue hue enveloping him. His crimson eyes swept across the area, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. "A master." After a moment, a demon rushed over, panic etched on his face as he pointed behind him, exclaiming, "There are invaders." In an instant, Goku had appeared behind the demon, raising his hand to unleash a burst of energy that ended its life. Turning his gaze to Og, he mused that now that he had located the main target, these minions held little value. The demons surrounding Augur stepped forward, raising their energy weapons towards him, only to be effortlessly pushed aside by Augur himself. Approaching, Augur cast a scrutinizing gaze, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in his eyes. You are of the human race? So this indeed is the demon realm? Wukong's brow furrowed deeper as he pieced together the situation. How had he found himself in the demon realm? Had the serpent princess devoured an entire planet from this realm? How was he to escape? This is Demon Mountain Star. And I am a warrior under the command of the dark sorcerer, Augur. An overwhelming aura radiated from Augur, potent and formidable, with a combat power exceeding 10,000. Wukong's gaze sharpened. He had heard of the dark sorcerer before. After introducing himself, Augur fixed his gaze upon Wukong, extending a hand. Your power is commendable. Why not join the dark sorcerer? Your human lineage matters not. I must decline, Wukong began, intending to inquire for directions before making his exit. However, the moment he uttered his refusal, Augur's eyes emitted a crimson energy beam that surged directly towards him. Boom. In a flash, the rock wall behind Wukong exploded, leaving a terrifying chasm that seemed to tear through the very earth. The sheer force of it left Wukong inwardly alarmed. This creature's combat prowess was indeed alarming. His expression turned grave as he observed Augur, who had undergone a startling transformation. The already corpulent figure began to swell grotesquely, and in a mere moment, he morphed into a towering behemoth exceeding 3 meters in height, with ominous red glimmers flickering across his form, emanating a chilling sense of overwhelming pressure. A pair of massive demonic horns emerged atop his head, and his limbs elongated, presenting a visage entirely different from before. Even more terrifying was the fact that Augur's aura had more than doubled, surpassing Wukong's previous perception. A rough estimate placed his combat power near 30,000. On par with Wukong himself. With a mere flick of his hand, Augur conjured an energy spear measuring 3 meters in length, his gaze toward Wukong now dangerously intent. In my perception, you pose a significant threat. I intended to recruit you, but since you refuse to acknowledge my offer, I shall end your life instead. Prepare to die. The cold, indifferent tone echoed ominously. In that instant, Wukong felt an abrupt heaviness enveloping his body, his movements turning sluggish. What is this? A supernatural ability? No. It's those eyes. Suddenly, Wukong's vision blurred, and Augur was upon him, thrusting the spear directly towards his face, an unmistakable killing strike. This is the demon race. Once they engage, there is no hesitation or mercy, no quarter given. Danger. Without a moment's thought, Wukong decisively nullified his own gravity, propelling his speed to dizzying heights. Whoosh. In an instant, Wukong's figure flickered and vanished, yet Augur's form also disappeared in a flash of red light. Boom. Bang. The next moment, their figures collided midair. Unleashing a thunderous roar, Wukong felt the impact, as though his arms had been struck by iron rods, a piercing pain coursing through his skin, accompanied by a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Ordinary weapons, even those as insubstantial as air, could hardly inflict harm upon him. Yet, it was evident that Augur's weapon was intricately linked to his formidable prowess. At this moment, Goku further confirmed the actual combat strength of Augur in his transformed state, 33,000. That surpassed Goku by a staggering 4,000. It seemed a fierce battle awaited, though such a challenge only added to the thrill. The blood within him surged like boiling water, and his energy swelled tremendously. The uncertainty in Goku's eyes morphed into fervor and battle intent. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Figure. Bang, bang, bang. The two titans clashed violently, unleashing a tempestuous force that began to alter the surrounding environment, sending sand and stones flying, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Below, the mine, already precarious from Augur's earlier strike, began to collapse under the shockwaves of their battle, entombing countless demon warriors. Goku paid little heed to the chaos. The more he fought, the stronger he became, his battle intent rivaling the murderous intent in the eyes of the demon king, Augur. Augur, too, grew increasingly astonished, his battle spirit rising with each exchange. Suddenly, a fierce red light surged in Augur's eyes, prompting Goku to adopt a wary stance. There was something amiss with Augur's gaze, seemingly indicative of his innate ability. Indeed, as Augur activated his power, the prior sensation of sluggishness returned with a vengeance. A sharp sting erupted on Goku's back, as if forewarning him of impending danger. In that critical moment, his long-honed reflexes kicked in, and with a flash of red light, he vanished from his position. In the next instant, a forceful knee strike connected with Augur's chest, causing the demon to spit forth a spray of blue blood. His eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, astonishingly, this blow did not incapacitate Augur. Instead, he immediately retaliated with a crimson glare slicing through the air. Goku narrowly evaded by leaping back, only to find a trace of blood streaking across his face upon glancing down. His expression darkened. Augur was proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. The demon's physical form seemed significantly more resilient. TSK. Augur wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning wickedly as he regarded Goku. Indeed, the human race revels in employing cunning tricks. My desire to eliminate you intensifies. Yet, Goku's narrowed gaze suggested that he perceived the opponent's abilities as mere parlor tricks. The power to hinder his speed was clearly a form of supernatural ability, not a straightforward tactic. At that moment, Ogre revealed no intention of concealing his prowess, his eyes still glowing red as he fixated on Goku. This is my ability. The Demon Eye. Once I lock my gaze upon you, if your strength does not surpass mine, your speed will be halved. I am quite curious how you managed to break free. Goku, however, had no intention of divulging that he could instantly enhance his strength through the Kaioken. Revealing his trump card would spell his doom. Suddenly, Goku placed his hands on either side of his head, fingers splayed wide. Ogre's eyes flared crimson once more, eager to employ his trick again. However, this time, it would not be so simple. Solar flare. Buzz. The terrifying brilliance seemed to instantaneously illuminate the eternally dark realm of demons. This blinding light not only seared OG's eyes, rendering him briefly sightless, but also caused countless demons to writhe in agony upon the ground. This seemingly simple technique, however, was a lethal maneuver of profound mastery for those extraterrestrial beings and demons unaccustomed to using their inner energy in lieu of sight. Buzz. Goku observed OG, who was flailing his weapon in a futile attempt to thwart his assault. With hands poised at his waist, an immense and dreadful energy began to coalesce rapidly. Yet, just as he prepared to deliver the decisive blow, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, whisking OG away from the scene. Goku caught a fleeting glimpse, deducing the figure to be a woman. Lowering his hands, he found himself thwarted. That which had seemed so close had slipped away. Frustration welled within him. Yet he remained calm, closing his eyes to sense that OG's energy had not departed this celestial body. Alongside it, there was another, considerably weaker energy trailing closely. There was no escape. In an instant, his energy surged, propelling him toward the distance. Since there was no path forward, he would first enhance his strength. He refused to believe that this princess of serpents could truly contain an infinite space within her being. Within a castle-like laboratory, a white-haired demon set OG down, clad in a white research garment. Were it not for her skin and appearance, Goku might not have recognized her as a demon. Damn Saiyan. OG seethed, rubbing his eyes in anger, and with a furious punch, he struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The white-haired demon furrowed her brow at this display. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to the distance, her expression shifting as she approached OG. From her pocket, she produced a syringe and, without warning or indication, plunged it into OG's carotid artery. The Saiyan is coming. You must eliminate him. Before OG could comprehend the situation, his body began to uncontrollably swell, his already massive form transforming into an even bulkier silhouette, while his aura grew increasingly terrifying. The white-haired figure, recognizing the danger, swiftly retreated into the castle. In the next moment, Goku appeared suspended in midair, his eyes widening at OG's transformation, as the latter's energy soared, likely exceeding 40,000. What on earth was happening? No. He could not allow this to continue. If OG were to transform once more, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Kaioken. His energy ignited into a crimson blaze, radiating outward in a spectacular display. Goku concentrated all his power into his right hand and, without hesitation, charged downward. His original battle power of 29,000 doubled in an instant, skyrocketing to an astonishing 58,000. Roar. The phantom of a colossal ape flickered behind him as he unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy. This technique, typically reserved for moments of dire desperation, would even deplete a portion of his latent potential to execute. Yet, when employed in the state of a Super Saiyan, this move bore another name. Dragon Fist. Boom. Without a hint of hesitation, Goku unleashed a devastating punch that pierced through Ogre, sending shockwaves that caused the entire castle to begin collapsing, as if the very earth of the planet were lamenting. Amidst the ruins, Goku suddenly sensed that Ogre was still alive. To his astonishment, Ogre, defying all odds after enduring such a blow, entered a berserk state and launched a frenzied counterattack. Bam! Goku was sent soaring into the air by Ogre's dying retaliation. In the next instant, Ogre, resembling a comet, charged from the ground, his form grotesquely altered, bereft of any weapon, attacking with the ferocity of a wild beast. Even with Goku's decisive strike having obliterated his left shoulder and arm, exposing his wildly beating heart, Ogre relentlessly counterattacked with reckless abandon. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their fierce clash echoed, yet Goku, utilizing the Kaioken technique at double strength, found himself being forced back. Astonishingly, Ogre maintained this relentless assault for over 10 minutes, showing no signs of waning. While Goku sensed his stamina rapidly depleting, his expression growing increasingly grave. He realized that he could not afford to continue like this. The mysterious figure who had whisked Ogre away with an unseen power might be watching from the shadows, ready to intervene at any moment. He needed to resolve this swiftly. With this thought in mind, Goku held nothing back. Kaioken, triple. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded forth, pushing back against Ogre, whose body began to crumble under the strain of battle, as if he could no longer withstand it. Despite this, Goku showed no intention of relenting. A furious series of attacks shattered Ogre's resistance, culminating in a decisive Kamehameha that obliterated Ogre's head. Ding! The Demon King Ogre has been slain, energy gained. Power increased by 33,000. Chapter 60, Return to Earth. Haha. Suspended in midair, Goku maintained the pose of his Kamehameha for a moment before calming his breath. This battle had been one of his rare, arduous struggles. Particularly, Ogre's sudden surge in strength and his fearless demeanor had indeed placed considerable pressure on him. Had it not been for the Kaioken technique, he might have found himself in dire straits. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the system's reward, which was merely Ogre's original battle power of 33,000, as he felt that Ogre's dying retaliation had far surpassed that value. TSK, blasted system. With the immediate crisis averted, Goku looked down at the ravaged earth, where several figures in lab coats emerged from the castle's ruins. Feeling a stir of curiosity, Goku descended before a group of demon scientists who were supporting one another as they fled. To his surprise, all the demons immediately knelt before him, bowing their heads repeatedly. Pleading for mercy, Goku furrowed his brow and directly inquired, "Do you know of Snake Princess? Also, how do I leave this place?" Glancing at one another, a bald scientist cautiously raised his head and said, "My lord, are you seeking a spaceship to depart from this planet? We can assist you in constructing a spaceship." Upon hearing the words, Wukong furrowed his brow tightly, having discerned that the other party had likely never heard of the Snake Princess. At that moment, a figure with white hair emerged from the ruins. "So, you were sent by the Snake Princess? No wonder. Do you know?" Wukong gazed at her, refraining from making any aggressive moves. It was she who rescued Ogre and precipitated his terrifying transformation. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a scientist. However, she seemed to lack formidable combat prowess. The woman nodded, adjusting her glasses with a wave of her hand, and smiled slightly as she spoke. The Snake Princess is a member of a special race once driven out of the demon clan by Dapra. She possesses the ability to communicate between the demon realm, the human realm, and the underworld, yet her strength is not particularly formidable. Since you have provoked her, I believe I understand why you have been sent here. Her demeanor suggested that she had seen through everything, which irked Wukong. With a gesture, he gathered energy in his palm and calmly inquired, "I need to reach Azura planet. How long will it take? Or is there a quicker way to send me away from the demon realm?" The surrounding demon scientists immediately fell into a flurry, while only the white-haired woman furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a moment, she replied, "The fastest spacecraft on this planet can reach Azura planet in a year. However, your verbosity is excessive," Wukong interjected, the energy in his palm surging dangerously in response to the news, his anger beginning to swell. The woman sensed his rising ire. Although her expression remained calm, beads of cold sweat trickled down her brow as she continued, "But I can assist you in reaching Azura planet within 2 months. State your conditions plainly while I still possess patience," Wukong replied. "I wish to join your faction." Wukong looked at her, somewhat taken aback. He had no faction of his own and had no intention of establishing a superpower in the demon realm. That seemed too cumbersome. His sole desire was to enhance his strength and lead a stable life. In this world, only with sufficient strength could one attain the desired sense of security. Otherwise, unexpected calamities could strike at any moment. Even Azura planet, he regarded merely as a training ground, never intending to use it as a foundation for governance. Yet, he needed to leverage her power for the time being, so he agreed without further elaboration. A few days later, with the assistance of a group of demon scientists, the white-haired demon woman truly succeeded in modifying a spacecraft. Wukong embarked on his first cosmic journey, albeit in the demon realm. As he gazed into the seemingly eternal darkness of space, he occasionally spotted planets emitting eerie hues of purple, blue, red, and even black. It all appeared rather bizarre. "Is there no sun here?" Wukong mused, furrowing his brow. The spacecraft had been traveling for several days, yet he had not seen a single star. "Those are the suns of the demon realm." Mora, the name of the white-haired demon woman, approached and explained to Wukong. "Our suns are classified by color: purple, blue, and red. Of course, there are also the most terrifying doomsday stars, desolate places capable of collapsing entire starfields. You would not wish to venture near such locations. Thank you for the warning." As Wukong turned his gaze toward the other party, Mora accepted 2 cups of unknown liquor from a nearby demon and offered one to him. Wukong raised an eyebrow, reluctantly taking the cup. The food of the demon race seldom suited his palate, yet sustenance was necessary for the 2-month voyage ahead. Mora took a sip first, her face brightening with an intelligent smile. "I've heard that the planet of the Saiyans has likely been destroyed. So may I ask, who are you, my lord?" "Your inquiries are rather excessive," Wukong replied tersely. Mora did not press further, lowering her head slightly before retreating. Gazing into the vast and enigmatic cosmos outside, Wukong felt a pang of nostalgia for home for the first time. accompanied by an undercurrent of excitement pulsating through his heart and coursing through his veins. It was the innate warrior spirit and the thirst for exploration that stirred within him. The more perilous the environment, the more it ignited the latent feral instincts deep within his being. His tail subtly twitched, wrapping around his waist. 2 months later, Wukong successfully arrived at Star. Upon seeing Mira, he let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he had indeed entered the demon realm and returned safely, rather than ending up in the belly of the Serpent Queen. My lord, there have been some complications at the demon gate. I sought you after leaving, but... Wukong had already relayed the situation to Mora on their way to the demon gate, yet she seemed unfazed, instead requesting a territory from Mira, seemingly intending to settle on Star. Upon hearing Mira's words, an ominous premonition washed over Wukong. He had not forgotten the lurking threat of the demon cultivator. His expression darkened. What complications? One of the demon cultivator's subordinates visited Star not long ago and appears to have knowledge of the demon gate. He is now on Earth. Damn it. The very thing we feared has come to pass, and it happened while I was away. What is the combat capability of this demon? Stronger than Mira, and he possesses transformation abilities. Wukong exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he immediately exited the demon gate to return to Earth. It felt as though he had instantaneously returned from hell to the realm of the living. The oppressive and dim atmosphere of the demon realm was indeed discomforting. Wukong's figure slowly ascended into the air, and after a moment of sensing his surroundings, he was astonished to find no significant demonic energy present. Just as confusion settled in his heart, he suddenly detected a familiar energy spike, then swiftly diminish. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. He had found it. A surge of energy erupted, and Wukong's figure transformed into an arc, hurtling toward the horizon. Chapter 61. Tamaris. Time rewinds to a moment prior. The demon cultivator's subordinate, known as Tamaris, had entered Earth through the demon gate. Initially, he did not wreak havoc indiscriminately. Instead, he began purposefully seeking out the strongest beings on Earth, with the first target being the formidable Piccolo. Gohan was present as well. Meanwhile, Tianjinhan, Krillin, and the others, who were training at the sacred land of the Kais due to the impending Saiyan threat, sensed the malevolent energy and swiftly made their way to the scene. Upon arrival, they joined the fray without hesitation, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Several individuals found themselves overwhelmed by the 2 demonic minions summoned by Tamasis. Ultimately, it was Gohan's unexpected surge of power that led to the demise of one, while the other was vanquished through the collective efforts of the group. Throughout this encounter, Piccolo remained in a stalemate with Tamasis, refraining from intervening. At the moment Gohan unleashed his latent strength, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Piccolo's eyes. Oh, this little one is a Saiyan. How intriguing that there exists a living Saiyan in the 7th universe, truly a rarity. Tamasis's voice was unervingly mechanical and neutral, complemented by an appearance reminiscent of machinery. Though humanoid, it bore beastly traits, featuring an elongated tail and a hunched frame, all enveloped in a dark crimson hue. Humph. Piccolo fixed his gaze upon his opponent, shedding his cape with nonchalance. It is our turn now. Huh. With a deep, resonant shout, an overwhelming energy erupted from within him, catapulting his combat power to its zenith. Typically, martial artists on Earth would restrain the energy they unintentionally emitted, conserving stamina and enabling them to conceal their true strength for prolonged, intense battles. This approach, while necessitated by the relative frailty of Earthlings, also represents a pinnacle of combat technique within the Dragon Ball universe, applicable at any moment. Following Piccolo's surge of power, a fearsome aura caused debris to levitate around him, accompanied by faint crackles of lightning, his presence significantly more formidable than before, indicative of considerable training during this period. No rush, I'll first clear away some extraneous obstacles. Suddenly, Piccolo's expression shifted to one of alarm as Tamasis inexplicably vanished from sight, leaving him unable to keep pace. In a state of shock, he urgently shouted to the others, Gohan, get out of the way. Simultaneously, he unleashed a ki blast, attempting to predict Tamasis's trajectory and intercept him. Boom. Bang bang bang. However, this effort proved futile. In an instant, Tien and the others, who had just endured a fierce battle, were severely injured, rendered incapable of fighting, collapsing to the ground. The most gravely wounded were Yamcha and Kaiatsu, their energy already dissipating. In a critical moment, Piccolo managed to save Gohan, positioning himself once more in front of Tamasis. Uncle Krillin, Gohan, stay calm. Piccolo's brow beaded with sweat as he intently watched Tamasis, understanding that if Gohan were to charge forward now, he would be unable to divert his focus. Yet, despite it being Gohan's inaugural battle, the Saiyan blood within him was gradually awakening, allowing him to adapt completely. The assertion that Saiyans are a naturally combative race holds true, but it is essential to recognize that the Saiyans of King Vegeta's era had been thoroughly misled and tamed by Frieza, equating battle with brutality, thereby obstructing the discovery of the true potential of Saiyan strength. Combat does not equate to seeking death, nor does being combative imply a thirst for blood. The distinction between the two is profound. What was once a fighting race in the time of King Vegeta has devolved into mere beasts. At this moment, provoked by the circumstances, Gohan exhibited signs of losing his composure in a fit of rage. Without hesitation, he leaped from behind Piccolo, unleashing a powerful energy wave directed at Tamasis. Magic flash. Boom. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Piccolo's attention was primarily focused on Tamasis, and he sensed impending danger. Indeed, Tamasis's figure suddenly materialized beside Gohan, a terrifying claw-like appendage aiming directly for Gohan's neck. Piccolo's movements seemed to slow as he turned, extending his hand with all his might, yet he remained a fraction too slow compared to Tamasis. Gohan, now sensing the peril, realized it was too late to evade the oncoming threat. This was the consequence of inexperience and impetuousness. He was still too young and naive. Bang! Crack! Like a bolt of lightning, Gohan tightly shut his eyes, afraid to open them. After a brief moment, he felt no pain and dared to open his eyes, discovering a familiar figure standing protectively in front of him. You are. Bang! Goku grasped Tamasis's claw, and in the next instant, he charged forward, delivering a punch that made Tamasis's eyes bulge as if they might pop out, shattering the carapace-like substance that covered his body. A drop of blood stained Goku's martial arts uniform, seeping into the fabric. However, the demon's physique was remarkably resilient. Even with his claw nearly crushed, Tamasis swiftly abandoned it, retreating 100 meters away, gazing at Goku in disbelief. What is this guy? Gohan's excited gaze trembled. Goku turned, smiling as he ruffled Gohan's hair. Well done, Gohan. Dad. Gohan could not contain himself and embraced him. Goku sighed softly, patting Gohan's back, fully aware of the harshness of making a mere 5-year-old endure such trials for the sake of growth. In his youth, he had been a teenager, possessing basic survival skills before embarking on his training with Master Roshi, gradually evolving from there. One could only lament that Gohan's era was fraught with challenges. Yet he was destined to grow stronger. However, before that, Goku felt it was his duty to shield him from the storms of life. Goku steadied himself. Glancing towards Krillin, who was holding a bag, he approached and discovered it contained 2 senzu beans. Observing the others, he furrowed his brow. Dad, what about Chaozu and Yamcha? Goku gently tapped Gohan's head, smiling. Focus. They still have a faint life force, as you can sense. As he spoke, Goku fed half a senzu bean to Krillin, who was unable to stand but could still manage to chew. Tien had fainted. Subsequently, Goku crushed half a senzu bean into powder and administered it to Chaozu and Yamcha, keeping their last breaths alive. Living was certainly better than the alternative. Tien then handed the remaining half senzu bean to Gohan, urging him to assist. Goku then rose, directing his gaze back at Tamasis, who continued to watch him with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty, refraining from launching a surprise attack. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather a question of fear. Though Goku appears to be indifferent, his focus remains unwaveringly fixed upon him. Should he dare to launch a sneak attack, he would be met with a devastating counterstrike. However, at this moment, Tamasis has also regained his composure, seemingly unscathed. Upon witnessing the miraculous effects of the fairy beans, his eyes gleam with excitement. Such treasures are truly remarkable. The Dark Sorcerer would undoubtedly cherish them. Tamasis immediately proposed, Boy, if you provide me with more of those delightful items, I shall spare your lives. What do you say? Goku, upon hearing this, shook the bag in his hand and tossed it over with a smile, saying, Too late. You. Enraged, Tamasis seethed. Yet, Goku seized the initiative, his tone icy, his gaze seemingly freezing everything around him, declaring, Whatever you say now, I shall end your life. Humph. How infuriating. You have forced my hand. Feel the terror. Tamasis sensed the impending danger, and his entire being began to undergo a transformation, as if shedding a shell. From his original form, red light gradually emanated, causing the outer layer to crack and reveal what lay beneath. Boom. The terrifying aura began to alter the very heavens, thick clouds gathering ominously, thunder rumbling in the mountains, and a dreadful storm sweeping through. Chapter 62, Power Ascends Once More. The recently awakened Krillin and his companions were utterly astonished, their bodies trembling. Just moments ago, was that not their full strength? What manner of creature is this? Humph. To call that full strength is a jest. It scarcely grazes the surface. Krillin's frustration was palpable, yet as he gazed upon the monstrous figure before him, cold sweat trickled down his brow. He glanced at the composed Goku and the not overly shocked Gohan, furrowing his brow. Hey, Son Goku, are you confident? If not, act quickly. There's no rush. Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his opponent's transformation. These fiends from the netherworld are intriguing. They come bearing power for him to combat. The more, the better. He had been lamenting his inability to contend with the Dark Sorcerers. Though he had mastered the King Kai fist, he felt a twinge of inadequacy in that explosive technique. True strength is the most reliable asset, a belief Goku held steadfastly. Transformations, after all, are not the righteous path. Their substantial energy consumption and fleeting endurance are inherently fatal flaws. Thus, his stance on the King Kai fist, and even the so-called Super Saiyan transformations, is that they may serve as trump cards, but should not be overly relied upon. Enhancing one's own capabilities is the crux of true power. Moreover, a slight increase in his inherent strength would yield even greater benefits post-transformation. Merely augmenting the strength of the transformation itself is a case of misplaced priorities. Gohan turned to observe the others, then looked back at Goku, feeling compelled to express that he, in fact, did not perceive overwhelming pressure. However, another question weighed heavily on his mind. Uncle Krillin mentioned that Dad is a martial artist, so why does he seem even more fearsome when enraged than Uncle Piccolo? Cackling with a sinister glee, Tamethys completed his transformation, shedding his original beastly form to adopt a more humanoid appearance. Not only that, but even his claws had morphed into near blade-like edges. One must admit, he bore a certain charm. Now taller yet more slender. The transformed Tamethys raised an arm and pointed at Goku, exclaiming, "Saiyan, come forth, and I shall make you taste the essence of hell." Ha ha ha, is that so? In that moment, Wukong's fury erupted, and a look of astonishment appeared on Tamethys' face as he completed his transformation. Before he could react, Wukong was upon him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Splutter! With a single strike, Tamethys coughed up blood and, in a state of shock, hastily retreated. However, Wukong had no intention of letting him escape. A captured duck cannot simply fly away. Pursuing him into the skies, a fierce battle ensued. Indeed, Tamethys possessed formidable capabilities. Even after his transformation, his combat power conservatively reached 20,000. It was uncertain where this demon cultivator had recruited such beings. Although the alignment of the demon realm with the normal universe remained ambiguous, it was clear that monsters capable of effortlessly obliterating an ordinary planet were not easily found. One could only wonder how many life-bearing planets it took to give rise to such a being. Gulp. How impressive. Has Wukong truly trained to this extent? Hooray. Victory is assured. Just moments after experiencing despair, Krillin and the others were now filled with excitement, watching the intense battle above, where Wukong clearly held the upper hand. Little did they know that Wukong was still fighting under a gravity tenfold greater than normal. Otherwise, the battle would have already concluded. Tamethys was suddenly met with a devastating kick from Wukong that shattered the dual blades on his arm. In a state of terror, he was covered in blood, yet his eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Ha ha ha, bang, bang bang bang. The fierce combat raged on, but as time passed, Wukong sensed something amiss. Though he still managed to overpower Tamethys, he could inexplicably feel increasing pressure emanating from his opponent. This should not be the case. Was Tamethys' energy truly escalating? With this perplexity in mind, Wukong resolved to end the battle swiftly. After sending Tamethys soaring into the sky with a single blow, he positioned his hands for the Kamehameha technique. Energy gathered. Piccolo sensed Wukong's change. As his rival, he was undoubtedly most attuned to Wukong's abilities and techniques. It was Wukong's Kamehameha. That monster was doomed. Krillin and the others were electrified with anticipation, believing the battle was nearing its conclusion. For while the Kamehameha might not be the strongest technique, it was undoubtedly Wukong's signature move. Buzz. The energy swiftly ascended to its zenith, and Wukong thrust his hands forward. Wait! Piccolo exclaimed suddenly, startling the others, and at that moment, Wukong too felt an unusual sensation. This feeling did not stem from his energy perception, but rather from instinct. He had sensed that this full-force strike would not be sufficient to vanquish Tamethys. Boom! A blinding light illuminated the heavens, as terrifying energy dispersed the clouds in the sky. Ha ha ha! Truly remarkable. Even that muscle-bound brute, Biog, pales in comparison. However, I am the strongest under the banner of the demon cultivator. Boom! Tamethys emerged unscathed from the Kamehameha. Fueled by rage, he charged at Wukong, and this time, unlike before, his strength began to overpower Wukong, forcing him to retreat. Stronger than Biog. With a furrowed brow, Wukong found himself uncertain of the veracity of his opponent's words. Nevertheless, one truth remained indisputable. There was something peculiar about this Tamethys. After vanquishing Og, his combat power had surged to an astonishing 62,000. Even if Tamethys surpassed Og in strength, it seemed implausible for him to achieve such a dramatic increase. Wukong had previously sensed that he could have easily triumphed over Tamethys. Yet as time progressed, he felt increasingly outmatched. However, amidst the chaos of battle, he was momentarily oblivious to the signs of his own diminishing strength. Old son, your energy is waning. Do not squander any more time. Dispatch him swiftly. At that moment, Piccolo's voice resonated from the ground below. What did you say? Exclaimed Krillin and the others, startled. It was only then that they began to attune themselves to the subtle changes, realizing that even as spectators, they had failed to notice the shift. The disparity in power was so vast that they could not discern the difference. Only Piccolo, with his heightened perception and experience, could detect such nuances. This is bad. Wukong is in peril. Yamcha and the others gasped in horror, their hearts racing with anxiety, yet feeling utterly powerless to assist. At that juncture, Tommases had successfully subdued Wukong. Reveling in his triumph, he cackled, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, my ability allows me to diminish your combat prowess through blood. Fool. You should never have touched my blood. Sanai." Suddenly, Tommases erupted with ferocity, unleashing a barrage of fists and kicks that relentlessly bore down on Wukong, driving him back towards the ground. However, just as he was halfway to the ground, Wukong abruptly halted, his gaze sparkling with determination. Is that so? Tommases' ability was indeed troublesome, but akin to Og's, it was a power that could not be unraveled without revealing its secrets. Truly, the villain falls to his own verbosity. In the next instant, a crimson light enveloped Wukong, and a surge of energy crackled through the air. In a flash, he unleashed a devastating punch that pierced through Tommases' form, blood spraying forth. Pua! How could you? Tommases' incredulous eyes widened as an explosion of energy erupted from within him, obliterating him entirely. Kaioken, ×2. Wukong's combat power instantaneously soared beyond the threshold of 100,000, achieving a staggering 124,000. It was as though he had transcended a critical point, rendering Tommases' ability ineffective, resulting in his instantaneous demise. Chapter 63. Am I superfluous? Ding. By vanquishing the demon Tommases, Wukong garnered energy, raising his power by 21,000. Coupled with the 33,000 from Og, his combat prowess surged past 80,000, reaching an impressive 83,000. This was his base combat power, not amplified by the Kaioken, and even more astonishing was the fact that this enhancement did not stem from unlocking his full potential. With a potential value of 9, he could, should he wish, elevate his strength 9-fold within a short span of time. Soon, Wukong felt that he was nearing the threshold required to transform into a Super Saiyan, his spirits soaring. Indeed, the demon realm was undeniably the most suitable training ground for him. With a few more visits, transformation into a Super Saiyan, or even further advancements, would be well within his grasp. After a brief moment, Goku calmed the tumultuous emotions within him. Indeed, combat was the swiftest means to enhance one's strength. As the Saiyan blood coursed vigorously through his veins once more, Dad! Goku descended to the ground, gently patting Goten's head with a smile gracing his face. At that moment, he recalled an important matter, the Grand Elder of Namek, endowed with the unique ability to guide and unlock potential. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he could directly awaken the latent power within or delve deeper to unearth hidden reserves. From the circumstances, it seemed likely to be the latter. After all, even Krillin had experienced a significant surge in strength, elevating him to the status of the strongest Earthling, clearly indicating that it was not merely a matter of awakening potential. Thus, a visit was deemed necessary, even if he could not extract substantial power. It would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Perhaps that final sliver of latent potential depended on him. With a sudden thought, Goku retrieved a golden peach from his sole all-purpose capsule and handed it to Goten. What is this? Goten inquired, his face a mask of curiosity. Piccolo, however, showed a slight change in expression. Being inherently attuned to the divine, he sensed the sacred aura emanating from the fruit, recognizing its significance, yet he remained silent. A specialty from the underworld. Unfortunately, there aren't many left, so eat up. What? Goku, you brought back only a fruit as a souvenir from the underworld? I expected you would have something more. Krillin and Yamcha lamented, their playful grievances reflecting their long-standing friendship. Goku chuckled, considering their words before adding, you could also train with King Kai after you die. It would yield rewards. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Although it was a good opportunity, there was something unsettling about the implication. So, you're suggesting we should just die then? Perhaps it's best we avoid that. After Goten consumed the golden apple, his energy visibly surged, though only Goku and Piccolo took note of the change, nodding to themselves in acknowledgement. Initially, Goten's battle power was around 800, but at that moment, it had exceeded 1500, surpassing Piccolo's previous normal level before his own power-up. If he continued to train diligently, it would not be long before he might even surpass Piccolo. This was merely the outcome of 6 months of training. If he remained dedicated, his potential could grow even greater. Goten. In the distance, the hum of an airplane engine and propeller resonated, followed by Chi-Chi leaping from the aircraft in a moment of desperation. A drop from such heights posed no challenge for her. However, having just witnessed a fierce battle, the ground was strewn with debris, causing Chi-Chi to stumble upon landing, nearly losing her balance. Enduring the pain, she rushed over and embraced Goten. Mom. After half a year, Goten had matured significantly, yet the visible signs of hardship were evident, causing Chi-Chi's heart to ache. Bulma and Master Roshi, among others, also disembarked from the plane. Upon seeing that everyone remained alive, Bulma approached Goku with a smile, asking, how was it over there in the underworld? I was startled when Granny told me. I'm relieved you made it back. Nothing to worry about. I just took a slightly longer route, which wasted some time. Bulma tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face as she failed to comprehend his words. Goku offered an explanation, revealing that he had not anticipated a direct journey from the underworld to the demon realm. Had he been unable to return in time, it would have spelled disaster. The direst outcome would be the demise of everyone, compelling him to hasten to Namek and seek out Purunga. Vegeta would also arrive on Earth, leaving the ultimate fate uncertain. The demon realm, what manner of place was it? It certainly sounded perilous. The demon they had just encountered hailed from that realm, a warrior under the command of a demon named Majin. Goku elucidated, though he was reluctant to burden others with anxiety. It was merely a matter of time before he confronted Majin. Does that mean that individual is also a demon? Bulma inquired, her attention drawn to Mira, who had approached from a distant boulder. Goku gestured subtly, and Mira nodded before turning to depart back to the demon realm. Tien and the others had yet to complete their training, so they departed early to return to the Heavenly Temple and finish their remaining exercises. Meanwhile, Goku gazed at Gohan, cradled in Chi-Chi's arms, feeling somewhat troubled. He had intended for Gohan to undertake a year of training with Piccolo, but persuading Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to pursue further training would likely prove challenging. Half an hour later, atop Bun's Mountain, Goku faced an inevitable confrontation. Chi-Chi's reaction to the prospect of Gohan continuing his training was vehement. She categorically rejected the idea. Bulma attempted to interject, but Goku halted her, instead focusing on Gohan. Gohan, do you wish to train with Uncle Piccolo? Rest assured, if you prefer not to, neither your father nor I will impose anything upon you. Gohan, however, lowered his gaze, timidly responding, I want to train with Uncle Piccolo. Chi-Chi's eyes flared with intensity, causing Gohan to falter into silence. Goku frowned at the scene. While Chi-Chi's concern for Gohan was evident, it had veered into the territory of overindulgence. This could not continue. Even if Gohan's potential was awakened, he would inevitably squander it in the future. Bulma, unable to watch any longer, was about to voice her thoughts when Goku, contemplating, produced a bouquet of flowers and presented it to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Wait, Goku you? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her surprise rendering her momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing with color as she momentarily forgot about Gohan. After all, being younger than Goku by a year, she had never truly experienced the sensation of romance, transitioning directly from girlhood to womanhood without encountering such gestures. Goku, for his part, had always been somewhat oblivious to romantic notions. Thus, Chi-Chi devoted most of her attention to Gohan, often overlooking Goku as her husband. It's all right, a little compensation will suffice. He then presented a similar bouquet to Bulma, who accepted it with delight, exchanging a knowing glance with Goku. Seizing the moment, she suggested, by the way, Goku, Chi-Chi, it has been quite some time since our family last went out together, hasn't it? Why not embark on a journey? I know of a splendid vacation destination that could truly refresh our spirits. My sister, Thais, had previously invited us to visit her. The idea of traveling piqued Chi-Chi's interest. Yet she hesitated as she cast a glance at Gohan. Sensing her indecision, Goku swiftly embraced Chi-Chi, declaring, it is settled then. Let us begin by gathering some travel essentials. Although Bulma had undoubtedly prepared everything in advance, a slight delay would be beneficial. Goku, but Gohan hasn't eaten yet. Not to worry. By the way, Bulma, have you prepared the swimsuits you mentioned last time? Absolutely. Everything is ready, Bulma replied with a wink, signaling her readiness. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed deeper as she was half-heartedly whisked away. Goku you. Back at home, Gohan, who had just experienced his first battle, felt his stomach grumble with hunger, only to realize that his parents had already departed, leaving him momentarily stunned. So, am I the surplus in this household? He mused. At that moment, a cloaked figure appeared at the doorway, and Gohan's face brightened. Uncle Piccolo. 2 wild fruits rolled to Gohan's feet as Piccolo turned, tugging at his cloak. Do not waste time. Your training is far from over. I shall not show mercy simply because of your father. With determination, Gohan grabbed the fruits and followed Piccolo, munching as he went. Although Piccolo's guidance was somewhat brusque, it was remarkably effective. Gohan had begun to thrive in the wilderness, and despite the roughness, Piccolo successfully tapped into Gohan's latent potential, laying a solid foundation for his future. Meanwhile, Goku was embarking on a global adventure with his 2 wives. Chapter 64, The Challenger of Karen Tower. Beaches, villas, yachts, and exquisite cuisine. Chi-Chi's life had been rather monotonous, which is why she devoted herself so entirely to Gohan, to the point of becoming somewhat indulgent. In contrast, Bulma's life was vibrant and colorful. Throughout the journey, Goku hardly needed to do anything but accompany them. Goku shared the remaining golden apples with the 2 women, who savored them as a delightful treat. Bulma was astonished at the improvement to her skin and spirit, feeling revitalized. A gentle leap sent her soaring dozens of meters high. In truth, her battle power had surged to 80, surpassing nearly all the so-called martial artists on Earth. Chi-Chi had also risen to 230, thanks to her inherent abilities. The trio set sail on a yacht, fishing in the vast ocean, exploring the primal forests, visiting Son Gohan at the Five Elements Mountain, and stopping by Bulma's sister's home before finally arriving at Karen Tower. This is unbearable, Bulma exclaimed midway up the tower, clad in climbing gear, drenched in sweat, her thin shirt clinging to her body, accentuating her perfect curves. She contemplated retrieving a universal capsule to release an aircraft, but feared it might plummet instead. With this thought, she groaned in frustration, calling out, "Goku!" Goku descended from above, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at Bulma. "What's wrong? Didn't you say this was easy and that you could climb it effortlessly?" It appears that Bulma, having gained a modicum of strength, became rather overconfident and sought to test whether she could ascend the Korin Tower. Alas, her challenge was evidently unsuccessful. With a roll of her eyes, she extended her arms. And Goku, taking the cue, embraced her as they soared upwards. Upon reaching the summit of Korin Tower, Bulma exhaled deeply and lamented, "Honestly, I must construct an elevator here. It's such a hassle." At that moment, the cat sage, who had been grooming his paws, paused, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Meow? He mentally envisioned an elevator next to his tower, transforming it into a tourist attraction teeming with visitors, which only intensified his perspiration. Surprisingly, a few individuals were still present atop the Korin Tower. Goku recognized several familiar faces, including UPA, who approached to greet him. "Mr. Goku." Goku nodded, smiling. UPA hailed from the Guardian tribe located at the base of the tower, serving as its protector, though lacking the endorsement of the Cat Sage and the Supreme Kai. Nonetheless, their tribe revered the Korin Tower as a sacred site. Due to the absence of guidance, their abilities were merely above average, yet they were undeniably gifted. UPA's father, capable of stopping bullets with his bare body, exemplified the strength that, at the very least, positioned them favorably among Earthlings. Moreover, Goku spotted others he had encountered at the World Martial Arts Tournament, such as King Choppa and Nam, alongside some dinosaurs, all of whom possessed a measure of strength. However, they were few, as most challengers remained below the tower, either struggling valiantly or having surrendered prematurely. Since Goku suggested that the Supreme Kai opened the Korin Tower and the Sacred Temple, its status in the martial arts world had transformed from mere legend to a reality, particularly for those martial artists with a certain pedigree. As these individuals achieved greater prowess and returned to propagate the legend of Korin Tower, they would undoubtedly attract more aspirants to embark on their martial arts journeys and face the challenges ahead. Such a virtuous cycle would ensure that martial arts would not dwindle. Well, this fellow certainly possesses considerable perseverance, though it's unfortunate he is rather foolish, mused the cat sage, observing a few water jars before him. Goku and his two lovely wives approached, intrigued by his comments, and turned their gaze towards the water jars. They discovered that these jars provided a view of the challengers below, where a group had established camp, diligently training in their own ways as they awaited their turn to challenge the tower. Indeed, many structures had been erected, indicating a desire for long-term settlement. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before a village, and eventually a town, would arise beneath the Korin Tower. At that moment, the cat sage referred to a particular individual atop the tower, a burly man with an explosive hairstyle who had exhausted himself to the point of slumber in the middle of the ascent. Yes, he was indeed asleep. This fellow had ingeniously tied himself with a rope, suspending himself midway up the tower, resting when fatigued, and resuming his climb upon waking. It must be said that while his strategy was indeed clever, after all, the tower did not mandate a single continuous ascent. Such a somewhat underhanded approach posed a dilemma for the cat sage, who was already contemplating how to offer guidance once this individual reached the top. Originally, those who have ascended through sheer strength possess a certain foundation, and with a little guidance, they are bound to reap rewards. However, when a person with minimal background yet a sharp intellect rises, one is often left at a loss as to how to offer direction. It is truly to be hoped that he does not resemble that individual from 3 centuries ago. 3 centuries ago, Bulma and Chi-Chi inquired with curiosity. Goku, however, quickly made the connection and chuckled. "You must be referring to Master Roshi, right?" "Indeed. That fellow was quite the character." The cat sage reminisced, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, recalling events best left unspoken. Back then, Master Roshi's abilities were rather average, yet he persevered and climbed his way up, which was commendable. The cat sage generously offered him guidance. But what transpired thereafter? When Master Roshi departed, it seemed he took everything in sight with him, nearly uprooting the cat sage in the process. The flying nimbus, the elixir of immortality, and the senza beans were one thing, but the key pillar leading to the heaven realm, yes, the Rui Bang, was also taken. Since that day, the cat sage wished never to lay eyes on Master Roshi again. Now, confronted with yet another potential Master Roshi, the cat sage felt a pang of anxiety. Goku, however, regarded the newly awakened individual with the explosive hairstyle thoughtfully, contemplating that this might very well be his future-in-law. The hero of Earth, Mr. Satan. While he may not be the most endearing character, his intellect has proven quite effective. To call him foolish would be absurd. How many ordinary humans on Earth could comprehend the level of power possessed by Goku and his companions by the end? Yet, within a single day, Mr. Satan not only grasped the vast disparity in strength, but also adapted and integrated himself, proving to be quite helpful. This alone is a feat few ordinary Earthlings could achieve. Not wanting to dwell too much on this, Goku turned to Chi-Chi and Bulma. Shall we go? Yes, they replied with smiles. Their journey had spanned approximately 6 months, covering all the desired destinations, and Chi-Chi's temperament had notably improved. Goku had effectively compensated for the lack of emotional bonding between them. Moreover, perhaps due to the untapped potential of that golden apple, coupled with her attempts to challenge Karen Tower, Chi-Chi's combat prowess had soared to 350, positioning her among the highest tier of Earthlings, on par with Master Roshi. Even Bulma had achieved a combat strength of 150. Regrettably, her lack of foundation and perseverance meant that climbing Karen Tower remained an unfulfilled ambition. Chapter 65. The Three Demon Stars. At Goku's home on Bun's Mountain, their travels came to an end. Goku first returned Chi-Chi and Bulma to Bun's Mountain before going to retrieve Gohan. As a parting gift, Piccolo presented Gohan with a new set of clothes. One must admit, Piccolo's array of magical abilities is exceedingly convenient. It was clear he held Gohan in high regard, though his gaze towards Goku still bore a hint of animosity. However, Goku paid it little mind, knowing that once Piccolo learned of his heritage or fused with the Supreme Kai, his demeanor would surely change. As it stood, Piccolo had yet to complete his ultimate evolution. Gohan, have you lost weight? Honestly, your father is too much, making you train with that great demon king, Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo has been very good to me. Good? He decided to let it go. Mother had prepared the dishes he loved, so they should eat first. Chi-Chi remained her usual self, yet her emotions had stabilized considerably. After all, it had been a long separation, and she could discern the changes in Gohan. Though it pained her to see him endure hardships, Gohan had indeed matured. And with Goku's company over the past year, she chose not to dwell on it further. The following days passed in familial harmony. In the demon realm, on the planet Shura, within a castle-like research facility, Mora, clad in a lab coat, handed a device to Goku. Upon receiving it, Goku placed the vial emitting a faint emerald glow before him and inquired, "Is this it?" Indeed, Mora affirmed with a nod. The blood of Tamasaus can indeed weaken the target's energy. Thus, I have extracted its special factors to create this, which can instantaneously diminish the target's power. However, do not rejoice too quickly. Its effects on beings of General Demon King caliber are negligible. Thus, it cannot weaken someone with a battle power of 100,000? Goku asked. Precisely, Mora confirmed. Goku was unfazed, for this was within his expectations. He had effortlessly defeated Tamasaus using his doubled Kaioken. Ultimately, such abilities were merely trifles, utterly ineffective in the face of absolute strength. Subsequently, Goku sought out Mira to inquire about the Demon Cultivator's intelligence. Master, the Demon Cultivator does not reside on the Yama Star, but rather on one of his 3 demon stars, guarded by the Demon Dragon. What is the strength of the Demon Dragon? Is it comparable to Tamasaus? Goku pressed on. Both OG and Tamasaus, whom he had previously encountered, were no weaklings. Each possessed the capability to obliterate planets. Thus, Goku instinctively considered them to be part of the so-called 3 demon stars. However, Mira's response took him by surprise. With a slight bow, she stated, "Not quite." OG and Tamasaus were subdued by the Demon Dragon. The 3 demon stars under the cultivator's command are warriors who once served under the Demon King Depura. They are quite formidable. Oh, this becomes intriguing, Goku mused. Having initially assumed these characters possessed merely battle powers of 20,000 to 30,000, only to discover they were far stronger. The Demon Cultivator likely harbored greater strength than it appeared. An estimated battle power of 80,000 could very well be the level before their transformation. After a moment of contemplation, Goku sensed that an encounter with Frieza was imminent. He had to visit Namek, and it had to be before Elder Namek's lifespan concluded. Since the moment Raditz arrived on Earth, Goku understood that a confrontation with Frieza was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Although he had devised a plan, he felt little confidence in his ability to confront Frieza, and the distance to his objective remained considerable. Before that, he must enhance his strength as much as possible. Prepare the spaceship. I shall journey to Yama Star. Yes, master. Mira hesitated briefly before turning to leave. In her view, provoking the Demon Cultivator was an unwise endeavor. But she soon realized that the decision was no longer theirs to make. They had already drawn the attention of the Demon Cultivator. Moreover, Shura Star was not far from Yama Star, and it was likely that the Demon Cultivator had not personally come due to overlooking Goku as an unforeseen variable. As Wukong ascended aboard the spacecraft, he ventured forth towards the realm of Yama Star. Simultaneously, in the vast expanse of the cosmos beyond Earth, 2 spherical vessels sped towards the planet. The spacecraft, developed by Mora, traversed the distance from Azura Star to Yama Star in a mere 2 days. Upon his descent, Wukong was astonished to discover an abundance of formidable demonic energy permeating the planet. a delightful surprise that led him to speculate that these must be the demons brought forth by the sorcerers. Regardless of the circumstances, it was an unexpected boon. Should he vanquish the demons on this planet, his strength would undoubtedly surge to new heights. Nevertheless, he remained focused on his paramount objective, the 3 demon stars and the demon dragon. With a thunderous roar, Wukong unleashed his might, obliterating the demon warriors in his path. Those fortunate enough to evade his wrath either fled swiftly or narrowly escaped, but Wukong had no inclination to pursue these minor adversaries. Instead, making a beeline for the location of the demon dragon. The combat prowess he accrued along the way filled him with exhilaration. Ding. Slaying a demon warrior, energy acquired. Power increased by 140. Ding. Defeating a demon from the Star of Evil, energy acquired. Power increased by 40. Ding. Vanquishing a demon ancestor, energy acquired. Power increased by 3,200. A cascade of notifications lifted Wukong's spirits. As his battle strength soared, it ultimately culminated in an increase of over 7,000, propelling his combat power past the 90,000 mark. Host, Sun Wukong. Bloodline, Saiyan, low-level warrior. Age, 22. Power, combat strength 90,000, 910. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 20 times gravity. Though his 90,000 combat power fell short of his goal of 300,000, the gap was now visible, and the realization of that ambition seemed imminent. His anticipation for the demon dragon's might grew as he approached his target, a terrifying aura gradually enveloping the area, seemingly aware of the uninvited guest's arrival. Roar. Suddenly, a roar akin to that of a hellish dragon rent the atmosphere of Yama Star, akin to a monstrous wave crashing forth. Mira, trailing Wukong, turned pale, her form involuntarily half-kneeling. Not only she, but countless demons across Yama Star were now prostrating themselves, trembling in fear. On the spacecraft, Mora observed the fluctuating numbers before him, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light, while simultaneously, another display mirrored Wukong's silhouette, numbers dancing upon it as well. More, sir, should we not launch the ship? Otherwise, it may sustain damage. The surrounding demon scientists were thrown into a state of panic, eager to flee before calamity struck. Mora merely cast a glance, raised his hand, and eliminated the scientist, his gaze turning cold as he declared, "Waste, throw him out." The remaining demon scientists dared not utter another word, hastily carrying away the corpse. Mora, fixated on the 2 rows of numbers, ultimately directed his attention towards Wukong's form, a flicker of exhilaration and gleam crossing his eyes, narrowing them. He licked his lips and murmured to himself, "Come, let me witness your true power." As time progressed, the ominous energy emanating from the realm of Yama ceased its ascent, and the figures before Mora ultimately settled at an astounding 165,000. A staggering 165,000. This revealed the true might of one of the 3 demon stars. The Demon Dragon. Chapter 66. The Triple Kaioken. Goku could hardly fathom that merely the demon warriors under the command of the demon cultivator possessed such a terrifying battle power of 165,000. This was on par with the elite forces of Friesia's long-standing ace, the Jinyu Force. Furthermore, there existed 2 additional forces whose strengths remained unknown, suggesting that the foundational strength of the demon cultivator's minions might even surpass that of Frisia, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe. While this may not directly reflect the demon cultivator's own power, it undoubtedly served as a harbinger of its terrifying potential. Boom. A sound barrier shattered with explosive force, heralding the arrival of a colossal figure in the sky, a half-dragon, its daunting presence reminiscent of a mountain, exuding an aura as fearsome as a bottomless abyss. Its piercing, crimson-tinged black eyes fixated on Goku below, devoid of any intent for discourse, and in the next moment, it launched itself into action. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ignited the atmosphere and appeared before Goku in an instant. Trespassing upon Yama. Prepare to die? Thud. A fervor ignited within Goku, his fighting spirit surging forth as a radiant crimson glow enveloped him. Double Kaioken, activate. As he clashed with the demon dragon, Mira had already retreated to a safe distance. Yet even so, the collision unleashed a blinding white light interspersed with torrents of blood-red energy, erupting violently, as if a drop of water had plunged into boiling oil. The very ground trembled under the weight of impact, akin to a hammer striking an egg's surface, causing the earth to crack and flames to erupt from the fissures, casting an apocalyptic visage upon the entire planet. One strike nearly obliterated the entirety of Yama. It is essential to recognize that, akin to the realm of Azura, Yama was not a barren wasteland, but a thriving world capable of nurturing life forms with battle powers in the thousands, comparable in quality to Earth itself. Even so, this single blow shook the very foundations of Yama. With a swift motion, Goku found himself airborne. The crimson glow of the Kaioken just dissipating when a massive shadow loomed behind him, sweeping through and sending him flying. A flash of red light enveloped him. allowing Goku to halt his trajectory and retaliate instantaneously. Bang! A strike with an astounding battle power of 180,000 merely caused the demon dragon's head to tilt to one side, its bloodthirsty crimson gaze flaring as a deep, guttural roar resonated once more. Such formidable physicality. Bang! 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 The two became enmeshed in a fierce battle, and as the fight progressed, Goku grew increasingly alarmed. This demon dragon's physique surpassed that of the formidable OG and Tamasa's he had faced earlier. The layer of scales adorning its body resembled the most fearsome metal in the universe, causing Goku's fists to not only rebound but also to lose a significant portion of their power against its resilient flesh. It was an excruciating struggle. Amidst the tempestuous assault, Goku discerned that the demon dragon possessed no flashy talents or extraordinary abilities. It relied solely on its sheer physicality to engage him in a brutal contest of strength. A veritable monstrosity. Within the confines of the spacecraft, Mira returned to witness Mora standing before the screen, eagerly observing the unfolding chaos of the battlefield. The Saiyans, indeed, are a remarkable race. The demon dragons stem from the formidable ancestor demons of the so-called demon realm, with Mora being a prime exemplar. How intriguing, simply fascinating. As he spoke, his hands danced across the control panel, creating a blur of motion. Soon, a plethora of data materialized on the screen, detailing all pertinent information regarding the two combatants engaged in fierce battle, encompassing not only their combat power, but much more. The astonishing potential for continued release of power. Could this be the innate talent of the Saiyans? A combat race that perpetually defies the limits. Ha ha ha. Moro appeared to glimpse something extraordinary, his body trembling with excitement. Observing this spectacle, Mira chose not to approach, but instead turned and departed. On the planet of Hell, the fierce struggle persisted. Boom. The impact of the demon dragon's strike was earth-shattering, sending Goku crashing toward the ground, piercing through the very earth and collapsing the surrounding mountains. Buzz. In the next moment, a blinding blue light coalesced amidst the ruins, with Goku's eyes aflame with fury and determination as he thrust his hands forward. Super Kamehameha. While the Kamehameha possesses immense energy, it is fundamentally a stable wave of ki, allowing for control over its magnitude, yet lacking in speed, rendering it somewhat deficient as a definitive technique. However, in Goku's hands, this technique could rival the ferocity and velocity of the demon's own attacks. Thus emerged the Super Kamehameha wave. Boom. A straight beam of energy soared into the sky, and upon witnessing this, the demon dragon enveloped itself in a swirling mass of black energy, which ultimately converged upon its right claw. With a force akin to a whip, it unleashed a counterattack, colliding fiercely with the Super Kamehameha. Goku exerted himself, refusing to believe that his opponent could withstand this assault. Yet, the demon dragon too summoned its full strength, its energy surging upward. As Goku's power escalated, the energy amassed before the demon dragon expanded beyond its own form, on the brink of eruption. In that final moment, the demon dragon's eyes widened in rage, and with a sudden burst of terrifying black light emanating from its claws, it seized the energy before it. Roar. Instantly, the energy of the Super Kamehameha was redirected, shooting skyward above the planet of Hell. In the eternally dark skies of the demon realm, a radiant white sun seemed to rise, blinding the eyes of all demons. A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very foundation of the planet, with magma surging forth. Goku maintained his stance, poised to unleash the Kamehameha, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that the demon dragon would survive this. The demon dragon, now gasping for breath, regarded Goku with a mixture of uncertainty and wariness. That tail, was it a Saiyan? But how could a Saiyan reach such heights? Moreover, this was the demon realm. Though not overt, it was akin to the way demonic powers wane upon entering the human realm. Similarly, humans too find their strength diminished within the demon realm. Wukong remained oblivious, as he consistently maintained his own gravitational force. This subtle oppression felt negligible to him. Furthermore, most of his adversaries possessed greater chi than he did, leading him to perceive the suppression as mere normalcy. Only the demon dragon, a monstrous entity of the demon race, imposed an immense pressure upon him. Was it time to employ the threefold Kaioken? After a brief moment of hesitation, Wukong resolved firmly, activating it. Having engaged in battle to this extent, retreat was not an option, nor was defeat. A crimson aura surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being and radiating outward. His hair stood erect, blown by the terrifying energy, while a more somber expression graced his visage. Threefold Kaioken, activate. His battle power surged to 270,000. This represented the pinnacle of his capabilities under normal circumstances. Further increments in the Kaioken multiplier would not enhance his power significantly, but would instead hasten his physical exhaustion and even deplete his potential. Therefore, a resolution must be reached at this stage. Chapter 67. Vegeta arrives on Earth. Roar. The demon dragon paused, his eyes widening in astonishment at Wukong's sudden eruption of power. In the next instant, Wukong's figure appeared before him as if teleporting, delivering a powerful punch. Bam! Gah! For the first time, the demon dragon was injured. Spitting out a mouthful of blue blood, nearly losing an eye in his shock as he hastily assumed a defensive stance, his claws raised before him. Yet, he was met with Wukong's ferocious kick, followed by knee strikes and elbow blows. Wukong transformed his body into the most fearsome of weapons, relentlessly assaulting the demon dragon. Given the intensity of the battle, his stamina was rapidly depleting, necessitating a swift resolution. Crucially, he had not brought any sins of beans with him. His visit to Yema's star had been impulsive. Upon learning that the demon cultivators were not present, he intended to seize an opportunity, leaving him with little preparation time. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy radiated from the epicenter of the fierce confrontation, the explosive force continuously compressing and rupturing the air. Roar! Gah! Saiyan, wait! The demon dragon seemed to wish to say something, but Wukong would not listen. He felt his stamina nearing its critical threshold. Due to his latent potential, the closer he approached his limits, the faster he would recover. This was a notable advantage of possessing high potential. However, if he continued to amplify the Kaioken multiplier at this juncture, he risked unleashing that potential uncontrollably. Should that occur, he would find himself in a dire predicament. Thus, he must act swiftly, resolving the matter with the demon dragon before his strength waned completely. At this moment, the demon dragon felt the weight of severe blows across his body, suffocating in frustration, genuinely fearing he might perish here. In a panic, he sought to communicate with Wukong. He had never been accustomed to conversing with the weak. Even when the demon cultivator had approached him, it had been through force, subduing him before discussion. To engage in dialogue, one must first prove their strength in battle. Only then could they earn the right to converse. Yet, Wukong's murderous intent left the demon dragon utterly rattled. Boom. Ugh. With a decisive blow, Goku's fist crushed the chest of the demon dragon, causing its massive form to plummet helplessly from the sky. Its eyes dimmed, as if consciousness had fled. Just as Goku sensed his energy waning rapidly and believed the battle was finished, the demon dragon suddenly lifted its head and unleashed a terrifying stream of black energy. Alarmed, Goku activated the Kaioken at 4 times its normal strength, expending his last vestiges of stamina to forcefully strike the creature away. Astonishingly, it still lived. With apprehension, Goku braced himself for the demon dragon's counterattack, preparing to escalate to 4 or even 5 times the Kaioken. However, when he regained his composure, he found the demon dragon soaring into the cosmos. Indeed, it was heading directly towards the universe, where he spotted a uniquely shaped spacecraft hovering in the void. This creature could survive in space? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true issue was that it had escaped. Just like that? Frankly, in Goku's recollection, the formidable beings of this world were not particularly known for their valor. Many had begged for mercy at the brink of death. But to reach such a desperate point and then flee decisively was indeed rare. It was akin to a gambler. Who could resist the urge to play when only 110 chips remained? At this juncture, with adrenaline surging, one would invariably fight to the bitter end unless the outcome was already determined or the disparity in strength was insurmountable, prompting thoughts of survival. Ding! Defeated the demon dragon, the leader of the 3 demon stars, and gained energy, raising power by 165,000. A wave of relief washed over Goku as a magnificent energy surged within him, revitalizing and enriching his essence, evoking a sensation of transcendence. Concurrently, the Saiyan blood coursing through him grew ever more fervent. Unbeknownst to him, his tail swayed behind him as if imbued with life. Aboard the spacecraft, Goku departed from the realm of the demon world, embarking on his journey back to Earth. After changing into a fresh set of clothing and replenishing his supplies, he stood in the cockpit, gazing at the eerie and profound cosmic expanse of the demon realm. His expression inscrutable. Mira stood behind him, relaying every move made by Mora. Acknowledging her report, Goku waved his hand, signaling her to step aside. Though Mira was uncertain of his thoughts, she had thus far proven to be a trusted ally in the demon world, and he saw potential in her that he might cultivate. Unfortunately, he was not well versed in the means by which the demon race enhanced their power, nor did he know if key training would be effective. The enigmatic origins of Mora, combined with the title of scientist, instilled a measure of caution in him. To be precise, the term scientist in the Dragon Ball universe was synonymous with a ticking time bomb. Who could predict what they might concoct? The most terrifying aspect was the staggering potential of these powers. Without delving into the androids, it was evident that among the gods of destruction across the universe, there existed at least one who commanded machines. Whether this was a passion or a genuine reliance on that robot for combat remained unclear, yet it underscored the immense potential and limits of these scientists. Should they entertain any perilous ideas and bring them to fruition, it could spell catastrophe. Mira turned and walked out, only to encounter Mora approaching her at the door. With a slight furrow of her brow, she remained silent. Mora, with one hand casually tucked into the pocket of her lab coat, approached Goku with an expression of indifference and said, Congratulations, my lord, on defeating the dragon. The leader of the three demon stars, Goku, turning to face Mora, did not utter a word. Instead, he simply raised his hand and inquired, "What about the item I requested?" "It is already prepared," Mora replied with a smile, handing Goku a bracelet adorned with a blue gemstone. The device was compact, perfectly fitting for his wrist. Upon receiving it, Goku lightly brushed over it. Mora then explained, "This device will enable you to survive in the cosmos, though it will consume your energy. With your energy, you should be able to survive for a year." Casting a meaningful glance at Mora, Goku chose not to pursue the matter of her secretly observing his strength, yet that did not imply he would permit her to act recklessly. The purpose behind his request for this device was evident. He had witnessed the formidable physique of the dragon, capable of thriving in the universe. Much like the Frisia race, there were even some extraterrestrials in Frisia's company who possessed such capabilities. This inherent talent may not signify absolute power, but it certainly denotes an extraordinary vitality, nearly a hallmark of premier cosmic races. To be candid, if one were to rank all races within the universe, the Saiyans could only be considered moderately above average before transforming into Super Saiyans. Even after their transformation, their combat prowess peaks, but does not alter their physical constitution. The disparity in power levels is stark. Frisia's final form can be maintained consistently, meaning his base battle power is an astonishing 1.2 billion. In contrast, what is the base battle power of a non-transformed Saiyan? Merely 3 million. This highlights the stark difference in the vitality of their respective races. Only the legendary Super Saiyan can attain the terrifying vitality necessary for survival in the cosmos, embodying an existence that is overwhelmingly powerful, with seemingly limitless potential, truly formidable. As Goku made his way back to Earth, two meteors streaked through the planet's atmosphere, plummeting towards the surface. Chapter 68, The Terrifying Demon Cultivator. Vegeta and Nappa ultimately arrived on Earth, not to avenge Raditz nor to recruit Goku, but merely because this planet could fetch a handsome price, while also seeking someone to fill Raditz's void. To them, Raditz was merely expendable trash. However, unbeknownst to Nappa, he was viewed no differently in Vegeta's eyes. Upon their arrival on Earth, they initially wreaked havoc and predictably found Piccolo, as he, alongside Gohan, represented the highest battle power on the planet aside from Goku. Tien and the others sensed the disturbance and quickly arrived at the scene. Observing that the collective battle power of the group was not particularly high, Nappa produced a cultivator. The soil of this planet appeared promising, suggesting it could yield a formidable cultivator. With that, he planted the cultivator into the ground. As it broke through the soil, Yamcha stepped forward to challenge it, eager to test its strength, only to be caught off guard and obliterated in a self-detonation by the cultivator. Thus, the iconic moment of the god of martial arts was born. Subsequently, the Earth warriors found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Despite possessing the strength to resist, they were momentarily hindered, apprehensive of the self-detonation of the cultivators. Piccolo, intent on stalling for time, refrained from intervening. Instead, he kept a vigilant eye on Gohan's safety while closely monitoring Vegeta and his counterpart. How infuriating! At this critical juncture, Goku was absent from Earth. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Goku was navigating through the cosmos, nearing the Shura star when unforeseen circumstances arose. In the vastness of the demon realm space, a shadow appeared in the void before the spaceship without warning, triggering alarms within the vessel. Alert! Alert! Detecting ultra-high energy units. Danger! Danger! Requesting evasion. Requesting evasion. My lord, that is a demon cultivator. Goku stood within the cockpit, gazing through the protective capsule. Before him, the shadow slowly raised a hand, its palm shrouded in darkness. Yet at its core, a terrifying energy orb began to coalesce, akin to a star. It rapidly expanded, soon eclipsing the sky as if it were a miniature sun. Annihilation bomb. Goku vanished from the ship, reappearing in the expanse of space outside the vessel, momentarily adjusting to his surroundings. His expression turned grave beyond measure. The demon cultivator exuded an overwhelming sense of power, terrifyingly strong. Its battle prowess had undoubtedly surpassed 200,000, perhaps even reaching 300,000, and it was still on the rise. Indeed, as he perceived, inside the spaceship, Mora observed the digits on the screen escalating uncontrollably, her demeanor tense as she began to retreat. The numbers continued to climb, surpassing 300,000, 31, 32, 33, 39. At that moment, the ship's sensors began to flicker, evidently nearing a critical threshold, about to reach its limit. Gasping, Goku inhaled deeply, and in the next instant, placed his hands on his waist, gathering energy that illuminated the cosmic void. A red aura ignited, enveloping his entire being. The spaceship's sensors peaked instantly, flashing wildly. This is bad. Shut it down. It was too late. Buzzing alarms erupted, and as the readings shattered the 500,000 mark, sparks flew, followed by billowing smoke. Yet, at that moment, Mora's eyes fixated on the screen where a sequence of numbers danced vividly. Goku and the demon cultivator's energy levels continued to ascend at an unfathomable rate. 510, 000. 550, 000. 600, 000. She murmured, only to instinctively raise her hand to shield her eyes as a blinding red light threatened to obliterate her specially crafted detection device. Simultaneously, a crimson numeral pulsated wildly on her apparatus before freezing. 1, 000, 000. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Goku made his move, unleashing a super Kamehameha with the might of a quadruple Kaioken. The demon cultivator's power was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond his current capacity to contend with. Thus he knew he had to strike first and search for an opportunity to escape. Indeed, he harbored no confidence in his ability to withstand the demon cultivator's might. The opponent's prowess far surpassed his own, a reality he had not anticipated. From beginning to end, not even a transformation was revealed. Yet the aura emanating from him was unfathomably deep, approaching a staggering level of power. He could not afford to allow the demon cultivator to react. He must strike first. Boom. Indeed, the demon cultivator's eyes widened slightly, witnessing Goku take the initiative to attack. Without hesitation, he hurled the death annihilation bomb in his grasp. Two streams of energy clashed violently, illuminating the cosmos with strange black and blue radiance that radiated outward, sending shockwaves that rocked the spacecraft, threatening its very integrity. Gritting his teeth, Goku knew that the spacecraft must not falter. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would be stranded in the demon realm for an indeterminate time. With this thought, a sharp glimmer ignited in his eyes as they took on a crimson hue, the Saiyan blood within him flaring to life. Kaioken, times 10. Unleash it. Boom. In an instant, the super Kamehameha in his hands was infused with a terrifying energy, elevating it to a new echelon, consuming the death annihilation bomb and sending the demon cultivator hurtling away. But that was not all. Goku's energy swept through the distant fleet of cosmic warships, obliterating an entire armada in mere moments. Ding! A series of system notifications rang out, but Goku had no time to examine them closely. After executing these actions, his figure vanished into the cosmos, riding the cosmic storm downstream, where he located the blown-away spacecraft and departed from this demonic universe. In the depths of the demon realm's cosmos, a figure floated silently in the void, devoid of sorrow or joy. With long, jet-black hair and scarlet eyes that burned like stars, he resembled a noble demon duke. His attire bore no signs of damage, lying serenely amidst the cosmic emptiness. Suddenly, a smirk graced his lips, his demeanor shifting to one of exhilaration as a thought spread within him. Interesting, a Saiyan. This power belongs to a Saiyan. Ha ha ha. This is utterly fascinating. Lord Demon Cultivator. You silence. A voice interrupted coldly, emanating from beside him, as the Demon Cultivator commanded with a frigid intent. Hasten the dispatch of a spacecraft. I must locate that Saiyan. Yes, the nearest spacecraft will likely take about half a year to reach you, my lord. Please bear with us, came the response, lacking in confidence. Indeed, upon hearing this, the Demon Cultivator's aura surged, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. His gaze darkened ominously. An overwhelming and terrifying presence seemed to transcend a certain threshold, as dark lightning enveloped him, signaling a transformation. Goku's instincts were correct. The Demon Cultivator's strength was formidable. Since the disappearance of the Demon Realm King, Depura, the Demon Cultivator had emerged as one of the most formidable contenders for the title of the new Demon Realm King. Indeed, the foremost contender. Meanwhile, Goku, having returned to the surest star, showed no signs of hesitation. He immediately passed through the Demon Gate back to Earth, detecting some vanishing auras at the first opportunity. Goku's expression darkened as he hurried toward the battlefield, releasing his own energy. Through his heightened sense of perception, he had roughly deduced the situation at hand. Piccolo was still alive, albeit injured, a fortunate twist amidst misfortune. It appeared that Gohan was filled with rage. Chapter 69, Vegeta's Astonishment. Ha! How splendid. I never anticipated that Kakarot, that useless fool, could produce such a prodigy. Come with me. This is not a place for you to thrive. The blood of a Saiyan deserves to flow in grander realms. Don't. Boom. An ungrateful little brat. If that is the case. Moments earlier, as the two Saiyans witnessed the complete defeat of the cultivators, they grew intrigued and decided to toy with them while awaiting Goku's arrival. Initially, the Vegeta man had only managed to kill Yamcha through a surprise self-detonation, which heightened the vigilance of the others, leading to a fierce struggle against the cultivators. However, Vegeta soon lost his patience, and with a single strike, he annihilated all the cultivators, leaving everyone in shock. This guy even turns on his own. Familiarity with Goku, coupled with the fact that Raditz had not caused substantial destruction, led to a misjudgment among the others regarding the Saiyans' brutality, despite their formidable power. Subsequently, Nappa engaged, easily wounding or killing the remaining few, resulting in a fiercely brutal battle. Piccolo could contend with Nappa to some extent, but no more than that. As Piccolo suffered severe injuries, Gohan's latent potential surged forth, unexpectedly pushing Nappa back, and a well-aimed special beam cannon nearly sent Nappa to his demise. Vegeta was taken aback, witnessing the unfolding scene. Regrettably, Gohan's outburst relied heavily on his potential. His training had been brief, inhibiting his ability to effectively harness his newfound power during combat, let alone the sudden surge of strength from his latent abilities. As anticipated, his limitations soon became apparent. Vegeta, despite his desire to recruit Gohan, harbored no intentions of holding back. In his eyes, Saiyans were not so fragile. Just as he was about to inflict severe harm upon Gohan, his scouter suddenly exploded, releasing a cloud of smoke. Whoosh! A shadow flickered and instantly appeared behind Gohan, its gaze icy as it fixed upon Vegeta. With a single hand, it intercepted his attack and coldly declared, "I apologize, but my son is a genius, and it is not your place to instruct him, nor to discipline him. You are Kakarot." Boom! A powerful punch sent Vegeta staggering backward, his eyes glazing over. Kneeling, he clutched his abdomen and uncontrollably spat out bile. After kneeling for some time, Vegeta finally let out a disbelieving roar. "No, it's impossible. You cannot be Kakarot. Who on earth are you?" Goku revealed his tail from behind, disregarding Vegeta entirely. Instead, he lifted Gohan, gently wiping the marks from his face and smiling as he praised, "Gohan, you did well." He had never hesitated to offer affirmation and recognition, especially to Gohan. Transforming from a timid child into a competent warrior could not solely rely on astonishing bursts of potential. It required rigorous training and growth. Fortunately, Tom was on their side. Goku would not allow Gohan to face crises unprepared, as had happened in the original narrative. Even the opportunity for growth had been denied. Absolutely not. Oh dear. Gohan wept, burying himself in Goku's embrace, heartbroken at such a tender age of merely 6. Goku, in turn, held no resentment towards him. He simply patted little Gohan's back to offer comfort. "Father, Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo, and the others. Have you forgotten my words? A man must not weep," he added, gently patting Gohan's back again. "Look over there. Who is that?" Piccolo had not perished. He still clung to life and was now rising to his feet, though the others had indeed met their demise. Meanwhile, behind a massive boulder, Yajirobe dragged the barely conscious Krillin to a corner, hastily feeding him senzu beans while grumbling. "Honestly, those monstrous Saiyans are utterly terrifying. You lot are utterly useless. I had to come here to deliver senzu beans to you. How infuriating. I wonder if Goku can handle it." "Thank you, Yajirobe. I misjudged you," Krillin managed to say, his neck nearly broken, as he struggled to chew the senzu beans with all his might. It turned out they had known each other since their training at the Supreme Kai's temple, but Yajirobe was hardly a martial artist. He was merely a uniquely gifted earthling. Coupled with years of training under the Cat Master, he had developed considerable strength, albeit devoid of any martial artist's demeanor. He had repeatedly declared he would never come here to meet his end, which had fostered some resentment among the others training above. He was genuinely afraid of death. Yet he had summoned the courage to come and deliver the senzu beans. "You really are a chatterbox," Yajirobe remarked, glancing at the barely alive Krillin, crossing his arms and turning his head away. "It was the Cat Master who sent me to deliver these beans. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here." As he spoke, he clutched his sword and stealthily peeked from behind the rock, noticing Vegeta lying on the ground. His eyes widened in alarm, and without regard for Krillin's fate, he rose and shoved Krillin aside. "Goku, hooray, I knew you could defeat that guy. Hurry and kill him to avenge Chaozu and the others." He seemed eager, glancing at his sword, and then at the slowly rising Vegeta, only to flinch back in fright. "Oh no, how can that guy stand up again?" "Goku, you can do it," he shouted, swiftly hoisting Krillin onto his shoulder and darting away at an incredible speed, disappearing in an instant. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo. Was this fellow here to amuse? Nevertheless, the others paid little heed to this minor incident. They were formidable in battle as a team. Setting Gohan down, Goku gazed into the distant sky and remarked, "It seems we must conclude this quickly. Gohan, stay close to Piccolo. He should have taught you how to sense energy, right?" "Yes." Gohan nodded, though a hint of disappointment crossed his face. "But I can never seem to grasp it, which makes Uncle Piccolo very angry." Upon hearing this, Goku smiled and reassured him, "It's all right. Your father took quite a while to learn it too. You've been working hard, and when we return home, I will teach you at a relaxed pace." Gohan's face lit up with delight as he nodded vigorously yes. "All right, off you go." Little Gohan obediently ran to Piccolo's side. Gohan had trained sufficiently under Piccolo's guidance. Although the order of their training was somewhat askew, he had indeed laid a solid foundation. With diligent instruction, Gohan's achievements would undoubtedly surpass his current limits. Vegeta rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fixed a cold glare upon Goku. "Kakarot, I never imagined that a third-rate lower-class warrior like you could possess such strength. Is that all you have to say? Once you finish, you may leave." Goku's expression gradually grew colder. Was Vegeta truly a good person? Certainly not. To put it plainly, even if he were to repent, Goku would not deem him worthy of paradise or even the preservation of his corporeal form. It was merely due to Vegeta's later role in protecting Earth. Having served under Frieza for so long, Vegeta perhaps still harbored resentment, yet this could not absolve him of his past deeds. However, it would be unjust to place the blame entirely upon him, as the seeds of destiny had been sown since the reign of King Vegeta. Subservient to Frieza, the entire Saiyan race had become his lackeys and enforcers, and from that moment, the countdown to their annihilation had begun. The emergence of a Super Saiyan to overthrow Frieza was an impossibility. Thus, Goku refrained from ending Vegeta's life directly. Chapter 70. The Great Ape Transformation. Boom. Vegeta was enraged. He could endure humiliation under Frieza's command, but facing a fellow Saiyan, especially Kakarot, whom he had always regarded as inferior, was a slight too great to bear. Goku's words struck at the very core of his pride and final line of tolerance. A great battle loomed on the horizon, but rather than a clash of equals, it would be a display of overwhelming dominance. Vegeta's furious energies surged forth, summoning storms and lightning in the sky, thunder roaring ominously. The ground beneath him shattered under the immense pressure as he charged toward Goku, filled with righteous fury. Swish, bang, bang, bang. The two figures instantly darted from the ground into the air, their fists and feet colliding, sending visible shockwaves rippling through the air. The earth trembled, and debris flew. Gohan looked up, his eyes struggling to keep pace with the rapid movements. Piccolo, standing beside him, advised, "Do not rely on your eyes. Use your heart. Sense it with your energy." Gohan's talent and intuition were impeccable. Though it was only his first battle, he grew rapidly, soon grasping a hint of understanding, allowing him to vaguely discern the trajectories of Goku and Vegeta's movements, shifting his gaze accordingly, although he still could not see clearly. Achieving this level of comprehension in such a short time was commendable. "I see it. Uncle Piccolo, do you think Daddy can win?" Gohan's eyes remained fixed on the fierce duel, yet he could not fully grasp the intricacies of their confrontation. Piccolo's gaze also shifted as he replied, "Your father is holding back. Otherwise, that guy would have already lost. This fool." His fists clenched tightly, for he had believed that a year of rigorous training would yield significant progress. Even if Goku trained with King Kai, he assumed there would not be a considerable leap in strength, though aware of the disparity between them during the earlier encounter with Tamasis. Piccolo now acutely senses that Goku's power has significantly intensified since their last confrontation. A sense of reluctance swells within him, mingled with an overwhelming sense of impotence. Even the ambition to conquer the world seems to have faded considerably. With a resounding thud, Goku delivers a powerful kick to Vegeta, causing him to spit blood. Yet Vegeta, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, summons his willpower to unleash a surge of energy and continues to strike. Though his breath becomes erratic and his force begins to scatter, lacking coherence. In a matter of mere exchanges, Goku unleashes a wave of energy that propels Vegeta skyward. Remarkably, Vegeta's combat prowess, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, skyrockets from 18,000 to over 20,000. Even more astonishing, it seems to be gradually increasing. Indeed, Vegeta's innate talent should not be underestimated. As the prince of the Saiyans, his lineage is undeniably remarkable. Years of restraint may have placed him at a bottleneck. Yet his potential has been steadily accumulating. After being sent flying, he suddenly erupts with energy and returns, engaging Goku with reckless abandon. Goku furrows his brow. He realizes that this cannot continue. He senses Bulma, Master Roshi, and others approaching, and if they reach the battlefield, they may inadvertently become embroiled in the chaos. He must swiftly resolve his conflict with Vegeta. With this thought, Goku's aura suddenly explodes forth. Vegeta, taken aback, had not anticipated that Goku had yet to reveal his true power. In his shock, he is caught off guard by a series of brutal blows from Goku, each one inflicting severe damage upon him. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoes as Vegeta's consciousness begins to waver. Ultimately, Goku delivers a final strike, sending Vegeta soaring into the sky. With the capacity to obliterate planets, Vegeta's wrath could spell disaster for Earth if unleashed. In Goku's line of sight, Vegeta dwindles to a mere speck, and he senses Vegeta's energy diminishing. At that moment, Gohan, stationed on the ground, suddenly spots something, pointing skyward. What is that? Piccolo, hearing Gohan's exclamation, follows the direction of his finger and is struck with horror, urgently calling out, "Goku, beware of the moon." Without hesitation, Piccolo whirls around and severs Gohan's tail, which has begun to change. The moon? Although he has never witnessed it, Piccolo has devoted considerable study to Goku's information over the years. Naturally, he is aware that Goku transforms upon seeing the moon, but it is daytime. Where could a moon be? Goku shares this confusion, yet as he gazes upward at the almost ethereal form of the moon, he momentarily loses himself in its presence. A violent urge surges from within him, almost shattering his will. Roar! A deafening roar of a great ape seems to emanate from the depths of his soul, transforming Goku's visage into one of ferocity, sharp canine teeth sprouting from his mouth, and his eyes turning a vivid crimson. Curse it! What in the world is that moon? With a flicker of reason, Goku hastily lowered his head, striving to suppress the tumultuous power surging within him. He could even sense his potential stirring restlessly. And should he unleash this primal Saiyan strength, it would surely unleash his latent abilities as well. At that point, his aspiration to achieve a battle power of 300,000 would be thwarted. Prior to vanquishing the Demon Dragon, his combat power stood at 90,000, and with the defeat of the Demon Dragon adding another 160,000, he now boasted a total of 250,000. Although he did not defeat the Demon Cultivator, he did sweep through the Demon Fleet under its command, which contributed an additional 20,000 battle power. Thus, his current strength reached 270,000, tantalizingly close to his goal of 300,000, with a potential value soaring at 90 points. Under such circumstances, if he were to prematurely release his potential, he would be but a step away from the 3,000 threshold, a step that could lead to his undoing. He could not permit such a fate to unfold. Resolutely, Goku cast a glance at his tail behind him and decisively severed it. As long as he was not sealed, it could regrow in the future. However, should he transform now, Earth would likely face devastation. Roar! Kakarot! At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed over him from the sky. Vegeta had completed his great ape transformation. From his lofty perch, the terrifying energy of the great ape coalesced in his hands, preparing to unleash an enormous energy wave. Shining attack. Goku's expression tightened as he swiftly gathered energy in both hands, channeling the full might of the Kamehameha. Boom! The two energies collided, unleashing an unprecedented super hurricane across the surface of the earth, sending dust and debris flying, while hills crumbled. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo seized Gohan, who was nearly swept away, shielding his eyes with one hand as he braced against the terrifying shockwave approaching them. Far off, over 10 kilometers away, Bulma and the others were aboard a plane, which now swayed like a leaf in a storm, teetering as if it would plummet at any moment. Hold on tight, everyone. I told you not to come. I want to go home. On the battlefield, Goku could feel the immense power Vegeta possessed after transforming. His battle power was nearing 210,000. This guy truly embodied the essence of a Saiyan prince. The mere fact that he could maintain his composure after transforming into a great ape surpassed the capabilities of most Saiyans. While Goku's strength could suppress him, Vegeta's fury seemed to act as a catalyst, propelling his power ever higher. If they continued to clash, Earth would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. With that thought, Goku maintained his Super Kamehameha, flames of red energy swirling beneath him. Double Kaioken. Chapter 71. The Potential of the Saiyans. Impossible. Kakarot. Goku unleashed the Double Kaioken, causing his battle power to soar above 500,000. Even if Vegeta's great ape form multiplied his strength tenfold, it was futile. The terrifying energy consumed the shining attack along with the massive shadow, propelling it into the cosmos. With a crackle, debris and dust gradually settled, and Goku exhaled in relief as he returned to the ground. Ding! Defeated the great ape Vegeta, gained energy, and increased his power by 180,000. Upon returning to the ground, Goku searched diligently and ultimately, along with Piccolo and Gohan, discovered two spherical spacecraft several dozen kilometers away, precisely the vessels that Vegeta and Nappa had arrived in. One of the ships emitted a luminous projection, casting the moon's image into the sky, a clear manifestation of its sinister capabilities. It was likely a model specifically designed for planet Vegeta, capable of projecting a moon, a terrifying tool exclusive to the Saiyans. Bam! Without hesitation, Piccolo unleashed a blast of his special beam cannon, obliterating the projecting device. Goku glanced over, surprised that Piccolo had developed such a technique. Just then, Krillin approached, followed by an aircraft soaring in from the distance. Oolong and the others were already waving in greeting. Goku smiled, waiting patiently for the plane to land. As it touched down, Chi-Chi rushed over, embracing Gohan tightly, her concern palpable as she checked for any injuries. Gohan, are you hurt? Is anything wrong? You have no idea how worried your mother has been. Goku shook his head helplessly. Chi-Chi, as expected, was still somewhat indulgent towards Gohan, though her demeanor had improved compared to before. Bulma joined them, gently linking her arm through Goku's. I have brought the Dragon Balls, so we can revive Tien and the others at any time. No rush, Goku replied. I've asked King Kai to look after them for a while. Reviving them later will be fine since Piccolo is still alive and Dend is unharmed. Then we shall do as you say. Bulma then turned to the gathered crowd and announced joyfully, everyone, the victory feast is ready. Let us celebrate. Yay, if there's good food. I suppose I can be persuaded to join, Yamcha chimed in. In the midst of the jubilant atmosphere, everyone decided to head to Bulma's house for the celebration. Goku exchanged a few words with Gohan, who then approached the departing Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, will you come along too? Piccolo instinctively wanted to refuse, Yet upon seeing Gohan's hopeful expression, he found himself unable to decline decisively. Goku chuckled softly. Although Piccolo might not have achieved ultimate evolution yet, his mindset was gradually being influenced by Gohan. Perhaps it could be described as a balancing effect. Initially, Goku had hoped that by having Piccolo mentor Gohan, he would learn Piccolo's calmness and decisiveness, essential traits for any warrior. With these qualities, Gohan might not yet become a formidable fighter, but he certainly would not falter in critical moments. This was precisely what the Saiyans lacked. It is well known that the Saiyans possess a deceptive weakness, their tails, while their true vulnerability lies in their overconfidence, especially during moments of power enhancement. The sensation of empowerment can be overwhelming, as even Goku struggled to maintain composure, almost revealing an invincible facade before playfully toying with his opponents. Suddenly, a streak of white light shot across the sky, racing into the cosmos. The faces of Piccolo and the others turned pale. Oh no, that Saiyan is still alive. What? Could he be coming back to attack us again? Amidst the rising panic among the crowd, it was the ever-composed Wukong who reassured them, stating that even if that fiend were to return, he would effortlessly vanquish him. This assertion held a kernel of truth. Wukong gazed intently at the receding spaceship, his expression sharpening with focus. Host, Sun Wukong. Bloodline, Saiyan, lower-tier warrior. Age, 22. Key, combat power 450, 000, 910. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 20 times gravity. If Vegeta refrained from transforming and fought seriously, Wukong could defeat him in a single strike, leaving no room for doubt. Moreover, he felt a newfound confidence in his ability to confront the impending crisis. After delivering a decisive blow, Vegeta's combat power had soared to unprecedented heights, 450, 000. Should he unlock his latent potential, his power would catapult to an astonishing 4,050, 000. This would place him on par with Frieza's third transformation, if not beyond. Crucially, this surpassed the minimum threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan, which was 3,000,000 combat power. At that juncture, he would merely require a catalyst to evolve into a Super Saiyan, entering the ranks of the Cosmos Elite. Yet, Wukong was not content with merely this. If the Grand Elder of Namek could help him unlock even more potential, his strength might ascend further still. Such opportunities were rare and precious, which is why he remained resolute in his journey to Namek. Relying solely on his own training would be a painfully slow endeavor. For a Saiyan, rapid enhancement in strength could only be achieved by unleashing the potential accumulated during near-death experiences. Without such circumstances, progress would be sluggish. This was why Wukong's advances in strength were often imperceptible, only manifesting at critical moments. Nonetheless, Wukong's potential was not limitless, and so he cherished every opportunity to enhance it. Suddenly, as he prepared to depart, a frown creased his brow, prompting Piccolo to halt as well. Turning to investigate, they discovered Nappa lurking in the shadows, having followed them unnoticed, as Vegeta was oblivious to his presence due to the injuries inflicted by Gohan. Wukong exchanged a knowing glance with Piccolo, who promptly vanished. Moments later, Nappa's ki completely dissipated. While Vegeta still retained a semblance of pride as a Saiyan prince, Nappa and Raditz had been utterly incapacitated. Within the vastness of space, aboard a colossal saucer-shaped spacecraft, the sound of a tail rhythmically striking the ground reverberated ominously, sending shivers down the spine. Hee, Dodoria, are you listening? Frieza's voice echoed, cold and commanding. Indeed, Lord Frieza. I shall proceed to the planet known as Earth to retrieve the Dragon Balls for you. Dodoria replied respectfully. As his chilling gaze fell upon Dodoria, Frieza remained silent, but the icy stare caused Dodoria to break into a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Realizing he had misspoken, Dodoria dared not utter another word. His quest for the Dragon Balls was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Frieza would never trust him. He trusted no one. Frieza slowly turned around and settled into his baby carriage. At that moment, another figure entered the room, kneeling respectfully and stating, Your Majesty Frieza, the route to Namek has been meticulously planned. We should arrive in approximately 1 month. Ah, splendid work, Shambosan, Frieza replied with a sinister chuckle. Everything is for the great Frieza. However, Dodoria cast a menacing glance at Shambosan, although they were both Frieza's trusted allies. The latter's words had evidently diminished his standing in Frieza's eyes. While they were referred to as his right and left arms, in reality, they were little more than loyal hounds. Frieza could replace them at a whim, for his temperament was unpredictable, and their downfall could come at any moment. Chapter 72, Journey to Namek. At Bulma's residence, the gathering was exceptionally lively, as everyone rejoiced after a year of suppressed emotions. The Briefs were delighted by the influx of guests, enthusiastically presenting a feast. Mrs. Brief approached, carrying a platter of freshly cut fruits. Meanwhile, Goku was indulging heartily. Relishing the food, he simply could not acclimate to the fare from the demon realm. His appetite remained as robust as ever. In a corner, Gohan approached Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo turned his head away. Martial artists possess keen eyesight, and not far off, Krillin wore a look of disbelief, having witnessed a rare blush on Piccolo's face. Krillin, I must be suffering from my injuries, seeing things that aren't there, he chuckled. The gathering continued for several hours before everyone returned to their homes. Piccolo, had it not been for Gohan, would not have attended at all, and he now slipped away early, departing alongside Krillin and Master Roshi. Chi-Chi was busy ensuring that Gohan completed his homework, having already procured study materials for him. He's only 6, he's just a child, she thought. Well, as long as he doesn't seek my help with his assignments, he can take his time. Goku contemplated that Gohan had laid a solid foundation, much like a rough gem awaiting refinement. With a bit of guidance and embellishment, Gohan's potential could be unleashed. Yet, before embarking on that journey, Goku intended to take Gohan to Namek, as the Grand Elder's lifespan was dwindling. This opportunity could not be squandered. Subsequently, Goku discussed plans with Bulma and the others regarding the trip to Namek. No way, Goku, you actually want Gohan to accompany you on such a distant adventure? Have you no concern for him as a father? Chi-Chi exclaimed, visibly upset. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bulma, initially approaching to inquire about assisting with the spaceship, simply shrugged and turned to help Gohan with his studies instead. As a brilliant scientist, such matters were trivial for her. Goku, however, did not take long to persuade Chi-Chi, using reassurances and a bit of effort, eventually convincing her to allow Gohan to join him. Chi-Chi is not unreasonable. Goku has indeed invested considerable effort in nurturing and maintaining the bond between them. She will certainly not succumb to the grievances of life as depicted in the original narrative. Have you made arrangements? Bulma inquired, glancing up at Goku, as Chi-Chi approached to embrace Gohan. We are heading back to West City now. Wait, Chi-Chi, since you and Gohan are here, won't you stay a few days? Mrs. Briefs, carrying a tray of tea, approached with a hint of dismay. I've prepared a room for you, and I was hoping we could go shopping together tomorrow. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Chi-Chi recognized that the couple had always treated her as family, with no reservations. Even Gohan was given the love and care of a cherished grandchild. Ultimately, Chi-Chi decided to stay for a few days at Bulma's residence. Oh, how delightful, Mrs. Briefs exclaimed. Now, get some rest, Chi-Chi and Gohan. Come, let me show you the room I've prepared for you. With enthusiasm, she led them away, winking at Bulma as they departed, causing Bulma to blush. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma discussed matters concerning the spaceship. We won't need that, Goku said with a smile. I remember the Supreme Kai mentioned that the spaceship he used upon arriving on Earth is still functional. I plan to take Piccolo along. He would surely wish to revisit his homeland. Oh, is that so? Bulma pondered, recalling that Goku was not originally from Earth. However, she refrained from mentioning it, expressing a hint of disappointment instead. I was looking forward to experiencing an alien planet alongside you. Goku shook his head, a note of helplessness in his voice. This trip might be a bit perilous. If you wish to come next time, I'll be sure to take you. Bulma smiled, her face lighting up with joy, but then shot him a playful glare. You're such a fool. Can't you at least say you'd take me alone? A little deception wouldn't hurt. Goku scratched his head, acknowledging his lack of charm, yet he was determined to make amends through actions. A few days later, Goku sought out the Supreme Kai, revealing his plans to journey to Namek. The rationale, of course, was the Dragon Balls of Namek, while they may not necessarily be required. It was imperative to prevent Frieza from obtaining them. Upon learning of his intentions, King Kai promptly sent a telegram. Goku, I entrust everything to you. You must not allow Frieza to acquire the Dragon Balls of Namek. The fate of the universe hangs in the balance. I understand, King Kai. Goku, naturally, had his own interests at heart. However, King Kai had little of value to offer. The connections in the afterlife were extensive, so he remained patient. With these favors, he could seek King Kai's assistance in the future. Not to mention, if he could eliminate Frieza, even King Kai would have to reconsider the situation. The deities below King Kai would surely owe him a debt of gratitude, especially as he bore the potential wrath of the destroyer gods on their behalf. Simply put, the goodwill he garnered could mean that uprooting King Enma's golden apple tree would result in little more than a verbal reprimand. Who would dare challenge him? Perhaps when he approached King Kai, they might even offer him a few more trees. Goku, please be cautious. At this moment, the deity was drenched in cold sweat, appearing quite alarmed as he cautioned them. He was cautious even in the presence of King Yama, let alone the king of the universe, whose rank exerted a significant pressure. Well then, deity, we shall take our leave. The deity responded, Goodbye, Mr. Bobo. Gohan waved his hand, and Krillin bowed slightly. Soon after, they all erupted with energy and soared down from the heavenly temple. Krillin, eager to join, had taken the initiative, perhaps motivated by some stimulus, hoping to transcend his limits. Naturally, Goku did not refuse. After all, their journey to Namek could be described as a trial, and given his confidence, it did not feel like a risk. However, he anticipated that meeting the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan might present some challenges. Thus, he aimed to accumulate a deeper foundation beforehand to lower the standards for those conditions. Before long, they arrived at the plateau where Piccolo typically trained. discovering the spacecraft that the deity had once used upon arriving on Earth, a white vessel adorned with several sharp protrusions. If one were to draw a comparison, Goku found himself thinking of a cocoon. Buzz. Whoosh. The spacecraft started up smoothly. Piccolo, being a natural counterpart, could indeed converse in the Namekian language and pilot the ship. This was also why Goku declined Bulma's assistance, as it would save them considerable time. On board the spacecraft, Gohan, seeing Piccolo, felt elated and approached him. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable, yet those who knew him understood that such demeanor indicated a good mood. Uncle Piccolo, can you continue to guide me in my training? Piccolo instinctively considered agreeing, but at that moment, Goku approached, lifting Gohan and carrying him toward the ship's rest area, smiling. Gohan, have you forgotten what your mother said? Children should not stay up late. Get some rest, as this is also part of training. But Uncle Piccolo, Gohan protested, feeling a bit disheartened. Goku found it amusing. Piccolo, being a being of photosynthesis, naturally had a different routine compared to Earthlings and Saiyans. Moreover, a regular lifestyle is beneficial for calming the mind, serving as a foundational aspect of the Turtle School's training in energy control. It may seem simple, yet this methodology perfectly suits both Earthlings and Saiyans. And even further training under the deity would prove beneficial. After all, this wisdom was accumulated by Master Roshi over centuries. While it may not be profound, it is undoubtedly foundational. Gohan had a solid base, but should not aim too high too soon. He needed to begin the process of guidance. Seeing this, Piccolo said nothing, merely turning to sit in the cockpit with his arms crossed, huffing. Chapter 73, Bulma's Adventure. At the same time Goku and the others departed from Earth, in West City. In Bulma's backyard. What is this? She wondered, observing the large spherical spaceship before her, which appeared quite valuable. The long-absent blonde-haired launch approached the immense vessel and tapped it twice, producing a resonant sound. Humph. Bulma donned a researcher's white lab coat. One hand perched confidently on her hip, her chin held high as she proclaimed, "This is the spaceship my father and I have been developing for several years, inspired by the findings from Goku's childhood research. So, what do you intend to do?" Violet approached, chewing gum, her arms crossed, feigning interest. She had been invited by Bulma, who had exchanged contact information while assisting in disarming a bomb alongside Dr. Brief. As fate would have it, she found herself accompanied by Launch, and the two had come together. "I plan to leave Earth and explore the vast cosmos," Bulma declared with enthusiasm, her spirit brimming with youthful exuberance. Though she was no longer the girl she once was, her adventurous spirit remained undiminished. With a gleam of excitement, the blonde Launch promptly drew her gun and exclaimed, "Space pirates? How intriguing. No, I mean to visit Namek." Bulma quickly waved her hands, sensing that inviting Launch was a questionable decision. Yet her fervor could not be quelled. "Humph, that insufferable Goku dares to leave me behind. Then I shall embark on my own journey." At that moment, Dr. Brief emerged from the ship after completing the internal adjustments, approaching Bulma and stating, "Bulma, the adjustments are complete, and we can take off at any time. But are you certain you wish to travel such a great distance?" "Father, spare me the lecture. I invited Violet along, didn't I? Besides, Goku and the others are already on Namek." Dr. Brief glanced at Violet and nodded, acknowledging her formidable capabilities, having previously assisted in removing the bomb chip from her brain. After a brief inspection, Bulma eagerly ushered the three aboard the spaceship. Indeed, 3 individuals were present. Alongside Violet and Blonde Launch, Chi-Chi had also joined the voyage. As the ship lay still, Chi-Chi urged, "Bulma, let us get going. Goten might arrive soon, and what if there's danger? Did he eat well? I'm so worried about Goku." Despite having agreed to the plan, she regretted it after Goten and Goku departed, her anxiety escalating. "All right, let us set off," Bulma declared, her fingers pressing the vibrant red start button. Instantly, the spaceship trembled under immense energy as fiery flames erupted below. The powerful thrust gradually liberating the vessel from Earth's gravitational pull, ascending into the sky. Moments later, the spaceship soared to heights beyond the reach of the naked eye, entering the vast expanse of the universe. Dr. Brief stood below, hands in his pockets, contemplating a fallen part that lay before him. Surely, there won't be any issues. "Bulma, oh dear, that girl has rushed off without a second thought. I had afternoon tea prepared." Mrs. Brief approached with a fruit platter. Disappointment etched on her face upon witnessing the scene. Meow. Thus, 2 spaceships departed Earth, embarking on the journey towards the distant Namek. Though the departure time was roughly the same, it was unexpectedly revealed that perhaps due to the dilapidated state of the celestial ship or the advanced technology akin to that of Namek, Bulma's spacecraft was, in fact, swifter. Before long, it surpassed Goku and his companions, heading towards Namek. While Goku was deep in slumber aboard Piccolo's ship, he suddenly opened his eyes. His perception of energy had reached an almost instinctive level. In that fleeting moment, an ominous feeling washed over him. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He dismissed it and returned to his dreams. Life aboard the spacecraft was exceedingly monotonous, particularly given the 2-month wait ahead. and Goku found himself regretting not agreeing to accompany Bulma. At last, after a long 2-month voyage, which encountered a few minor setbacks, yet ultimately proved successful, they arrived at Namek over half a month ahead of schedule. Finally, they had arrived. Was this the homeland of Uncle Piccolo? Gohan gazed curiously at the planet below, eagerly rushing out of the ship to breathe in the fresh air. Piccolo followed suit, perhaps due to his return to his homeland. A wave of familiarity washed over him, and his heart gradually calmed. The Namekians were a peace-loving race, so even though Piccolo represented a contrasting side of the celestial being, he would not embody the malevolence of the original Demon King Piccolo. In fact, as time progressed, he would only grow more tranquil. Goku and Krillin also emerged. Goku did not rush to explore the surroundings, but rather slightly closed his eyes, immediately commencing an exploration of all the energy present on this planet. In his mind, he quickly sketched a radar map through these energies. Piccolo, noticing his actions, began to attune his own senses. Gohan watched with curiosity. He was not yet capable of such feats, nor was Krillin, but they could sense energy within a certain range. The teachings from these past 2 months were beginning to bear fruit. Moments later, Goku suddenly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. Could it be? His eyelids twitched slightly as his perception revealed a mix of good and bad news. The good news was that Frieza had not yet slain the Grand Elder. Instead, he was toying with them, remaining aboard his spacecraft. The bad news was all too clear, prompting Goku to massage his temples in frustration. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to meet Piccolo's gaze, then looked at Gohan and Krillin before speaking. Krillin, Gohan, you should accompany Piccolo to find the Namekians. Once you meet with them, make your intentions clear. Their cooperation will surely facilitate matters. Understood. Gohan had already made preliminary progress with his energy mastery over these 2 months, learning the most orthodox techniques of the Turtle School, with only the need to return to Earth for further training at the Heavenly Temple ahead in his path. Goku had already charted a growth plan for him. By the way, Goku, where are you headed? Krillin inquired, somewhat puzzled. Goku, already beginning to ascend into the air, explained with a wry smile, I must attend to some troubles. I will reunite with you as soon as possible. Suddenly, he reminded them with a serious expression, by the way, you must control your energy, otherwise, the detectors will pick it up. Moreover, these extraterrestrials do not rely on sensing energy to locate us, so avoid direct confrontations. Frieza is exceedingly dangerous. Understood, came the reply. They exchanged a glance, nodding in silent agreement, as there was no need for further conversation. Piccolo would undoubtedly protect Gohan, so there was no reason to squander time with unnecessary words. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They split into 2 groups, soaring off in different directions. Namek, akin to Earth, was surrounded by 3 stars, rendering the concept of night non-existent. This perpetual illumination fostered optimal conditions for plant growth, making Namek an idyllic home for the Namekians. Their biological structure was nearly botanical, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities and vitality, surviving solely on water and sunlight. Chapter 74, Arrival at Namek. On an uneven island somewhere in Namek, chaos erupted. Boom, whoosh, boom, boom. Ah, help, Bulma, clutching a Dragon Ball, was frantically fleeing while dodging energy blasts that surged from behind. The minions under Frieza's command consisted of warriors gathered from various planets, most of whom possessed formidable combat prowess, typically ranging from hundreds to thousands. The elite confidants, such as those from the Jinyu Force, boasted power levels exceeding 10,000. At that moment, a small squad was scouring Namek for Dragon Balls. Lacking a dragon radar and the ability to sense energy, they resorted to using detectors to search through each Namekian village. This method, however, was painfully inefficient, and Frieza was disinclined to engage in the search personally. As fate would have it, the squad stumbled upon the Dragon Balls that Bulma and her companions had acquired. It turned out that Bulma and her group had landed on Namek a week prior, and through exploration, they had miraculously evaded the Frieza force. Utilizing her self-taught knowledge of the Namekian language, based on records she had kept, Bulma gained the trust of the Namekians and successfully obtained the Dragon Balls. However, it seemed their luck had run out, as they were now being targeted by Frieza's forces while joyously preparing to return. Curse you, what are you doing? Hurry and capture that woman. The Dragon Balls she holds are wanted by Lord Frieza. When the minions failed to hit Bulma, they felt insulted and urged their comrades to act. However, upon turning around, they discovered that their 2 companions had already been dealt with. Violet clapped her hands, and the minion pursuing her found his head forcibly buried into the ground, lifeless. The situation on the other side was slightly better, yet still dire. Damn it. Blonde-haired Launch's rapid-fire attacks proved ineffective, but she successfully drew the enemy's attention. Seizing the moment, Chi-Chi gathered her energy, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that severely injured the minion, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Despite her current demeanor, Chi-Chi had a solid foundation. She simply had not continued her training after marrying Goku. Having consumed the golden apple, her latent potential was awakened. Furthermore, with her ascent of Karinta and Goku's encouragement, she resumed her training, motivated by the desire for Gohan's growth. Consequently, Chi-Chi dedicated herself to rigorous efforts, her combat power now rivaling that of Krillin and others, reaching an impressive 800. Krillin had already demonstrated that the potential of Earthlings should not be underestimated. Furious, the minion sensed the imminent threat and swiftly redirected his energy weapon towards Lan Chi and Chi-Chi, cold sweat pouring down his face as he prepared to flee. "Watch out," Bulma urgently warned, and in a moment of desperation, she hurled the massive Dragon Ball she held as a weapon. Her strength was formidable, her battle power nearing 100. She too had consumed the golden apple, albeit lacking a solid foundation. With a resounding thud, her aim was remarkably precise, striking the minion squarely in the head. Taken by surprise, he winced in pain, tears welling in his eyes, his anger escalating. "Damn it, you wretched woman." Already irked by Bulma, he was now on the verge of spitting blood. He immediately shifted his target, aiming the energy weapon at Bulma, the energy coalescing ominously, startling her. However, in the next instant, amidst the explosion of the nearby detector, a hand seized the minion's arm. "Who?" He looked up to meet a pair of calm eyes, a tail striking like a phantom, sending him hurtling away, crashing into a corner of the island and plunging into the water, causing a tumultuous splash. With a singular blow, the minion was rendered breathless. Goku couldn't be bothered to verify, knowing that even if Jinyu survived this, he would be severely incapacitated, let alone a mere minion. "Goku." Bulma and the others expressed their astonishment, gathering closer, while Violet casually picked up the Dragon Ball and approached. "How did you all end up here?" Goku felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. "What has happened? I don't understand." Bulma's gaze flickered, then she placed her hands on her hips and confronted him, her tone indignantly assertive. "What do you mean? We traveled across the universe to assist you. Instead of gratitude, you dare to blame us?" "Humph. Indeed." Emphasizing "we" is so typical of Bulma, he thought, aware that she had taken the liberty of bringing so many to Namek, which would inevitably irritate him. Violet remained silent, blowing a bubble. Hired by Bulma as her bodyguard, the price offered was simply too enticing to refuse. "Goku, where's Gohan? Why isn't he with you?" Chi-Chi was more concerned about Gohan's safety. Goku explained the situation, recognizing that he could only keep a few close by for enhanced safety. Noticing that even the blonde Lan Chi had joined them, he relinquished further inquiry into why they were all there. "Let us proceed." Gazing at the group, he realized that Bulma and Lan Chi couldn't fly, and summoning the Nimbus from Earth was not an option. Thus, he extended his hand to Bulma and Chi-Chi. Turning to Violet, "I'll entrust Lan Chi to you. We need to move swiftly. Is that agreeable?" With a pop, the bubble burst, and Violet nodded in affirmation. At this moment, Bulma unexpectedly produced a device resembling a watch, which she handed to Chi-Chi and launched, with even Violet in tow, exhibiting a demeanor of thorough preparation. Subsequently, under the influence of this watch, they all shrank down to figurine size, leaving Goku momentarily at a loss for words to praise Bulma. Although Bulma had married him years ago, one of the reasons they had yet to have children was her dedication to research. Goku respected her decision and refrained from interference, believing that her talent was on par with that of Dr. Brief. Had she not been burdened by life's demands so early on, she would surely have shone brightly. Like the Brief couple, they both possessed an inherently optimistic outlook, which explained why they allowed Bulma the freedom to pursue her endeavors. Over the years, Bulma had indeed explored numerous cutting-edge technologies, including the spaceship that brought them to Namek, a fact that Goku was entirely unaware of, maintaining a power level around 5,000. Goku flew toward the Elder's location. Along the way, he decisively destroyed any Frieza minions he encountered, effortlessly reaching the Elder's domain. "Mom, Bulma, and Launch. How did you all get here?" Krillin exclaimed, holding his head in shock. Goku, unsure of how to explain, decided to leave it be. However, upon closer examination, he noticed a remarkable increase in Gohan and Krillin's combat power, which had surged from over 1,000 to over 10,000. Gohan's power was approximately 18,000, while Krillin's reached 13,000, solidifying their status as the strongest Earthlings. Interestingly, Piccolo also seemed to have undergone a potential awakening, with his power skyrocketing to 33,000. This was merely half of what he had when he first arrived on Earth, indicating that Piccolo's potential was indeed extraordinary. His selection as the spark of hope during Namek's crisis was no mere coincidence. Not every Namekian possessed the ability to create Dragon Balls. Chapter 75, Unleashing Potential. Coughing softly, Elder Dend observed the Elder's frail condition with great concern. Yet, the Elder merely raised a hand, gently patting Dend's head, signaling him to stand aside. As Goku entered, the Elder spoke slowly. "I knew you would come. As a Saiyan raised on Earth, you possess something that other Saiyans lack. It is truly remarkable." Goku bowed slightly, for he had a request of the Elder, and given the Elder's current state, he feared that such a request might be burdensome. Hesitation gripped Goku, as he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Even according to the original narrative, was Goku's potential truly high? To be honest, it was not exceptionally so. His foundation was solid, yet his true moments of brilliance only emerged during the Frieza saga. While he did indeed transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta soon caught up in the following years, and during the Cell saga, Gohan ultimately surpassed him, becoming the first to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Had he possessed sufficient potential at that time, there would have been no reason for him to be hindered by this bottleneck. During the subsequent 7 years of training in the underworld, although Wukong successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2 and even developed the transformation of Super Saiyan 3, this indirectly indicated that his potential had reached its limit. Consequently, he deduced the existence of Super Saiyan 3, a transformation fraught with significant flaws. The most perfected state of a Super Saiyan is full power, which compensates for the excessive energy depletion that follows transformation. However, Super Saiyan 3 transcended mere energy loss. It involved a burning, sacrificing one's own body for a fleeting surge of strength. For a Saiyan, such a combustion may be a bearable consumption, yet it could never be employed as a conventional combat technique, falling short even as a trump card. Just as Wukong could activate the Kaioken at 10, even 20 or 30 times, it was not a matter of capability, but rather that such amplification was devoid of meaning, as the energy lost exceeded what he could control and convert into combat power. Thus, to prevent exhausting his potential, Wukong would seize every opportunity that arose. The elder seemed to discern his thoughts and cleared his throat slightly, then spoke to Wukong, reassuring him, "You need not bear any burdens. Allow your other companions to enter. My power may assist you, yet there will be little left for me. Thank you." Wukong beckoned Bulma and Chi-Chi to enter, and after a moment's contemplation, he also called for launch. They were mere earthlings, and while they might not reach the heights of Krillin after a potential eruption, their foundation would surely be more solid. Indeed, under the Elder's guidance, Chi-Chi's energy surged several-fold, directly attaining a combat power of 500. Bulma reached 700, while Launch achieved 400 combat power. Such a method was nothing short of terrifying. Nevertheless, it remained within the realm of understanding, as the Elder's own energy did not diminish. Wukong instructed the three to step out momentarily, then approached the Elder, extending a hand. "I appreciate your help." The Elder said nothing, appearing quite fatigued. He slowly raised his hand to rest upon Wukong's. Wukong gently closed his eyes, feeling a wondrous energy guiding the potential within him. Suddenly, the Elder's eyes widened slightly. "Indeed, truly astonishing potential. It seems you have a worthy teacher." Wukong replied. "I perceive a deeper potential within you. Yet I cannot fully guide it out. You must excavate it yourself. Prepare yourself mentally, for this power carries many uncertainties." The Elder's words furrowed Wukong's brow as he pondered their meaning. However, the Elder did not squander the little time available and began his actions. Buzz! An energy erupted from within Wukong, his nerves taut. In an instant, his energy began to rise. 450,000, 460,000, 470,000, 530,000. Although the increase was not as immense as he had envisioned, it was nonetheless astonishing. More crucially, Wukong could now sense that his potential was brimming. 10 points of potential. At that moment, Goku suddenly felt a tumultuous surge within his veins, an uncontrollable force erupting from deep inside. He hastily stepped back, as a frenzied and brutal thought assailed his consciousness. A roar akin to that of a colossal ape echoed in his mind, causing Goku's complexion to pale slightly, nearly pushing him to the brink of madness. Was this the latent potential residing within him? Just then, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his tail had regrown. "Elder Kai?" Dend gazed with concern at the Elder, who had grown exceedingly weak, unable to utter a sound. Goku furrowed his brow and bowed slightly to the Elder, declaring, "I shall ensure the survival of those from Namek." Although the Elder could no longer speak, his wrinkled face conveyed a glimmer of gratitude as he nodded faintly. Goku then turned and exited the Elder's abode, approaching the others. "Goku, your tail." Bulma noted the transformation. Goku nodded, affirming, "Yes, it has regrown." Aware that time was of the essence, he began to orchestrate a plan, instructing Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin to escort Bulma and the others back, taking the spaceship directly away from Namek. "And what about you?" they inquired. "Goku, you're going to take risks again." "Listen to me, Kiki, Bulma," Goku urged, explaining that Krillin and Gohan had largely achieved their objectives for being there, and it was unnecessary for Bulma and the others to remain, especially given the ill-timed arrival. Ultimately, they acquiesced, though as they prepared to leave, Bulma hesitated, her gaze growing resolute. Before departing, she handed him the dragon radar. "Are you not leaving?" Goku glanced at the violet-haired woman who remained behind, his brow furrowing slightly. She met his gaze, extending a hand and squinting with a smile. "How about I borrow some energy to help protect them?" The modifications made to Violet were remarkably unique, allowing her to enhance herself through upward compatibility. This enhancement was permanent. The only drawback was her inability to directly absorb excessively strong energy waves, lest she sustained damage. She had coveted Goku's energy while on Earth, but had never found the opportunity. With a huff, Goku did not refuse, raising his hand to transfer a portion of his energy to her. Slightly closing her eyes, Violet displayed an expression of delight as energy began to manifest within her. As an android, this sensation could only be perceived during the absorption process or while engaged in battle. Moments later, sensing that Violet had absorbed half of his energy, Goku ceased the transfer. This is a deposit to ensure their safe departure. Though Violet exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction, she soared away, pursuing Bulma and the others. As she departed, she cast a wink back at him. Goku felt confident that even without providing her with this energy, Violet would still assist, for she had been summoned by Bulma. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, aware that Frieza still commanded some formidable forces that warranted vigilance. Violet's current combat prowess was nearing 300,000. As long as they do not encounter Frieza himself, even the Ginyu Force would pose no threat to her. Escorting Bulma and the others to safety is more than manageable. Chapter 76, The Great Battle on Namek. On Namek, within Frieza's base. Hiss, 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 huh. Frieza lightly tapped his fingertip, and without warning, a multitude of activated detectors behind him erupted in thick smoke, rendering them inoperative, which alerted Frieza to an anomaly. What is happening? Shampoo furiously seized the scientist, demanding answers. My lord. Shampoo-san. Yes. Frieza halted Shampoo's actions, his crimson gaze igniting as he slowly levitated. He then commanded, "It seems some monkeys have also arrived on this planet. You should handle it. I shall stretch my limbs a bit." Whoosh. With that, Frieza's figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance, while the tranquil sea below was suddenly stirred into tumultuous waves, carving a path. A violent gust of energy swept across the skies of Namek. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Grand Elder, Dandy had already departed with Piccolo and the others, leaving only Goku and the ailing Grand Elder atop the massive stone pillar. After a brief moment, Goku opened his eyes, sensing Frieza's movement, though the direction was not towards Bulma and the others. At this juncture, he need not exert himself excessively. He merely needed to ensure the Dragon Balls did not fall into Frieza's hands, and that Gohan and the others could safely depart from Namek. Remaining here, even if the worst came to pass and he failed to transform into a Super Saiyan, he would merely await resurrection. However, he was not inclined to remain idle. The conditions to become a Super Saiyan were beyond his control, as he was uncertain of the level of rage required for the transformation. Yet, one thing he was certain of was that the stronger he became, the easier it would be to achieve that transformation. Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze towards Frieza's base. Just moments ago, aside from Frieza's energy, he had detected a familiar presence, along with several other, not inconsiderable energies that had also arrived on Namek. Vegeta, the Ginyu Force, and Frieza's subordinates had all come. This should provide him with an opportunity to enhance his strength further. Whoosh. In the next instant, Goku soared towards Frieza's base. The Ginyu Force would surely elevate his power. And when he utilized his near-death state to unlock his potential, Goku could maximize the benefits of this venture. After all, finding so many warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000 was no easy feat. At the same time Goku headed towards Frieza's base, another battle had commenced. Vegeta, how could your battle power be possible? Humph, I am the Prince of the Saiyans, and the legendary Super Saiyan. Super. Dodoria was taken aback. He had been dispatched to gather the Dragon Balls, but unexpectedly encountered Vegeta, who had also arrived on this planet. Realizing Vegeta's power had surged dramatically left him astonished, and hearing those words filled him with dread, for this was the legendary figure that Frieza had always feared. Those who surrounded Frieza had been well aware of this legend. Certainly, Dodoria is not a fool. He quickly realizes that while Vegeta's power has indeed increased, it is not significantly greater than his own, with a combat strength of merely 24,000. Nonetheless, he is by no means a match for Lord Frieza. Vegeta, you are still lost in your daydreams. No one can defy Lord Frieza. Now that you kneel before me, perhaps I might plead with him to spare your miserable life. Humph. Vegeta's expression darkens. He has endured years of oppression and humiliation, all for what? This very opportunity. The Dragon Balls. If he can acquire them and wish for immortality, he will eventually bring Frieza to his knees. This is the essence of Vegeta's ambition. The moment he resolved to no longer submit, he began to lose control, unleashing the latent potential of his Saiyan heritage. He is unafraid now. With fierce determination blazing in his eyes, he charged at Dodoria, intent on ensuring that his adversary does not return alive. Vegeta, you. Ugh. Moments later, Dodoria meets a gruesome end at Vegeta's hands. Meanwhile, Frieza has found the Elder's Guardian, the combat-type Namekian, Nail. The disparity in their strengths is monumental. Frieza toys with him before delivering a decisive blow, leaving him gravely injured as he departs, chuckling malevolently. At this juncture, Piccolo, having arrived near the spaceship, seems to sense something amiss. He cautions Gohan and the others not to wander off before taking flight. Only Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma remain on the scene. According to Goku's instructions, They should have boarded the ship and left, yet Bulma is unwilling to depart. Sizzle, sizzle. Instead, the group leisurely begins to grill food. Bulma, you should head back. Goku said that monster named Frieza is truly terrifying, and he could come over and kill us all at any moment, Krillin stutters. Although he can sense energy. With Piccolo gone, he feels utterly vulnerable, scanning the surroundings nervously, fearing the sudden appearance of a monster. Indeed, having never encountered Frieza, his imagination conjures a fearsome creature with claws and fangs. Krillin, you're being rather tedious, Bulma remarks, holding a skewer in one hand and a beer in the other as she walks over to offer Gohan a skewer. Can't you just relax a bit? Since Goku has stayed behind, he must have confidence. Who knows? He might have already dealt with that monster named Frieza. True, Krillin chuckles awkwardly, surprisingly finding some sense in Bulma's words. However, deep down, he knows that if Goku had absolute confidence, there would be no reason for them to escape ahead of time. These thoughts merely serve as self-reassurance. Moreover, Bulma's demeanor fills Krillin with an ominous premonition. Soon, having satisfied her hunger, Bulma initiates a plan, pulling out a spare Dragon Ball radar. Oh, there's a Dragon Ball nearby, Bulma exclaims, prompting Goku to question. What did you say? Bulma shook the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, feigning ignorance as she remarked, Goku merely asked us to return. He never prohibited us from seeking the Dragon Balls. Besides, this enormous Dragon Ball surely has the potential to grant even more formidable wishes. Perhaps even eradicate that fellow named Frieza. As she spoke, Bulma gestured towards the colossal Dragon Ball on the ground. Krillin's mind was in turmoil, almost smoking from the strain of his thoughts. However, there was no room for hesitation. Wasting time with indecision could result in that Frieza character seizing the Dragon Ball. Alright then, Krillin, you stay here with Launch and the others to watch over the spaceship, while Gohan and I go retrieve the Dragon Ball. It's settled. Hey, Bulma, wait. At this moment, Gohan was somewhat bewildered, but he found Bulma's rationale compelling. Coupled with the food she had just provided him, he instinctively began to follow her lead, determined not to allow Bulma to face danger. Chapter 77, A Sacrifice of Krillin? On Namek, battles raged throughout the landscape. Goku had no time to carefully sense the faint energies of Bulma and the others. Even Gohan and the others, to avoid trouble, were suppressing their auras, causing Goku to overlook them. After all, in such circumstances, as long as they did not reveal themselves, it would be challenging for Frieza to detect them, thus ensuring their safety. Violet, always cautious, remained prepared. Even if Frieza truly located them, she could compel Frieza to demonstrate some of his strength, allowing Goku to respond swiftly. But, how infuriating. Who are you really? I have never heard of you before. After witnessing the excruciating antics of the Ginyu Force, Goku was left dumbfounded. With decisive action, he swiftly dispatched Goldo and Rikom, which caused the remaining three to regard him with trepidation. Rubbing his eyes, Goku felt as though a filth had clouded his mind, his expression more distressed than if he had swallowed a fly. He glared at the Ginyu trio with growing malice. If Jinyu's combat power was 120,000, then the mental assault of the Ginyu Force exceeded a staggering 1,000,000. Just a glance was enough to diminish one's worth. This cannot stand. I must eliminate this pest. At that moment, Ginyu fixated his gaze intently on Goku, while his companions, Jis and Berta, frantically manipulated their scouters, attempting to gauge Goku's battle power. To their shock, the scouters displayed a reading of merely 5,000, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Oh lord, this guy's battle power is indeed 5,000. Damn it, why did the scouter have to malfunction at such a critical moment? Suddenly, the scouters, seemingly unable to withstand the strain, exploded in a plume of smoke and sparks. The unexpected turn of events startled the three, yet only Ginyu wore an expression of exhilaration. Just before the scouters shattered, he had witnessed Goku's battle power soar, freezing at an astonishing 300,000 battle power. Ha ha ha. Jinyu's expression contorted with a mix of euphoria and near madness, his veins bulging as he fixated on Goku, as though he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Lord, what is happening to you? Jis and Berta were taken aback by Jinyu's transformation, bewildered by the sudden shift. At this moment, Ginyu suddenly vanished and appeared decisively before Goku, spreading his arms wide and emanating a brilliant light. Had one been unaware of his true nature, they might have fallen prey to his ploy. Goku's form became ethereal, and in an instant, a Namekian frog materialized in his stead. Jinyu's expression changed dramatically, yet this maneuver, once initiated, could not be halted. Croak! Ginyu landed on the ground, transformed into a frog, while a nearby frog looked on in sheer panic. Goku merely cast a glance and shattered Jinyu's original body in a single strike. Ding! Ginyu has been defeated, energy acquired, power increased by 120,000. Ding! Acquired super ability, Soul Exchange. With the previous victories over Good and Rikom, his combat power surged to an impressive 705,000. Clenching his fists slightly, Goku felt his energy replenish. Having previously divided a significant portion of his energy with Videl without any replenishment, his stamina was somewhat depleted, making it challenging to face Frisia's first form. However, his condition had improved considerably. Raising his gaze towards the astonished Geese and Bart, the two attempted to flee upon meeting his eyes. Yet, Goku was not one to let them escape easily. He decisively raised his hand and unleashed 2 energy blasts, bringing them down. Ding. Geese has been defeated, energy acquired. Power increased by 45,000. Ding. Bart has been defeated, energy acquired. Power increased by 45,000. Combat power now at 795,000. As Goku marveled at the unexpected acquisition of a special ability, 2 powerful energies rapidly approached. Is that Vegeta? Kakarot. Indeed, Vegeta, wounded and fleeing, appeared not far away, witnessing Goku's defeat of Geese and Bart with astonishment. However, he had no time to ponder this revelation. Goku slightly turned his head and noticed an unsightly creature trailing behind him, wielding a whip. It was another of Frisia's confidants, Geese. In his normal state, akin to Dodoria, he possessed a combat power of 22,000. Yet, with the ability to amplify his power through transformation, his maximum combat power reached 28,000. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power stood at an impressive 26,000, explaining his ability to escape from his pursuers. Though it appeared he was on the verge of exhaustion and would soon be caught and eliminated. Landing on the ground, Geese regarded Goku, who was not far from Vegeta, his expression shifting slightly before breaking into a sinister grin. So it was true. King Frieza had not been mistaken. An unruly monkey had indeed infiltrated their ranks. And to think there was even a Saiyan monkey. Goku's tail twitched slightly, his expression growing cold. How had such filth come to so brazenly insult the Saiyan race? A glance at Vegeta revealed his own anger, though it was tinged more with indignation than fury. Kakarot, help me kill him. This fiend is one of Frisia's minions, and his survival will only bring Frisia's wrath upon us. Vegeta, clutching his wounded arm, shouted with bloodstains marring his face. Goku merely regarded him with a glance, offering no response. At this moment, Shanbo regarded Goku with disdain as he slowly approached the two, spreading his arms and sneering. What a filthy, foolish monkey. Do you truly believe that finding another Saiyan monkey will enable you to contend with me? Vegeta, your battle prowess has indeed startled me. But do you think the other Saiyans can match your strength? Ha! In the face of such unabashed mockery and wanton insult, Vegeta's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Shanbo, and his pride forbade him from conceding that Goku was superior. Kakarot. The tumult of emotions caused his energy to fluctuate erratically, his expression bordering on madness. Swish. Bang. Phew. In the next instant, Goku appeared before Shanbo, delivering a punch that pierced through him. As Shanbo's eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, a surge of energy shattered his body into fragments. Ding. Shanbo's transformation has been vanquished. Energy acquired. Power increased by 28,000. Goku wiped the blood from his hands and approached the water's edge to cleanse himself, the entire process barely elevating his energy. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on Goku's silhouette, his fists clenched tightly, yet his expression shifted to one of profound complexity. After washing up, Goku fell into contemplation. His current battle power was not particularly remarkable, yet it had far exceeded expectations. 823,000. What is it when potential is fully awakened? 230,000. And what if he transformed into a Super Saiyan with this battle power? A 50-fold increase. What a terrifying level of strength that would yield. Thus, the only question remaining for him was how to transform. Glancing at Vegeta, Goku recalled the process of his transformation. He had forcibly extracted his own potential during a moment of nearly desperate rage, achieving the transformation then. What about himself? Sacrificing Krillin? Chapter 78. The Emergence of Polona. After a moment of reflection, Goku shook his head in rejection of that notion. Not only was it perilous to entertain such thoughts, but he could not bring himself to transform in such a manner. If he were to pursue transformation, he would rather find a way to increase his battle power and confront Frieza with the Kaioken. At least that would remain true to his principles. Casting another glance at Vegeta, Goku chose to remain silent, lifting his gaze to ascertain his direction before soaring into the skies. The Frieza force still had numerous fighters approaching. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and he aimed to bolster his strength as much as possible before the final confrontation. Kakarot, join forces with me. As long as I obtain the Dragon Balls and gain immortality, I will then eliminate Frieza. Vegeta instinctively sought Goku's aid against Frieza, believing that Goku had undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan. Though he would never admit it aloud, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Goku. One could only say that Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, was indeed endowed with formidable talent. Merely having traversed the earth, one has astonishingly mastered the art of sensing ki. Although it is merely perception, The implications are indeed formidable. Apologies, but I harbor no interest in this. Goku cast a surprised glance at him before resolutely declining. Vegeta, however, felt his dignity once again subjected to humiliation, and his rationality began to fray. Then perish, he bellowed. A thunderous explosion erupted as he unleashed a barrage of energy towards Goku's direction, stirring up a vast cloud of dust that obscured Goku's form. Yet Vegeta continued to roar in fury, venting his rage. In that tumultuous moment, it seemed that his latent potential was awakened, and his ki transcended its limits. Beginning to ascend. After a considerable time, as he panted heavily and paused, he realized that Goku had vanished without a trace. And he had been oblivious to the moment of his departure, thus squandering his energy in vain. His clenched fists crackled ominously as crimson blood dripped from his hands. Damn it! Why? How can a mere low-class warrior become a Super Saiyan? Why is it not I, the Prince of the Saiyans, but that lowly warrior Kakarot? Unyielding resentment, fury, and madness surged within him, prompting Vegeta to erupt once more. The air trembled with the intensity of his power, as gusts of wind swept around him, stirring up sand and debris. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, Vegeta's ki soared to its zenith. Resembling an enraged beast unleashing a heart-wrenching roar, he began to recklessly expend his ki, attempting to unlock his hidden potential through this means. However, given his already injured state, such actions would only hasten his collapse. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Vegeta fell to the ground, utterly spent. Yet, his actions had succeeded in attracting the attention of Frieza's army, who took him back with them. Meanwhile, Goku, deliberately avoiding Frieza, commenced the eradication of Frieza's forces throughout Namek, further amassing his strength. He pondered how he had suddenly acquired Jinyu's extraordinary abilities. He had not refrained from eliminating some warriors endowed with unique powers, Ogre from the demon realm, Temesazaz, even the demon dragon, and Good from the Jinyu force, who possessed the formidable time-stopping ability. If given the chance, Goku would covet that technique immensely. Yet, it remained unmanifested. Goku found it perplexing, unable to discern the disparity. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to fortune, beyond the fixed enhancement of combat power. Such skill-based abilities seemed to rely solely on luck, or rather, on a probability rate. Jinyu was the first to trigger such a probability, but Goku felt that this was hardly a guarantee. The odds seemed unreasonably low. Moreover, it was an utterly mediocre ability. What use was a soul exchange? Would a foe stronger than himself stand idly by to allow such an exchange? And what of those weaker? Not to mention those extraterrestrial beings. Frieza's appearance alone was somewhat unsettling to Goku, far too bizarre. Just as Gohan, upon witnessing his father transform into Jinyu, experienced an immediate wave of discomfort at the thought, Goku shuddered at the mere imagination. Thus, the soul exchange was tantamount to non-existence. It would be better not to manifest at all. A sense of melancholy lingered within, yet Goku continued to amass strength. Though diminutive, the mosquitoes were plentiful enough to satiate. Before long, the Frieza force on planet Namek had been significantly diminished, from several hundred to over 1,000. This could be deemed quite a fruitful endeavor, yielding a staggering 42,000 battle power. Host, Son Goku. Bloodline, Saiyan, lower class warrior. Age, 22. Energy, battle power 865,000,1010. Superpower, gravity manipulation, 20x gravity, soul exchange. Having accomplished all that he could, Goku decided to leave the rest to fate, welcoming the storm with open arms. Upon noticing the designation of lower-class warrior, Goku furrowed his brow, harboring skepticism about whether such classifications could truly dictate one's potential and limits. However, Vegeta's performance and his subsequent rise in strength illuminated the notion that such titles were not merely superficial. A weight pressed upon his chest, leaving Goku quite unsettled. Boom! A ki blast pierced his abdomen, causing his vitality to dwindle rapidly. In response, Goku swiftly consumed a senzu bean, his eyes clearing instantly. With a crackle, he healed from his grievous injuries, arcs of electricity crackling around him as his hair stood on end, uncontrollable energy surging forth. In an instant, his hair defied gravity, and his eyes glinted with a cold, fierce light. Lightning erupted around him, searing the very air. Thunder rumbled as the skies over Namek darkened. A bolt of lightning striking down. Simultaneously, every detector belonging to the Frieza force across the planet went haywire, except for those that remained inactive. This was Goku's moment of transformation, feeling his power swell to unprecedented heights. Yet, as he gazed at the ominous sky, his expression shifted slightly. The dragon? Retrieving his Dragon Ball radar, he discovered 7 points of light converging together. What was happening? Who had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls? Not just him, but everyone was left in bewilderment. Piccolo and Nail, now fused, had already headed toward Frieza's location, halting to gaze upward at the tumultuous skies. What? Frieza, en route back to his base, was equally perplexed by the darkening heavens. But then, a flash of insight struck him like lightning. He surmised that the dragon had been summoned. Damn it. Without hesitation, he surged towards his base, his furious energy carving a cylindrical path across the ocean, disturbing the entire sea, with furious waves rising and crashing. Frieza was enraged, pushed to his limits. He would not allow anyone to use the Dragon Balls before him. Meanwhile, in the medical chamber of Frieza's base, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, furious. He smashed the exterior wall of the medical pod with a swift strike. Vegeta, you? The scientist maintaining the medical pod was instantly killed. Vegeta burst forth from Frieza's base, his gaze fixed upon the ever-changing celestial phenomena, locking onto the distant, radiant figure of a colossal golden dragon, and he charged ahead. That is mine. Chapter 79, The Beginning. As time rewinds to the moment after Piccolo departed to seek out Nail, Bulma, with Gohan's assistance, quickly amassed several Dragon Balls. Whether it was sheer luck or some other circumstances uncertain, but they stealthily gathered the Dragon Balls while remaining hidden. Due to the immense size of the Namekian Dragon Balls, Bulma instructed Gohan and Krillin to each carry 2, allowing them to stealthily infiltrate Frieza's base. Fortunately, Frieza was absent at that moment, granting them an unexpected opportunity. With the Dragon Balls in their possession, including a few Frieza had previously located, they successfully gathered all 7. Upon beholding the dazzling 7 Dragon Balls before them, what was their immediate reaction? Naturally, it was to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. Adhering to the principle of not allowing Frieza to benefit even if they were to waste their wish, Bulma decisively summoned the dragon, having learned the Namekian language. Boom. However, when the colossal dragon emerged, the group was utterly astonished, frozen in place. How enormous. It appeared so majestic, until Gohan and Krillin sensed a formidable energy rapidly approaching. They hurriedly urged Bulma, Bulma, make your wish. There's no time. All right, the wish. Bulma clasped her head in panic, her brilliant mind momentarily paralyzed by anxiety. Unable to conceive a wish, as it seemed she lacked for nothing. Quick, wish to eliminate Frieza. Krillin urged urgently. Yet, Din's subsequent words doused their hopes. That's impossible. Taking a life exceeds Piranga's capabilities. How infuriating. The group was left in a state of despair. Finally, Bulma's intellect reignited, and after a flurry of rapid Namekian, it seemed nothing had changed, yet Piranga's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, indicating her wish had been granted. Bulma then turned to the others, hastily inquiring. Do you all have any wishes? Speak quickly. A wish? I only hope for Gohan to grow up healthy. I want money, lots and lots of money. Bulma's expression twitched, feeling her inquiries were in vain, but she had no choice but to press on. Wait, I thought of one. Violet stepped forward. Huh, you fools. That's mine. At that moment, Vegeta arrived, a furious aura enveloping him, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. The group was struck with terror, and upon seeing this, Violet furrowed her brow and immediately dashed forward to intercept Vegeta, buying Bulma precious time. Bulma, hurry and make your wish. Krillin urged, steeling himself to assist. But the outcome was brutally harsh. Hiya! In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed his power, lightning and energy swirling around him. With a single strike, Krillin fell into a near-death state, while Violet faced peril, being pushed back relentlessly. She had absorbed Goku's energy, boasting a battle power rivaling 300,000. Yet, at this moment, if she could not siphon some of that energy, she would hardly withstand even one of Vegeta's blows. Uncle Krillin, Gohan, enraged, surged forward and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Vegeta, momentarily forcing him into a state of disarray and halting his relentless advance. At this moment, Bulma swiftly articulated her second wish. Damn it! Vegeta, consumed by fury, recklessly absorbed Gohan's assault and redirected his charge towards Bulma and the others, resolute in his quest for the wish. However, as a crimson light flickered in Shenron's eyes, a figure instantaneously appeared before him, blocking his path. Bang! Pua! The familiar force was even more terrifying, and beads of cold sweat erupted on Vegeta's forehead, his eyes, once wild, now reflecting a hint of clarity. Clutching his abdomen, he slowly descended to the ground, unable to rise again. Goku landed nearby, a frown creasing his brow. Goku! Bulma and the others exclaimed with delight, and Goku nodded, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze before he quickly regained his composure. Although he had been far from this place, he had suddenly felt a pull during his journey, instinctively choosing to follow that force, which had brought him here in an instant. He deduced that Bulma had utilized Piranga's power to summon him. Sensing Krillin's dire state, he rushed over and fed him a senzu bean. He had originally possessed 3 beans, but had already consumed 2, leaving but 1. That was close. I thought I was done for, Krillin remarked, grasping his throat with a look of lingering fear. Indeed, Vegeta's combat power had surged to over 400,000 in his rage. Goku's timely arrival had saved him from certain death. Goku chuckled as he patted Krillin's shoulder, then stood tall, gazing at Vegeta, who was still desperately attempting to grasp Shenron. If you believe that the Dragon Balls grant you immortality sufficient to challenge Frieza, then by all means, proceed. I am off to confront Frieza. Good luck. Moreover, You would do well to refrain from provoking my friends and family, or else. After his warning, Goku raised his hand, channeling a surge of energy into Violet. As a visible golden aura enveloped her, Violet's form appeared to swell, her slender waist and ample curves becoming even more remarkable. What is this? Violet exclaimed, astonished as lightning crackled from her palms. In that moment, her strength had at least increased tenfold. A spark of exhilaration flickered in her eyes before she regained her composure. What do you need me to do this time? She asked, looking at him. Goku redistributed his energy to Violet not to turn her into a liability, but to keep her focused on Vegeta. Should Vegeta remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to send this Saiyan prince offline prematurely. With the weight of his sins, he would find it difficult even to reincarnate. Instead, he would be condemned to hell to endure eternal torment. Soon after, Goku's figure began to ascend, having sensed Frieza's approaching aura. Dad, Gohan, in a moment of urgency, removed a pouch from his waist and tossed it to Goku. It contained the senzu beans he had brought. When Goku had arrived on Namek, he had brought a substantial supply of senzu beans, but he had not used them indiscriminately. He had kept 3 on his person, leaving the rest to others, including Krillin and Piccolo. With a brief smile, Goku retrieved a single bean from within, tossing the remaining celestial beans back to Gohan. Take care of Mom and everyone. I'll return soon. All right, go for it, Dad. Though Bulma and Chi-Chi were filled with concern, they waved him off, while the golden-haired Launch shouted, Hey, if you die here, I won't let you off the hook. Warmed by their support, Goku gazed upon their faces, his earlier confusion dissipating, his eyes now shining with resolve. How can I possibly lose? As a Super Saiyan, regardless of the outcome, I have no reason to accept defeat. With a swift motion, he vanished from his location, reappearing before the enraged Frieza. Their figures collided like meteors, a thunderous crash reverberating as Frieza's hover pod shattered into a million fragments. At that moment, Frieza's expression twisted in agony, his body convulsing from Goku's punch, blood oozing from his form, as if he were on the brink of disintegration. This. A bolt of lightning surged, igniting Frieza's fury. You filthy Saiyan monkey. Prepare yourself. Without a trace of playfulness left, Frieza transformed into his second form, towering like King Cold, yet his power merely doubled, reaching 1 million, a mere fraction before Goku's might. Just as Goku was about to unleash a devastating blow to Frieza's final form, a figure darted in with blinding speed, seemingly coalescing from countless points of light, exuding an aura of unity. Goku, leave this one to me. I shall handle him, Piccolo declared, his demeanor transformed, imbued with a newfound calm. While not yet at his full potential, he had undergone a significant evolution, his strength and latent capabilities markedly enhanced. Chapter 80, The Curse of Immortality. It's Uncle Piccolo. Gohan exclaimed in delight, while Goku felt a pang of regret for having entrusted Gohan's training to Piccolo. Beside Gohan, Dandy perceived a different presence within Piccolo, reminiscent of Uncle Nail. The Namekian's innate ability to fuse in dire situations allowed for a remarkable augmentation of strength and talent, an ability that even Goku envied. Moreover, the Namekians possessed other extraordinary powers. Aside from creating Dragon Balls, Piccolo excelled in various forms of magic, including the healing arts, while Dandy could restore energy. Perhaps the most astonishing was the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential, though his impending demise loomed. You Namekian, filthy Saiyan monkey. My battle power now soars to 1 million, and I can transform twice more. Frieza, now in his second form, had inflated considerably. Yet, Goku and Piccolo remained unchanged. Goku glanced towards the distance, noting Vegeta paralyzed by self-doubt, trembling at Frieza's words, his eyes filled with the fear born from years of subjugation. He turned his gaze toward the dragon, trembling as he approached. If you step any closer, I cannot guarantee your safety. Violet raised her hand, and a radiant golden energy coalesced in her palm, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliant glow. Fool! Vegeta's composure shattered as he screamed frantically. You have no comprehension of Frieza's terror. Without me, without my immortality, it is utterly impossible to transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat that monster. Get away. His frenzied demeanor startled Bulma and the others, causing them to recoil. However, as Vegeta approached the dragon, lifting his gaze, he suddenly froze in place. Buzz! The dragon unexpectedly dissipated, the sacred golden light fading away, and the Dragon Balls transformed into 7 ordinary stone pedestals. Dandy was filled with sorrow for the Grand Elder. The others began to piece together the grim reality, while only Vegeta remained in disbelief, unleashing a furious roar as he was sent flying by a blast from Violet, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Piccolo commenced his attack, and Goku refrained from intervening, allowing him to confront Frieza's second form. For Piccolo, this battle may have been destined for failure, yet it was a trial he had to endure. The calamity that Frieza had wrought upon Namek must be avenged, even at the cost of blood. Buzz! In the next moment, Piccolo and Frieza's forms vanished from sight. Bang! A collision erupted in midair. unleashing terrifying sound waves and a violent gust of air that swept outward like a storm. Goku observed with furrowed brows. The proximity of Bulma and the others to the battlefield posed a significant risk. Continuing the fight could jeopardize the entirety of Namek. At that moment, however, Porunga had also vanished. If only he were present, Goku could wish to transport everyone on Namek, aside from himself and Frieza, to safety. A sudden thought struck Goku as an intent radiated from within him. Though not entirely proficient, he was aware that the King Kai was undoubtedly watching the unfolding events. Moments later, without warning, the entire Namek plunged once again into darkness, the sky enveloped in blackness as Porunga reappeared. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Soon overwhelmed with joy as veins bulged on his forehead, he shouted at the dragon, "Grant me immortality. Dragon, quickly fulfill my wish. Hurry." Goku, having swiftly moved to the side, nodded at Bulma and instructed, "Have Porunga transport everyone except for me and Frieza to Earth. I will handle the rest." "Do you think I'm a fool?" Bulma retorted, causing Goku to pause. She triumphantly waved her finger, saying, "My first wish was to ensure that anyone on Namek, aside from Frieza's forces, would be directly transported to Earth in case of danger. Why not just send them away?" As soon as Goku posed the question, he regretted it. For Bulma shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Aren't you the one who wants to battle Frieza?" Bulma was aiding him, making it difficult for Goku to voice any objections. He soon fell into contemplation. With the threat now mitigated, all that remained was to await the opportune moment. "But what are you all discussing?" From a distance, Frieza grew anxious, bellowing in fury as he attempted to rush over to make wishes. Yet his second form's power was still no match for Piccolo, who held him firmly in place, as he was on the brink of transforming into his third form. Vegeta approached in a fit of rage, his expression dark and brooding. "Kakarot." Goku cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. The opportunity had already been extended. "Bulma, doesn't he seek immortality? Let Porunga grant him that." "Wait, Goku. Are you truly going to do this? How could this be possible? Are you out of your mind?" "Dad," Krillin and Gohan implored, yet Goku remained resolute, urging Bulma to make the wish. Seeing that he was not jesting, Bulma chose to trust him. In an instant, a crimson light flickered in Porunga's eyes, and joy radiated from Vegeta, who laughed triumphantly. "At last, I have attained immortality. I am the Super Saiyan. I am the mightiest Saiyan. Ha ha ha." With a thunderous roar, Vegeta felt his injuries fully heal, his strength rapidly replenishing. The next moment, an overwhelming force struck him down, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood. Yet, he swiftly rose again, wiping the blood from his lips, and sneered at Goku. "Kakarot, you cannot kill me. How could a lowly warrior like you comprehend the greatness of an ultimate Saiyan? Ha ha ha. Is that so? Congratulations are in order, then." Goku regarded him with indifference. And even Gohan and Krillin were rendered momentarily speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. Violet chewed on a piece of gum, arms crossed, standing a short distance away. The atmosphere became tense. But Vegeta glanced at the two formidable presences in the distance, sensing no anomaly. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes before he took to the skies. "Just give me a little more time. That accursed Namekian has grown stronger. But it matters not. If I am granted a bit more time to harness the innate potential that arises from the brink of death, Frieza will be nothing but refuse. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, and Kakarot, you shall regret your actions today." Goku stood still, shaking his head. He understood that Vegeta had irrevocably changed. The underlying logic of a Saiyan's power increase upon resurrection from near death is rooted in potential, a revelation of the latent strength within their bloodline, honed through arduous training. Delving deeper, this potential is derived from the survival instincts evolved over time. Such potential can only be excavated and unleashed through relentless combat and the dance with mortality. Without the concepts of death and injury, this potential becomes stagnant. Essentially, Vegeta could no longer be considered a Saiyan, but rather a new species, one that is impervious to death and injury. Chapter 81. King Kai's Fist Against Frieza's Final Form. "Dad, Goku, just now, Vegeta's energy seemed." Even Krillin noticed something amiss. Goku nodded, affirming their suspicions, and took the opportunity to explain the intricacies of the Saiyan bloodline to Gohan. The current Vegeta, having lost the ability to tap into his potential through the brink of death, was forever confined at an approximate battle power of 400,000, a state he would remain in for eternity. His desire for immortality, a wish that defies the very laws of the universe, is not one that can be borne by just anyone. To challenge the cosmic order inevitably invites the universe's backlash. Even the Grand Elder, a being capable of foreseeing the future, chooses to confront death with composure, while Vegeta foolishly dreams of eternal life. It is, frankly, absurd. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him. It is merely a reflection of his limited understanding. "No wonder I thought you were momentarily unhinged, granting that man immortality. You nearly terrified me just now," Bulma reflected. Still shaken, Goku remained silent. He did not possess such benevolence. Nor did he entertain the notion of extending mercy simply because Vegeta shared his Saiyan heritage. One reaps what one sows. When Vegeta comes to this realization, it will be a different matter altogether. Boom, boom. Uncle Piccolo. Meanwhile, the battlefield was undergoing a transformation. Frieza, having narrowly missed his chance with the dragon on 2 occasions, was consumed by rage, bypassing the 3rd transformation and entering his final form. The earth-shattering energy surged against the surface of Namek, creating ripples that spread across the planet like waves on water. Piccolo was instantly knocked down, but Gohan and Krillin caught him. Bulma and the others took refuge behind Videl, who activated an energy shield to effectively block the residual shockwave. Father. At that moment, Goku surged upward, flying directly toward Frieza. Finally, the moment had arrived. With circumstances as they were, he had no time to ponder further. This battle was unavoidable and victory was imperative. With a slight weight in his arms, brilliant flashes emanated from beneath Goku's feet as he soared skyward. A ferocious energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a swirling column that enveloped him, intertwining and clashing with Frieza's aura. Boom. Ultimately, 2 pallid energy spheres expanded and collided violently, akin to 2 celestial bodies crashing into one another. Goku's expression shifted slightly. Frieza's power exceeded his expectations. In an instant, Goku felt his energy suppressed, unable to expand even a fraction. A combat power of 60 million was indeed extraordinary. In that case, King Kai's fist. Unleash it. Boom. A crimson light surged forth as Goku's energy ballooned several times, forcefully pushing Frieza's aura back, gradually regaining the upper hand. In that moment, the entirety of Namek erupted. The very heavens dimming, an overwhelming aura permeating the entire planet. Even those unable to sense energy instinctively felt a suffocating and terrifying pressure. Incredible. Goku's energy surpassed Frieza's. Amazing. So powerful, Goku. No, this must be Goku's King Kai's fist. Frieza's strength should still surpass Goku's. However, Piccolo was not so optimistic. He had heard Goku speak of the King Kai's fist, understanding it to be a formidable technique for enhancing power. Yet, they were merely in the stage of competing energies. That Goku would choose to confront Frieza in this manner revealed the immense pressure he faced. At that moment, only Piccolo grasped this reality. Indeed, it is true that Goku was uncertain of how to attain the fury required to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's almost frenzied demeanor regarding those 5 words, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. He realized that he is son Goku, not the Saiyan Kakarot, who would resort to any means in pursuit of a transformation into a Super Saiyan. He is his own person, needing not to conform to others. Even if he cannot transform, he has no reason to retreat. He shall fight. There is no need for excessive contemplation. The Saiyan blood within him surged with fervor. Bang, 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 boom. Amidst the blinding light, the two began their fierce confrontation, exchanging no more than minimal words. Upon achieving his ultimate form, Frieza sensed Goku's sudden surge in power. Although he could not perceive ki, he could feel Goku's strength surpassing his own the moment they clashed. He discreetly suppressed that fleeting thought of arrogance. After an intense exchange, their full power collided, sending visible ripples radiating from their hands. In their wake, countless islands of Namek began to fracture, the very crust of the planet splitting apart. Endless waves of the ocean began to tilt and flood. Swish, swish. Both warriors' expressions shifted slightly, and they promptly retreated. Goku teleported to a solitary island, while Frieza ascended to a rocky pinnacle, his crimson eyes glinting with a chilling demeanor as he gazed down upon Goku. Suddenly, Frieza appeared to recall something, raising a hand to tap his forehead. A cruel smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I remember now. You bear an uncanny resemblance to the Saiyan I annihilated on planet Vegeta. How amusing. Is that so?" Attempting to provoke me? Goku's gaze sharpened, remaining undeterred. At this moment, he would not easily be distracted. Seeing Goku's resolve, Frieza ceased his banter, slightly lowering his arms, his expression regaining its calm. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Goku, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Goku raised his arm to block. Yet the force of the blow sent him hurtling backward, crashing against the water's surface and sending up a massive spray. Turning swiftly, Goku's aura flared with a vibrant red, and he too disappeared, following up with a kick that sent Frieza flying. Oof! Taken by surprise, Frieza felt the sting of humiliation from the blow, and in retaliation, he teleported behind Goku, ensnaring his neck with his tail and unleashing a flurry of punches against Goku's back. Bang! Bang! After 2 strikes, Frieza suddenly lost his balance. It turned out that Goku's tail had ensnared his foot as well. With a swift tug, the tables were turned, and Frieza found himself beneath Goku's feet. Goku concentrated energy into his legs. Indeed, he could harness power through his feet. Buzz! A massive surge of energy coalesced into a super Kamehameha, aimed point blank. What? Frieza, caught off guard, lacked the strength to escape. Goku's tail was no less powerful than his own, and with surprise on his side, there was no evading this attack. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, sending debris soaring hundreds of meters into the air as Goku materialized in midair, gazing downwards. Who? Indeed, in the next moment, Frieza, bearing some charred marks, tore through the smoke and charged forward. The two once again became entangled in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with fervor. Bang! Bang! The fierce battle persisted, growing increasingly intense and desperate. Frieza's power was undeniably terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have needed to rely on transformations to actively suppress his strength. Even more astonishing was the fact that Frieza had never undergone any training. This power was innate, developing with his gradual maturation. He was akin to the legendary Super Saiyan, inherently formidable and possessing an extraordinary growth rate. It is worth noting that even among the Frost Demon race, Frieza was an exceptionally rare anomaly. Chapter 82. 8 Million Warriors. The only fortunate aspect at this moment was that Frieza had yet to fully tap into his terrifying potential. Otherwise, Goku would stand no chance whatsoever. Bang! Goku, with fists clenched, struck Frieza down with great force. The battle intensified, both sides unleashing their true power, and Frieza no longer harbored any disdain. Frieza charged again, his fury amplifying his already terrifying aura. With a swift strike of his tail, he sent Goku flying, immediately pursuing him with relentless ferocity, forcing Goku to endure each assault. At this juncture, both combatants' eyes blazed with fury, brimming with fighting spirit. On paper, Goku, utilizing the Kaioken tenfold, boasted a combat power of 86.5 million. In contrast, Frieza's final form, before unleashing his full might, stood at 60 million, which could soar to 1.2 billion when fully unleashed. Thus, Goku seemed to have the upper hand. However, the exhaustion from the Kaioken posed a significant issue, and such an advantage could not be sustained for long, let alone be transformed into a decisive victory. Much less the defeat of Frieza. Goku, hit him. Fight back. Don't lose. Bulma and the others felt a surge of power. Even Chi-Chi could faintly track the movements of the two through the energy they emitted, despite her concern and affection for Gohan, which led her to disagree with some of Goku's decisions. Her love for him remained steadfast. At this moment, witnessing her husband locked in combat with Frieza, she clasped her hands anxiously before her. In this instant, she seemed to grasp much more. In the original timeline, Chi-Chi was forced into the role of a resentful woman due to a series of relentless blows, compounded by her inability to understand Goku. This lack of understanding was not unfounded. There were few on Earth who comprehended the existence of such world-destroying warriors, particularly in the aftermath of the Frieza saga, where the power scale had drastically shifted. The disparity was so vast that the foes Goku and his companions faced left even warriors like Tien Shinhan struggling to keep pace with the times, let alone Chi-Chi. It dawned on her just how fearsome the enemies Goku faced truly were. Boom. Blood trickled from the corner of Goku's mouth as Frieza landed a blow that caused his head to tilt slightly. Turning his gaze, he caught sight of Frieza's smug expression, filled with arrogance. Bang. Humph. In the next instant, Goku, without hesitation, landed a punch that sent Frieza's face awry. That as for laughing, you vile monkey. At this moment, Frieza was filled with fervor, having cast aside thoughts of Barunga. He raised his hands, summoning a sphere of golden energy that enveloped Goku. Goku felt as though the very fabric of space was constricting him, rendering him unable to break free. This was one of Frieza's formidable abilities. His most terrifying attribute was not merely his daunting growth and inherent advantages, but also his array of troublesome powers. The sphere of confinement before him was one such ability. It could ensnare opponents whose strength was comparable, allowing Frieza to toy with them at will. Bang! In the next instant, Frieza propelled the confinement sphere away, and Goku within it bore the brunt of the impact, letting out a muffled groan. However, just as Frieza approached to continue his assault, the confinement sphere suddenly ruptured from within, followed by an explosion of blinding white light. The solar flare. What? The unexpected brilliance caused Frieza to momentarily lose his sight, leading to a barrage of relentless strikes. Meanwhile, Piccolo was well aware of this technique, possibly due to his profound understanding of Goku's combat style, prompting him to warn everyone to shut their eyes in advance, while it wouldn't directly blind them. The intensity of Goku's energy at this moment rendered it akin to staring directly at the sun, posing considerable risk. For instance, Frieza was now incapable of recovering in the short term, suffering several heavy blows from Goku, resulting in injuries. Thud! A powerful punch curved Frieza's body, causing his insides to churn, and he found himself in a passive state. Goku offered no opportunity for Frieza to retaliate, unleashing a flurry of attacks using fists, elbows, and knees, refraining only from gathering energy, for he knew that without a strike capable of severely wounding or killing Frieza, it would be futile. It would merely be a waste of energy, and his stamina could not support such unnecessary expenditure. Bang! 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 A series of heavy blows finally left Frieza battered, blood spilling from his mouth, but this only drove him into a frenzy. With a flick of his hand, He used his telekinetic abilities to hurl an island directly at Goku, which Goku shattered with a ki blast. Yet, this attack was evidently a mere feint. Indeed, a red beam pierced through the dust, directly penetrating Goku's body. Goku, father. The onlookers on the ground gasped in shock. Not only they, but even King Kai and Tien, who were monitoring the scene from King Kai's planet, held their breath, overwhelmed by tension. Fortunately, the figure that had been penetrated began to dissipate, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. Frieza believed Goku had been observing him with his eyes, unaware that Goku instinctively relied on his ki when visibility was compromised. A distinct advantage of martial artists. The perception of ki was swifter than the five senses, unbounded by the limitations of sight. This meant that Goku possessed a greater initiative than Frieza, and thus, despite the fierce battle, he had not incurred significant damage. His stamina was merely a product of the normal exertion from the Kaioken technique. In stark contrast, Frieza had sustained some light injuries at this point. Bang! Ugh! Pua! In the next moment, Frieza emerged from the dust, clutching his abdomen, the purple stains of blood on his lips becoming increasingly conspicuous. Meanwhile, Goku slowly ascended from the debris, gazing at Frieza with a calm expression that bore hints of gravity and confusion. He had not yet fully harnessed his potential during the battle. He had been intentionally attempting to sense and communicate with the deeper powers within him, hoping to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. However, contrary to his expectations, he could not perceive that force. Having lived on Earth for so long, Goku did not believe that his cells could be insufficient. His combat power had already reached 8.65 million, far surpassing the benchmark of 3 million. Logically, the difficulty of his transformation should have been minimized to the greatest extent possible. Yet, he still found himself at a loss for the ki. Such matters could not simply be resolved through mere conjecture and speculation. He lacked guidance on how to proceed. Relying solely on his imagination and intuition, which proved to be an inefficient method, these thoughts flitted through his mind, but Goku remained focused, unwilling to let them distract him from Frieza. With a sudden burst of rage, Frieza unleashed his signature energy attack, the Death Ray. The crimson beam of lethal energy shot forth, its terrifying destructive power compelling even Goku to avoid a direct confrontation, even if he could withstand it. The effort would be futile. Thus, he deftly dodged while charging towards Frieza for close combat. Frieza instinctively recoiled at the sight of Goku's suddenly enlarged visage. Having suffered several setbacks in their encounter, he instinctively wished to avoid a direct clash with Goku. However, Goku was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. If given the chance, he would seize the moment to defeat Frieza before he could unleash his full strength. Just as the two commenced a new round of fierce combat, a figure flew back from the distance. It was Vegeta, who had previously departed. Chapter 83. So much drama. On a separate note, Vegeta, having successfully attained immortality, was overjoyed, fully enveloped in a frenzy of emotion, completely oblivious to his own transformation. Yet, as he flew a considerable distance, he suddenly realized, why had he fled? He had obtained immortality. With the Saiyan trait of recovering strength after near-death experiences, what did he have to fear from Frieza? And that Kakarot? I am the legendary Super Saiyan. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Thus, with this sudden enlightenment, Vegeta began to inflict harm upon himself. Indeed, he was self-harming. With a full-force strike, he created a gaping hole in his own body, a gruesome sight indeed. One must acknowledge that Vegeta was truly formidable. While most would hesitate at the thought of merely popping a blister, he had directly inflicted a chilling wound upon himself. Under the influence of his immortality, his injuries rapidly healed, and Vegeta rose to his feet, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he delivered another punishing blow to himself. After several such acts, he clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality. This was the sensation he sought, Super Saiyan. No, he would surpass the Super Saiyan. This power should suffice to deal with Frieza and that Kakarot fellow, should it not? This seems to be the inherent flaw of ki perception, without a fixed reference point. It becomes exceedingly challenging to gauge whether one's strength has indeed improved. Moreover, while Vegeta is undoubtedly a prodigy, he has merely begun to grasp the nuances of ki perception. He has yet to comprehend the complete system of ki. Otherwise, he would not have contributed so many memorable moments of folly in the original narrative. In the interim, Vegeta did sense the terrifying aura of Frieza, but, unfortunately for him, Frieza, consumed by rage, bypassed the intermediate third transformation and ascended directly to his final form. His battle power soared from the millions to the tens of millions. Consequently, Vegeta found himself incapable of even sensing the disparity. Akin to Master Roshi and others who could no longer discern differences once Goku's power reached the thousands. This further clouded Vegeta's self-assessment, reinforcing his misguided confidence. Ha 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 ha. Behold, Vegeta, in a state of euphoric frenzy, unleashed his ki, a dazzling white flame interspersed with blue lightning, his hair standing on end, a tempest of energy swirling around him. He appeared quite formidable, and without hesitation, he soared into the sky, charging towards the battlefield of Frieza and Goku. Kakarot. Frieza. Goku and Frieza were momentarily taken aback by the sudden roar, halting their fierce battle to turn and gaze in that direction. Why are you shouting so loudly? Huh? They then witnessed Vegeta barreling towards them, unhesitatingly launching into his princely assault, a flurry of strikes unleashed with fervor. Following this, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, his breath quickening. At last, ha ha ha, I am indeed the mightiest Saiyan, the most formidable Super Saiyan in the entire universe. On the ground, Piccolo and the others were left in a state of shock. More accurately, they were at a loss for how to react, their minds swirling with questions. What on earth is he back for? Gohan felt as if he might combust, mumbling in confusion, I don't know. Yet, he turned to Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo. What is Vegeta back for? Piccolo, with a look that conveyed his own bewilderment, replied. You can see from my expression that I too am at a loss regarding this bizarre situation. Bulma and the others exchanged glances, while Videl leisurely blew bubbles. Unfazed by the commotion. In the sky, as the dust settled, Goku and Frieza ceased their conflict, instinctively retreating a respectful distance from one another. The outcome could be determined at any time. At present, they were both more intrigued by another matter. What, precisely, was Vegeta up to? To be frank, they were both taken aback by Vegeta's recent attack, not due to its power, but rather because of his audacious behavior. Frieza pondered internally, is this truly Vegeta? Has he always been this bold? Goku, too, was caught off guard by the situation. Vegeta, noticing their stunned reaction, failed to recognize the gravity of the moment and instead crossed his arms, emitting a series of villainous chuckles. Frieza felt an uncanny familiarity with Vegeta's demeanor and laughter, as if he had encountered it before. Ha ha ha! Vegeta, with an increasingly audacious laughter, provoked Frieza to the brink of his patience. A vein throbbed on Frieza's forehead, and his eyelids twitched, yet curiosity quelled his anger as he donned his signature smile. Vegeta-san, you seem to be in quite the jovial mood. Would you care to share your delightful news? I would be most pleased to hear it. Following his raucous laughter, Vegeta, still brimming with arrogance, pointed a finger at Frieza. Goku mused to himself, what a spectacle. The great desolation prison finger. Yet, as if that were insufficient, Vegeta shifted his finger to Goku, who hastily swayed to and fro. Can't quite reach, merely jesting. At that moment, Vegeta's eyelid twitched, on the verge of fury, yet he restrained himself, retracting his finger and raising his thumb in a flamboyant 180-degree turn before plunging it downwards. Well then, a true transmission from El Zichao. Goku remained unfazed, but Frieza was clearly pushed to his limits. Frieza Kakarot, I have now ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan. With a mere gesture, I could obliterate you. His laughter echoed, vibrant and unrestrained. However, Goku silently lamented, what a shame. If only this could be captured on film, I could relish it for a lifetime. Oh, Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, choosing not to erupt immediately. Instead, he chuckled, Vegeta-san, have you truly become the legendary Super Saiyan? He subtly placed a hand behind him, unaware of Vegeta's true state due to his inability to sense energy. Initially, Goku, an anomaly among Saiyans, had shattered Frieza's preconceived notions about their kind. Coupled with the long-standing legends among the Frost Demons regarding Super Saiyans, such tales had always been taboo. These signs stirred a sense of vigilance within Frieza. Goku had begun to apply pressure, yet not enough to disrupt his composure. However, Vegeta's sudden claim to the title of the legendary Super Saiyan compelled Frieza to reconsider. Frieza. Vegeta's thunderous shouts startled Frieza, causing the energy he had been gathering to tremble, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his brow, his demeanor turning grave. The stark contrast in Vegeta's usual submissiveness, having been treated like a mere dog, left Frieza momentarily unsettled. Today, I shall make you experience a fraction of the humiliation I have endured. Feel despair, for this is the might of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him. The aura soared skyward, his voice resonating powerfully amidst flashes of lightning. And debris began to levitate around him, truly an imposing sight. Yet, this phenomenon was merely a result of excessive energy spilling over, causing a significant accumulation of ions in the vicinity, an effect achievable with a battle power of nearly hundreds, albeit a considerable waste of energy. Frieza gazed, transfixed in disbelief, while Goku's eyelids fluttered, realizing the performance was far from over. Chapter 84, Frieza 100. Boom. The skies over Namek roared with waves of energy, stirring dust and debris, while thunder cracked above. The aura surrounding Vegeta soared nearly 3 meters high, reminiscent of his iconic hairstyle. In all fairness, it was indeed the first time Goku encountered someone capable of draining half of their stamina through sheer explosive energy. How should one put it? Quite impressive, really. Did you not see the astonishment on Frieza's face? Alas, as a martial artist, Vegeta's actions appeared rather comical to Goku and the others. After all, when has any Earthling exhibited such a display of explosive power? Typically, it is the Saiyans who rely on their latent potential, activating it forcefully in moments of desperation, a phenomenon colloquially known as bursting. Earthlings lack such potential, hence their absence in such displays. Indeed, after Vegeta's reckless outburst, panting heavily, even Frieza couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, Vegeta remained undeterred, exuding an air of arrogance as he coldly raised 3 fingers towards Goku, declaring, 3 moves, I. He intended to finish off Goku in 3 moves before turning his sights on Frieza, for in his eyes, Kakarot had yet to best Frieza, and thus was not a true Super Saiyan. However, Goku found the scene too embarrassing to endure. Fearing that he might be mistaken for a fool, and promptly appeared 100 meters behind Frieza, forming a straight line with Vegeta. Frieza, startled, clenched his hand, shattering the energy he had been gathering halfway. Had this fellow grown aware of something? He still harbored a degree of wariness towards Goku, especially given Goku's current maneuver, which struck him as an intent to team up with Vegeta against him. Vegeta, interrupted by Goku's movement, disregarded all caution and shouted at Frieza, Frieza, within 3 minutes, I shall slay you, Xener. With that, Vegeta clasped his hands together, and a violent aura surged forth. It was his signature move, the final flash. However, in that moment, Frieza, distracted by Goku, failed to evade in time and was struck squarely by Vegeta's attack, resulting in a massive explosion of dust in the air. With heavy breaths, Vegeta could not conceal his exhilaration. However, as the dust settled, it revealed Frieza, and scathed yet seething with rage, his face contorted in fury. He raised a hand towards Vegeta, slowly tightening his grip, his voice devoid of emotion, Xener. Boom. Vegeta's body was suddenly obliterated from within by a surge of energy, bursting apart. After executing this, Frieza turned his gaze to Goku, exhaling deeply, restoring his previous, slightly sinister smile. Now, with the troublesome trash disposed of, let us resume our duel. I think not. Goku replied, still fixated on the space behind him. Frieza's brow furrowed slightly, and as he turned, he was met with the sight of Vegeta. Restored to his former state, his pupils constricting in surprise. Enraged, he raised his hand to unleash an energy blast that ensnared Vegeta. He was not foolish. Having previously observed Vegeta approach the dragon, coupled with his current display, he quickly grasped that Vegeta had become immortal. Thus, he resolved to confine him within a sphere of energy. Immortal yet feeble, Vegeta finds himself ensnared within this binding sphere, which can hold him captive for an extended duration. Should no one arrive to shatter the seal, his expression is a tumultuous blend of confusion, rage, and fear, rendering his visage somewhat grotesque. Goku perceives that had he entered Vegeta's emotional state, he might have already transformed. Alas, has the comfort of a prolonged existence dulled his emotional acuity? Has he grown lethargic? As a new round of confrontation commences, the clash between Goku and Frieza escalates, threatening the very foundation of planet Namek. Frieza cleaves the planet with a singular strike, leaving Goku with no choice but to exhaust his stamina, unleashing the Super Kamehameha to counter the Death Ball. Yet, as his energy wanes rapidly, even though Frieza bears wounds, his stamina remains superior to Goku's. Reluctantly, Goku activates the 15-fold Kaioken, pushing back against the onslaught. Boom. The brilliance of the Kamehameha engulfs Frieza's form, though Goku's situation improves only marginally, as his energy continues to plummet. Haha. The earth beneath them shatters, and magma erupts. A bottomless chasm cleaves planet Namek in two. This is Frieza's handiwork. With this single blow, the countdown to the planet's demise has begun, albeit at a languid pace. Yet, high above, Frieza, covered in wounds, radiates fury from his very gaze, fixating intently on Goku. Surprisingly, he regains his composure and descends slowly until he stands before Goku, stating, Saiyan, you have surprised me. I am beginning to believe in that legend. You must be the fabled Super Saiyan, are you not? Have you not always been consumed by fear? Goku, steadying his breath, responds, fully aware that neither of them is in optimal condition. He realizes that while his injuries are relatively minor, the Kaioken is incredibly draining. Even if Frieza refrains from unleashing his full power, defeating him remains an arduous task. Despite Frieza's laughter, anger simmers in his eyes. This matter is one he wishes to avoid, much like Vegeta, for his pride is undiminished. And he refuses to acknowledge his trepidation towards the emergence of the so-called Super Saiyan. Suddenly, without warning, Frieza's eyes emit 2 beams of lethal energy, hurling Goku across the battlefield. Though Goku reacts swiftly, this attack, unlike before, is now unavoidable. He can only brace himself with his arms, resulting in scorched marks marring his skin. Frieza, reveling in his perceived triumph, gazes at Goku with unbridled confidence. Indeed, your strength has reached its limit, Saiyan. Thus, allow me to unveil my true power. 100% full force. Boom. A tempestuous bolt of lightning descends from behind Frieza, and his form expands, veins bulging, enveloped in a terrifying purple aura. Thunder rumbles ominously. The earth trembled violently as Wukong's expression grew grave. he discreetly consumed a mystical being, aware that Frisia's full power reached a staggering combat strength of 1.2 billion. Yet, he remained uncertain about the key to transforming his own abilities, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Nevertheless, he was not entirely devoid of hope. The Kaioken technique at 15 times his power could temporarily elevate him to that level of strength, albeit at a considerable cost to his stamina and even risking bodily harm. It would allow him to engage Frisia in a fierce clash. As for the 20-fold increase, he was reluctant to resort to it unless absolutely necessary, for he felt he could no longer control such overwhelming power. Even the strength granted by the 15-fold Kaioken was already testing the limits of his body. The 20-fold increase would be a desperate gamble, perhaps better suited to detonating himself alongside Frisia. At least the likelihood of successfully eliminating Frisia through self-destruction was significantly high. Chapter 85, Tactical Severance. At this moment, the majority of the Namekians had been evacuated from planet Namek, perhaps due to Purunga's selfishness. The Grand Elder's miraculous powers had activated prematurely when he was caught in the chaos. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others observed the battlefield, searching for an opportunity. However, despair filled their hearts as they realized their own strength was insufficient to intervene in such a critical conflict. What? That creature isn't even using its full power. Piccolo's face darkened to the utmost degree, while the others wore expressions of deep concern as they gazed towards the battlefield. Frisia's power was beginning to seep into the surrounding space, an unnerving sight indeed. Despite their unwillingness to accept it, the truth was undeniable. Frisia's energy was escalating. On King Kai's planet, Tien and the others, utilizing King Kai's abilities to watch the battle, were equally astonished. That monster, is it truly capable of victory? Wukong, it's all up to you now. Should we use the spirit bomb? I can assist. King Kai remained focused on the battlefield, hesitant to interrupt Wukong, fearing it might disadvantage him. However, he too recognized that Frisia was gathering power and sensed Wukong nearing his limits. Simultaneously, on planet Namek, Wukong hesitated momentarily before deciding against using the spirit bomb. Although there was an abundance of energy on Namek, the energy King Kai could gather from the universe was quite limited, coupled with the need for several minutes, if not longer, to accumulate enough energy. This technique was ill-suited for direct confrontation. If he remained undetected, all would be well. However, should he be discovered, he would be unable to halt the energy-gathering process, leaving him a passive target for Frisia's attacks, which would spell certain doom. To Wukong, the spirit bomb was either to be withheld or prepared in advance. At that moment, Frisia completed his final display of power, an intimidating aura transforming into radiant light that instantly carved away a portion of planet Namek beneath him, reducing it to dust. A violet flame enveloped his body, crackling with electric energy. How do you like that? Frisia, now fully unleashed, expanded to his utmost, gazing at Wukong with arms outstretched. My current combat strength is 1.2 billion. Is that so? What a pity. Swallowing the celestial bean he had been chewing, Goku's eyes reflected a brilliant light as he locked gazes with Frisia. Without hesitation, Goku activated the Kaioken once again, initiating a 15-fold Kaioken. The weaknesses of the Kaioken were evident. Its consumption and strain were immense, yet its advantages were equally formidable. It exponentially amplified combat power, but more crucially, this technique was even more immediate and swifter than the Kaioken's standard form. While the latter required a gathering of energy, the Kaioken did not. As long as his stamina and body could withstand it, Goku could unleash the Kaioken at any moment. This was a pure release process, devoid of any preliminary movements. Boom. The crimson flames enveloping Goku rivaled Frisia's full power form, their red and purple energies intertwining in a dazzling display. Frisia was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into manic laughter and charged at Goku. The final battle commenced. Bang! The energy waves dispersed, and both combatants engaged in an intense exchange of blows, each strike landing with ferocity, devoid of any embellishments. At this moment, Frisia had unleashed his full power, abandoning any playful demeanor from before. Bang! 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 Boom! During the clash, Goku's eyes glinted with a crimson light as he raised his hand to absorb the impact, then without hesitation unleashed a Kamehameha directly at Frisia's face, sending him reeling back before swiftly retreating. Enraged, Frisia gave chase. The two launched into a pursuit through a ravine created by Frisia's attack, leaving a trail of terrifying explosive shockwaves in their wake. Boom! 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 After a series of detonations, they burst forth from the opposite edge of the chasm, one red, one purple, soaring into the sky. Upon reaching midair, Goku raised his hand to release energy blasts to decelerate Frisia while ascending higher. But Frisia effortlessly swatted each energy blast aside, relentlessly pursuing him. At that moment, Goku suddenly placed both hands before him, and with a surge of terrifying crimson energy, he unleashed a full-powered Super Kamehameha. What? Frisia was caught off guard, unable to fathom that Goku could execute such a powerful move without any energy gathering. This was something even he could not achieve. Despite Frisia's extraordinary talent, he required time to gather energy for such a devastating attack. Indeed, Goku was no exception. But he had his own methods. The Kaioken. Gulp. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai was the sole witness to Goku's moment of ingenuity. This guy has taken my Kaioken to such heights. He truly is a formidable individual. Indeed, Goku had harnessed the unique characteristics of the Kaioken and, in that fleeting moment, elevated it to 20-fold. This seemingly full-powered Super Kamehameha was, in reality, an attack that bypassed the energy-gathering phase by channeling the strength of a 20-fold Kaioken directly. Furthermore, due to his precise control and the brief duration of activation, he managed to evade the horrific strain and bodily damage associated with the 20-fold Kaioken. With the power of the 20-fold Kaioken, Goku's combat strength soared to an astonishing 1.6 billion. The Kamehameha unleashed was akin to Goku attacking with a staggering battle power of 1.6 billion, leaving Frieza at a significant disadvantage. Enraged, Frieza braced himself against this formidable assault, exacerbating the injuries he had already sustained in his previous confrontation with Goku. As the injuries accumulated, his stamina rapidly dwindled, and in the face of this unexpected strike, his condition had worsened considerably. Simultaneously, he was consumed by a fit of rage. Amidst a terrifying tempest of lightning, Frieza conjured a crimson disc in his hands, launching it directly at Goku with a ferocious intent. The Death Slice. While it was uncertain whether Krillin had developed the Spirit Slice, Goku was acutely aware of the sheer destructive potential of such an attack, if wielded adeptly. It could even transcend power levels to vanquish foes. A chilling hum reverberated through the air as Goku resolutely retreated. In a fit of fury, Frieza unleashed a dual-handed sweep, manipulating the Death Slice to pursue Goku relentlessly. This combination of speed and destructive power was nothing short of terrifying. Goku darted through the air, narrowly evading danger, utilizing the dramatically altered terrain of Namek to his advantage. Just as he sought refuge in a previous ravine, another red disc materialized before him. With a sickening sound, a scarlet line of blood was ripped across his body, pain etched on Goku's face. Swiftly, he vanished and ascended into the heights, but Frieza, with a furious roar, commanded the two discs to chase him once more. Realizing that continuing in this manner would prove disastrous, his body could not withstand the strain of the Kaioken combined with his injuries. Goku decisively unleashed a surge of energy, propelling himself directly towards Frieza. Frieza, devoid of fear, maintained his control over the Death Slice, pursuing Goku with reckless abandon. At this juncture, he had lost a degree of rationality and judgment, fixated solely on the belief that Goku was cornered and on the brink of defeat, his own technique relentlessly pursuing him. In the crucial moment just before reaching Frieza, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, forcing Frieza back and disrupting his telekinetic hold, sending dust swirling into the air. Cursed Saiyan. Frieza spat, but before he could finish, two death slices surged forth from the swirling dust, embodying the very essence of death itself. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack, and overwhelmed by the terror of impending doom, Frieza found himself struck, his arms severed in an instant. His body nearly cleaved in twain. The sight was harrowing, yet Goku exhaled deeply, relieved. Though he lacked absolute certainty in defeating Frieza, the importance of strategy had been vividly illustrated. Chapter 86, The Turning Point. Victory. As Frieza was grievously wounded by his own technique, the spectators on Namek and planet King Kai simultaneously felt a surge of exhilaration. Victory. King Kai nearly leaped in joy. Piccolo and the others rejoiced wildly. And even Vegeta's confinement sphere was released due to Frieza's dire state, his eyes wide in astonishment at the sight of Frieza's devastation. As the protagonist of this battle, Goku instinctively sighed in relief. The toll of the Kaioken at 15 times was immense, particularly after unleashing it at 20 times twice, leaving him utterly drained. If this tactic did not succeed, he would have to contemplate consuming the last of the sacred beings to continue the fierce battle against Frieza. As it turned out, he emerged victorious. With a swift motion, he tore apart his tattered garments, revealing a robust and chiseled physique. At this moment, crimson scars adorned both his chest and back, relentlessly bleeding. These lethal wounds had not only severely injured Frieza, but had also nearly cost him his life. From the hidden compartment of his belt, he retrieved the final sacred being he had brought with him. Initially, he had possessed three. One had been consumed to unleash his potential, while another had been given to Krillin, only to be reclaimed later. Having just consumed one to counter Frieza's assault, this was his last remaining being. He intended to use it to definitively end Frieza's reign of terror. Just as he prepared to consume the sacred being, a terrifying death ray surged forth, instantly obliterating the being in his grasp. By instinct, he evaded the attack, narrowly escaping with his life. With grave concern, he observed that Frieza, defying all odds, had survived with a fierce tenacity. Not only had Frieza's energy decreased only slightly, but he remained a formidable adversary. His form surrounded by menacing lightning and purple flames, Fury coursed through every fiber of Frisia's being. Goku's expression grew somber, while Frieza appeared gravely injured. His strength still loomed large. With both their stamina waning, the possibility of Goku's defeat remained alarmingly high. At that moment, Krillin soared in from a distance. And Goku immediately realized that Krillin was coming to deliver the sacred beans. Frieza also took notice. Though unaware of Krillin's intentions, Frieza's rage had reached its zenith, and he unleashed a death ray directed at Krillin. In a flash, Goku interposed himself to shield Krillin, though he was forcefully repelled by the blast. He activated the 20-fold Kaioken, charging towards Frieza. It was imperative that he subdued Frieza to secure the sacred beans, as turning to protect Krillin would be an unwise course of action. To take a life requires merely an attack, while to protect someone involves a myriad of considerations. Boom, boom, boom. Goku and Frieza clashed fiercely, both fighters nearing their limits, each struggling to maintain their breath. Goku, desperate to obtain the sacred beans, felt his rapidly depleting energy under the strain of the 20-fold Kaioken. Meanwhile, Frieza, consumed by rage, fought on tenaciously, refusing to yield even in his wounded state, thereby stalling Goku's advance, and they found themselves locked in a tense stalemate. Krillin had approached, but could not breach the 100-meter mark of their battlefield. Gritting his teeth, he drew forth 2 sacred beans and hurled them towards Goku. Goku, the sacred beans. At this moment of dire need, Goku, with a surge of determination, amplified his Kaioken to 25 times in an instant. His combat power skyrocketed, surpassing 200 million. Boom. With a single blow, he struck Frieza forcefully into the ground of Namek. As the surrounding energy dissipated, Goku's stamina reached its limit. He turned to catch the sacred beans that Krillin had thrown. But at that very instant, a key blast obliterated both beans. As Goku's pupils constricted, an intense fury surged within him. He turned to find it was Vegeta. You bastard. What are you doing? Piccolo flew over, prepared to assist, resolutely determined to deliver the Senzu beans to Goku, even at the cost of his own life. He remained vigilant, observing every move of Frieza, yet he had not anticipated Vegeta's unexpected interference. Kakarot, you've already transformed into a Super Saiyan, haven't you? You don't need such things to defeat Frieza. Stop making a fool of yourself. Vegeta exclaimed, his face twisted in anger. Goku at that moment found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend Vegeta's mindset. If Frieza had been pushed to his limits due to his injuries, then Goku had reached his breaking point as well, leaving him incapable of calm reflection. Son Goku, Frieza's figure emerged as if clawing its way from the depths of hell, blood streaming from his severed arm and body, gradually ascending. His purple aura now tinged with a dark sheen. Hatred and rage had driven him completely into a frenzy. Goku took a deep breath, his gaze drifting towards Bulma and the others in the distance, who remained unharmed thanks to Videl and Gohan's protection. Then, he turned to face Frieza. At this juncture, he had but one final move left. Bang! Amidst a thunderous roar, Goku and Frieza engaged in a relentless clash, their fierce combat resembling that of unstoppable war machines. The crimson aura was shattered, and Goku was suddenly hurled into the ground. Frieza, in a frenzied assault, struck Goku, forcing blood from his mouth and rendering his gaze vacant. Frieza coiled his tail around the unconscious Goku, preparing to deliver the death blow. Yet, in the next moment, a scarlet aura flared once more. Though Goku's eyes had not regained awareness, he instinctively grasped Frieza's tail, unleashing a spectacular bolt of lightning. Universal shockwave. Frieza's movements momentarily froze, and Goku seized the opportunity to launch him away. Once again, the two figures were engulfed in their ceaseless, frenzied battle. However, the red aura was soon dissipated again, as Goku's body had reached its limits. Vegeta, you fool. Piccolo seized Vegeta, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet Vegeta showed no remorse, instead sneering. Kakarot has already become the legendary Super Saiyan. What are you afraid of? Damn Kakarot. He surely knows the pitfalls of immortality and dares to treat me this way. Die. Vanish forever with that Frieza. Anger and hatred had clouded his vision. From the moment he realized that immortality was but a trap, his mindset had completely unraveled. Bastard. Both Piccolo and Krillin had also reached their breaking points, glaring fiercely at Vegeta. Bang. Exhausted. Goku had endured the most brutal and arduous battle since his arrival in this realm, his body pushed to its limits. Under Frieza's strike, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Goku. Dad. Frieza descended before Goku, relishing the pleasure of vengeance, confirming that Goku could no longer stand. At this moment, Frieza also took notice of the others in the distance. A wicked smile flickered in his eyes as a purple energy began to coalesce, targeting Bulma and the others in the distance. His gaze locked onto Goku, exclaiming, Son Goku, I want you to truly understand despair. Ha! With a thunderous roar, the purple energy transformed into a force of annihilation, surging forth. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for Goku, a golden lightning bolt coursing through his gaze, catching even Frieza off guard as his figure vanished from sight. Boom. The terrifying explosion caused the air around them to quiver, the already crumbling surface of Namek roiling with tumultuous waves, while Bulma and the others gradually returned to clarity. The power of the dragon had been nullified in the final moment. Goku, Dad. As Bulma opened her eyes, she beheld Goku materializing from an ethereal state, standing resolutely before her, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. Goku turned, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes now resolute. A terrifying aura emanating from the depths of his being. Golden lightning surged around him, and gradually, a faint golden light began to shimmer. His form soared away, confronting Frieza once more. Goku, why are Chi-Chi's tears falling? Bulma bit her lip, warmth flooding her eyes. Goku understood that they would not perish. Yet he could not bear to witness their suffering. That fool. Dad, you can do it. Gohan shouted. Goku, Bulma exclaimed, her heart racing with concern. As Goku approached Frieza, his hair, eyebrows, and even his tail began to glimmer with a golden radiance, undergoing a transformation. In that instant, a surge of power erupted from within him. Goku had yet to discern the threshold of anger required to transform into a Super Saiyan, but in this moment, he felt as though he no longer needed it. Whoosh! A beam of golden light erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely, the golden glow shimmering across his skin. Boom! Crackling golden lightning descended from the heavens, as if trembling at the arrival of a divine being. What? Frieza gasped in shock at the sight of Goku's transformation, quickly retaliating with his deadly attack. The Death Slice. Bang! Yet, this formidable strike was effortlessly blocked by a single hand, which then crushed it to bits. Crack! Indeed, it was crushed. With golden hair and eyebrows, emerald eyes, and a golden tail swaying gently behind him, an unfathomable power surged forth from Goku, enveloping him in a resplendent golden aura. In that moment, he appeared to be transcended, his expression initially cold and detached, but it soon softened. He had not transformed through sheer rage. Instead, Goku felt an unprecedented sense of well-being, and this newfound power seemed remarkably easier to control than the legends had suggested. Frieza, now disoriented, began to retreat slowly, only to be halted by a shard of rock beneath his feet, which he promptly crushed to dust in frustration. His fury reignited. Frieza launched himself at Goku, unleashing an all-out furious strike. Crack! However, this strike was effortlessly met by Goku, who remained steadfast and unyielding like a mountain, while a ripple of energy expanded behind him. This is impossible. In the next moment, Goku unleashed a swift kick, sending Frieza hurtling away, blood spewing forth as he sustained severe injuries. The lethal death rays bombarded with fervor, and the bizarre flames rained down, yet Goku seemed to dissolve them all, as if he were strolling leisurely through a garden. Super Saiyan, amplified 50-fold. Goku's battle power stood at 865 million, meaning that after his transformation, it surged to an astonishing 4.3 billion. A staggering 4.3 billion. In contrast, even at full strength, Frieza could only muster 1.2 billion. Their strengths were no longer in the same dimension. The ensuing outcome was devoid of suspense, as Goku relentlessly crushed and overwhelmed Frieza, who was utterly powerless to resist. As Frieza collapsed to the ground, Goku, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, approached with a slow, deliberate grace, raising his hand with a detached and disinterested gaze. He was poised to conclude this battle once and for all. But, how infuriating! Frieza, now at the end of his rope, had already expended too much energy due to Goku's relentless assault, leaving him unable to fight back. One eye was closed, yet it still glared at Goku with a fierce defiance. You damn Saiyan monkey, had I not been careless, you would have perished long ago. Is that so? Goku's expression remained calm as he glanced toward Krillin and Piccolo in the distance. Do we have any senzu beans? Krillin anxiously looked at Piccolo, who promptly produced one. Yes. Without hesitation, Piccolo assumed Goku sought to replenish his waning strength and tossed the senzu bean toward him. However, upon receiving the bean, Goku merely threw it to Frieza. You fool, what are you doing? Goku, quickly finish him off. Don't let him transform. Indeed, act swiftly. The others panicked, their composure shaken by Goku's unexpected actions, unable to fathom his intentions. Silence. The pride of a Saiyan would never allow such a thing. Kakarot has already attained Super Saiyan status. How infuriating. Vegeta muttered, equally displeased. Frieza hesitated for a moment, observing the reactions around him, and disregarding everything, he consumed the bean. Goku did not intervene, and in the next instant, the skies over planet Namek erupted with thunder and lightning. Frieza's energy surged back to its peak. Not only that, but even his severed arm and gruesome wounds healed instantaneously. Goku, however, paid little heed to these developments. He sensed Frieza's energy had indeed increased, surmising that a portion of his potential had been unleashed, but it was ultimately not akin to the Saiyan's explosive revival at the brink of death. Nevertheless, Frieza's energy had likely soared to a level around 200 million. This was indeed astonishing. No, one might even say terrifying. Goku's power stemmed from his Super Saiyan transformation, while Frieza's arose from his final form. Their levels of energy consumption were not on the same plane. Only upon reaching full power would the energy expenditure of the Super Saiyan be alleviated. As Frieza fully regained his strength, emanating an even more terrifying aura, Goku maintained his calm demeanor. Is this all you have? Humph. However, Frieza sensed the surging power within him, his confidence swelling once more. Damn you, filthy monkey. I shall show you the true power of a cosmic emperor. With that, before he could finish his sentence, Goku's fist struck him, causing his eyes to bulge in shock. A furious barrage of blows ensued, brutally injuring Frieza. This time, Goku refused to grant him any reprieve. Having already exploited the advantage of his battle prowess, he knew that allowing Frieza's potential to fully unfold would spell disaster. Although it was uncertain whether Beerus and Whis had discerned something that led them to select Frieza as their representative, it was evident that only a being with sufficient potential to become a candidate for God of Destruction would catch the attention of a deity like Beerus. The potential of such a creature was undoubtedly formidable. If it were otherwise, even the Supreme Kai would not be regarded by Beerus, let alone a mere underling like Frieza. In a final, decisive blow, Goku unleashed his full power with the Super Kamehameha, shattering Frieza's planet-destroying attack and sending him hurtling into the cosmos. Only when Goku could no longer sense Frieza's energy did he revert to his original form. Victory over Frieza achieved, gaining 2 potential points, golden. Skill acquired, telekinesis. Skill acquired, cosmic survival. It appears I did not directly enhance my battle power? Goku felt a twinge of disappointment. For had he harnessed Frieza's 200 million battle power as a foundation, his strength post-transformation would have been unimaginable. Yet, he quickly reconciled himself to the situation. Faced with later adversaries boasting battle powers in the trillions, such incremental gains felt painfully slow. Indeed, the prospect of accumulating potential points seemed far more satisfying. After all, even as his strength gradually increased, the challenge of finding creatures with such extraordinary battle power was immense. The likes of Majin Buu, who could withstand any injury as long as he wasn't killed, posed a significant problem, not to mention the necessity of defeating them to gain their battle power. It was truly a torment. Thus, the acquisition of potential points proved to be a more direct path to enhancement, allowing his strength to multiply exponentially. With potential that would never wane. The only regret Goku harbored was that Frieza had not perished. The ability to survive in the cosmos was astonishing. Under normal circumstances, being cast into the universe while gravely injured would surely result in death. It can only be said that the Frost Demon race is indeed exceptionally gifted, and Frieza is a true anomaly among them.